Chapter 1 Lu Ruyan, who earns 5 million yuan a year, can only be a concubine? Young man, do you want a wife? Ala Nan Nan. 28 years old, an elite overseas returnee. Annual salary of 5 million. As long as you're willing to get married, a house in Shanghai plus a 3 million yuan dowry will be in your hands immediately. In the park, a Shanghai auntie said excitedly while holding a blind date sign. After 2.5 years of waiting in the park, she finally discovered a handsome wild guy. Gu Chen, lying on the bench, half closed his eyes and glanced at the sign. The woman's name is Lu Ruyan, and she lives up to her name. She has an oval face, fox eyes, and a small teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. She has a high nose bridge and pearly teeth slightly exposed between her lips, which makes her look sexy and aggressive. In the previous life, with this appearance, she would have been a top internet celebrity with at least tens of millions of fans. Even if you give 1 million in live broadcast rewards, you may not be able to meet offline. But now, the situation is completely opposite. The current gender ratio is seriously unbalanced. According to the United Nations disclosure last year, the male-to-female ratio has dropped to a terrifying level of 1 to 1,000. All men have become popular and unattainable for ordinary women. If a woman wants to get married, her family must prepare a dowry of at least 2 million. Seeing that Gu Chen was still indifferent, the aunt leaned over to Gu Chen's ear and said with a smile, "I think you are quite handsome, so it is normal for you to have high conditions. I'll upgrade your apartment to a location near the Huangpu River, and drive a Porsche 911 straight into your hands on your wedding day." How could that be possible? Damn it, get married. Not only can he marry a top-notch wife, but the dowry is also so generous. It would be a lie to say that I'm not moved. Seeing that Gu Chen's expression gradually eased, Auntie began to strike while the iron was hot. "As long as you marry my daughter, you don't need to work. You just need to play games at home every day. I'll do the housework every day. If you don't like me, you can call me Auntie. Anyway, I won't affect your daily life." The opportunity to meet a boy alone was hard to come by. The aunt thought about the problems men would face after marriage and added, "If my daughter treats you badly, we will not let her go, and the court will not let her go either." Since the sharp decline in the number of men, the government has introduced the law on the protection of men's rights and interests. Article 27 of the Act stipulates that if a woman causes mental oppression to a man during a marriage, including but not limited to speaking loudly, using cold violence, etc., once verified, she will face administrative detention for at least 15 days. If any physical violence occurs, it will directly constitute marital infringement crime, with a minimum sentence of 5 years, with no upper limit. Gu Chen sucked his teeth and still refused. "I'll think about it again." In his previous life, he was disgusted by his first love. Not only does he have to pay 880,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, he also has to buy an apartment for his younger brother. Now that Lu Ruyan, such a top-notch quality, is in front of him, she can only convince his second brother but not his heart. Seeing that Gu Chen still refused, the aunt broke down. "I have never seen such a difficult man. Her dowry is worth at least 35 million. The aunt stamped her feet and said, "Allah has given you the best conditions, why don't you agree? You've taken all the benefits of marriage. You don't even want the $5 million Allah gave you. What do you want?" Gu Chen picked at his fingers and said slowly, "Why didn't you use the house on the Huangpu River as your dowry? It means you were just hoping for luck from the beginning." Then, he took out the latest Fruit mobile phone given by the country for free and opened the Yuanfan 520 app interface. "Besides, the government recommends 5 beautiful, capable, and gentle single women to me every day. If I wanted to get married, I would have done it long ago. Why would I need your recommendations? Also, if you don't leave, I'm going to call the police and report you for harassing me." Nowadays, whenever a man appears in public, he will be surrounded by girls. What's worse, some will grab your hands and put them on their chests. Their tricks are endless. It's really a sign of moral decline. In order to protect men from being violated, the authorities quickly promulgated the Men's Public Space Safety Law. The bill stipulates that any woman who makes physical contact or verbal advances to a man that makes him feel uncomfortable without his permission can call the police. Once it is determined to be harassment, the woman will face a minimum fine of 50,000 yuan and imprisonment of more than 6 months, and 50% of the fine will be directly deposited into the victim's personal account as compensation for mental damage. The aunt was so frightened that she quickly took 3 steps back and hurriedly explained, "Young man, I really didn't mean that. I was just too anxious. The competition among women is really too great these days. If my daughter doesn't get married, she'll probably never see a man again in her life. As she spoke, she began to cry in grievance. I was still doing well back then, with 5 women serving one husband. Nowadays, it's so hard for girls. There are dozens of people competing for one husband, and the competition is so fierce. The crying soon attracted other ants in the park. They were very excited when they found a wild man. I was so excited to find out that the man was still a young man. After taking a closer look, I found that this guy is quite handsome. I am so excited, plus 9,999. Damn it, can't wait, first come first served. The ants rushed towards Guchun like zombies in the apocalypse, and surrounded him in an instant. The beautiful woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses said, "Young man, look at my daughter. She's 18 years old. She's so fresh and tender. She's already been admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Cantonese ant, handsome boy, come and look here. We own 10 buildings in Shenzhen and we rent them out. You don't have to work, and I'll give you 100 million yuan in pocket money before you get married, okay? Sichuanese woman, what's the use of money? People live for the sake of comfort. Handsome man, look here, my daughter is the campus beauty of Sichuan Airlines. That face and figure will definitely satisfy you. If you marry her, my mother and I will clean your ears and make hot pot for you every day. We will take care of you and make you very comfortable. Don't you want it? Auntie from Hunan, hey boy, look at me. Your uncle and I are both from the same province. As long as you become my son-in-law, in the future, if you don't like anyone in the Central Plains, I can make him stop working with just a phone call. Isn't this capable? A group of old women chattering in front of him made Guchen very annoyed, so he raised his cell phone and pretended to call the police. Wow, Yaoling? I'm surrounded by a group of women in People's Park. Oh, yes, the People's Park on Nanjing West Road. Seeing the risk of going to jail, the aunties all dispersed, but the Shanghai ant who came first stood there and kept chattering. Child, please consider my child. Auntie admits that I did have some ulterior motives at first, but I was also afraid that you would get married and run away. Now our girls' families are vulnerable, and the law doesn't protect them. In this case, I won't fight for your wife's place. Can you take my child as your concubine? In order to maximize the encouragement for men to have children, the law stipulates that every man can marry 10 wives and 50 concubines. The wife needs to formally register with the man in the civil affairs system and sign a legally binding marriage contract. The offspring have the first right of inheritance and enjoy the legal right to sleep together every month to ensure the continuation of genes. Concubines do not need to register, all they need to do is sign a cohabitation agreement. Their legal status is only higher than that of an ordinary lover, and their main function is to increase the family's fertility quota. Men do not have any legal responsibilities or obligations towards them, but concubines are not allowed to betray their husbands, otherwise they will face flogging and a prison sentence of more than 10 years. It is also very simple to abandon a concubine. You just need to find the concubine's avatar on the official marriage management app and click Confirm Abandonment. The relationship between the two parties will be terminated immediately, which is even simpler than canceling a game account. Just as Gu Chun was about to refuse, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to multiple wives, multiple blessings. Multiple wives bring multiple blessings. As long as you marry a wife, you will gain endless wealth and supernatural powers. Newbie mission, host, please marry a wife within 3 days. Rewards are as follows: UFC professional fighting, 5 million cash, silver kidney can fight for 24 hours. Gu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. 25 years after coming to this world, Tongzi, you are finally here. System, if I take a concubine on the marriage management app, does that count as marrying a wife? Yes, as long as the woman has a relationship with the host and it is officially endorsed, it is considered marriage. I have to say, this wave of double standards of the system really touched me. Gu Chen took the resume from his aunt's hand and looked at Lu Ruyan with her delicate makeup on it. Okay, I see it's not easy for you either, so I'll reluctantly take your daughter as my concubine. ==========================================================================================================================Chapter 2, No one wants this amazing girl who can cosplay? Please add her to the bookshelf and follow me. Kid, you are my savior. You have no idea how much hair I lose every day thinking about my daughter's marriage. I'll transfer 5 million yuan of dowry to you right now. I'll show you my sincerity. The aunt took out her cell phone without hesitation and wanted to transfer the dowry to Gu Chen. There's no way to stop that momentum. Gu Chen could only cooperate and give out his bank card account number, and at the same time he felt that it was so cool to be the T0 of the version, and others rushed to give him money. 1 minute later, a message about the payment popping up on the phone. Lucky Cat Bank arrival notice. Dear customer, your bank account number ending in 5183 has received 5 million.00 dragon coins. Transferer's note, dowry. Lucky Cat would like to remind you, mother-in-law scams have been a frequent occurrence recently. If you find a woman whose beauty effects are not what they claim to be, please report it immediately or file a complaint. Furthermore, the transfer will not be refunded. Protecting the rights and interests of every Daniel Wu is our unshirkable responsibility. In other words, if Lu Ruyan is not good looking, I can even kill her and make 5 million for nothing? Hiss. Damn, this really makes me feel good. Auntie felt that the note she wrote was somewhat scheming. She patted Gu Chen's shoulder embarrassedly and explained, financial supervision has been strict recently, so I wrote dowry in the note. Please don't mind it. By the way, I haven't introduced my family to you yet. My last name is Lin. Lu Ruyan's father died of kidney failure 3 years ago from excessive indulgence. But don't worry, kid. This kind of thing will never happen to you. Auntie has been familiar with Chinese medicine theory over the past 3 years and has a lot of experience in treating kidney deficiency. Just go ahead and have fun. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth twitched. Is this what a human being would say? If I had said in my previous life that my mother-in-law encouraged me to go out and have affairs with other women, and even cook me a tonic soup, I would have guessed that the director of the mental hospital would have knocked on my door that night. As long as I complete the task, the silver kidneys in the gift package will be enough. After fighting for 24 hours, I was afraid that Lu Ruyan would not be able to get out of bed the next day. Let's go home, Aunt Lin said happily. She originally wanted to walk with her arm around Gu Chen, but considering the male protection law, she backed off. Alas, she spent 5 million but still acted so humbly. Women nowadays are really cowardly. Aunt Lin sighed in her heart and walked quickly forward to lead Gu Chen. Young people walk fast, and she was afraid that if she walked too slowly, she would be disliked by Gu Chen and become a burden to her daughter. Aunt Lin was worried that Gu Chen would get bored while walking and would chat for no reason. Hey boy, my house on the Huangpu River is just up ahead, let's walk there. Let me tell you, although my house isn't as good as Thompson first floor, it still has a great river view and is 180 square meters. It cost 20 million when I bought it. You can bring your wife over to live with you later. Aunt Lin must be bothered by Gu Chen bringing other women to live with him. She said this mainly to establish the image of an intimate mother-in-law and thus elevate her daughter's status. To demonstrate her own value, she continued, although I'm retired now, I can still make money as a consultant for companies. I'm working hard and will try to get you and Ruyan a place in Thompson first floor within 3 years. Gu Chen looked at the white hair on Aunt Lin's temples and suddenly thought of a sentence on the internet, people in their 60s are the time to work hard. Auntie, don't work too hard. You need to combine work and rest. When Aunt Lin heard what Gu Chen said, her heart warmed. She was right about him. But the next second, the following explanation made Aunt Lin dumbfounded. You are now retired and rehired, and the company no longer provides you with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. It is very expensive to get sick. Aunt Lin clenched her fists and suppressed her anger. I said to myself 1,000 times, forget it, forget it. Who says he is a man? A man who speaks his mind is also handsome. The son-in-law I like is extraordinary. It turns out that if you are scarce enough, the person who pays for you will brainwash themselves. 15 minutes later, the two arrived at a large flat by the Huangpu River. As soon as you enter the living room, you can see the magnificent Huangpu River across the river. Cruise ships shuttle back and forth on the river, and high-rise buildings stand on both sides. The entire living room looks particularly spacious in this prime location, covering an area of 60 square meters. The decoration style of the flat is very modern, neither the tacky European style nor the blind pursuit of the new Chinese style. The whole house conveys a sense of simplicity and gentleness, as if you are on the fresh beach coast. The kitchen is connected to the living room, and the marble island has built-in electromagnetic heating, on which steaks can be fried. Next to it is a washing sink. The arc is perfectly cut with progressive cuts, and you can wash vegetables here. Behind the island is an enclosed kitchen where you can cook without affecting the air in the living room. There are still many ideas left for the house, and Gu Chen estimated that the renovation costs are at least over 8 million. But now I can get such a nice house just by getting married. Making money is really damn easy. Guchen sat down on the Swiss leather sofa without any hesitation. The mother-in-law sensibly handed over a cup of Coke and a box of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, and boasted, "Young man, can this house be used as a wedding house? I deliberately didn't get involved in the renovations. Ruyan did it all by herself. I'm not bragging. My daughter is amazing. With my education, she's become a capable womanizer and a housewife. She can even earn money for you." Aunt Lin felt a little uneasy. She seemed to have praised her daughter too much and had not flattered her future son-in-law enough. What would the son-in-law think after hearing how great his daughter is? What's going on? Am I trying to get ahead of myself? Incredible. Aunt Lin quickly peeled an apple for Gu Chen and apologized. "Young man, you are so handsome and strong, and marrying my daughter is a blessing that our family has earned in 3 lifetimes. This Qingming festival, I'm going back to burn incense for my ancestors." Gu Chen took a bite of the apple and asked casually, "When will your daughter come over?" "I haven't met her yet." Aunt Lin slapped her head suddenly. "I am really getting old and confused. I am really getting old and confused. I actually forgot to inform Nan Nan. Young man, I'm going to call Ruyan right now and tell her to put down her work and come back to meet you." Shanghai Financial Center. Lu Ruyan sat in her independent office and sulked. HR just told her that her application for a director position was rejected because she didn't have a husband. This is such a joke. The foreigner who stepped on her to get to the top, Lily, is far inferior to her in terms of business ability. She can't even make a PowerPoint presentation. The reason she was able to become a director was because she recently found a man from Dragon Country as her husband. In response to the country's call, the company specially approved her to be a director. You can't compete with me in business. So you just flirt and seduce men. What a slut. Lu Ruyan stomped her feet in anger. The high heels made a crisp sound on the floor. The slender long legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings trembled up and down, but little did she know that they would tremble in another form after a few hours. At this time, the cell phone on the table rang, and Lu Ruyan looked over with a frown. "Mom's calling again to urge me to get married. All she does is urge me all the time. I want to find a man to marry, too. But men aren't that easy to find. They're all so picky. A C-cup is considered flat-chested in their eyes. The Yuanfan 520 app recommended me a bunch of old men again. Young handsome guys won't pay any attention to a strong woman like me." As she spoke, Lu Ruyan covered her face and cried softly. She started to worry about being single when she was 18, and was worried about what would happen if she was never loved by a man in her life. To this end, she specifically studied what boys like, what they like to play, and how to please boys. Lu Ruyan is now very good at playing games. She can perform difficult operations such as Blind Man's aerial triangle kill, CSGO instant sniping, and King of Glory's one-click sword to save her life, but boys are getting further and further away from her. The costumes of Kiching, Ram, Asuka, Spider-Man, Overwatch Angel, etc. in the closet are all covered with dust. The phone automatically hung up after ringing for 1 minute, and the voicemail automatically played. "You unlucky child, hurry back inside. Your mother and I found a handsome guy for you in People's Park." Chapter 3 Paris Black Silk Miniskirt, just to win the Sweetheart Please bookshelf, please follow. Lu Ruyan quickly picked up the phone and called. Aunt Lin knew that her daughter would definitely nag about whether she had been cheated or something like that, so she smiled and said to Gu Chun, "I'm going out to answer a phone call," and then she went to the corridor. After confirming that the door was closed, she answered the phone. "Daughter! Come here quickly. I've already transferred your 5 million yuan dowry to them. If you don't come soon, they'll be waiting anxiously, and the money won't be refunded." After hearing this, Lu Ruyan was so angry that she was fuming. "I was already depressed because I didn't get promoted, and now my mother transferred 5 million dowry to someone else without my consultation. If the other party turns out to be a bad guy, all the money will be wasted." Lu Ruyan questioned her mother, "Why did you give the dowry to someone when I haven't even met her yet? What if I don't like her? Besides, what man would actually ask for a 5 million dowry these days?" Aunt Lin also got angry. "Ha! If you hadn't been complaining to me every day about not getting a raise without getting married, why would I go to the park every day to wait for men for you? Let me tell you, my former colleague's daughter got a man a long time ago and now she has a child. What about you? I sold you out hoping you'd have a good education and be noticed by elite men, but what happened? You're 28 and still haven't been in a relationship. Aren't you ashamed? Lu Ruyan's eyes were red. The failure to have a relationship was partly due to her being too proud when she was young and not being able to tolerate a man's indecision. At that time, she still believed in monogamy, and she dragged it on until she reached the awkward age of 28. The strong young man doesn't like her, but the old man may like her, but she doesn't like the old man. Seeing that the person on the other end of the line was silent, Aunt Lin guessed that he was probably hurt by what she said, so she said in a gentle tone, "I took a sneaky photo of his profile while he wasn't paying attention. I'll send it to you. If you think it's okay, come over quickly. If not, I'll just treat this 5 million as a waste." After saying this, Aunt Lin's heart felt like it was stabbed by a knife. Parents work hard for their children all their lives, but in the end, even after they get things done, they are still criticized by their children for this and that. It feels bad. Lu Ruyan tapped her index finger to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes and opened the green bubble. In the pinned chat, the most precious mother sent a picture. In the photo, the boy is sitting upright on the sofa at home, holding an ice cola in his hand, looking out the window with lifeless eyes, giving off a lazy and handsome vibe. Among them, Gu Chen's tall nose instantly pierced Lu Ruyan's heart. Oh my god. My mom really found a treasure. She had only seen this kind of top-notch man in photo magazines in the last century. She remembered that the star was called Daniel Wu. Lu Ruyan stomped her feet excitedly, and this time the frequency of her stomping was much more frequent, which was a classic expression of a woman who couldn't suppress her excitement, also known as stomping her feet. Aunt Lin listened to the excited voice on the other end of the phone and snorted in her heart. "Little guy, you are my son, and I don't even know what kind of handsome guy you like." Mom. Mommy. The most capable and best mommy in the world. I'm going home right now. Mom, hurry back and make sure that handsome guy waits for me when I get home. By the way, don't let the aunt across the street find out, her daughter is also looking for a husband right now. Lu Ruyan said as she unbuttoned her clothes. Obviously, professional attire does not arouse men's interest. She plans to change into a sexy nightclub skirt in the office, and also put on men's favorite Paris his. Aunt Lin also became happy. "Don't worry, I am your mother. I have already prepared a PS15 game console for that handsome guy, and even put a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes on the coffee table. I guess he's playing Black Myth 3 right now. You should dress yourself up and look sexy to give others a better impression." Lu Ruyan put down the phone, turned on speakerphone, and said, "Don't worry, Mom. I'm looking at the outfits of people who can attract men online every day. I'm sure I'll get him." After hanging up the phone, Lu Ruyan excitedly took off the flesh-colored stockings on her legs, crumpled them into a ball and threw them into the trash can. "I couldn't wait to take out the Balenciaga shoes that I only wore on blind dates from the drawer." Pinching the sock opening with her fingertips, she carefully rolled up a small section of the stocking. The white jade feet with bright red nails immersed in it, and then the black silk extended from the ankles upwards, tightly wrapping the calves. As the black stockings climbed upwards little by little, the tight thighs appeared more slender under the black stockings, until they were perfectly gathered under the hem of the skirt, leaving a touch of just the right amount of mystery. After putting on her clothes, Lu Ruyan looked at herself in the mirror and deliberately struck a few seductive poses. The slender legs appear even straighter and longer against the backdrop of the extreme black stockings. The nightclub-style sequin mini dress shows off Lu Ruyan's slender waist and plump buttocks without reservation. Every twist reveals the S-shaped curve. Lu Ruyan admired herself in the mirror and exclaimed, "This is a sure thing." Excitedly, she pushed the door open and left. Everyone in the office immediately understood her outfit when they saw her outfit that she was going out for a blind date. The loyal employees raised their fists and shouted at Lu Ruyan, "Come on. Boss, we believe in you. We're going to take this guy down this time." Lu Ruyan smiled and waved, but she was actually very panicked. How could such a handsome guy like her? Why is Mom so stingy? Can't you just give them 10 million? It's not like there's no money at home. The company's elevator door opened, and when he saw Lu Ruyan inside, he closed his eyes. It was true that enemies often meet on a narrow road. In the elevator, blonde Lily came to the company to register with her husband, who was less than 168 centimeters tall. As soon as Lily saw Lu Ruyan, she immediately changed her tone to a coquettish one and spoke coquettishly to the man next to her in the stiff Chinese that she had just learned. "Honey, you were so awesome yesterday. You tore my bed sheets. I won't let you do anything stupid tonight." Her words and actions imply that she has a man, but you, Lu Ruyan, don't have a man. 168's brother was completely bewildered. "Didn't I sleep with the second and third child in my arms last night?" Besides, I could finish the fight in a minute, so why would I throw the sheets? Lily kept blinking, and the older brother had no choice but to nod and smile awkwardly. Lu Ruyan crossed her arms over her chest and proudly counterattacked, I advise you not to register. You only have one more man than me. Now I have a man. I'm going to go back and handle the paperwork right away. The position of director will still be mine then. Lily snorted coldly, you are only 172 centimeters tall and there are still men who dare to want you? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, we'll see. Equals. In the large flat, Gu Chen was rubbing the controller with a cigarette in his mouth. He had to say that the latest PS15 had a very clear picture quality, and it could even run smoothly at 16K quality. And Lin cut fruit for Gu Chen while watching him play games. Although she doesn't understand the game, she understands people's hearts. Ouch. You're rolling so fast. When she saw Gu Chen being hit by the Tiger Vanguard's fast and slow sword, Aunt Lin would complain, oh, the design of this monster is too unreasonable. Why is it sometimes fast and sometimes slow? At the same time, Aunt Lin stood on tiptoe anxiously, looking at the time uneasily. It had been half an hour, why hadn't they arrived yet? This silly girl must be going to the beauty salon for a spa. Suddenly, a bell rang outside the door. Lu Ruyan put her red lips on the intercom and said softly, Mom, I'm back. Chapter 4, to be a concubine, you still have to answer questions. If you can't get 95 points, you can only be a mistress? Lu Ruyan deliberately clamped her voice. The fifth article of the official manual for flirting with men clearly stated that men like delicate female voices, and it is best to make clamping sounds a habit, just like a certain female star. Lu Ruyan stopped pinching after she turned 25 because she couldn't see any men anymore. In daily life, there are always a group of women, and everyone can hear it when they are mixed together. Oh, if I had known earlier, I should have practiced more. Lu Ruyan said with red eyes, twisting her fingers. Aunt Lin quickly put down the half-peeled banana in her hand and said to Gu Chen, young man, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. My daughter just came back. As she said that, she stood up and opened the door for Lu Ruyan. Gu Chen pressed the pause button and looked back at his concubine who had brought him a 5 million dowry, a 30 million plus house, and a 1.5 million sports car. Lu Ruyan walked in wearing red-bottomed high heels. The moment she saw Gu Chen, she bit her lip tightly and her heart was pounding. This guy is so handsome. He looks at least 186 centimeters tall. He is literally the national husband in my mind. The short and fat one who beats Lily. Am I really worthy of him? He wouldn't just play with me and kick me away. This kind of handsome guy is simply not someone I can handle at my level. Lu Ruyan just glanced at Gu Chen and lowered her head in confusion, picking her fingers shyly. Aunt Lin was very anxious when she saw her daughter's disappointing performance. She reached out her hand and put it around Lu Ruyan's slender waist, twisting it hard. She gritted her teeth and said, speak. Introduce yourself. You don't take the initiative to introduce yourself, but you're waiting for the man to introduce you? Lu Ruyan closed one eye in pain and awkwardly lifted the loose hair in front of her face. Hello, my name is Lu Ruyan, I'm 28 years old, and I'm in. The voice did not reach Gu Chen's ears, he was completely immersed in Lu Ruyan's beauty. Just now, he felt that as long as Lu Ruyan in the offline version was 80% faithful to the one in the photo, he would be able to accept it. Now, Ruyan Lu is even more beautiful and charming than in the photo. Can you bear it? Especially those beautiful legs wearing Balenciaga, they are simply fatal. The Lu Ruyan in front of him would have been an extremely domineering succubus in his previous life. I never thought I could be single until 28 in this world. I feel like I've found a treasure. Thank you for the environment. After Lu Ruyan finished her halting introduction, Aunt Lin looked at her son-in-law Gu Chen's face with concern, and found that there was no expression at all. It seemed that he was not very satisfied with his daughter. Aunt Lin rolled her eyes at her daughter and mouthed, does this look good on you? Boys love yoga pants these days. Wear white cotton socks on the outside, and black stockings underneath. And it's best to layer white stockings underneath. No wonder you're single if you come here so foolishly. Lu Ruyan felt miserable but couldn't express it. The office was full of girls, so who was she wearing yoga pants for? Gu Chen coughed dryly and stretched out his big hand to show that he was willing to understand Lu Ruyan. Hello, I'm Gu Chen, nice to meet you. To be honest, Gu Chen is also a little bit out of touch. After all, he was a otaku in his previous life and had only one relationship, and he had never seen many top-notch girls. Now he can communicate normally with a top-notch girl like Lu Ruyan without changing his expression, so his mentality is already very good. On the other hand, Lu Ruyan couldn't control herself. She excitedly stretched out her trembling little hand and shook it. The blush on her face went all the way to her ears. Aunt Lin smiled happily when she saw this scene. Finally, the 5 million was not wasted. She clapped her hands happily. Well, you guys chat, I'll go out and buy you some lobsters. With that, Aunt Lin quickly left, leaving the two young people space to talk about love. The nearby seafood market is 5 kilometers away, and the round trip will take at least an hour and a half, which is enough time for him to make the deal. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and didn't want to let her mother leave. She had no experience facing men alone and was worried that she would say something wrong and make Guchen unhappy. Aunt Lin completely ignored her daughter's plea to stay, walked out happily, and closed the door. Aunt Wei from the opposite door happened to be out buying groceries. She sniffed the air and asked, "Is there a man in your house? Why is there a man's sweet sweat smell in the air?" Aunt Lin naturally would not admit it. The youngest daughter of the old Wei family across the street was beautiful and pure, and her family was well off. "I'm just afraid that Guchen will be snatched away by them to sign a cohabitation contract. Nowadays, there are more traps than carrots, so Aunt Lin naturally wants to hide Guchen. How can I do that? My daughter just failed in a blind date and came home crying." Aunt Wei nodded. "That's right, after all, your daughter is 28 and it's hard for her to find a partner. I guess it's hard for Ruyan to be someone else's lover now. Ha ha ha. Unlike my daughter, she's young and beautiful, her skin is so tender that you can squeeze water out of it, hee hee." Aunt Lin rolled her eyes and cursed in her heart that your whole family are all mistresses without a legitimate status. If Guchen hadn't been a guest at home, she would have tickled this bitch to death. In the flat, Lu Ruyan felt so unfamiliar that she seemed like a guest and was timid. Guchen felt the lingering fragrance in his hand and said to Lu Ruyan, "Sit down, let's talk slowly." Lu Ruyan blushed shyly. "Okay." Lu Ruyan in this world is so shy, it seems that the overall environment is really not optimistic. "What your mother told me just now was that you become my concubine. Do you have any objection?" Guchen said with his legs crossed. To be honest, it is really unfair to not give Lu Ruyan the position of wife, but once she is given the title of wife, there is no way to get a higher position, so she can only take it step by step. If it were someone else, Lu Ruyan would definitely not be happy. "I paid 5 million for my dowry, and you want me to be your concubine? You're dreaming." But Guchen is different. First of all, he has a top-notch modeling ability, and his figure and conversation make him a man among men. Lu Ruyan scratched her fingers and said, "I'm willing, but I don't know if the sisters can accept me. In today's era, being a concubine is not an easy thing. Even after passing the husband's test, she still has to consider the expressions of the 10 wives. If the 10 wives join together to reject the concubine, then the concubine will enter a permanent probation period, which is basically the same as a lover." Lu Ruyan guessed that since Guchen took her as a concubine, he must have married 10 wives. Such a handsome guy probably has 49 concubines, and I'm afraid I'm not the last one. She felt somewhat sad when she thought of this. "I'm not married yet, you're the first one. Since you agree, I will add you to the marriage management app." Guchen took out his mobile phone and started operating. Lu Ruyan was so excited that she bit her lip. Such a handsome guy. And he is not married yet. Then I am not a concubine at all, I am the queen. As long as I behave well, I will eventually become a regular employee and become Guchen's first wife. Within 3 minutes, Guchen added Lu Ruyan to the position of concubine. "I've got it ready. If you agree, we'll have official endorsement." Lu Ruyan's eyes were a little blurry. All this happened too fast and was too unreal. "I didn't do anything, but a top-notch man fell from the sky. It turns out that praying every night is useful." Lu Ruyan took out her phone and clicked to confirm. The operation was simple for Guchen, but it was much more troublesome for the woman. Lu Ruyan not only has to confirm, but also has to learn how to take care of her husband after marriage. She has to read each document for more than 100 minutes and answer questions after reading. If the score is lower than 95 points, that is, if she gets a question wrong, she will lose the qualification to be a concubine. Guchen saw Lu Ruyan playing with her phone and moved over curiously. Frightened, Lu Ruyan huddled on the sofa. "Husband, I'm answering questions." A multiple choice question just appeared on the phone. According to Chapter 2, Thoughtful Daily Care, of the Good Wife and Good Mother Code of Conduct Handbook, which of the following behaviors best demonstrates deep concern for one's husband and contributes to maintaining a long-lasting and harmonious relationship? 5 points. A. Prepare a hearty breakfast for your husband every day to ensure balanced nutrition. B. Pay regular attention to her husband's work stress and proactively provide massage for relaxation. C. Be familiar with and remember all of your husband's preferences and habits, including but not limited to the location of his towels, the sweetness of his coffee, and the specific drawers where specific documents are stored. D. Take the initiative to show elegance and generosity in your husband's social occasions to win face for him. Chapter 5. Worried that her husband would be bored, Lu Ruyan took the initiative to dance. All 4 options are correct, but the question says best reflects, so C should be chosen. Gu Chen smacked his lips. Well, this is almost as tricky as the college entrance examination. I didn't expect things to be so complicated with you women. I thought all I had to do was click yes. This was also Gu Chen's first time taking a concubine, and he didn't know the procedure. Lu Ruyan answered the question while chiming in, there are a lot of unscrupulous women these days. They change drastically after getting married. They spend their days cleaning the house instead of giving their husbands back massages or foot washing. So it's good that the government is a little stricter on us. At least after watching it, we know how to treat our husbands well and learn how to get along with each other. After we get married, we can make our husbands happy every day and have comfortable nights. Gu Chen nodded. With a male-to-female ratio of 1 to 1,000, women who only knew how to do housework were indeed a bit behind the times. Lu Ruyan quickly moved on to the next chapter, how to make your husband fully immersed. Unexpectedly, the first rule clearly stated, it is forbidden to make your husband feel bored. Any form of neglect is a crime against love. Then, by answering the questions blindly just now, I just left Gu Chen aside. Lu Ruyan frantically thought of a remedy, and the first thing that came to her mind was to play a match online. We haven't even signed the cohabitation agreement yet, so it would be too abrupt to match now. It would also make the man feel like a slut. What should I do? By the way, I have learned borderline dancing for 5 years. I happen to be wearing nightclub-style clothes today, so I might as well show off my dance moves to Gu Chen. Lu Ruyan turned stiffly towards Gu Chen, hesitatingly saying, Husband, I still have 2 exams to take. I'm afraid you'll be bored, so how about I dance for you to cheer you up? Gu Chen looked at Lu Ruyan in her sexy outfit, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Okay, dance for me. In your previous life, if you watched such a gorgeous girl dancing offline, you would have to give her 200 WS. Even if you have money, you can't get a multi-million-dollar internet celebrity to dance for you. I have nothing else to say. Thanks to the environment. The living room, which had lost all light, became pitch black in an instant. Gu Chen had no idea what Lu Ruyan was up to. The next second, the enchanting purple light came on, making the air hot. Gu Chen sighed inwardly, thinking that women nowadays understand men too well. Under the hazy purple light, Lu Ruyan's skin became whiter and her whole person became more charming. Lu Ruyan pretended to be confident and walked to the center of the living room with a cat-like walk. Looking at the handsome guy in front of her, her heart was pounding. I have spent countless days and nights dancing in front of the mirror, just to show it to the man I love most today. Lu Ruyan, you must not be nervous. Take a few deep breaths and relax. As long as you perform normally, there will be no problem. Boom boom boom. The music starts. Lu Ruyan's dance moves are like blooming fireworks, and every movement is full of power and beauty. Her waist swayed gently with the music, as nimble as a water snake. Gu Chen sat there, his Adam's apple rolling. Lu Ruyan's eyes were as bright as starlight, and there was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. The luster under the skirt flickered as she danced, causing ripples in Gu Chen's heart. Ha! Gu Chen let out a long sigh of enjoyment. Is this the treatment I get as an emperor? Damn, it's really not bad. In comparison, the imperial package at the foot massage parlor in the previous life was a pure scam. 30 minutes later, Lu Ru tidied her clothes and said obediently. Then I will continue answering the questions, husband. After I finish this test, I'll give you a shoulder and leg massage. I've been learning massage from my master for 3 years. After receiving Gu Chen's full affirmation, Lu Ruyan felt happy and became more confident. Gu Chen asked with concern, how long will it take? Lu Ruyan placed her left index finger to her lips, thinking, if it's fast, it'll be 50 minutes, if it's slow, it'll be another hour and a half. Gu Chen was subconsciously unhappy. Why did it take so long? He wanted to get the system reward as soon as possible so that he could have a great match with Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was instantly frightened. She huddled on the sofa and said aggrievedly, "Hubby, I'll do it as soon as possible. I'll try to finish answering within 30 minutes. Gu Chun waved his hand, "I'm not talking about you. There's something wrong with this app. Why does it require you to do so many tests, making it look like the college entrance exam?" Lu Ruyan lowered her head and said, "This is also for our own good. In today's society, official efficiency is extremely high, and there are at least 3 routes to any solution." Gu Chun didn't believe that he could only sign a cohabitation contract by answering questions, so he opened the marriage management app to study it. Sure enough, he discovered a quick route. Below the lengthy contract terms, a line of inconspicuous small print reads, "Supplementary clause to the concubine cohabitation contract. The concubine may choose to pay 200,000 dragon coins as a performance bond to sign the cohabitation contract. If the concubine violates any of the terms of the contract during the contract period, the bond will be used as compensation for the man's mental damage and will not be refunded. This clause is intended to ensure the seriousness of the contract and the man's rights." Why did Lu Ruyan refuse to pay money when she could get the pass? It's impossible that she has no money. Isn't she an elite with an annual salary of 5 million? Does that mean marrying me will drain her family's wealth? Gu Chun simply stopped thinking about it and asked directly, "Why don't you want to pay the deposit?" Lu Ruyan looked up. Chapter 6, the match was interrupted, and the police came to enforce justice. Lu Ruyan looked away and timidly said in a low voice, "I really want to study hard. I'm afraid I won't be responsible to you after we get married. I want to serve you well. Serve you for the rest of my life." By the end, Lu Ruyan was so embarrassed that she was about to cry. Of course she knew the shortcut, but facing such a good man like Gu Chen, Lu Ruyan wanted to give everything she had to Gu Chen. So she really wanted to answer the questions well and get full marks in the exams such as Code of Conduct for Good Wives and Mothers, Code of Conduct for Concubines, How to Get Along with the Legal Wife, Complete Collection of Bedtime Skills, etc. Gu Chen had never dared to imagine such a good woman before. Now, there was only one thing in his mind, to take good care of Lu Ruyan opposite him. "You pay the deposit first, and we'll talk about other things later." Lu Ruyan guessed in her heart that Gu Chen must be worried about me and didn't want me to waste time on this, so he asked me to pay the deposit. Then I must study these documents carefully in private and not let my husband down. Lu Ruyan happily paid 200,000 yuan and immediately signed the cohabitation agreement between the two of them. From then on, the glaring single on Lu Ruyan's ID card will change to married belonging to Gu Chun. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's eyes became moist. She was finally no longer the unwanted girl at the bottom of the basket, and she finally had a man. "No, I have to perform well. I want my husband to see that I'm getting great value for money." Lu Ruyan wiped the hot tears from the corners of her eyes and came behind Gu Chen to rub his shoulders. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking Lu Ruyan as a concubine. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Lu Ruyan's appearance has been detected as exceptional, reaching the pinnacle level. Reward levels are being increased across the board. UFC Fighting Skills Master Level, Silver Kidney Supreme Edition 28-hour battle, 8 million cash. Gu Chun instantly felt his muscles swelling, and every muscle fiber grew unstoppably. Every muscle in the body is clearly defined and more solid than reinforced concrete walls. At the same time, the two defensive midfielders came with a perverse and violent heat wave. If the previous kidney was a 1.5T naturally aspirated engine, then Gu Chen has now replaced it with a big V8. There is inexhaustible energy flowing in your veins. Gu Chen turned around and hugged Lu Ruyan in his arms. Before Lu Ruyan was ready, her legs drew an arc in the air. 2 red-soled high heels flew to the corridor and onto the sofa respectively. Ah! She was so scared that she shrank into Gu Chen's arms, feeling his broad chest and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this what a man tastes like? It smells good, it smells bad, I like it so much. And my husband's muscles are so hard, they make my bones ache, it's really great. Honey, should we go back to the bedroom to play games, or continue here? Lu Ruyan asked shyly, looking at the door. Gu Chen kissed her forehead. "No need, just follow me with your cat, I'll take you flying." Lu Ruyan blushed and cooperated actively. The two of them started playing League of Legends on the sofa. Gu Chen's Zhao Xian roamed very quickly and cleared the jungle area in an instant. A long spear was invincible and led the team to a huge advantage. Lu Ruyan looked at her cat being well protected by Gu Chen, and enjoyed the happiness of being led by the great god. Before, she had only played against AI and had never felt the tension and excitement of PvP matching, nor the joy of fighting side by side with her loved ones. Suddenly, there was a ding-dong sound at the door. Lu Ruyan was so scared that she quickly jumped off Gu Chen and tidied the sofa. Gu Chen was also very unhappy. It had only been 15 minutes since the game started. The dragon hasn't even appeared yet. And it's already been forced to end? Who on earth is this blind person knocking on the door? Could it be Aunt Lin? Didn't she say she would be out for an hour and a half? Lu Ruyan also thought that her mother had returned, and said impatiently to the door, "Mother, stop rushing me. I'll open the door for you right away." Lu Ruyan came to the door in disheveled clothes. The black stockings on her legs were pulled into 4 or 5 long lines and holes, making her look very messy. As she opened the door, she complained, "Oh, Mom, didn't I tell you not to rush me?" When I opened the door, I found 2 female police officers in sky blue uniforms standing at the door with serious expressions. One of them had 2 horizontal bars and 2 5-pointed stars embroidered on his shoulders. Lu Ruyan had dealt with the police before and knew that they were at the level of police inspector. Behind the 2 men stood 6 burly female police officers, each of them very strong and tough. "So, are you here to see me?" Lu Ruyan's throat tightened. Although she worked in finance, she never cooked the books, let alone embezzled money from domestic stocks. The highest-ranking female police officer glanced at her and said unhappily, "It's not for you, is it for your man? Outside is not the place to talk, let us in. We want to question you about the cohabitation agreement you just signed according to the law." After listening, Lu Ruyan nodded awkwardly. Generally speaking, the police will not come to your door if you sign a cohabitation agreement. It's a mutual consent, and they wish every girl could have a good ending and be wanted by a man, so that there would be less hostility in society. But if you find that the boy is too outstanding and the girl is just average, the police will come to investigate to prevent men from signing a cohabitation agreement in a moment of confusion under the coercion or inducement of women. Gu Chen happens to be a single man who was closely watched by the Shanghai police. The official intranet shows that Gu Chen's appearance is 90 out of 100, Daniel Wu is 95, and the readers of my book are 100 plus, breaking the ceiling, height, 188, body, 80, education, master, comprehensive evaluation, SSS plus. Such an outstanding man has never gotten married, which has made all the senior executives in Shanghai very anxious. So they kept recommending various beautiful, rich and pretty girls to Gu Chen on the Uinfan 520 app. They also thought that Gu Chen might not be interested in domestic women. They recommended white, black, and even black and white women, but Gu Chen's heart seemed to be sealed with cement, and he ignored any of them. But just today, he actually married an ordinary, older leftover woman. Therefore, the police concluded that Gu Chen must have been forced to marry by a female hooligan when he went out. Nowadays, men who go out alone are often followed by perverted women, and some women even take off their clothes to expose themselves. Alas, the world is becoming more and more corrupt and morally degenerate. Are you Mr. Gu Chen?" The leading policewoman said excitedly to Gu Chen, who was sitting on the sofa. Her heart melted the moment she saw Gu Chen. What a rare and outstanding man he was. "Ah, hello." Out of respect for the police, Gu Chen subconsciously stood up. No, please sit down. We just came here to ask a few questions today. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm the director of the Huangpu District Police Department. My name is Chu Xiaoli." Gu Chen was completely confused. Damn it, maybe the police thought I accepted a huge dowry and came here to teach me a lesson. Just when Gu Chen was deeply doubting himself, the district director shouted at Lu Ruyan, "Let me ask you. Did you use coercion or inducement to force Mr. Gu to sign a cohabitation agreement with you? You're already 28, and your looks aren't that great. Can't you find an older man? Mr. Gu is one of the best men in our country, our magic city, and our district. How can you be worthy of him? And you're wearing stockings with holes? Who are you showing off to? Chapter 7, 5 million as a dowry? God knows how much injustice Gu Chen has suffered. Lu Ruyan was scolded so badly that she stood in the corner without trying to defend herself. The fact is, just as the director said, she is not worthy of Gu Chen in any way. Whether it's status, figure, strength, or appearance. There are women who are prettier than herself, but there are few men who are better than Gu Chen. Besides, she is 3 years older than Gu Chen. Being able to become Gu Chen's concubine is indeed a huge bargain for her. Not only is she not satisfied, but she also dreams of climbing up the social ladder and becoming someone else's wife. How shameless. The district director changed his attitude and said to Gu Chen, "Excuse me, Mr. Gu, did Lu Ruyan coerce or force you to sign the cohabitation agreement? If you feel embarrassed, you don't have to reply, just blink. When the time comes, we will hire the most professional team of lawyers for you to protect your rights as a high-quality male from the Dragon Country SSS." Gu Chen half opened his mouth, speechless in shock. I know that boys are the modern version of T0, but T0 to this extent. Hiss, I feel a little drunk. Lu Ruyan looked at Gu Chen pleadingly, hoping that he would say a few good words for her. If she is suspected of forcing a man to marry her, she will be fined enough to make her suffer, let alone lose her job. The fine for forcing a man to marry is 70% of your assets, 35% of which is compensated to the man and the remaining 35% is deposited into the Men's Care Foundation. This is also the reason why boys can still earn 30,000 yuan a month without going out to work. The government is doing this to crack down on rich and powerful women who have harmed many men in the past. The flower language of steel wool was invented by those people. Just as Gu Chen was about to say that we volunteered, he heard the sound of something heavy falling to the ground outside the door. Aunt Lin, who had just returned from shopping, looked inside through the half-open door and saw the policeman with a serious expression in the room. She then looked at Gu Chen, who was sitting silently on the sofa, and his disheveled daughter. It's broken. It must be that Lu Ruyan hasn't seen a man for a long time and forced him. This is broken. My dear daughter, I have found a man for you, why can't you be patient for a while? Aunt Lin quickly walked up to the district chief and said, "Police aunt, my family are all good people. My grandfather even fought against the Japanese." Chu Xiaoli, who just turned 40, was a little overwhelmed when the old lady with gray hair called her auntie. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the sound of cracking melon seeds in the corridor. Aunt Wei from next door came over happily with melon seeds in her hand to eat the melon. Hey! Didn't you say your daughter failed her blind date? What? You didn't look for the reason yourself after your blind date failed, but you forced the innocent boy to do it. TSK, TSK, TSK. The top beam is crooked and the bottom beam is crooked. Anti-police, you must investigate thoroughly. Give this man justice. The reason why Wei Hongxia targeted Lu Ruyan so much was because of the feud between her and her mother. At that time, they were still best friends and both fell in love with a handsome young man. But at that time a man could only marry 3 wives, and it just so happened that this handsome young man already had 2 wives. The two fought for several years to compete for the final spot, but in the end, the fisherman benefited from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam, and the handsome guy was snatched away by someone else. I heard that the woman is a big star and her daughter is even more beautiful. Although neither of them became the handsome man's wife, a grudge had already been formed between them. Over the past few decades, they have been secretly competing with each other in terms of food, clothing, and other expenses. Aunt Lin was so angry that the corners of her mouth were shaking. If she continued to endure this, she would no longer be called Lin Xueme. Lin Xueme moved her shoulders and scratched her fingers, her joints cracking. Damn, it's been a while since I scratched anyone. I don't know if these nails can still scratch your face, you bitch. She moved as fast as an African cheetah. If Gu Chen hadn't stopped her, Aunt Wei would have had bruises on her face. Xu Xiaoli looked at the afterimage that Gu Chen had stood up to block and couldn't help but praise him. Good skills. At the same time, it was also preliminarily ruled out that Gu Chen was coerced by force. Wei Hongxia was frightened by Aunt Lin's aura and took 2 steps back. She said to the police, "Anti-police, look at this. How good can a daughter raised by a mother like this be? Look at this handsome boy. Wait." After Wei Hongxia glanced at Gu Chen, her heart suddenly stopped beating. Oh my god, the Monkey King fights the White Bone Demon 3 times. Oh my god, Neza conquers the Dragon King and he has to play DJ in the middle of the night. How come this guy is so handsome? Is this fake? This is on par with the readers who read tomato novels while lying in bed in the middle of the night. Wei Hongxia stared at Gu Chen blankly, speechless. She only hated that her beauty was gone, otherwise she would have definitely acted coquettishly. The district director couldn't help laughing when he saw Aunt Wei's silly look, even though she was old at heart. Suddenly remembering the important matter, he said to Aunt Lin, who was still in a crazy state, "We suspect your daughter of inducing Mr. Gu to sign a cohabitation agreement, so we came to investigate. As long as they are willing, we will leave immediately." Aunt Wei jumped up and pointed at Lu Ruyan in the doorway, saying, "How can she match this slutty outfit with this stunningly handsome man? TSK, and she's even wearing black stockings with a hole in them. Who's she showing them to? Shameless. I read the news recently that men's interest in women over 25 has dropped to 20%. Anti-police, she must have coerced this handsome guy. You must investigate thoroughly. Don't let any bad guy go. The district director herself was an older single woman, and Wei Hongxia mercilessly shot an arrow in the knee. The other police officers are also in a state of panic. More than half of them are over 25, and few men dare to marry those who are under 25 due to work reasons. The overall environment is really not optimistic. After comforting Aunt Lin, Gu Chen said to the district chief, "Officer, Lu Ruyan and I were indeed in a relationship of our own free will. I entered into a relationship with her of my own accord." Wei Hongxia was dumbfounded. She stared at Gu Chen blankly and said, "Handsome boy, why don't you come with me to a top-tier hospital to have your eyes checked? How come such sharp eyes don't work when it comes to looking at women?" After hearing Gu Chen's reply, Lin Xueme straightened up proudly, with the same expression as Wang Yusheng's Sword of Legends on her face. Lu Ruyan looked at Gu Chen stupidly, her heart in turmoil. He could obviously frame me like other men and say I was coerced. In this way, in addition to the dowry, he will at least get a deposit of 200,000 yuan and 35% of the family property. But he didn't choose to explode the gold coins. He is a good man. I am afraid that this is the case in the 21st century, which is full of good men. I must become more sexy, more considerate, and more gentle to be worthy of such a kind man. After hearing Gu Chen's confirmation, the district director ordered his men to close the door. There were still some details she needed to take note of before reporting to her superiors. Lin Xueme expressed her understanding of this, and even took out some Longjing tea that she had collected for many years to make tea for everyone. "Please both of you sit down," the district director said to Gu Chen and Lu Ruyan. "All my questions from now on are for Lu Ruyan. Mr. Gu, please don't answer any questions yet." Gu Chen nodded, and Lu Ruyan rubbed the hem of her skirt nervously. The next second, she felt Gu Chen's broad palm caressing her from behind, and her mood turned from cloudy to sunny. "Excuse me, what is your relationship with Gu Chen?" The district chief actually already knew this question, but she still had to ask to lower the other party's vigilance. "Husband and concubine," Lu Ruyan said with pursed lips. An envious voice came from the side. Several armed policemen were talking in whispers. "If she can do it, so can I. Since you can do it, I think I can clean it up too. Hey, let's go get our hair done together after get off work? There are more wild men over at Wanda." Okay. The district chief coughed to remind his men to be more serious, and then asked, "Excuse me, Miss Lu, how much is your dowry?" Lin Xueme, who was serving tea, sighed inwardly upon hearing this. "This 5 million dowry is still too little. Police, listen to me, although we only have cash." Lin Xueme wanted to explain. But when Chu Xiuli saw something strange about the dowry, she immediately stopped Lin Xueme. "I didn't tell you to talk." "I told her to talk." Lu Ruyan bit her lip and said, 5 million. Gu Chen closed his eyes. "Damn it. They finally traced it back to me. Damn, I want to go to jail for accepting a sky-high dowry of 5 million yuan." When Chu Xiaoli saw Gu Chen close his eyes, she felt very uncomfortable. Such an outstanding and handsome man, and only gave him a dowry of 5 million? Who are they sending him? Last week, an idol named Kai Kuan's dowry was 500 million. Gu Chen's looks are enough to crush that idol Kai Kuan to the ground, and his dowry is only 5 million. God knows how much injustice Gu Chen has suffered. Chapter 8, another 15 million in dowry. My man must be respectable. The other policemen also felt sorry for Gu Chen. Some of them didn't even take the teacup that Lin Xueme handed over, and their faces looked very ugly. Your family can live in a large flat by the Huanpu River, but you only gave Mr. Gu a dowry of 5 million? Do you two have any shame? The district director slammed the coffee table and cursed. Gu Chen's eyes widened. What the hell? This guy isn't here to criticize the sky-high dowry. This is Master Qingtang who came here to redress my injustice. A dowry of 5 million is already very good. How much is too much? But I can't be the people's policeman in charge of this matter, so let Lu Ruyan take charge. Gu Chen's mouth corners curled up, and he felt extremely happy. When Lu Ruyan was questioned, she subconsciously wanted to hide towards Gu Chen. Don't hide. Answer my questions. Look into my eyes. Chu Shelley wished she could take Lu Ruyan to the police station right now. Lu Ruyan lowered her head. I didn't know at the time, all this was told by my mother. Chu Xiaoli raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Xueme. Oh no. So it's you, old lady, who's forcing me to get married. While Lin Xueme sighed at the deep love between mother and daughter, she explained with a smile, Auntie, police officer, my daughter is 28 years old and has never been in a relationship. As a parent, I am also worried. Worrying every day isn't a solution, so I went to the park to find some good-looking guys to recommend to my daughter. But I can guarantee that I absolutely did not harass any man, I swear. Chu Xiaoli snorted coldly, I think you are confessing yourself. Then she immediately changed her tone and asked Gu Chun in a gentle manner, Excuse me, Mr. Gu, is what she said true? Did she coerce you? If Lin Xueme coerced Gu Chen, then she could judge that the mother and daughter committed the crime together, and then their entire family property would have to be used to pay the fine. Outside the main door, Wei Hongxia pressed her face against the security door, unwilling to give up, listening for the voices inside. She muttered to herself, she must have been coerced. Lin Xueme loves to use such despicable tactics. Gu Chen said truthfully, there was no coercion. Aunt Lin and I kept a social distance of 1 meter and showed the blind date card. I fell for Ruyan Lu the first second I saw her. Lu Ruyan's heart was pounding and her face was as red as a ripe tomato. Lin Xueme was very pleased and felt that her son-in-law was much more reliable than her daughter. Chu Xiaoli also calmed down. She was about to reach for the handcuffs around her waist. The other police officers looked at Gu Chen with starry eyes and said, Wow. This was the first time they had seen such sweet dialogues and such a sweet offline idol drama. Chu Xiaoli shook her head helplessly and said sarcastically, Maybe Mr. Gu, you really need to go to the hospital. In their eyes, it's not that Lu Ruyan is ugly, but that Gu Chen is too perfect. With a male-to-female ratio of 1 to 1,000, what kind of beautiful women are there? On Nanjing Road, at any given time, you can pick out 300 Dilraba Dilmurat, 500 Gulnazer and countless Malzahar. But in the past 100 years, only a handsome man like Gu Chen appeared in the entire Magic City. It's not that the beauty is not worthy of him, but that Gu Chen is too rare. Chu Xiaoli put down the record book and said to Lu Ruyan, You are definitely not up to standard in terms of dowry. If the dowry is still this small, I advise you not to get married. Lu Ruyan nodded awkwardly, and then seemed to have made up her mind. She clenched her fists and said seriously, I'm willing to give my husband an additional 15 million yuan in dowry. At the same time, this house will be entirely under his name. If he abandons me one day, or if I fail to provide adequate service, I will not fight for this house. Besides, I'm willing to sign a prenuptial agreement right now. Lin Xueme had previously agreed with Gu Chen that they would each own half of the house, but now Lu Ruyan directly gave this large flat in a good location to Gu Chen. The total value is less than 60 million, which is basically the top dowry that a middle-class family in Shanghai can offer. Chu Xiaoli nodded, that's almost right. By the way, let me remind you that you are a concubine. Legally, this is not called a prenuptial agreement, it's called a voluntary gift. Gu Chen pinched his thigh hard. Damn it, this is not version T0. This is a version of Cthulhu that simply cannot be defined. Lu Ruyan said awkwardly, Yes, I voluntarily give this house to my husband. Chu Xiaoli turned to look at Gu Chen, Do you agree? If you don't agree, you can refuse. Also, let me kindly remind you that every girl recommended to you on the Yuanfan 520 app will have a higher dowry than Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan lowered her head in shame, hating herself for not working hard enough to give Gu Chen a generous dowry. She could only work hard on her career after marriage so that Gu Chen could live in Tomsonipine. Gu Chen nodded reluctantly. The police officers in the room wailed. Love sickness can really harm people. When Lu Ruyan saw that Gu Chen had no choice but to choose her, tears welled up in her eyes. Anne Lin was also moved and turned around to wipe away her tears. Where can I find such an outstanding son-in-law who is not materialistic? A scene that I could never have imagined in my dreams actually happened. Chu Xiaoli let out a long sigh, sighing that reality was indeed more magical than movies. Okay, that concludes the section on Lu Ruyan. Now I want to ask you, Mr. Gu, a few questions. Gu Chen sat up straight and prepared himself. This was his first time on trial and he was a little nervous. Excuse me, what is your green bubble ID? Chu Xiaoli asked seriously. You can only see the mobile phone number on the official background, but not the green bubble ID. In this world, in order to protect privacy, green bubbles and mobile phones are separated. Lu Ruyan suspected that Chu Xiaoli was trying to steal her boyfriend, but she didn't dare to say it. Gu Chen cooperated very well and took out his mobile phone to show it to Chu Xiaoli. Chu Xiaoli was writing as she read. Strangely, although the pen in her hand was moving, no ID appeared on the paper. Chu Xiaoli secretly memorized Gu Chen's 16-digit green bubble Idaho, lamenting that men nowadays are really cunning. In order to avoid being harassed by women, he actually set his ID to be so long. Fortunately, I have a good memory. In order to prevent her memory from being confused, Chu Xiaoli did not linger any longer, quickly closed the notebook and said, "Okay, then we won't bother you anymore. I wish you two a sweet life and a baby soon." Gu Chen, Lu Ruyan and Aunt Lin stood up together to see the police officers off. As the door opened, a loud ouch was heard from outside. Wei Hongxia was listening so attentively that she forgot to run. The door panel was pushed open and she hit the wall, screaming in pain. When Lin Xuemei saw that it was Wei Hongxia, she naturally went up to humiliate her. "Hey, what kind of thing is this that no man wants?" The police officers, who had originally been smiling kindly, suddenly turned their faces black and turned around to glare at Lin Xuemei in unison. "Just cursed me, what's the point of AOE for the whole group?" Wei Hongxia didn't get angry after being scolded, and directly retorted, "Lin Xuemei, don't forget that my daughter is 10 years younger than your daughter. By then, the man next to your daughter will definitely." Li Xuemei thought that she had been delayed by the other party in the first place, and now she wanted to snatch my son-in-law. Without saying anything, he slapped him in the face. Snap. "You shameless bitch, you want to steal my daughter and husband? I'll beat you to death." After being slapped, Wei Hongxia immediately fought back. But her height of 158 centimeters was obviously no match for Lin Xuemei, who was 165 centimeters tall. She had her hair pulled the whole time and was in a passive position. She was both weak and provocative. Chu Xiaoli helplessly said to the police officer behind her, "You stay here to mediate, I have things to do at the bureau." She hurried into the elevator and quickly took out her cell phone to add Gu Chen's green bubble ID. Since Gu Chen likes Lu Ruyan, it means that he still has a chance. It's hard to find a love-brained guy these days. 536978L21 at I1%. I entered it once according to my memory, and the interface displayed 4 red words, XXXXID does not exist, please check the information and add it again. That's not right. It's clearly 53,697. Maybe I mixed up the capital I and 1? Let me try again. After trying 99 times with red eyes, Chu Xiaoli finally gave up. Alas, men nowadays are so cunning. If the brothers who have read this Haven Tea added a bookshelf yet, it would be too unreasonable. I can't sleep every day. All I want is a reminder to update, a flirty comment, a free gift for love, and a reminder to add it to my bookshelf. Chapter 9, Mother-in-law arranges a blind date for her son-in-law? Hubby, you must be hungry now. I'll go cook for you. Lu Ruyan walked straight past her mother, who was still fighting, without any intention of helping, and swiftly picked up the scattered seafood. Aunt Lin didn't blame her daughter for being ruthless. Instead, she praised her daughter, right, Ruyan, you're right to do this. After marriage, men should be the primary focus in everything. This is how life can be harmonious and life can be better. No woman who doesn't listen to men will have a good ending. Wei Hongxia, who was riding under her, waved her hands wildly and said, "Tisk, not only did my son-in-law not go out to eat when he came to visit, he even cooked for me at home. Young man, if you don't come to my house, my daughter." Before Wei Hongxia could finish her words, Lin Xuemei's thunderous and torrential downpour of force came crashing down. She swung her arms and used her left hand to attack with such ferocity that anyone who didn't know would have thought she was robbing the family property. The police officers rushed forward to separate the fight. Every year, many women die from fighting with men. If they didn't step forward, the man surnamed Wei might be beaten into the ICU by Lin Xuemei. Forget it, you're all still neighbors, we'll see each other sooner or later. Listen to our advice, there are still men in the world, so you should be more open-minded. If you keep fighting like this, everyone will face administrative detention. Even though the police issued such a serious warning, the two people still refused to give in. Although Wei Hongxia couldn't win, she was enjoying herself. She was new but loved to play. Lin Xuemei avenged both old and new grudges, and beat him so hard that the backs of his hands were swollen from slapping him back and forth, but he didn't notice it. Seeing that verbal warnings were ineffective and pepper spray was not an option in a confined space like the corridor, the police officers had no choice but to ask Gu Chen for help. "Mr. Gu, could you please give us some advice? Your words are more effective than ours now. Gu Chen nodded in agreement. After all, this matter was caused by him. He came up behind Wei Hongxia, held her arms with both hands, and pretended to stop the fight, saying, "Stop fighting, stop fighting." In fact, he was creating favorable conditions for his mother-in-law. Although the mother-in-law had the upper hand just now, Wei Hongxia was still hurt to some extent. With Gu Chen's control, all of Wei Hongxia's weaknesses were exposed to Lin Xuemei's eyes. Lin Xuemei had been working in society for so many years that she naturally understood the good intentions of her son-in-law and continued to beat him up without any explanation. Wei Hongxia naively thought that Gu Chen came here sincerely to mediate, and instead comforted Gu Chen. "Young man, I appreciate your kindness, but your aunt, can't swallow this." While she was speaking, Wei Hongxia had several more marks on her face. She grimaced in pain and raised her short legs to fight back at the air. The police were also in a headache. It would have been better if they had not called Gu Chen to help. The scene would have become even more chaotic. Originally, they could have used force to forcibly pull them apart, but with Gu Chen around, if they used force, the inspection team would probably catch them, and the review would have to be at least 80,000 words long. Lu Ruyan looked at her husband trying to take sides, smiled, and felt even sweeter in her heart. She was originally worried about whether her mother would suffer any harm or get scratched. Gu Chen went up to mediate the fight and completely dispelled her doubts. It is true that a son in the family is like a treasure. The dowry of 20 million is still too little, so I can only subsidize it with a car. My mother just told me that she wants to buy my husband a Porsche 911, which all boys like. I heard that the car has a GT3 RS version, which is not expensive and only costs more than 7 million yuan. I must upgrade my husband. After Lu Ruyan made up her mind, she carried the vegetables into the house. As soon as she took her first step, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to ask Gu Chen about his dietary restrictions. She turned around and said in a sweet voice, "Husband, do you have any dietary restrictions?" Gu Chen shook his head. He eats onions, coriander, garlic, watercress, and bitter melon. He is not a picky eater. Lu Ruyan then asked, "Does my husband like Sichuan cuisine, Shandong cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, or Anhui cuisine?" In order to get married better, Lu Ruyan put a lot of effort into food. She went to New Oriental to learn cooking at the age of 15, and now she is proficient in all 8 major cuisines. Although not as good as a top chef, he is far better than an ordinary chef. Gu Chen touched his nose. To be honest, he didn't know what the difference was between these cuisines. In his eyes, the only thing that mattered was whether they tasted good or not. "I can do it all, just do it as you see fit." "Okay." Lu Ruyan walked into the kitchen without any worries, holding the ingredients in both hands. The fight outside the corridor continued until Lin Xuemei was too tired to lift her arms. The police officers hope that both parties will keep the matter quiet and not make things worse. Wei Hongxia, who was beaten black and blue, naturally refused. "Why?" "Officer, look, she's torn my clothes. If this matter is just over, then won't anyone be able to bully us mother and daughter in the future?" The policewoman frowned and thought to herself, "It's obviously you who has been looking for trouble. Tell me, what compensation do you want? We will try to satisfy you." Wei Hongxia raised the corner of her mouth and pointed at Lin Xuemei, who was flexing her wrist in the distance. "She beat me up like this, she should at least give me 500,000 yuan for medical expenses." "How much?" 500,000. Lin Xuemei immediately perked up and raised her fist, ready to play another overtime game. Wei Hongxia, who was frightened by the beating, hid behind Gu Chen and said, "If you don't want to give it to me, then you must introduce this handsome guy to my daughter." Gu Chen's brain crashed and asked my mother-in-law to arrange a blind date for me with another woman? This is too exciting. Lin Xuemei knew that she couldn't spit out ivory from her dog's mouth, so she rolled up her sleeves and went over. The police quickly stopped them, because if the fight continued there would be no end. Another policewoman suddenly recalled the recently enacted Public Security Act, Article 49 of which stipulates that anyone found guilty of seriously disrupting public order will have their social credit profile affected. UN FNAPs would use this information to assess their social risk and reduce their chances of matching with high-quality dating partners. So, she warned, "We were just giving Mr. Gooface just now. If you make trouble again, we will record you. Although it won't affect your daily life, it will be difficult for your children to find a partner in the future. Fate apps don't recommend young, high-quality men. You'd better think about this." Wei Hongxia had no choice but to swallow her broken teeth. Lin Xuemei's daughter had found a partner, and this had no impact on her. But her own daughter was only 18 and still had a lot of youth. Police, it's nothing. Can I leave first? Wei Hongxia said with a swollen face. The policeman couldn't help laughing and said, no more demands? Wei Hongxia shook her head and said helplessly, no, let's not talk about it. After all, I was also wrong. Well, then, you can go back to your homes. By the way, Wei Hongxia, if you dare to harass Mr. Gu, it will also be recorded, the female police officer warned. Wei Hongxia will definitely not let go of a top-notch male bodhisattva like Gu Chen, so they must take precautions in advance. Wei Hongxia showed an expression that was more embarrassing than a smile. Don't worry, police auntie, I won't joke about my daughter's marriage. I'm glad you know. A fierce fight ended just like that. After sending the police away, Gu Chen returned to the flat. At the kitchen island, Lu Ruyan skillfully processed the seafood with neat and efficient techniques. She first picked out a few large scallops with thick flesh and fresh mantis shrimps. These ingredients are most suitable for stir-frying with green onions and ginger in Shandong cuisine. Once the heat is right, the aroma and freshness come out. As for hairy crabs and sea bass, they are suitable for Cantonese cuisine by steaming to preserve their original flavor. While busy, Lu Ruyan whispered to herself, the rich aroma of Shandong cuisine and the light taste of Cantonese cuisine, I want my husband to taste them all. Chapter 10, Husband, without your permission, we can't eat at the table. Son-in-law, eat some fruit first. I'll go to the kitchen to help Ruyan. Don't worry about smoking. We have so many soft-serve Zhenghua cigarettes at home that we can't even finish them all. I stockpiled them when Ruyan's father was still alive, just to win his favor. What wine should I drink? 60-year-old Mutai or Romane Conti? Lin Xueme said happily as she poured fresh Maojian tea to Gu Chun. Today, not only did I find a husband for my daughter, but I also felt proud. Lin Xueme is now walking with a flutter, unaware that Wei Hongxia next door has already started to customize a revenge plan. 2502, Wei Xiaogui looked at his mother who was completely disfigured and asked, Mom, what is wrong with you? Why did a bee sting you on the face? Wei Xiaogui likes to wear headphones when exercising, so she didn't hear what was happening outside. Don't worry about this for now. Do you know Lu Ruyan next door? I know, it's the unwanted old woman next door. She got married today. Her husband is 1.9 meters tall and very handsome. What? No. Impossible. This is impossible. Wei Xiaogui said, clenching her pink fists tightly. The grudge between Lin Xueme and Wei Hongxia was successfully passed on to the next generation. The two children have been compared since they were young. It would be a lie to say that they don't hold grudges against each other. If you don't believe me, you can check the property management's surveillance. That boy is probably 5 times more handsome than your favorite star. Wei Hongxia said, rubbing her face. Wei Xiaogui's world completely collapsed. She sat like a duck on the floor, her twin ponytails and breasts swaying up and down with her movements. Her slender legs wrapped in pure white stockings left traces of body temperature on the floor. Her mother never lied to her. It seems that I have completely lost this time. I am afraid that I will be unable to avenge my mother's loss of her husband in this lifetime. She always regarded Lu Ruyan as her competitor and wanted to compete with her in everything. My breast should be bigger than hers, my butt should be more perky than hers. Since she couldn't compete with him in height, she had to make up for it by being cute. Wei Xiaogui believes that overall he and Lu Ruyan are evenly matched. But, the other side found a wild man who was even better looking than her idol, and she completely failed, just like the Joker in Gotham who was beaten by Batman all day and couldn't afford to turn on the air conditioner when he got home. Seeing her daughter looking dejected and dusty, Wei Hongxia knew that the effect had been achieved. Are you just going to give up like that? What else? Wei Xiaogui said while fingering her round and smooth toes. Don't you want to snatch her man away? Right. Why didn't I think of that? I'm 10 years younger than Lu Ruyan. I'm definitely more suitable for having children and more suitable for being liked by boys. Since that handsome guy can see her, he must be interested in me too. Wei Xiaogui stood up and cheered herself up. That's right, I, Wei Xiaogui, am the sexiest woman in the world. There's no man I can't get. Seeing her daughter cheer up, Wei Hongxia began to talk about her plan. So, don't stretch on the balcony tomorrow. Go to the hallway and dress modestly. That handsome guy is tired of Lu Ruyan's sexy style, and he will definitely like your pure style of the second dimension. Honey, dinner is ready. Lu Ruyan said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Even with her mother's help, it took her an hour to cook this meal. She couldn't imagine how stressful it would be if she had to serve Guchen alone in the future. Lin Shuemei quickly pinched her daughter's waist and cursed in a low voice, "You haven't even served me the food or poured me the wine, and you're already calling me over to eat? If you continue to serve a man like this, you'll be divorced in less than 3 days." Lu Ruyan was scolded by her mother and quickly took out an exquisite porcelain bowl from the cupboard. The bowl is as smooth as jade, and has a faint pearly luster under the light. They only dare to use this kind of bowl when men come to their house, and it is for men. The mother and daughter use ordinary plain white bowls. "Oh, you!" Lin Shuemei continued to scold Lu Ruyan as she saw her stupidly filling her bowl with rice. "How can Guchen eat like this? If it were you, would you be in the mood to eat all this rice?" Guchen took in the entire scene. Although it was modern times, he always felt like an emperor. "In the previous life, I couldn't even think of letting a woman cook, let alone serve rice." At the dinner table, Lin Shuemei smiled and poured wine for Guchen, 1 glass each of white wine, red wine, fresh beer, and rice wine. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Lin Shuemei pulled out the main chair and motioned for Guchen to sit down. Guchen did not refuse and enjoyed the benefits brought by the version generously. On the round table made of rosewood, there is spicy Sichuan cuisine on one side, which makes people salivate just by smelling it. On the other hand, Shandong cuisine's scallion fried sea cucumber and braised mantis shrimp display a heavier aroma of soy sauce. The sauce is shiny and glossy, tightly wrapping every inch of the ingredients. The aroma of green onions mixed with the freshness of the seafood is so mellow that it makes people want to have a bowl of white rice. Sandwiched between the two is the steamed sea bass that has just been taken out of the pot. This is the essence of Cantonese cuisine. It does not rely on heavy ingredients, but only on the freshness of each bite. The fish meat slightly opens up in the heat, revealing the tender white like garlic cloves, and a few strands of ginger and green onion are its only decoration. Guchen's mouth was watering just by looking at it. He didn't care about the aroma of the 60-year-old Matai liquor in front of him, and picked up the chopsticks to taste the steamed sea bass first. The fish skin breaks easily when stirred with chopsticks, revealing the fish meat underneath, which is as white and tender as garlic cloves. Put it in your mouth without even chewing. The sweetness of the fish meat instantly spreads on the tip of the tongue, and the soy sauce with the spicy aroma of green onion and ginger wraps every bit of fish meat just right. As it slides down your throat, it leaves behind an extremely delicious aftertaste. This taste is amazing. It is no exaggeration to say that even if a chef from a 5-star hotel came, he would have to respectfully call Lu Ruyan master. This concubine is worth the money. While Guchen was enjoying his meal, Lin Shuemei and Lu Ruyan were feeling nervous. Especially Lu Ruyan, she was so nervous that her palms were sweating, fearing that he would frown and divorce her. Lu Ruyan and Lin Shuemei nervously observed Guchen's facial expression, fearing that it would not suit their taste. Good. After receiving a positive answer, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Guchen's appetite was whetted, and he picked up his chopsticks to taste the other dishes on the table. The Shandong cuisine scallion fried sea cucumber is chewy and soft, the rich sauce is salty and sweet, and every bite is full of gelatinous texture. The Sichuan-style boiled fish is even more satisfying. The fish fillets are cooked in boiling oil until just right, leaving you with a smooth and tender bite. The numbness and spiciness that followed instantly spread throughout the mouth, stimulating the scalp to the point of numbing but also making it so refreshing that you can't stop. Finally, take a sip of the Phoenix stewed peony. The warm soup immediately soothes the dryness and spiciness in your mouth, leaving a mellow and lingering aftertaste. One spicy, one fresh, one strong, one light, it is simply an imperial enjoyment. Guchen leaned back in his chair, his face full of complete satisfaction. During this time, Lu Ruyan and Lin Shuemei did not pick up their chopsticks, but just watched Guchen eat. "Hey, why aren't you eating?" Guchen asked curiously. Lu Ruyan said weakly, "Hubby, we can't eat without your permission." Equals. Great news! Chapter 6 is finally out. Chapter 11 National Service Monkey, a big iron rod sweeps everything. After dinner, Guchen stood up out of politeness and said, "Since you guys cooked the meal, I'll wash the dishes." The mother and daughter were so frightened that they quickly pressed Guchen down. If they really let the man in the family wash the dishes, they would be laughed at to death by others if the news got out. "Hey, why is your man still washing dishes? You're so useless? TSK, you don't even have hands, yet you still ask men to do the work. You're so useless. A man's hands are for conquering the world, not for washing dishes." Lu Ruyan could automatically imagine words like these. She quickly stood up and said to Gu Chen, "Husband, if you marry me, you don't have to do anything, just enjoy your life." In fact, it's not that she doesn't have to do anything. She still needs to work hard regularly. Lin Shuemei watched her daughter cleaning up the dishes, feeling so disappointed in her. He snatched the dishes and chopsticks from Lu Ruyan's hand and said, "It's getting late now. Hurry up and help Gu Chen take a bath. By the way, I'll check to see if I'm short of any essential oils at home, and quickly place an order for takeout on my phone." Lu Ruyan slapped her head and almost forgot about it. As Gu Chen's woman, her skills must be better than those of other technicians in order to keep her man from running away. Thinking about the afternoon match being interrupted, Lu Ruyan asked shyly, "Mom, where are you staying today?" Lin Shuemei said helplessly, "Don't worry, I won't live here anywhere else. I'll put the dishes in the dishwasher and start it, and then I'll leave. Don't delay and go serve Gu Chen." Lu Ruyan blushed and said, "Okay." Then she took a brisk step and invited Gu Chen to match. After drinking a glass of white wine and 2 glasses of red wine in the evening, Gu Chen accepted Lu Ruyan's invitation to join a team. Tonight he is going to lead Lu Ruyan to a big score. In the bathroom, the toilet and shower facilities are double. In the middle was a huge round bathtub with a few unlit scented candles placed around the edge. Lu Ruyan walked barefoot on the warm ground, reached out to feel the temperature of the water, and only started to release the water after confirming that it was suitable. The mist quickly spread, making her already graceful figure even more hazy. She bent down to light the candle, the bean-sized flame jumped, and a faint fragrance spread. Gu Chen sat on a chair next to the bathtub, smoking a cigarette and admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him. Everything was ready, and the water had already covered most of the bathtub. "Are you ready?" Gu Chen asked, "Then let's start the match." Lu Ruyan turned around, her cheeks flushed from the heat, and she said softly. The two people slid into the water, and the warm water instantly wrapped around their bodies, making them sigh comfortably. Gu Chen controls Sun Mukong, and Lu Ruyan naturally chooses to be his exclusive cat assistant. But she was stuck when it came to selecting skin. She pointed to the different styles of pajamas hanging by the bathtub. There was an elegant traditional Chinese nightgown, a pure white silk made suit, and a set with cat ears. Just about to ask Gu Chen for his opinion, Gu Chen simply held her in his arms. The distance between the two people was instantly shortened, and their breaths blended in the humid air. The flames of the scented candles danced in the swaying light of the water, reflecting 2 pairs of eyes smiling at each other. Lu Ruyan's body and mind were completely captured by this gentle rhythm, which was both tense and sweet. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ruyan felt her whole body go limp. She hung on Gu Chen like a pool of spring water, not wanting to move even a finger. I never thought that ranking up would be such a tiring thing. The next day, 10:30 a.m. Lu Ruyan took Gu Chen's arm and planned to go to the company together to go through the procedures and take back her position as director. "By the way, let everyone in the company see how outstanding your husband is." Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan straightened her body proudly, but soon she felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, so painful that she had to bend down instantly and lean her body weight on Gu Chen again. If the company didn't have an important board meeting today, she wouldn't want to get up at all and would just want to have a good rest. All this happened because Gu Chen scored so many points last night. Without taking Lu Ruyan's level into consideration at all, the continuous fierce attacks almost exhausted her. "Why don't you take a rest today, and I'll let you feel how good I am at playing tam," Gu Chen said while hugging Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan brushed her hair and said, "Hubby, if I don't go to work for a day, I will lose 15,000 yuan. Gu Chen, your daily salary is this much? Then I will carry you there." As soon as I opened the door, I heard the sound of the energetic girl Wei Xiaogui sweating profusely in the corridor. Ho. She was wearing a sky blue gymnastic suit and was stretching seriously on the yoga mat. Her legs were slightly open, and a pair of small feet wearing 50D white silk cat claw socks were facing Gu Chen. The socks were designed with great care. In addition to the pink knee joints, there were pink cat paws embroidered on the soles of the feet. Wei Xiaogui, who is only 158 centimeters tall and has twin ponytails, looks like a character from the second dimension. Every stretching movement is full of youthful vitality and cuteness. Lu Ruyan was so angry that her teeth were itching. This girl dressed like this on purpose to seduce my man. But she couldn't expose it openly because she couldn't let her husband see my shrewish side. Lu Ruyan could only pretend to be friendly and said, "Hey, my sister is stretching in the corridor. She has a good figure." Wei Xiaogui ignored Lu Ruyan, stretched out a little finger to point at his calf, and said to Gu Chen sweetly, Big brother, this place is a little tight, can you come over and help me press it? Chapter 12, Sage Time is unmoved? The first time Guchen saw Wei Shugwei, he felt that this girl was the kind that came out of an anime, a cute and scheming heroine, but not of high caliber. Even the big fool in the next village can see that she is interested in me. However, these two ponytails, if you hold them in your hands, I'm sure it will feel great. Guchen did not respond directly, but instead asked Lu Ruyan in his arms, do you think I should stretch her? Lu Ruyan's pupils shrank sharply. What? My husband is actually asking for my opinion? This is so touching. If it were any other man, he would definitely want to throw his wife in the trash can. But Guchen, he is different, he will consider my feelings. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan lost the confidence to refuse. If I am not more generous, I will appear to be stingy and ignorant? Besides, she was just Guchen's concubine after all, and a concubine had no right to ask her husband not to look at her inappropriately. Even though she was completely jealous, Lu Ruyan had to force a gentle smile on her face. My sister might be tired, husband, can you help her take a look? Lu Ruyan took the initiative to slide down from Guchen's arms. Her slender high heels made a light click sound when they fell to the ground, and her heart broke. At this moment, Lu Ruyan felt like a cuckold who could only watch her beloved man giving another woman a massage, but she could not stop him. Wei Xiaogui was secretly delighted. He. The method mommy said really worked. Wait a minute, if this infuriatingly handsome big brother just squats down, and I use a little bit of my charm to let him feel my arsenal of arsenals, then the marriage contract will be easy to get, right? By then, I will be the chief wife. Lu Ruyan? She is just an old and ugly concubine. I want her to wash my feet and massage my back every day, and then I will step on her hard to avenge my mother. Big GIE right here it hurts. Wei Xiaogui held her throat, stretched out her white and tender fingers, and touched her carefully maintained calf. Her calves are pink with a hint of red, and have a hint of tightness after exercise. This is her most satisfying masterpiece. If an ordinary man saw this, he would lose half his soul. But Guchen was different. His gaze stayed on her calves for a second, then he leaned down with an expressionless face. Wei Xiaogui held his breath excitedly, his heart almost jumping out of his throat. Here he comes. He's coming. Wei Xiaogui, successfully seduced an extremely handsome guy. Guchen did not touch her skin, but grabbed a corner of the yoga mat under her. The next second, Wei Xiaogui was dragged backwards along with the mat. She collapsed onto the mat in a mess, her twin ponytails tilted to one side. Hey, Gigi, what are you doing? Lu Ruyan was also puzzled. What is this operation? Could it be that my husband is so impatient that he wants to be executed on the spot? This is a bit too fast. The bitterness welled up in my heart again. That is right, which man doesn't he have this idea and gets bored with the old and loves the new? Well. Guchen dragged Wei Xiaogui and the mat to the door of 2502, stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. He pointed to the elevator door that had just opened behind him and gave Wei Xiaogui a safety lesson. You just blocked the elevator. This is very dangerous. After saying that, Guchen returned to Lu Ruyan and easily picked her up horizontally. Lu Ruyan was stunned for half a second, then reacted, and a huge joy dispelled all the haze. She stretched out her arms and hugged Guchen's neck, buried her face in his warm chest, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. When she was picked up, her long legs wrapped in gray stockings drew a graceful arc in the air, mocking Wei Xiaogui. As long as I am alive, you will always be a low-end commodity. You're trying to steal my man, $3 for a key, are you worthy? Wei Xiaogui was so angry that she was shaking. She didn't expect that Guchen, as a man, had such good self-control. I had clearly shown him my butt and weapons just now, but why was this man so unmoved as if he had taken a tranquilizer? Could it be that he is in the sage time? Yes. That must be it. Guchen carried Lu Ruyan to the underground garage. The residents near the Huangpu River were indeed extremely wealthy. Guchen simply walked less than 100 meters and saw 3 Maybachs, 5 Rolls Royces, and countless sports cars. Husband, please put me down. I can walk by myself. Lu Ruyan said happily with a red face. It's not that big of a deal. Just tell me where your car is and I'll carry you there. Lu Ruyan pointed at 2501 not far away and said, it's over there. Guchen walked to parking space 2501 and was shocked to find that Lu Ruyan was driving a chopped pepper fish head restaurant that cost less than 100,000 yuan. You know, her daily salary is more expensive than this car. Gu Chen asked in confusion, don't you have an annual salary of 5 million? Why are you driving this car? Of course I'm not saying this car is bad, but what's the point of putting yourself in such a difficult position? Lu Ruyan lowered her head, bit her fingers, and said reluctantly, I want to save money. Gu Chen was a little confused about Lu Ruyan's spending logic. She bought top-notch cosmetics, clothes, bags, and even stockings, but why was she so frugal with this car? You save money to spend it, right? Buy a better car, and you'll be safe. Lu Ruyan had no choice but to tell the truth. Husband, please don't be angry if I tell you the truth. I am saving money for my dowry. Boom. Gu Chan's mind went blank. It turns out that I was the culprit. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Aunt Lin's shoes were all coming apart. Yesterday, Gu Chen asked why she didn't change to a better pair. Aunt Lin said that she had worn them for a long time and had become attached to them and was reluctant to change them. It turns out that the mother and daughter have been saving money for their dowry, and Lu Ruyan bought cosmetics to better show herself. I have to say that women are really being squeezed dry in order to marry men nowadays. Gu Chen was silent for a long time, then asked Lu Ruyan, what kind of car do you like? I'll buy it for you. In addition to the 8 million yuan rewarded to him by the system, Gu Chen himself also received a national subsidy of 500,000 yuan. Lu Ruyan shook Gu Chen's arm and said coquettishly, Hey, husband, please don't spend money on me. If a woman in Alamodu lets a man spend money, she will be in big trouble. Chapter 13, Lu Ruyan's firework-like kiss. Lily outside the door frames her. Today is the annual board meeting of Haifa Financial Corporation. The directors who usually enjoy their freedom in different places have to rush back to Shanghai to attend the meeting today. Those who attend the meeting must be at least vice president. Although middle-level managers like Lu Ruyan are not qualified to attend, they also have to be on standby. You never know for sure which board member might go crazy and ask to see detailed company financial statements. The senior leaders are usually well-fed, so how could they know the detailed data? When the time comes, they will definitely ask the middle-level managers to come in and explain. Hubby, today is special. You just need to stay in my office after you enter the company. Lu Ruyan instructed Gu Chen. He was afraid that the chairman, who was worth hundreds of billions, would see Gu Chen and snatch it away. Gu Chen nodded, and was also curious about how the all-female company worked now. Lu Ruyan took Gu Chen's hand and walked into the company elevator. The female employees who were still yawning immediately became energetic when they saw Gu Chen. The effect was more energizing than drinking a whole box of Red Bull. Oh my God, Mr. Lu, is this man your relative? Can you tell me about the blind date? Oh my God, why is this man so handsome? And so tall. Look at me, handsome guy. I'm wearing red polka dot socks today. Handsome guy, you should look at me. I'm wearing something more sophisticated than hers. Mine are heart-shaped socks. The female employees looked at Gu Chen standing in the middle of the elevator, as if they were demons seeing Tang Monk. Lu Ruyan quickly raised the two people's tightly clasped hands and declared her sovereignty. Look carefully, he is my man. By the way, haven't you ever seen a man before? Why are you all so unrestrained? The employees in the elevator were basically all Lu Ruyan's subordinates. They didn't dare to say directly that you are a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man, so they could only use another way. Boss Lu, we're not as popular with men as you are. Besides, it's rare to find a guy with such a good figure. Handsome guy, do you have any classmates? Introduce them to us. We are all from Shanghai, and we will not let you down when it comes to dowry. Yes, let's introduce them together. If not, we can be your concubines. The female employees once again took the initiative to surround her, giving Lu Ruyan a headache. These little girls dare to do this even though I'm here. If she wasn't here, Gu Chen would have been eaten by them long ago. It seems that if I don't teach them a lesson today, they won't let it go. Lu Ruyan returned to her usual icy beauty and harshly reprimanded her subordinates. Today is the day for our Haifa board meeting. Everyone, please be serious. Have you double-checked the data in the report? If anything goes wrong, I won't forgive you. The employees walked out one by one with their tongues out, thinking to themselves that if they couldn't afford to have fun, they shouldn't bring men to the company. She wants to show off but is afraid that the man will be seduced away. She is so narrow-minded. Lu Ruyan rubbed her temples and took Gu Chen into her own independent office. Now she no longer dared to take Gu Chen to the HR department. First of all, those girls were not under her charge. Secondly, the girls in the HR department were all crazy. If the employees in the elevator just now had a desire for men of 99, then theirs was 188. The work in the HR department is relatively leisurely, so they have more energy and are more attractive to men. Going there is like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Honey, wait here for me. I'll go to the HR department and call the supervisor over. Lu Ruyan felt that this was still not a safe approach, so she took out a mask from the drawer, opened it, and put it on Guchun herself. Honey, please wear the mask for a while. The girls in our company have never seen a man before, and I'm afraid they will scare you. Guchun was also very cooperative. He just observed that no one was prettier than Lu Ruyan. Instead of being noticed by these women, he might as well go back and tease Wei Shugwei next door. Okay, go ahead. Guchun said, leaning back in his office chair. Lu Ruyan saw that Guchun, who was wearing a mask, looked more mysterious and couldn't help but go up to him and kiss him a few times. Lily, who was passing by the door, saw that Lu Ruyan closed the door and drew the curtains in broad daylight, and concluded that Lu Ruyan must be up to something. So I leaned over the glass and looked inside curiously. In the independent office, Lu Ruyan wrapped her legs around Guchun's waist, and the two of them kissed in various ways. People say that people in Long Country are more conservative than us, but I don't think they are that conservative. Secondly, where did Lu Ruyan find this man? Why are you so tall? Why is your nose so high and straight? She wouldn't be trying to use this man to get to the top and push me out, would she? My only advantage is that I am married and there are men who want me. Now that Lu Ruyan also has a man, the position of director will definitely be hers. Thinking about last night when she promised her husband that she would use her promotion bonus to buy him a BMW M4, Lily felt very upset that her promise was about to be broken. If I can't give my husband a high-performance car, it means my status will also decline. She may even be abandoned by her husband in Longwa, and her dream of getting a green card in Longwa will become a bubble. At present, Longwa is the world's most powerful country. Not only is it number one in manufacturing, but it is also leading Europe and the United States in finance and cutting-edge technology. As long as you can live in Longwa, your living standard will automatically be 3 levels higher than other regions. However, the green card of Longwa is also the most difficult to obtain. Not only do you have to be the wife of a Longwa citizen, but there is also a 5-year probation period. If you don't get pregnant during this period, you will automatically pass. Lily doesn't want to go back to her hometown, the lighthouse, because it's full of drug addicts and not a single normal person. No, I have to take action. I want to defend my position as director with my own hands. Since my business ability is no match for Lu Ruyan, I will frame her. Lily looked at Guchun in the room and said, "Sorry, handsome, I'm sorry for the hard work you've put in this time." The top floor conference room of Haifa Financial Building. Founder and chairman Zhang Zhuhua sat in the main seat, pressing his swollen temples with his knuckles. I had another sleepless night yesterday. Her precious daughter, who was held in the palm of her hand, recently gave her a huge problem. When looking for a husband, the requirements are very clear. He must be over 1.85 meters tall, handsome, gentle, and considerate, and he must have graduated from a top university. None of the above conditions can be missing. Zhang Zhuhua snorted coldly. This was more difficult than asking her to acquire 3 Fortune 500 companies at the same time. For this matter, she hit 10 small targets and asked the world's top civilian intelligence agencies to search, but in the end, all the money was spent and there was not even a splash. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have let her enter the entertainment industry. Her standards are too high. Spend a little money to find a few handsome guys to play with, and then change them when you get tired of them. Isn't it less troublesome than getting married? As a wealthy woman with assets worth hundreds of billions, Zhang Zhuhua never thinks that men are a scarce resource. As long as she wants, what kind of man can't she get? Of course, except for the kind my daughter wants. She opened her eyes irritably, and a cup of steaming wolfberry tea appeared in her sight. Boss, this is the tea I just made. Li Guohao, his personal assistant, brought a cup of wolfberry tea and placed it in front of Zhang Zhuhua and said. He was wearing a black suit, and his muscular lines were very attractive to middle-aged women. Brandon Lee was not only an assistant, but also a bodyguard, and sometimes even provided more in-depth personal services. Zhang Zhuhua glanced at him. He had a good physique, but unfortunately his brain couldn't keep up with the company's business, otherwise she would have promoted him to deputy general manager. Zhang Zhuhua took the teacup, and the warm touch from her fingertips relaxed her tense nerves a little. What time is it? She took a sip, and the slightly sweet wolfberry melted on her tongue. 11 o'clock sharp, Mr. Zhang. No more waiting. Zhang Zhuhua put down her teacup, and the bottom of the cup hit the table with a crisp sound. Notify the directors to start the meeting. Yes. Brandon Lee turned around and opened the heavy wooden conference room door. The directors who had been waiting outside the door for a long time immediately restrained their expressions and prepared to get up. Just then, Lily rushed out from the crowd. The high heels came towards me like submachine guns. Bruce Lee frowned and subconsciously took a step forward, standing in front of the woman like a wall. Lily screamed, trying to get around him, I want to see the big boss. Let me in. I want to report it. Lu Ruyan leaked company secrets. Chapter 14, as expected of a big boss, the food is really good. Leaking company secrets? These 6 words were like a depth bomb, exploding in the ears of all the directors. Haifa Finance is the aircraft carrier of Longway's financial industry. Here, any piece of waste paper may affect the flow of tens of billions of funds. If the leak is true, Haifa's stock price will probably hit the limit down when the market opens tomorrow. Quick! Let her in. Assistant Lee, this is no joke. Let her go in and see Director Zhang. The board members didn't care about the rules at all and started to urge them on. Brandon Lee, however, seemed to be oblivious to what he was saying. He stood motionless at the doorway and said bluntly, Dear directors, the boss only told me to notify you of the meeting. He didn't tell anyone else to come in. You. One of the most senior directors was so angry that he almost fainted. This is urgent, why hold a meeting? A memorial service? In the conference room, Zhang Zhuhua listened to the noise outside and rubbed his swollen temples. Daheo, let her in. After a pause, she added, the other directors should go to the small conference room on the 32nd floor and wait for me. In one sentence, all the anxious directors were given clear arrangements. After receiving the order, Brandon Lee stepped aside. Lily stumbled into the meeting room, her high heels making a hurried rhythm on the floor. When she saw Zhang Zhuhua sitting in the main seat, her breath couldn't help but stop. On that well-maintained face, a pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. You just said that Lu Ruyan leaked the secret? Lily felt an invisible pressure coming towards her and clenched her palms. Yes. Director Zhang. I saw it with my own eyes. Lu Ruyan handed a document to that man personally. Zhang Zhuo's eyes suddenly turned cold. She was impressed by the name Lu Ruyan. He has outstanding business capabilities and is a capable person that the company has focused on training in recent years. It's a pity that there is no man to spice up life. No matter how career-oriented a woman is, she will always be on edge and sometimes she will do anything stupid for a man. Who is that man? I don't know him, but I took a picture. Lily quickly took out her cell phone and took out the photo she had prepared long ago. In the photo, Gu Chen's profile is impeccably handsome, and Lu Ruyan is lowering her head to hand something to him. The picture is indeed very suggestive. Zhang Zhuhua just glanced at it and then looked away. She didn't even bother to investigate the authenticity of the photo. For her, it is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. National Tycoon. Here. Boss. Brandon Lee straightened his back immediately. Go, take Lu Ruyan and the man in the photo to the 33rd floor. Yes. I promise to complete the task. Brandon Lee excitedly accepted the order, turned around and left with big strides. He didn't look like he was going to invite someone, but rather to arrest a wanted criminal. In the huge conference room, Lily and Zhang Zhuhua were the only ones left. Lily had clearly successfully brought the matter to the attention of the chairman, but for some reason the uneasiness in her heart grew like a vine, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. On the 20th floor, all the girls in the HR department followed Lu Ruyan, wanting to see what kind of man she was looking for. What happened in the elevator this morning has now spread throughout the company. Everyone says that Lu Ruyan married a good husband who is so handsome that it takes your breath away. Oh, there's really nothing to see. Do I look like someone who has a beautiful girl in a golden house? Lu Ruyan said, blocking the door. Now she finally understood the truth that a gentleman is guilty even if he is innocent but possesses a treasure. Boss Lu, please, just consider it a poverty alleviation measure and let us take a look. Yeah, we haven't seen a man in half a year. I almost forgot what a man looks like. Alas, you've only been together for half a year, but I've been together for 3 years. I dream of touching a man's big hands and sleeping on his pecs. Wait, smell it. There's a smell of male hormones in the air. Just as Lu Ruyan imagined, the sisters in HR were as fierce as wolves and tigers. If he put it all in, Gu Chen would be afraid. But the company has a requirement that in addition to the ID, the man himself must be seen. This is also the rule set by Meng Wei, the head of the HR department. Her goal is to take advantage of her position to take advantage of her colleagues' men. Meng Wei is 36 years old and still unmarried. She gave birth to a child through in vitro fertilization last year. Now the child cries for the father every day, and she is anxious and angry. When people are anxious, they can do anything. Meng Wei planned to steal one from her colleague's old kilometer. Ruyan, if you're worried about the others, then just let me in alone. Meng Wei pushed through the crowd with a look of I'm thinking of you. After all, if you don't complete the process, your application will be invalid. Leader, you can't eat alone. Leader, you have changed. You were not like this before. That's right. In the past, we all shared the benefits and looked at the handsome guys together. Those who don't know would think that they gathered in the mountains and became a female version of the Liangshan heroes. Meng Wei stamped her feet and yelled at her men, stop messing around. Get back to work. The employees had no choice but to leave. As the higher-ranking official could crush him, they could only go to the property management to check the surveillance to see the handsome guy. Lu Ruyan gave Meng Wei a thumbs up, praising her control over the department, and then opened the door. Inside the door, Gu Chen casually covered his face with a report and was sleeping soundly on the office chair, with his long legs resting comfortably on the desk. Meng Wei's attention was instantly attracted to it, and her sight followed the legs all the way up, finally becoming a doryman. The best, really the best man. This figure, this silhouette, and this guy is so talented. Lu Ruyan looked at her husband sleeping soundly, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. He was so brave yesterday that he thought Gu Chen was a big boss without a health bar. Husband, wake up. We can go home after completing this final procedure. Lu Ruyan shook Gu Chen's arm. Meng Wei also came forward, stretched out her hand with a lustful look, and pressed it on Gu Chen's thigh. Sister husband, wake up. Meng Wei was ecstatic inside. Hiss. Is this the legendary muscle? It's so hard. So cool and exciting. I wonder if it would feel better if I went a little higher. Meng Wei was extremely bold and was about to take further action. There was a scream from outside the door. Oh my god, such a great man has come to our company today. Shoo, keep your voice down, this man is the boss's bodyguard. TSK TSK TSK, you are worthy of being the big boss, the food is so delicious. Bruce Lee turned a deaf ear to these discussions and walked straight to the door of Lu Ruyan's office. At first glance, he saw the man sleeping inside with the company's report covering his head, and Lu Ruyan and another woman were surrounding him and making advances. They caught him red-handed. Brandon Lee strode forward, and his big hand like a palm leaf fan grabbed Lu Ruyan's shoulder directly. Ah! Lu Ruyan was so frightened that her face turned pale. She subconsciously hid behind Gu Chen, husband. Husband, wake up. Someone hit me. Meng Wei was also shocked, thinking that she was caught in the act of taking advantage of someone. Feeling guilty, she decided to go all out and actually wanted to throw herself directly into Gu Chen's arms, thinking of taking advantage of him first. In a flash, Gu Chen opened his eyes. He pushed away Meng Wei, who was about to pounce on him. Auntie, toys are not expensive. Buy a toy to meet your personal needs. Meng Wei froze in mid-air, unable to lift her head in shame. Gu Chen stood in front of Lu Ruyan and faced the aggressive Bruce Lee. What's up? Chapter 15, the personal bodyguard was knocked unconscious, but his employees cheered him on? Brandon Lee was too lazy to talk nonsense. In his eyes, problems between men should be solved with fists. Since you won't move aside, don't blame me for being rude. Bruce Lee roared and rushed forward with his strong body. A powerful right hook came straight at Gu Chen's face with a sound of wind. A suppressed exclamation suddenly rang out in the office. Gu Chen was very puzzled. After all, Haifa was considered a top financial company, so how could such a weird thing exist? Fortunately, the system rewarded me with UFC master-level fighting skills, otherwise I would have to die here today. In Gu Chen's eyes, Bruce Lee's fist only had brute force, but in fact it had many flaws and could be counterattacked with any move. Gu Chen leaned back slightly, and the fist swept past his nose.
When the attack missed, Bruce Lee was startled and instantly realized that the person opposite him was a martial artist. He immediately took 3 steps back to create some distance to prevent being knocked out by Gu Chun, while taking a defensive stance.
Gu Chun smiled disdainfully. If I had wanted to hit you just now, you would have been lying on the ground by now. Why did you hit someone? If you don't explain clearly, I'm going to fight back. Gu Chun still wanted to save some face for Lu Ruyan and didn't want to make a big deal out of it in her company. If you can solve the problem with your mouth, try not to use your hands. Brandon Lee ignored him completely. The boss's task was just to take Lu Ruyan and the man to the 33rd floor, and he didn't ask for an explanation. Since the other party won't cooperate, we have no choice but to use force. Bruce Lee's eyes turned fierce and he rushed forward again. His 5 fingers were like claws, ready to use his best grappling technique to directly lock Gu Chun's arm. He was so fast that Lu Ruyan only saw a shadow and subconsciously exclaimed, "Hubby, be careful." Rest assured. Gu Chenyun uttered 2 words calmly. With a flick of his wrist, he was able to arrive first, bypassing the opponent's big hand at a strange angle and grabbing Bruce Lee's wrist with his backhand. "Even though I gave you a chance, you're useless." Before he finished speaking, Gu Chun took a big step forward with his left leg. The hand holding Bruce Lee's wrist suddenly pulled it down, and at the same time, his shoulder hit him hard. A clean and neat over-the-shoulder throw. Bang! Bruce Lee's body, weighing more than 180 pounds, was slammed firmly against the glass wall. The entire wall groaned under the heavy weight, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out instantly. Shit! I was careless. Brandon Lee covered his lower back and climbed up with a grimace. He has been practicing martial arts since he was a child and is proficient in various fighting techniques. He believes that he has never lost in a fight, but today he suffered such a big loss at the hands of a pretty boy. Bruce Lee didn't believe it and rushed forward again with a roar. This time it's simpler. Gu Chun didn't even bother to look, he just raised his leg and gave a swift front kick. Bang! The soles of the size 44 shoes were firmly imprinted on Bruce Lee's heart. The immense force caused him to fly backwards like a kite with a broken string. Crash! The glass wall behind him, which was already full of cracks, could no longer bear it and exploded instantly. Broken glass was scattered all over the floor. Wow! So handsome. So manly. Meng Wei's eyes lit up and she screamed on the spot. Lu Ruyan was also stunned, covering her mouth with her hands, her heart pounding. I didn't expect my husband to be such a good fighter. It seems that I need to talk to my husband in the evening and learn more about his past. Grass. Brandon Lee struggled to get up from the broken glass on the ground. Both of his arms were cut and bleeding, but he still refused to give in. In this society where there are more women than men don't need to exercise at all. With his muscles and fighting skills, Brandon Lee has always been invincible. Even the coach of the national team praised him as a fighting genius. Come again. I'll skin you alive today. Brandon Lee staggered and rushed forward again like a madman. This time, Lu Ruyan was no longer worried. Instead, she patted Gu Chen's shoulder and said caringly, "Husband, be gentle. Don't beat him to death." Gu Chen nodded and rubbed the back of Lu Ruyan's hand with his left hand. "Don't worry, leave him some space." After saying that, Gu Chen slightly bent his body and instantly put his right fist at his waist. The power penetrated from the soles of the feet to the waist and abdomen, and then transferred to the tip of the fist, hitting the oncoming Brandon Lee's chin from bottom to top. Hitting the chin will only cause a momentary concussion and coma, and will not be life-threatening. Bang! A muffled sound. Bruce Lee's head shook violently several times like an ornament hit by a sledgehammer. His eyes instantly became unfocused, and he fell straight back, completely still. There was a moment of dead silence outside the office, and then thunderous cheers and applause broke out. In the eyes of girls, appearance is justice. Gu Chen is more handsome than Bruce Lee, so he is on the side of justice. Well done. I've been fed up with this clueless young man for a long time. Shoo, keep your voice down, he's Mr. Sang's bodyguard. What's wrong with a bodyguard? Can a bodyguard just beat people up in the company? He deserves it. 33rd floor, conference room. Zhang Zhuhua glanced at the Patek Philippe on her wrist and frowned. It has been so long, and Brandon Lee still hasn't brought the person up. Could it be that the guy is addicted to beating people? No, I have to go down and take a look. It will be troublesome if someone is killed. As soon as she walked out of the office with Lily, she ran into Meng Wei, who came running to report the news.
Mr. Zhang, something bad has happened.
Meng Wei leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. What? Brandon Li beat someone to death? Zhang Zhuo's face darkened. Meng Wei shook her head violently, gasping for breath and saying, "No. It was Brandon Li. He was about to be beaten to death."
Zhang Zhuo's eyes widened instantly.
Brandon Li was her top bodyguard, hired from another wealthy woman at a huge price.
He was a capable and good fighter, and once fought 5 strong men alone without a scratch.
Where did Lu Ruyan find such a powerful man?
The only person who could beat Brandon Li like this was probably a special forces soldier who had received special training.
Could it be that she wants to leak the company's secrets abroad?
Thinking of this, Zhang Zhuo's face turned extremely ugly, and she immediately ordered Meng Wei, "You, call the police immediately. Say that there's a commercial leak within Haifa, and send the police out immediately."
At this time, Zhang Zhuhua didn't care about any information leaks.
Stopping that man was the top priority. If the internal financial information were to spread overseas, the business empire she had worked so hard to build would be destroyed.
Yes. Meng Wei did not dare to delay and immediately took out her cell phone.
Zhang Zhuhua walked quickly towards the elevator with the frightened Lily. She wanted to see with her own eyes who was the person who could beat Brandon Li down.
Lily was extremely panicked. She clearly wanted to get rid of Lu Ruyan, so why did the situation get worse and worse?
When Zhang Zhuhua appeared on the 20th floor with a low pressure, all the employees who were watching the excitement fell silent instantly, made way for her, and greeted her with their heads down. Zhang Zhuhua had a cold face and looked straight ahead. In her eyes, anyone who is not at their workstation during working hours is a waste.
It seems that the company's discipline needs to be rectified.
She walked to the door of Lu Ruyan's independent office and saw Bruce Lee lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, unconscious. The man who beat the man sat on the chair unharmed, leisurely turning a pen in his hand. There was a group of female employees surrounding him, chattering and asking him for autographs. It looked like a celebrity autograph session, and there was no office atmosphere at all. Zhang Zhuhua was shaking with anger. Pointing at the group of star-chasing employees, she shouted at Lily behind her, "Remember these people. You'll all be fired soon." Lu Ruyan's heart tightened when she saw the big boss coming in person, and she quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Zhuhua folded his hands over his chest, glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, and spoke coldly.
"I'm not okay." Chapter 16, Meeting Chu Xiaoli again, Lily's defenses are broken. Lu Ruyan didn't dare to reply any further.
She had the impression that the boss was usually a nice person. Once a fire breaks out, no one can stop it and the consequences will be very serious.
The little fans surrounding Gu Chen scattered instantly.
No matter how much the handsome guy quenches his thirst, he doesn't care about being full, work is more important.
Only then did Zhang Zhuhua finally see Gu Chen's appearance clearly.
In the secretly taken photo of Lily just now, there was only a blurry side profile. Now seeing it up close, Zhang Zhuo's heart, which had been silent for many years, was beating violently at an inappropriate time. This man's appearance completely met her aesthetic standards. His handsomeness was accompanied by a bit of nonchalant and unruly air.
He is the most outstanding little wolfdog in their circle of rich women.
Zhang Zhuo's anger inexplicably dropped by 30%, and her rationality also returned a little.
Lu Ruyan. Lily said you leaked company secrets. Did you do that?
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into dead silence.
No wonder the big boss was so furious.
If the charge of leaking secrets was proven, the company would suffer losses of at least 10 billion. It was estimated that Lu Ruyan would have to spend the rest of her life in Tilankio prison.
You don't want to put yourself in this situation for a man? That's hard to say. With such a handsome man in front of you, do you dare to say that you are not confused at all? He, it's hard to say I'll be a ghost even if I die wearing boxer shorts. Alas, what a pity. Another financial elite has to go to work on a sewing machine.
Lu Ruyan listened to the discussions around her, then looked at Lily, who was avoiding her gaze, and said confidently,
"Boss, I don't have any. This is my husband.
I brought him to the company today to register as a family member." As she spoke, Lu Ruyan could no longer suppress the grievance and resentment in her heart, and simply shouted it all out.
When I was evaluated as the director before, which indicator was I worse than Lily's?
Just because she has a man, the director position is hers.
I accept it. Now I finally found a man, and I have a husband. What gives you the right to frame me like this? Did anyone see me working overtime until midnight every day at the company? Lu Ruyan wanted to say something else when she suddenly felt a warmth on her shoulder. Gu Chen placed his hands firmly on her shoulders. Okay, leave this to me. From Lu Ruyan's aggrieved accusations, Gu Chen has pieced together the whole picture of the matter. It's nothing more than workplace infighting, but the means used are so clumsy that it's laughable. Although technology, society and manufacturing are highly developed in this life, the palace fighting in the workplace is much worse than in the previous life. In my previous life, when I was in a meeting at a leading internet company, everyone seemed friendly on the surface, but they were fighting for resources and throwing mud behind the scenes. It was much more cunning than this. Since you said Lu Ruyan leaked company secrets, what secrets did she leak? Gu Chen ignored Zhang Zhuhua, who had a strong aura, and asked Lily directly. Lily felt uneasy when he looked at her, and her mind went blank. I could only randomly pick a business I was familiar with. She leaked the notes to last year's third quarter financial statements. Zhang Zhuhua took a breath after hearing this. The notes provide detailed explanations of key items such as accounting policies, significant events, contingent liabilities, and related party transactions. It is equivalent to two armies fighting each other and directly leaking the defense map. Lu Ruyan was so angry that she laughed. Did I make the notes for the third quarter of last year? Didn't you insist on taking over this project in order to take credit for it? If there was any leak, it was you who leaked it. Lily's head buzzed. Damn. I was wondering why this sounded so familiar. Turns out I made it myself. Zhang Zhuhua looked at the blonde girl next to her in disbelief, with an expression that said, "Are you fucking kidding me?" She couldn't believe that such a low-level and idiotic frame-up would happen in the listed company that she was so proud of. Less than 5 minutes into the confrontation, the truth came to light. The truth came out in less than a minute of the confrontation between the two people. Zhang Zhuhua held her forehead, feeling her temples throbbing. Where are the police? How long until they arrive? Meng Wei quickly ran forward. Boss, they're here, the front desk is bringing them this way. How come it's so fast? As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator door opened with a ding. Chu Xiaoli came in hurriedly with 8 armed police officers, looking serious. Haifa is a major taxpayer in Shanghai. If its secrets are leaked, it will cause a shock to the entire financial market in Shanghai. Hello, I'm Chu Xiaoli, director of the Huangpu District Police Department. May I ask who leaked your confidential information? We will definitely deal with this seriously according to the law and will not tolerate it. Chu Xiaoli said with full energy. The public security in the area has been very good in the past 2 years, and all she has to deal with are daily trivial matters. For example, what should you do if a man calls the police to complain that his wife and concubine are competing to give him 5,090 yuan? My concubine was caught by my wife, can I avoid letting my wife go to jail? So when she learned that Haifa was involved in a major financial case, she rushed over without stopping. Out of caution, Zhang Zhuhua planned to tell Chu Xiaoli everything exactly as it happened and let her make the final decision. Chu Xiaoli's gaze had already swept over Gu Chen in the crowd. Ha! Isn't this handsome Gu? The serious expression on his face instantly broke, and he even had a little complaint. Why are you here? The green bubble ID you gave me last time is wrong. I can't add it. Halfway through her words, Chu Xiaoli suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Zhang Zhuhua. Wait, are you saying that Lu Ruyan leaked the secret to him? Zhang Zhuhua didn't say anything, but just pushed Lily beside her. Lily steeled herself and met the policewoman's gaze. Yes. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes this morning. There was a sudden booing in the office. TSK, 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 just because you can't beat them you throw mud at them. Foreign women aren't that noble. I told you they are even more unreasonable. Last time, they almost tore my Nordic necklace apart. Go back to your country and don't come here to make money. Everyone was excited and stood on Lu Ruyan's side. Having been a police officer for so many years, Chu Xiaoli spotted the problem immediately. A normal whistleblower will only feel more confident when facing doubts. But the lily in front of him was shaking like a sieve amid the boos from the crowd, and she felt very guilty. Chu Xiaoli nodded to Zhang Zhuhua. Mr. Zhang, I don't think this matter is that complicated. I can just ask her a few questions. She turned to Lily and asked with full aura, when did you see Lu Ruyan hand the documents to Gu Chen? How can you be sure that it's a confidential document and not a piece of waste paper? Also, everyone was questioning you just now, why didn't you say a word in rebuttal? A series of questions were like heavy hammers, hitting Lily's psychological defenses one after another.
She couldn't hold on any longer and slid down to the ground with her back against the wall.
I don't know. Anyway, I can't lose my position as director.
Otherwise, my husband will abandon me, and then I won't be able to get a Dragon Country green card.
Mr. Zhang. I can't leave. I've signed several big contracts for the company. You can't fire me. Chapter 17, publicly demanding an apology from the billionaire CEO. Ruyan Lu embraces him with tears and a kiss.
At this moment, Zhang Zhuhua just wanted to know who recruited someone like Lily into the company. She bit her lip and said to Meng Wei, "You, go check her recruitment records now.
Whoever hired her, get out right now." Meng Wei's heart skipped a beat. It was over.
The fire had burned her. At the beginning, the company was recruiting globally in order to develop internationally. In order to get a job at Haifa, Lily was privately given many brand name bags and top-notch cosmetics.
Okay, boss, I'll check it out right away.
Meng Wei's mind was spinning rapidly, and she planned to go back and modify the background records immediately to put the blame on the intern. But she forgot that there was another person present who knew the inside story of that year. At that time, Lu Ruyan was rotating through various departments as an intern, and she happened to be in charge of observing the interview.
Lu Ruyan couldn't make up her mind and told Gu Chen the whole story.
"Gu Chen is not a saint," he said directly, "no need to check, this woman was recruited by her."
Meng Wei's footsteps froze in an instant.
Then he turned around abruptly and glared at Lu Ruyan, "We're colleagues, and you actually betrayed me." Zhang Zhuhua rubbed his temples and said to Meng Wei without leaving any room for negotiation, "Get out of here right now, right now." Meng Wei wanted to plead for mercy, but when she saw Lily being handcuffed and dragged away by the police. Thinking of the company activity funds he had embezzled over the years, he was so scared that he couldn't say a word and just shut his mouth. Gu Chen, who loves to observe micro-expressions, saw that there was something fishy at a glance.
He turned around and asked Lu Ruyan, "Wife, are her hands and feet usually clean?"
With Gu Chen as her backer, Lu Ruyan was not afraid of offending anyone and recalled the various team-building activities in the past. Before she became the HR director, everyone stayed in 5-star hotels. After she became the HR director, everyone stayed in non-star hotels and villas.
Gu Chen chuckled and said, "I'm going to take advantage of your illness to kill you. Auntie, don't blame me for being ruthless."
Bringing your family to the company to verify this weird rule is probably something you made up to satisfy your own selfish desires.
"Comrade police officer, don't leave in such a hurry." Gu Chen shouted, "I have a big news here. I wonder if your colleagues in the Economic Investigation Department are interested." "Oh, Xiaoli, oh? Tell me in detail."
After Gu Chen finished speaking, Zhang Zhuhua laughed out of anger.
"Okay, let us do a thorough cleaning today."
She wanted to see how many parasites were hidden in the business empire she had built.
"District Director, I'm afraid I have to trouble you today. I suspect there is a serious problem of embezzlement within the company."
Zhang Zhuhua gritted her teeth and said word by word.
Zhu Xiaoli looked at the employees in the office who were silent as a mouse and nodded with satisfaction. "It seems that this year's KPI can be exceeded today."
"Don't worry, Mr. Zhang.
As long as the evidence is solid, we can even set up a temporary investigation point in your company."
After dealing with these, Zhang Zhuhua's gaze fell on Gu Chen again. This man is not only handsome, but also smart and courageous. It would be great if he could stay in Haifa. Zhang Zhuhua said to Gu Chen, "You, bring your wife and follow me to the office." In her opinion, Lu Ruyan was also an accomplice because she knew about the crime but did not report it. If it weren't for Gu Chen's sake, she would have wanted to send Lu Ruyan to the grassroots level right now. When Lu Ruyan heard the boss calling her name, her heart tightened. I pulled Gu Chen's hand and tried to catch up, but found that I couldn't pull him.
Gu Chen stood there, meeting Zhang Zhuo's gaze with an expressionless face.
"You just wronged my wife, and now I demand that you apologize to her." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar.
Everyone looked at Gu Chen as if he were a madman. Even Xu Xioli didn't know where Gu Chen got the courage from. Was it given by Fish Leon? "Even though you are handsome, that doesn't allow you to do whatever you want, brother." He is the 8th-ranked entrepreneur on the Dragon Country wealth list. The fixed assets alone are worth over 100 billion. Its subsidiaries are involved in real estate, information technology, catering, clothing and other people's livelihood areas. Instead of asking such a big shot to apologize publicly, you might as well ask Hawking to get out of his wheelchair and run a marathon. Zhang Zhuhua found the little wolf dog in front of her more and more interesting. He actually had the courage to ask her to apologize.
Well, it was indeed my fault for believing in slander. Zhang Zhuhua took a deep breath, walked up to Lu Ruyan, and said solemnly, Lu Ruyan, I formally apologize to you on behalf of the company.
From today on, we at Haifa Finance will only recruit the most talented and employ the most capable.
All promotion criteria are based solely on performance and ability. Whether an employee is married or has a husband is irrelevant.
Snap, snap, snap.
Almost everyone present was applauding, except for Brandon Lee, who fell unconscious to the ground. Lu Ruyan looked at Gu Chen gratefully, tears in her eyes. If she confided this to her mother would only say that if she was patient for a while, things would be calm, but if she took a step back, the sky would be clear.
As a human being, there is no such thing as not suffering losses. Suffering losses is a blessing. But Gu Chen was different.
When he saw himself being bullied, he didn't think about how to endure it, but how to get it back tenfold or 100-fold.
Woo woo woo, hubby, thank you.
Lu Ruyan's lips were turned down in grievance, and she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain.
The employees who were watching the fun nearby started to make a fuss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Yes, Mr. Lu, since we're already so emotional, let's kiss. Let's learn some skills too.
So we can have a handsome man like your brother-in-law in the future. Hurry up and take a picture with your phone to see who sticks out their tongue first.
After hearing these words, Lu Ruyan burst into laughter. You big perverts, why don't you go and verify the reports?
I'll see what you'll do if something goes wrong in the board meeting. Zhang Zhuhua said with an anti-smile, It's okay, you guys kiss first, I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Lu Ruyan was so embarrassed that she almost buried her head in her chest and was about to refuse. Suddenly, I felt my feet go empty, and then my whole body started spinning. Gu Chen picked up Lu Ruyan and spun her twice in the air, causing the crowd to exclaim in surprise. Then, Gu Chen hugged Lu Ruyan firmly in a standard princess hug posture, and kissed her passionately under the gaze of everyone.
TSK TSK TSK, this dog food is choking me to death. Oh my god, this is love. Even TV dramas don't dare to film it like this. Wow. Did you see that? It was Boss Lu. It was really Boss Lu who stuck out his tongue first.
No one noticed that Brandon Lee had 7 or 8 size 44 shoe prints on his body. While Zhang Zhuhua was sighing about how great it was to be young, she was also thinking about her own sloppy past. The only time in her life that she believed in love was for a man. At that time, I was jealous of 2 other women and they were fighting each other until we were both bloody. As a result, the man slept with her and disappeared without a trace the next day. From then on, Zhang Zhuhua no longer believed in love and focused all her energy on her career and taking care of her daughter. It seems that love is still beautiful.
Zhang Zhuhua sighed. Xu Xiaoli, who was standing next to her, wiped the tears from her eyes and said, Who said it wasn't true? I'm also looking for a husband. Mr. Zhang, can you introduce me to someone suitable recently? Chapter 18, The billionaire CEO went to great lengths to keep me.
The original board meeting turned into a reporting meeting for grassroots employees. As long as you think that the leader has committed corruption or wasted public funds, you can send an email to Chairman Zhang Zhuhua. Zhang Zhuhua has always believed in iron-fisted methods. He would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go.
Thus, a top-down internal purge began. Since ancient times, layoffs have been a technical job.
How to ensure the normal operation of the company while laying off employees, and how to accurately distinguish who are the real parasites and who are the innocent victims, are all difficult problems.
Zhang Zhuhua needs a sharp knife.
This task requires someone who dares to take responsibility, can distinguish right from wrong, and has a flexible mind. The most important thing is that the person who presides over the layoffs must not be from any faction within the company. This is the only way to ensure the fairness of the final result and leave all parties speechless. Zhang Zhuhua's gaze naturally fell on Gu Chen. This guy is vindictive, clear about gratitude and grudges, courageous, smart, and most importantly, he's incredibly handsome. If you put him in the company, his face alone can motivate the female employees to work hard as if they were injected with chicken blood. The more Zhang Zhuhua thought about it, the more determined the idea became.
Gu Chen must be kept here.
She immediately called her female assistant and asked her to print out a copy of the company's highest standard new employee employment contract.
3 minutes later, the female assistant walked into the meeting room cautiously, holding a labor contract with the ink still wet. Boss, the contract has been printed. Do you have any other instructions?
Zhang Zhuhua took the document, without even looking at it, and threw it directly on the table in front of Gu Chen with a bang.
I admire you very much.
This is an offer with an annual salary of 8 million, plus stock options.
You're the head of the HR department, replacing Meng Wei.
You're fully responsible for the company's layoffs this time.
The female assistant who was listening nearby gasped.
She has worked hard in this company for 10 years, but her annual salary has not yet reached the threshold of 500,000 yuan.
Now a newcomer comes in with an annual salary of 8 million? Stock options don't count? That adds up to at least 12 million.
If we catch the bull market, even 20 million won't be enough.
Why should he do that?
The female assistant was indignant and couldn't help but look up to see who was so powerful that the boss could spend so much money on him.
When she saw Gu Chen's tall stature and heroic appearance,
in an instant, all the complaints and resentment in my heart disappeared.
She even began to wonder, since Gu Chen had such great looks, why didn't he go into the entertainment industry to make money? With such a good-looking face, if he just starts a live broadcast, won't those lonely rich sisters blow up the carnival?
By then, he can sell a few pairs of his own original basketball shoes and shoot a few videos promoting the products. It will be easy for him to earn these 2 small goals in a year.
Lu Ruyan, who was standing next to Gu Chen, thought further than the little assistant.
Zhang Zhuhua gave Gu Chen the task of layoffs, which would offend the entire company. This was not a test at all, but naked cultivation, and she treated him as her own confidant.
As long as this round of layoffs can produce satisfactory results, Gu Chen's position will soar like a rocket.
I'm afraid that within a year, Gu Chen will be able to sit in a real boardroom as a senior executive of the company.
Lu Ruyan suddenly felt a little inferior. My husband can make money on his own, and he earns much more than me, so what use does he have to me?
At this moment, she was conflicted. She hoped that Gu Chen could seize this opportunity to reach the top, but she was also afraid that he would leave her behind after he stood too high.
Oh, it's so hard to be a woman. Zhang Zhuhua looked at Gu Chen, who was unmoved and felt very disappointed.
In order to retain this rare talent, she decided to add fuel to the fire. Every listed company can recommend one elite man to the country every year as a candidate for pioneer male role model. Although you've only been working at Haifa for less than 6 months, I can make an exception.
I'll recommend you first for this year's vacancy. Lu Ruyan was so surprised that her mouth opened into an O shape. She never expected that Mr. Zhang would be willing to use up a recommendation quota in order to keep Gu Chen.
In order to encourage men to go out of their homes and actively seek employment instead of being kept by 10 wives, Longhua has specially launched the Pioneer Male Role Model Selection.
Once you are on the list, the benefits you get are unimaginable for ordinary people.
The most direct benefit is that personal income tax is directly halved, and you have priority purchasing rights for houses in core areas of first-tier cities. You can even make joint speeches on the Spring Festival Gala, accompany heads of state on overseas visits, and legally marry 30 wives, and there is no upper limit on the number of concubines.
Lu Ruyan quietly reached out and pushed Gu Chen strong back. The meaning is obvious, just agree to it. This is such a great opportunity, you will never get it again if you miss it.
The female assistant beside her was also coughing desperately and hinting madly. Although she knew that she would never be able to have a relationship with Gu Chen in her lifetime, she felt that such a handsome man like Gu Chen should appear on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala to let all the female compatriots in Longhua open their eyes and see what a super handsome man is.
Gu Chen looked down at the song font on the contract.
The salary on it was a figure he had never dared to dream of in his previous life.
But freedom is priceless. Gu Chen stretched out 2 fingers and pushed the contract back. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhang. I am used to being free and don't like working.
Zhang Zhuhua raised her brows, feeling both sad and bitter in her heart. In this life, she has always been the one to reject others, and no one has ever dared to reject her to her face.
Okay, I respect your choice. If you ever regret it, you can always call me on this number.
Zhang Zhuhua quickly read out a string of numbers. Lu Ruyan listened to it and felt like she was dreaming. In my impression, although Mr. Zhang loves talents, he doesn't love them to this extent. She has worked in the company for 5 years and still doesn't know Mr. Zhang's personal number.
Gu Chen took out his cell phone and saved the number.
In the future, if Lu Ruyan suffers any grievances in the company, she can make a phone call directly to heaven. Zhang Zhuhua had already started thinking about the new candidate for the head of the HR department, and waved to the 3 people in front of her without even looking up.
If you have nothing else, please go out. The young assistant and Lu Ruyan nodded obediently and were about to turn around and leave. Gu Chen stood there, openly seeking benefits for his wife. Mr. Zhang, I think my wife is more suitable for the position of HR director than I am. Oh,
Zhang Zhuhua raised her head and looked at the shameless guy with interest, then glanced at Lu Ruyan, who looked stunned.
what? You don't want to do it yourself, so you push your wife out to take the blame? You're quite calculating, kid. Gu Chun instantly put on a smiling expression and moved closer. Mr. Zhang, you see, Lu Ruyan has been at Haifa for so many years. She knows much more about the internal twists and turns, who is clean and who is ruthless, than I do. Besides, if she encounters any problems that she can't solve, she can still discuss them with me when she gets home. It's like you're hiring two elites to work for you for $1. It's a win-win for both of us. But we need to discuss this salary again? Lu Ruyan used to be a deputy director with an annual salary of 5 million. Now she is asked to manage the entire HR department and do such an offensive job as cleaning the company. If she only gets a raise of 3 million, it would be too unreasonable. Zhang Zhuhua felt that Gu Chen was simply a gangster who had just come from the streets. But she really hates and likes this kind of bad and handsome man. Looking at Gu Chen's handsome and lively face, Zhang Zhuo's thoughts drifted back to many years ago, to the unfaithful man who also made her love and hate him, and she felt mixed emotions. She sighed, her tone revealing a hint of vicissitudes. Okay. I'll discuss the specific treatment with Lu Ruyan alone. As soon as Gu Chen heard this, he knew that this was almost true. He grinned at Zhang Zhuhua to express his gratitude, then put his arm around Lu Ruyan's shoulders and walked out the door. When he was almost at the door, he suddenly turned around. By the way, Mr. Zhang, you forgot to promote my wife to the position of director. Her business capabilities are absolutely fine. The young assistant looked at Gu Chun with starry eyes. This man is so handsome. He always considers his wife in everything. Lu Ruyan huddled in Gu Chen's arms in fear. If possible, she wanted to crawl directly into the crack in the ground. Well, okay, don't worry. Zhang Zhuhua was looking down at the documents and subconsciously said something perfunctory. As soon as she said this, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Why do I feel like I'm working for this brat? Chapter 19. If you can't be my employee, then be my good son-in-law. After the three people left, Chu Xiaoli went to the meeting room. She had to discuss the notification with Zhang Zhuhua and see how to issue the announcement to minimize the negative impact on Haifa. When passing by Gu Chen, Chu Xiaoli came up to him again and asked for the green bubble ID again without giving up. Gu Chen smiled evilly and casually reported a 16-digit ID consisting of symbols, numbers, and uppercase and lowercase letters. Chu Xiaoli scratched her head. Why did it feel different this time from the last time? Forget it, I'll just memorize it first. 3.1415 at 92 #6%. Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Her husband's green bubble ID was only 8 digits long and it was all numbers, so it was easy to remember. The assistant beside him also memorized it silently, planning to secretly add Gu Chen to try it out in the evening. You still have to have dreams, just in case they come true. Old Chu, are you looking for me? Zhang Zhuhua stood up and said. Now that there were no outsiders in the meeting room, she and Chu Xiaoli didn't need to pretend to be polite. Chu Xiaoli put down the documents in her hand, rushed over, and gave Zhang Zhuhua a tight bear hug with such force that Zhang Zhuhua was a little breathless. It's been so many years since we last met. Tears welled up in Zhang Zhuhua's eyes. She patted Chu Xiaoli's back hard and said with difficulty, yes, it's been many years. 20 years ago, Zhang Zhuhua and her daughter were desperate and had less than 30 yuan on them. Looking at her hungry daughter, Zhang Zhuhua burst into tears and in a fit of anger she had the idea of jumping off the building to commit suicide. Oh Xiaoli, who was a trainee police officer at the time, tried her best to persuade her to come down from the rooftop. Zhang Zhuhua still remembers what Oh Xiaoli yelled at her, sister, I'm still an intern. If you jump now, not only will your life be ruined, but it will also be a stain on my resume. It was that sentence that made the little baby sure mangling in her arms giggle and directly shook Zhang Zhuhua's idea of committing suicide. Since then, she has worked hard and racked her brains to make money, which led to the success of Haifa today. I told my colleagues that the famous star Sher Mangling is my niece, but they didn't believe it. This time you must ask her to sign a few more albums for me, said Chu Xiaoli while blowing her nose. Zhang Zhuhua poured her some water and said, no problem. Even if you want 1,000 copies, I'll have her sign them for you. Chu Xiaoli took the water and rolled her eyes at her, signing 1,000 copies would tire her to death. As a mother, are you only focused on making money? Zhang Zhuhua heard something behind her words. What? What did that girl complain to you about again? What else can I complain about?
The child is grown up and worried about finding a partner, so I asked you to find one for him quickly. Mengling said she mentioned it to you 3 months ago, but you haven't done anything about it. Why? Why, you don't want your daughter to get married? At this point, Shelley immediately switched to professional mode and warned seriously. I would like to remind you that parents who deliberately prevent their children from getting married are suspected of infringing citizens' right to freedom of marriage and are illegal. If the circumstances are serious, it may constitute the crime of interfering with the freedom of marriage, and the parents will bear criminal responsibility.
Zhang Zhuhua sighed, oh. Why didn't I find it for her?
I spent nearly $1 billion in just a few months, but I still couldn't find a boy who met her requirements. Shelley was so frightened that she jumped up from her chair. How much?
Say that again? 1 billion? Is the 100 million you're talking about the same as the 100 million I understand? Zhang Zhuhua, now that you have money, do you no longer treat it as money?
Zhang Zhuhua pressed her temples, looking exhausted. Sit down first, don't get excited. I first spent 300 million in Longwa and searched for a month and found that the handsome man's academic qualifications did not meet the requirements. Those with the right education level are not good looking. Those with the right education level, looks, and height have already married 7 or 8 wives.
They are not loyal at all.
Later, I had no choice but to start advertising around the world to find high-quality men. I wanted to send flyers looking for men for her into outer space. With boys so scarce these days, where can I find her a handsome, educated, tall, and loyal guy?
Zhu Xiaoli rolled her eyes at Zhang Zhuhua. Why not? Isn't that the guy named Gu Chun from your company just now? One sentence can wake up the dreamer. Zhang Zhuhua was stunned.
Yes, in terms of height and appearance, Gu Chun completely met her daughter's requirements, and even exceeded them by a lot.
What's his educational background? Zhang Zhuhua asked anxiously.
Shelley shook her head. This involves personal privacy, I can't tell you directly.
But I can tell you, his academic qualifications are fine.
Zhang Zhuo's heart began to beat rapidly, and the image of Gu Chen, who was so shameless and could not stand any loss, appeared in her mind.
It would be nice to have such a person as your son-in-law. I can hand over part of the business to him to manage, and maybe the group can even experience a second miracle of growth.
But, didn't Gu Chen marry Lu Ruyan?
How, haven't they got their marriage certificate yet? Zhang Zhuhua asked.
After all, it was Chu Nan who was asked by his precious daughter. Shelley continued to adjust her flexible bottom line and said, I'm married, but not married. At this moment, Zhang Zhuhua felt that she was a big grudge because she had spent 1 billion yuan to search for a man around the world. After searching for a long time, I found that the most suitable one for my daughter was in Shanghai. Zhu Xiaoli was still fiddling with her phone, muttering the ID that Gu Chen had given her.
Tisk, why can't I add it? This kid is way too defensive.
He's messing with uppercase and lowercase letters and all sorts of weird symbols.
Zhang Zhuhua saw her anxious look and asked, have you been on a blind date recently? Oh, no, I'm just recommending a partner to my goddaughter.
This brat can never get any green bubbles, complained Zhu Xiaoli. Zhang Zhuhua didn't expect that Zhu Xiaoli cared so much about her daughter's affairs, and she felt touched again. She asked Zhu Xiaoli to repeat the ID string, and after listening, Zhang Zhuhua smiled.
Don't add him.
He's probably afraid you'll get attached to him, so he deliberately gave you a complicated ID to put you off.
Zhu Xiaoli was stunned on the spot. She had been handling cases for many years, but she ended up in such a mess? If this gets out, I'll be laughed to death. Detective Zhu Xiaoli was fooled by a handsome guy? Damn it! How dare you play tricks on me? Next time we meet, I'll definitely give him a good lesson on honesty and trustworthiness. Zhang Zhuhua sighed and said, don't be violent.
Oh, of course I wouldn't. I was just trying to scare him. With the exception of Brandon Lee next to you, every man these days is as fragile as paper. Zhu Xiaoli took a sip of water and boasted nonchalantly, last year, I fought a guy from northeast China, and I knocked him out before the 5th round. His words were full of confidence as a strong man. Zhang Zhuhua said quietly, I'm not worried about him, I'm worried that you'll get hurt.
Chapter 20, What to do if your son-in-law is too good. Lin Xueme slaps herself and issues a self-criticism. Honey, I might be late getting off work today.
Green Bubble has transferred 50,000 to you.
Just order something for dinner.
At the entrance of Haifa building, Lu Ruyan stood on tiptoe and kissed Gu Chen on the cheek apologetically. What she didn't know was that her mother Lin Xueme had already paved a way out for her.
5 dishes and 1 soup are steaming hot on the dining table in the Huangpu River flat.
The spicy aroma of stir-fried pork with chili peppers filled the entire living room, with the aroma of garlic and meat intertwined, making people salivate quickly just by smelling it. The sweet and sour aroma of kung pao chicken follows closely behind, while the charred aroma of peanuts and the tenderness of chicken seem to dance on the tip of the tongue. Although each dish is a home-cooked meal, it is cooked to be fragrant and extremely tempting. At the corner of the table, an opened bottle of mutai stood quietly. Next to it was a pack of brand new soft Zhonghua cigarettes, and even a pack of Hetiangxia. Lin Xueme left a note on the table. Ruyan, if the food is cold, remember to heat it up before eating, it will be good for her son-in-law's stomach.
Lin Xueme looked at the time. It was 5:30 in the afternoon.
She estimated that the couple would be home in 40 minutes. She quickly cleared away the last bit of trash in the living room and checked the PS15 game console again. Make sure that the major games that my son-in-law wants to play, such as Black Myth 3, Yang Jian, GTA 8, and Total War, Tokyo, have all been updated. This way, the son-in-law can play games as soon as he gets home. A harmonious family depends entirely on the son-in-law's mood. As long as my son-in-law is happy, he won't be disrespectful to my daughter.
As a mother, I will be content.
Lin Xueme adjusted the indoor temperature to the most comfortable 25 degrees and took a final look around.
Well, spotless and neat. I feel comfortable watching it, and my son-in-law will definitely like it too. Lin Xueme closed the door happily and prepared to go back to her old and shabby house to cook a bowl of instant noodles for dinner.
At 8 o'clock in the evening, she still has to go to the Senior Citizens University to study accounting, hoping to pass the CPA certificate this year.
When I came out, I saw Wei Xiaogui practicing yoga in the corridor. You don't have to guess to know that she did this for Guchen to see.
Lin Xueme rushed to Wei Xiaogui and tapped her on the forehead with a finger.
I said, little darling. What are you thinking of doing, a sophomore student, twisting and turning in the hallway dressed like this? If you don't have a master's degree, I don't think any boy would dare to marry you.
Wei Xiaogui snorted in dissatisfaction.
Sister Ruyan has such a good degree, but no one wanted her before, didn't they? Isn't it because you have too high an education that scares men away?
Auntie Lin, let me tell you, the popular saying now is a woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent. Men like girls like me who are dumb and have tender skin. After saying that, she deliberately spread out the yoga mat and started stretching in front of Lin Xueme.
Lin Xueme was so angry that her heart ached. She didn't want to scold or hit him.
After all, Wei Xiaogui is the younger generation, and it would be bad if it got out that I fought with her.
If you don't listen to good advice, you will suffer the consequences. You will cry one day.
Lin Xueme pointed at her fiercely and turned away. Wei Xiaogui made a face at her back and stuck out his tongue. I don't want to listen, it's just a turtle chanting a little.
The elevator door closed quickly, but the provocative voice still reached Lin Xueme's ears. If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. I wonder how the first wife will bully you when you marry her.
Lin Xueme was so angry that she walked forward angrily after getting off the elevator without even looking at the road and almost bumped into her son-in-law.
Guchen thought it was an old woman who collected rags, but when he looked down, he found that it was his mother-in-law. Auntie, why are you here? Come up and sit down.
When Lin Xueme saw her son-in-law, a warm smile appeared on her face.
Eh? Why are you back alone? Where's Ruyan?
Oh, something happened in their company today, so she has to work overtime.
Oh, she's really something. Can't she just balance her work and family? Auntie will cook the food upstairs, you just need to heat it up and eat it.
Lin Xueme scolded her daughter again in her heart.
Ruyan had the guts to let such a handsome son-in-law go home alone. What if a rich woman spots you on the way and the duck in your mouth flies away?
In order to compensate Gu Chen for the psychological loss of returning home alone, Lin Xueme took out her mobile phone and prepared to transfer some pocket money to him. Although Gu Chen was a shameless person, he still felt embarrassed to accept it because of the mother and daughter. Lu Ruyan earns 5 million yuan a year but runs a chopped pepper fish head restaurant that sells for less than 100,000 yuan.
Lin Xueme's shoes are now cracked.
The mother and daughter lived frugally just to support him.
Guchen let out a lone sigh and took out the shopping bag hidden behind his back.
Auntie, this is the Zeligian I bought for you when I was shopping at the mall just now.
I was planning to wait until the weekend party to give it to you, but I just happened to come across it. Try it on and see if it fits. If not, I'll change it. In fact, these shoes were not bought by Guchen at all.
The salesgirl thought that Guchen was handsome and filial, so she insisted on giving him to him as a gift.
Lin Xueme looked at the shopping bag and her eyes became hazy in an instant.
She had never accepted a gift from a man in her life. Her father had more than 30 daughters and couldn't take care of her. As for her husband, needless to say, if there is anything good at home, he would quickly take it out and share it with his lover and concubine outside. So Lin Xueme longed to receive gifts since she was a child, and she continued to long for them until she was 60 years old.
Lin Xueme took the bag tremblingly, her voice choked with sobs. "Thank you, child. You can marry my Ruyan as your concubine.
It is truly a blessing that my mother and I have cultivated for 8 lifetimes." Looking at his mother-in-law crying bitterly, Guchen couldn't help but sigh that women nowadays are too easily contented.
In the previous life, if you didn't drive an Audi A8, you wouldn't dare to be the first to eat when you went to your mother-in-law's house.
Lin Xueme sat on the sofa in the lobby of the apartment building and opened the shoebox. She found out that what Guchen bought for her was the latest ultra version of Zulijian.
The starting price of a pair of shoes is 2,000 plus.
If any of her older sisters could wear these shoes and say that they were given to her by her daughter, they would be so envious. Lin Xueme is even more advanced than them. Her shoes were given to her by her son-in-law.
Nowadays, a son-in-law would be lucky if he doesn't beat his mother-in-law. A son-in-law doesn't beat his mother-in-law, but instead gives her shoes? This is simply unheard of.
Lin Xueme put on the shoes, and they were the perfect size, neither too big nor too small.
Son-in-law, how can he be so thoughtful?
The soles were soft and supportive, wrapping the entire foot snugly and making it so comfortable that she wanted to jump rope right then and there.
But, why does the bottom of the insole feel uncomfortable?
She curiously picked out the insole and found a small ball of paper stuffed underneath.
When I unfolded it, I saw a line of beautiful handwriting on it.
"Auntie, your son is so talented, he spent a long time in our store looking for the right pair of shoes for you."
Is he married? I'm too shy to ask directly.
"If he still has a spot available, please consider me. I don't have a high level of education, but I have an E-cup, am 168 centimeters tall, sing beautifully, am very good at serving others, and don't compete with his sisters for affection.
I'm very well behaved and worry-free. Shaoli, a salesperson at Zulijian on the first floor of Yida department store." This little note became the last straw that broke Lin Xueme's heart.
She couldn't hold it in any longer. She covered her face and burst into tears.
"Child, you are so kind. I am so sorry for you. When we first met, Allah was trying to plot against you. I'm such a jerk."
As she said that, Lin Xueme raised her hand and slapped herself hard in front of Guchen.
Chapter 21. Mother-in-law gave Wei Xiaogui another bank card, and white smoke came out of his head. "Son-in-law, this is my bank card, keep it safe." Lin Xueme took out 5 bank cards from her pocket. "The password is Ruyan and I's birthdays, 525303. From now on, you will be the head of our family. Just give me 3,000 yuan a month. If you find it hard to remember, feel free to change it. Anyway, you have the final say in this family from now on. Ruyan and I will listen to you."
Guchen felt bad looking at the bank cards in his hand, whose edges were worn and peeling.
"Auntie, the government gives me 30,000 yuan every month. I'm not short of money.
Besides, I'm marrying Lu Ruyan, and the 500,000 yuan marriage incentive from the state will be arriving soon."
Lin Xueme refused to take the bank card back.
She wiped her nose and said, "There's not much in here, only about 3 million.
It was originally for buying furniture for your wedding. Take it first. Auntie is leaving."
Lin Xueme made up her mind. Holding a wedding at the Peace Hotel is too petty and unworthy of such a good son-in-law. I have to sell that old and dilapidated house and hold a grand island wedding for my son-in-law. Then we can charter a yacht and let the couple have a party on the sea with their friends.
Guchen wanted to refuse, but Lin Xueme frowned and said something harsh with red eyes. "If you don't want them, I'll throw them all in the trash."
Guchen had no choice but to accept the card first. Looking at Lin Xueme's hurriedly leaving back, Guchen couldn't help but sigh that if he had met such a good mother-in-law in his previous life, he wouldn't have worked 3 jobs to the point of sudden death. As for how to improve his mother-in-law's life, Guchen himself did not plan to step in and ask Lu Ruyan to provide more support and care. Otherwise, he was afraid that if he gave more gifts, his mother-in-law would not know how to repay him, and what if she had to go to the hospital to donate blood again?
Guchen walked into the elevator holding his bank card.
Along the way, many female property owners greeted him enthusiastically. A single woman wearing fishnet stockings invited him to her home, saying that her cat could not only do backflips but also martial arts boxing. There was also a young woman with a worried look on her face, who asked Gu Chen to help check the blocked sewer pipe in her house. There are also lonely married women wearing cool clothes who come up and ask for a price of 100,000 yuan a night. It is as difficult for a man to keep himself clean in this world as it is to land on the moon.
Well, Gu Chen could only help others in his spare time.
There is a saying that goes, if it is big, it will irrigate the world. If it is small, it will only take care of itself.
The elevator reached the 25th floor. As soon as the door opened, Gu Chen heard a familiar hey sound.
Wei Xiaogui was exercising on a yoga mat in the corridor again. Perhaps because she was frustrated in the morning, she changed her double ponytails to a single ponytail today, tied it high behind her head, and tied a white sports sweatband on her head, looking very professional. She had her back to the elevator, stretching and muttering to herself.
What time is it? Why hasn't my handsome husband come home yet? Could it be that vixen Lu Ruyan took her out to get a room? Damn it! They say old women have a lot of tricks. I'm so stupid.
I should have asked my mom for some advice sooner. As he spoke, Wei Xiaogui slapped his head in annoyance, and the silly hair on his head also shook.
Oh, forget it, I'll just do one more set of baby pose yoga and then go home and eat cake. Wow, sweet chocolate mousse. Just thinking about it, Wei Xiaogui couldn't help but smile. To maintain a better posture, she knelt on the mat. Slowly lower your body forward with your forehead touching the ground. Stretch your arms forward and relax completely. She curled up into a cute ball. Behind her was Gu Chen, who had just walked out of the elevator. Gu Chen saw Wei Xiaogui's soft back lines and the upturned outline that was stretched tight by the movements. Gu Chen didn't say anything, just stood behind her, wanting to see what other tricks she could come up with. Hold on for another 3 minutes, and Lu Ruyan's place will be mine. He. By then, I won't have to go to work or study. I'll just be kissing, hugging, and lifting my handsome boyfriend up high every day. Life will be so comfortable. For the wonderful life that is about to come, this princess has decided to do another set of downward dog poses. Wei Xiaogui adjusted his posture and made his body into an inverted V shape. This is a very representative movement in yoga. It can effectively stretch the whole body and relieve back fatigue. Just as the action was completed, Wei Xiaogui saw a familiar face from the gap between his legs. Husband? Why are you back? Oh no. We're not married yet. Ugh. Wei Xiaogui's already rosy little face instantly turned the color of liver. Well, I didn't mean to take advantage of you. I'm making plans for my future marriage. I'm afraid that after marriage, I won't be able to get used to calling someone my husband, so. Wei Xiaogui kept his body in an inverted V shape while talking to Gu Chen and didn't feel strange at all. The loose anime t-shirt on her body slipped down, revealing a large area of her smooth and delicate back. Her ivory white skin glowed with a warm luster in the sunset. It's really heartwarming. After admiring her, Gu Chen smiled and pointed at her little butt and said, "Why don't you change your position?" Ah! Wei Xiaogui then realized that her butt was facing Gu Chen, and she screamed and jumped up. The little feet in white cotton socks stomped around on the floor in a panic. I was actually pointing my butt at him. Oh my god. What a weird posture. Wei Xiaogui didn't know what words to use to express his apology and embarrassment at this moment. What she wanted to do most now was to rush home, wrap herself in the quilt and roll around on the bed. It would be too embarrassing to just run away like this, especially in front of Gu Chen. In order to maintain his remaining dignity, Wei Xiaogui forced himself to stay where he was, desperately thinking of a way to respond that was neither embarrassing nor polite. As a result, his brain was overworked and white smoke began to slowly rise from his head. Gu Chen walked forward and reached out to touch her stubbornly sticking up alopecia. Ah! What are you doing? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Wei Xiaogui jumped away as if he had been electrocuted, holding his hands to his chest. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Gu Chen approached her step by step, cornering her. Then what about you calling me husband just now? What do you mean by that? At such a close distance, he could even see the tiny hairs on Wei Xiaogui's face. Wei Xiaogui has always had lustful thoughts but not the courage to do it. After being forced by Gu Chen, his brain completely shut down. She instinctively wanted to kiss him and feel the beauty of the male bodhisattva. But reason held her back tightly. What to do? I have nowhere to retreat. The white smoke on Wei Xiaogui's head became thicker and thicker, and even his unruly alopecia began to show signs of softening.
Seeing that she looked like her CPU was about to burn out, Gu Chen didn't dare to tease her any further. If she really faints, I will have to take her to the hospital. After retreating to a safe distance, Wei Xiaogui finally dared to breathe deeply. I didn't mean to call you husband, I just let it slip.
Ah no, I didn't let it slip. I was.
Wei Xiaogui got stuck again, and white smoke began to come out of his head.
Gu Chen found the girl in front of him more and more interesting, so he asked, "Are you of legal marriageable age?" Wei Xiaogui returned to normal after hearing the simple question.
With his chest puffed out, he proudly said, "Of course.
I just had my birthday." Gu Chen said with a wicked smile, "Does that mean you can get married now?"
Wei Xiaogui didn't understand why Gu Chen was laughing, and his smile was a little perverted.
Yes, yes. Then do you want to marry me? Gu Chen asked straight to the point.
Wei Xiaogui's eyes widened instantly and his heart started beating wildly.
Is he confessing his feelings to me? Mom, your daughter succeeded.
Your daughter finally found a man at the age of 20 years and 3 months.
I may be the luckiest woman in the world.
Then Wei Xiaogui heard a sentence that she would never forget in her life. As long as you get into graduate school at Peking University or Tsinghua University, I will marry you.
Chapter 22,
Wei Xiaogui's IQ is worrying, and Zhang Zhuhua is eager to find a son-in-law. Wei Xiaogui's little face wrinkled like a bitter gourd. When I was in high school, the combined mock exam scores for the 6 subjects were less than 100 points. The head teacher was so angry that he took her answer sheet and said that even if she stepped on it a few times with her eyes closed, the score she got would be higher than Wei Xiaogui's. Wei Xiaogui believed it without a doubt, and she felt inferior, thinking that the scores scored by the top student's feet must be better than those scored by a poor student like hers. Wei Hongxia has been worried about her studies since she was a child. She has been attending various tutoring classes since kindergarten, and her monthly education expenses start at 50,000 yuan. Later, Wei Hongxia found that she was not facing a well-behaved daughter, but a knowledge black hole, and she could not effectively instill any concepts from any subject into her. Even if it is infused in, she will mix it at an extremely tricky angle, and then tell you that pasta should be paired with number 3 concrete, only then will it taste sweet and delicious. Wei Hongxia knew she was no match for her opponent, so she just lay down and let Wei Xiaogui eat and play. From then on, there is only one main task: find a good man to marry, and then leave all the property to your husband. Wei Xiaogui was about to cry out of anxiety.
Big Gie, please be kind and ask for something simpler. I'm not very smart. I'm really not cut out for studying. I've already used up all my energy to get into university. Asking me to take the postgraduate entrance exam is more painful than killing me.
Wei Xiaogui walked forward unconsciously, pressed his body tightly against Gu Chen's chest, and held his arms with both hands, shaking them gently. Gu Chen looked at her tearful expression and recalled that in his previous life, when he gave his niece the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation book, the little girl also acted like a spoiled child and begged him to change her to a set of Barbie dolls.
Gu Chen decided to continue teasing this idiot. That won't do. I don't like girls with low education.
Wei Xiaogui's mind suddenly flashed with Lin Xuemei's words just now: you don't have a high level of education and a bad diploma. Which man would dare to want you?
I didn't expect the boomerang to come so quickly.
If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have been so arrogant.
Wei Xiaogui raised his chin and looked at Gu Chen, who was so handsome that it was unbelievable.
If I can't have such a handsome guy as my husband, it will be a lifelong regret.
It's like a chocolate mousse cake without chocolate. To be able to eat chocolate mousse cake.
Wei Xiaogui turned around and rushed home to dig out the dusty schoolbag and textbooks in the corner. Gu Chen felt that it was not enough, so he reached out and grabbed the back collar of her t-shirt with a sly smile on his face.
Let me ask you, stop and sit to enjoy the maple forest at dusk. What's the next line?
When Wei Xiaogui heard this, he immediately became excited.
Oh my, I know this.
She put her index finger to her lips and thought hard.
The next sentence is.
White smoke rose above his head again.
Gu Chen was very helpless. Even kindergarten children could recite this poem. I remember now.
Wei Xiaogui clapped his hands excitedly.
The next sentence is, there is a house deep in the white clouds. Wow, Li Yunlong's poem is so poetic. What Li Yunlong? This was written by Du Mu. Also, there is a house deep in the white clouds is the previous sentence. For the first time, Gu Chen felt what chaos was. Haifa building. Zhang Zhuhua held a copy of Gu Chen's background investigation information in her hand. The education column clearly states, Fuzhou University, Master of Computer Science. The open source project contributions contained a long list of professional terms that she could not understand. The self-developed front-end packager Viteo increases the startup speed by more than 30 times. During the R&D process, the core concept of ES-Builds was proposed and implemented, which amazed the industry, and the code downloads reached 50,000 times per week. He then invented the system-level language Rust-1 and revolutionized the packager, and was praised by the industry as a model worker with unfathomable strength. This language is recognized as the safest and most efficient language in the world and is often used in high-level financial risk control and state-secret projects. The only drawback is that the learning curve is extremely steep and not very friendly to newcomers. It is equivalent to asking a rock climbing enthusiast to climb Mount Everest with bare hands. Gu Chen did not go to work after graduation. In order to better understand Gu Chen's abilities, Zhang Zhuhua could only struggle to understand the difficult vocabulary of open source projects. In other words, Gu Chen created revolutionary languages and tools in his field of technology? The female assistant standing opposite her nodded vigorously. Mr. Zhang, you are really amazing. You saw through the essence at a glance. But Mr. Gu is far more capable than we imagined. Let me give you an analogy using the way we travel. Everyone used to ride bicycles, but some people complained that they were too slow and couldn't go far. After hearing this, Gu Chen developed the engine, built the motorcycle, and made all the technical drawings public so that people all over the world could use them. Later, everyone had motorcycles, but Gu Chen felt that motorcycles were still slow, so he built a machine tool, invented the internal combustion engine for cars, and then built a four-wheeled sedan with his bare hands. Mr. Zhang, to be honest, I studied programming in college. Seeing Gu Chen was like a mayfly seeing the sky. Gu Chen's influence in the programmer community is no less than that of Tesla, who invented alternating current. After the assistant's explanation, Zhang Zhuhua had a direct understanding of Gu Chen's strength. This kid is actually a monster of this level. No wonder he dared to reject his own top salary offer. They do have the capital to be proud. One person can complete such a complex system engineering and bring about such terrifying efficiency improvement. This can no longer be described as talent. This is a genius. A genius that only appears once in a century. If I could successfully bring him and Meng Ling together, my position as the richest man in Dragon Country will be just around the corner. At the same time, the group's weakest points in information technology and AI industry can be instantly filled. Zhang Zhuhua couldn't wait even a second longer and stared at the assistant. Regarding today's matter, you must immediately sign a top-level confidentiality agreement and hand it over to me. Not a single word of this information is allowed to be leaked. The assistant pouted. She finally found her idol right next to her, but she couldn't share it with her sisters. Really? She was complaining to herself when 2 thick stacks of cash were thrown onto the table. This is your hush money. You'll get another one after you sign the agreement. The thickness was comparable to that of a Xinhua dictionary, and the assistant knew at a glance that it was 100,000. She happily picked up the cash and bent over repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I will keep this a secret. Zhang Zhuhua's gaze fell on Gu Chen's resume again, and she became more and more satisfied the more she looked at it. This man can no longer be described as top-notch, he is simply an unpolished gem. No, we must seize the time and mobilize all resources to tie him firmly to the Haifa ship. Zhang Zhuhua said anxiously, Go, quickly call Lu Ruyan in. I have something to say to her. Chapter 23, I'll give you 100 million and give your husband to my daughter. Boss, you're looking for me? Lu Ruyan walked in holding a stack of documents and said. Zhang Zhuhua placed Gu Chen's resume upside down on the table and adjusted her sitting position, pretending to be calm. How is the investigation of corrupt officials in the company going? What's the progress? Lu Ruyan picked up a summary form from her bosom with her left hand. Boss, after preliminary assessment, there are 113 people involved in corruption in the company. Among them, there are 75 grassroots employees below level 4, 35 mid-level leaders from level 4 to level 7, and 3 senior leaders above level 8. Zhang Zhuo's eyelids twitched. Wow, there is quite a rat's nest in the company. What about the amount of money embezzled? Approximately how much is it? Lu Ruyan did not directly say the number,
but just handed the document to Zhang Zhuhua with both hands. Zhang Zhuhua felt a little disgusted when she saw her cowardly look. If my future son-in-law Gu Chen were here, there would be no need to be so hesitant. She took it impatiently, her eyes fixed on the preliminary total.
4.5 billion. What? There are so many. What the hell is our company's audit department for? Doesn't the finance department even check the accounts?
Zhang Zhuhua was so angry that her chest heaved violently. The fact that such a large-scale corruption could occur in the company shows that the auditors had long been in collusion with the rats. Zhang Zhuhua scanned the list and found that more than half of the people were from the audit and finance departments. I didn't expect that a small character like Meng Wei could cause such a big abscess.
You.
Zhang Zhuhua pointed at Lu Ruyan, contact the Huangpu District Police Station immediately and tell them to interrogate them immediately.
Don't let any of them go.
Don't worry, Mr. Zhang.
The district director has been interrogating outside. We have ordered lunchboxes for dinner.
Lu Ruyan replied respectfully.
Zhang Zhuhua nodded. This matter was handled well. It seems that Lu Ruyan is not without strengths.
It's just that her husband is too dazzling, so she always ignores her.
However, it is a good thing that the malignant tumor has been discovered now.
As long as it can be removed, the company will continue to prosper under the leadership of the son-in-law in the future.
Zhang Zhuhua calmly drank a sip of water and motioned Lu Ruyan to sit down.
This afternoon, your husband said you'd be more suitable for the HR department.
I thought about it and he's right. From now on, you will be the manager in charge of human resources management. Report directly to me if anything happens.
Of course, the position of Director of Business Unit 1 is also yours.
As for your salary, it's 25 million per year, and you'll be initially granted 30,000 shares. Subsequent grants will be based on performance and annual bonuses. You should be aware of this, right? Lu Ruyan nodded gratefully. I know. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your cultivation. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your cultivation.
This promotion was beyond her expectations. Mr. Zhang actually promoted her directly from supervisor to manager level. The headquarters Human Resources Management has enormous power and can control the dispatch and appointment of personnel in branches across the country, which is equivalent to the ancient Ministry of Personnel. As for the 25 million salary and 30,000 shares, they were enough for her family to enter the upper class of Shanghai.
All this is because of Gu Chen.
Lu Ruyan felt that she had married a good husband, and her face showed unconcealable happiness and joy. Zhang Zhuhua looked at her happy expression and crossed her hands on the table.
I think your ability is no less than any vice president. Would you like to challenge yourself and manage business units 1, 2, and 3 at the same time and become vice president? Lu Ruyan felt suffocated. This promotion is too fast. Why did Mr. Zhang promote me so rapidly? Even if the position of a corrupt executive becomes vacant, there will be someone with more experience and better ability to take it, and it will never be his turn. Lu Ruyan spoke cautiously. I really want to challenge myself, but I'm not sure what your requirements are, Mr. Zhang.
Zhang Zhuhua smiled and said, as expected of someone who studied abroad, your brain works faster than others.
Of course I have a condition. As long as you leave Gu Chen and stop being his concubine. Not only will I promote you to vice president, I'll also give you a 100 million cash bonus. Lu Ruyan's eyes turned red instantly.
She knew that all the gifts from fate had already been secretly marked with a price. She can ignore everything else, but not Gu Chen.
If you have money but lose Gu Chen, what is the difference between that and holding a pile of waste paper?
Lu Ruyan stood up suddenly, put her hands on the edge of the table, and leaned forward.
Impossible. I will never separate from Gu Chen. Even if you threaten me with dismissal, Mr. Zhang, I will never agree. Zhang Zhuhua sighed deeply. It seems that money is not everything.
Seeing that the usually easygoing Lu Ruyan was so determined, she changed her plan.
A gentleman helps others achieve their goals. Since you are willing to be with Gu Chen, I will not separate you. It's just that I need you to cooperate with me to do something. After the task is completed, the reward will remain the same. Lu Ruyan approached with confusion.
3 hours later, Lu Ruyan sat alone on a cold stone bench on the bund, with a few beer cans scattered at her feet. The river breeze brought a cool breeze with it, but it could not blow away the depression in her heart.
Mr. Zhang wants to introduce his daughter Shi Mengling to Gu Chen.
Her task was to whisper in Gu Chen's ear at night, telling him what a good girl Shi Mengling was and trying her best to bring them together. As long as Gu Chen marries Shi Mangling, Lu Ruyan will be able to become the vice president of Shanghai FA and live a life of luxury, while her status as a concubine will remain unchanged. This sounded like a win-win plan, but Lu Ruyan couldn't be happy at all. She tilted her head back and took another big gulp of bitter beer.
Pushing your most beloved man into another woman's bed with your own hands? He.
It's amazing that Zhang Zhuhua could come up with this idea.
What does she think of me, Lu Ruyan?
Lu Ruyan angrily crushed the can in her hand and threw it to the ground. The splashing beer foam stained her gray stockings. She wiped it in disgust, but found that it wouldn't come off. She was so angry that she took off her high heels and threw them towards the center of the river.
Why should I be a concubine and she should be the wife? Just because you have a few bucks and a crappy company, you can do whatever you want.
Lu Ruyan roared out her anger towards the dark river. Several girls walking around cast sympathetic glances at him. Look, another guy whose man was taken away by a rich woman is raging helplessly. Alas, people go to higher places and water flows to lower places.
It's not the men's fault. My husband is still the best. He's fat and has big ears, and rich women won't look down on him.
When Lu Ruyan heard the discussions behind her, she was so angry that she trembled all over and cursed like a shrew.
Get out! Get out! Ding dong! Your beloved husband is calling you. Ding dong! Your beloved husband is calling you. Ding dong! Your beloved husband is calling you.
Lu Ruyan looked at the notes jumping on the phone screen and smiled bitterly again. Everyone in the world knows that money is good, but only men can't forget it.
Where has love gone since ancient times? The new couple laughs for the old couple. Lu Ruyan didn't answer and hung up directly. This time, she wants to be willful. Aren't you, Zhang Zhuhua, going to humiliate me for money? I'll stab you to death and trade one for one. Chapter 24, Lu Ruyan gets drunk and chops a billionaire CEO with a knife. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. The number you have dialed is. It's strange.
Lu Ruyan was telling me 3 hours ago that she was about to get off work.
Why can't I contact anyone now? Gu Chen felt uneasy and turned around to take out a thick, pure black mobile phone from the box. The phone is 2 fingers thick and has no camera or microphone. There is only one drop-proof screen, and the style is particularly plain and unpretentious. This is the mobile phone that Gu Chen spent a year modifying.
Whether it is the underlying system, communication protocol encryption, network IP or hardware, this phone is impeccable.
For absolute safety, Gu Chen even created the Rust 1 language himself.
As for the revolutionary packager SWCO, it was a demo he wrote casually after class. There are a lot of scripts in this phone, one of which is to track personal location based on phone signals. The technical principle is to exploit the SS7 vulnerability in the signaling protocol, obtain the IMSI identification code of the caller's mobile phone, and forge a positioning request to the base station. It looks simple, but it is actually very difficult to write. Even a technical expert like Gu Chen spent half a year to overcome the various difficulties that arose during this period.
Gu Chen opened the retro-style terminal with CRT display scan lines.
His fingers typed a string of commands on the small keyboard.
Ghost call target 139XXXX8888 mode SS7 bypass precision high-res timeout 15S. Press enter, and the code starts scrolling frantically on the screen. Rows of data packets representing signaling protocols cascade down like a waterfall. Analysis of signaling system SS7, 85%. MCID, 46,000XXXXXXXXXXXXX. IMSI location area ID, 255-12345. The screen switched instantly, and a high-precision satellite map appeared. A flashing red dot appeared on the map. Next to it was a string of longitude and latitude accurate to 6 decimal places. A simple prompt box popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. Trace complete. Target location locked, accuracy plus 5M.
On the screen, a red dot was moving slowly across the bund.
Gu Chen casually put on a shirt and went out to find Lu Ruyan.
In the corridor, Wei Xiaogui was lying on a small pink folding table with his little face wrinkled. Holding a pen in his mouth, he glared at a math problem, as if he wanted to stare through it. When she heard the door open, she sat up straight like a frightened rabbit, hurriedly grabbed the geography book on the table, and pretended to be very focused. However, the book was held upside down, and Wei Xiaogui was seriously marking on the upside-down map. He kept muttering to himself, longitude, latitude, this is the ocean of knowledge. Gu Chen glanced at her, said nothing, and walked straight into the elevator. It was not until the elevator door closed completely with a ding that Wei Xiaogui collapsed in his chair with a sense of relief and breathed a long sigh of relief. He threw the geography book aside in disgust and took out a small cake hidden under the table as if it were a treasure. He scooped a big spoonful into his mouth and squinted his eyes happily. The cream touched the tip of her nose and she didn't even know it. Her calves, clad in thick black over-the-knee socks, swung happily under the table. In the taxi, Gu Chen thought that Lu Ruyan might be facing unsolvable problems, perhaps because she was under too much pressure? When we arrived at the destination, the driver waved at the meter and refused to take the money. "Hey young man, you're so handsome, how can I take your money?" "Don't come here. I'm so happy to have you today, but if I take your money again, all my luck will be gone. We'll talk about it next time, next time." In order to find Lu Ruyan, Gu Chen did not stay any longer and just said thank you and left. The taxi driver looked at Gu Chen's departing figure and sighed. "This is the first time I've seen such a handsome and smart guy. I have the makings of a dream." As soon as Gu Chen appeared on the bund, he attracted the attention of all the women. "Oh my god, there really is such a handsome man out there. He's so tall. I can't imagine what it's like to have him pin me down. You better calm down and don't scare him away. Even if you make obscene remarks now, you'll go to jail." In the distance, Lu Ruyan was holding a newly bought kitchen knife in her left hand and a half-full bottle of beer in her right hand, looking at the bustling crowd in front of her. She curled her lips in disdain. "TSK. No matter how handsome he is, can he be more handsome than my husband?" A high school student who had just emerged from the crowd saw Lu Ruyan slandering his idol and immediately retorted, "Auntie, I urge you to go in and take a look. Broaden your horizons. Look at you, there's nothing feminine about you. I don't think any man will want you in your life." Lu Ruyan stuffed the beer into the student's hand, wanting to see how handsome this handsome guy could be. A sexy woman in business attire but holding a kitchen knife squeezed in barefoot. Lu Ruyan's appearance is the most outstanding among everyone. Because of their outstanding appearance, they often endure more maliciousness. "Hey, you've never seen a man before, why are you squeezing? TSK 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 TSK, even if you squeeze in like this, that handsome guy won't even look at you. That's right, women like you should go to Korea to get plastic surgery and then come back to compete with us." Lu Ruyan has long been accustomed to these slanders. The male-to-female ratio is 1 to 1,000, which means there are too many monks and too little meat. When faced with high-quality and outstanding women, people always curse at them without hesitation. Gu Chen followed the foul curse and looked back casually. Lu Ruyan held the kitchen knife high in her left hand and was fighting back. "If you don't let me, I'll chop you to death." This scene is very different from her usual sexy and intellectual self, and she looks more real and adorable. Gu Chen strode forward, and Lu Ruyan watched as the man's facial features gradually became clearer in the distance. The kitchen knife in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. The next second, Lu Ruyan jumped up suddenly like a little wild cat that had found its owner. Her legs were skillfully wrapped around Gu Chen's waist. "Husband. We meet again." She rubbed her dusty face against Gu Chen's neck and said coquettishly, "Hubby, I miss you so much. I dream of finishing the work at hand quickly and going home to wash your feet before you go to bed." Lu Ruyan pointed viciously in the direction of Haifa Company, "But that bastard Zhang Zhuhua won't let me leave. He insists that I work overtime." Then, Lu Ruyan remembered what Zhang Zhuhua had said to her, and her beautiful almond eyes quickly filled with tears. She buried her head in Gu Chen's shoulder and burst into tears. She even offered me a promotion and a raise in exchange for letting me leave you. I don't want to be separated from you. Woo woo woo, just because you have money is so great? Just because you have money you can just break up other people's relationships?" This scene stunned everyone present. No? This girl actually has a husband? Her husband is so handsome. And why is this dialogue so dramatic? Everyone turned around and frantically searched for the camera to determine whether they had accidentally entered the set of an idol drama. The high school student who had just confronted Lu Ruyan was speechless. The beer in his hand slowly tilted and spilled all over the floor, and he was completely unaware of it. Gu Chen held her steadily, stroking her back soothingly with his big hands. "I won't leave, don't worry." "Really?" Lu Ruyan raised her tearful face and looked at him pitifully. "Of course it's true." After receiving the guarantee, Lu Ruyan's tears stopped instantly, and her fierceness rose again. She pouted and said angrily, "No, I still have to chop that bastard Zhang Zhuhua to pieces." "Eh? Where's my knife?" Chapter 25, one buried in the South Pole, the other buried in the North Pole. After getting drunk, Lu Ruyan completely liberated her nature. Like a clingy octopus, she used all four limbs to tightly wrap around Gu Chun. Sometimes she put her arms around his neck and whispered vows of love in his ears with her hot breath smelling of alcohol.
Hubby, you're so nice. You're the best man I've ever met.
I'll be with you forever. After a while, she started crying again, pounding his chest with her pink fists, complaining about why he was so handsome.
It's all your fault. Why are you so pretty? You've made so many women miss you. I feel so insecure. Gu Chun was helpless and could only let Lu Ruyan roll around in his arms.
The two of them returned to the community so sweetly. The elevator door opened with a ding. In the corridor, Wei Xiaogui changed into a brand new JK sailor suit, with a dark blue sailor collar paired with a white short-sleeved shirt and an exquisite red bow tie tied on the chest. The plaid skirt on her lower body barely covered her thighs. Her two slender legs in thick black over-the-knee socks were put together under the table, and she wore a pair of brown leather shoes on her feet that were polished to a shine. Wei Xiaogui was sitting in front of the little pink desk, happily digging out a hidden piece of mousse cake with a plastic spoon. When she heard the elevator door open, she was startled and hurriedly stuffed the cake onto the table. She grabbed an open textbook and lowered her head, pretending to study hard.
Lu Ruyan was half drunk and saw Wei Xiaogui, who was working hard, at a glance. She leaned on Gu Chan's shoulder and said lazily, "Hey, isn't this our elementary school loser? He finally knows how to study? Study hard and come work as a cleaning lady in our company.
I'll assign you to the hardest floors to clean." Wei Xiaogui was furious when he heard these provocative words. He put down the pen, raised his head, and looked at Lu Ruyan, who was hanging on Gu Chun like a boneless person.
TSK, some people forget everything else after they get a man and even go out to drink. It simply lowers the overall quality of us women.
Wei Xiaogui puffed out his chest, his tone full of superiority.
If I were Gie's woman, I wouldn't go out drinking. I would just stay at home and eat sweet little cakes with my brother.
Lu Ruyan smiled.
Hey, sister, are you teasing me?
But I don't know why, the more I drink, the more my husband loves me.
Don't you think so, husband?
After saying that, Lu Ruyan deliberately rubbed Gu Chen's chest with her body, her eyes full of expectation, hoping that he would nod quickly.
After all, this involves a woman's face.
Gu Chen shook Lu Ruyan in his arms to prevent her from slipping, then looked at Wei Xiaogui and spoke seriously.
Of course not. Ah.
Lu Ruyan's smile froze on her face, and her whole body wilted in an instant, like an eggplant hit by frost. She looked at Gu Chen aggrievedly, not understanding why he would destroy her in front of outsiders.
Wei Xiaogui raised his head proudly in an instant, like a fighting cock that had won a fight.
She pointed at Lu Ruyan and began to criticize her mercilessly. I told you who would like a woman who takes advantage of her looks to do whatever she wants.
Which man doesn't like a good and obedient girl like me?
Listening to these criticisms, Lu Ruyan felt a tightness in her heart.
The slender legs wrapped around Gu Chen slid down slowly and weakly. Just as she was about to land, Gu Chen held her steadily.
Gu Chen stretched out a hand and gently scratched the tip of Lu Ruyan's upturned nose. I love you more and more even if you don't drink.
What?
The smug smile on Wei Xiaogui's face froze instantly.
You too, tricked me in and killed me. The handful of dog food just now was fed into her mouth so tightly that she couldn't even breathe. She now felt that she shouldn't be here, she should be under the car. Looking at how sweet they are, I can only do my homework here.
Wei Xiaogui felt his eyes go dark and his legs go weak.
With a plop, the duck sat on the ground. Yuan Hua's exclusive BGM automatically plays in my mind, snowflakes fluttering, north wind rustling.
Wei Xiaogui raised his head and shouted, "No!
No! 1.
Lu Ruyan leaned on Gu Chen's shoulder, made a face at her and made a victory gesture with her hand. Wei Xiaogui swore in his heart that they would both die in the future. One is buried in the South Pole and the other is buried in the North Pole.
Let them never meet each other again.
With a click, the door of room 2501 closed. From behind the door, the devilish voice came again.
Study hard and I'll check your homework tomorrow.
Lu Ruyan was still immersed in the cheesy love words that Gu Chen had just said. Even though she was drunk and her senses were dulled, she still felt that Gu Chen's words touched her heart.
If you open her left atrium now, you will see that the left ventricle is full of saccharin. Hubby, you're so kind, I want to reward you.
She jumped out of Gu Chen's arms and ran into the cloakroom barefoot. Before, she didn't know what her future husband's XP was, so she bought a lot of clothes in different styles. There are holy nun uniforms, furry deer suits, handsome leather tights, and some shameful attack speed suits with very little fabric.
Lu Ruyan's eyes wandered over the clothes. Finally, a very charming Western dancer's costume was chosen. This outfit blends subtlety and debauchery in an unusually harmonious way. While changing her clothes, Lu Ruyan shouted outside in a drunken, sticky voice. "Husband, please wait a moment. I'll be ready soon." Gu Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, lit a cigarette with interest, and waited quietly for the surprise that Lu Ruyan promised. 10 minutes later, a clear bell sound came from far away. Lu Ruyan walked out of the bedroom in small, unsteady steps. She was only wearing an emerald green embroidered belly band, which barely covered the fullness of her chest. She changed into an emerald green Western dance dress. The skirt is wide and decorated with tiny sequins. She wore a golden belt decorated with small bells around her waist, which made her waist look slim and added a touch of exotic charm. Lu Ruyan's face was covered with a red veil, revealing only a pair of sparkling peach blossom eyes. She began to dance an exotic dance for Gu Chen. The silence of the night is the best accompaniment. Lu Ruyan danced barefoot to the rhythm of her heart. Her dancing moves were a bit lazy and drunken, yet still agile. The hem of her skirt spins, drawing a graceful arc, and the bells around her waist make crisp and pleasant sounds. Each sound seemed to be knocking on Gu Chen's heart. After the dance, Lu Ruyan stopped in front of Gu Chen, panting slightly. Those peach blossom eyes covered with a veil shone surprisingly brightly under the light, as if filled with starlight and affection. She picked up the cigarette between Gu Chen's fingers and used the spark to light a stick of incense by the window. A wisp of green smoke rises, filling the room with fragrance. Gu Chen looked at the anticipation and shyness in her eyes, put out his cigarette, stood up and held her in his arms. The bell in the house rang only slightly, and then it became completely quiet, with only the sound of the breeze outside the window. The next day, 11:30 a.m. After a great fight, Lu Ruyan finally sobered up and stretched out comfortably on the bed. As soon as I moved, I felt my legs aching terribly, and my waist felt like all the strength had been drained away, leaving it limp. Lu Ruyan struggled to sit up, but did not see Gu Chen. Instead, she found a small note on the pillow. "If you don't know what happened yesterday, please open the album and watch the latest video." Lu Ruyan picked up the phone in a daze and opened the photo album. There is a video collection of social deaths that Gu Chen edited overnight. The video fully recorded how she acted drunk and crazy in the Bund Park last night, how she stood with her hands on her hips and cursed at passers-by, how she jumped on Gu Chen and acted coquettishly in public, and swore to chop Zhang Zhuhua to death. Lu Ruyan didn't dare to watch any further. She screamed, threw away her phone, threw herself into the quilt, and started rolling around wildly. Why? Why would I do that? Am I not an intellectual and elegant lady? Sky. What will Gu Chen think of me? If I had known, I wouldn't have drowned my sorrows in alcohol. How should I face Gu Chen in the future? After drinking, I rubbed people with my muddy stockings. The more Lu Ruyan thought about it, the more frustrated she became. She tossed and turned on the soft bed like a caught fish. At this moment, the doorbell rang with a ding-dong sound. Chapter 26. As long as you marry my daughter, the 30 property certificates in Magic City will be in your name immediately. Lu Ruyan casually put on a silk nightgown and planned to go out to see what was going on. The lotus pink skirt barely covered her thighs, and as she walked, a few bruises from the battle remained on her fair legs. At the door, Wei Hongxia grabbed the doorframe and kept apologizing to Gu Chen. "Child, I admit that I did have improper thoughts about you before. I wanted you to be with my good girl. This was wrong of Auntie. But if you don't like my good girl, there is really no need to torture her like this. My daughter studied until 4:30 in the morning yesterday, and her brain is completely broken. This morning she had a fever of 39 degrees Celsius. How can you study to the point of fever? What kind of self-torture trick are these mother and daughter playing again?" Gu Chen leaned against the door without saying a word, just wanting to see what other tricks they could come up with. The next second, a furry head popped out from behind Wei Hongxia. Wei Xiaogui had a fever-reducing patch on his forehead and was wrapped in thick coral fleece pajamas. He looked listless and said without even looking up, "Mom, I'm dressed. Let's go to the hospital for info." Wei Hongxia touched her daughter's head distressfully, then turned to Gu Chen and said, "My child is really not cut out for studying. If you really want to marry my daughter, I can give you all my wealth. Just don't let her study anymore." Lu Ruyan was standing behind Gu Chen.
When she heard this, she couldn't help but sigh that Aunt Wei was really risking her life. When she was young, Aunt Wei listened to the advice of a benefactor and frantically bought 30 houses in Shanghai before housing prices took off. The areas are not large, ranging from 50 to 120 square meters, and all of them are easy to sell and rent out. The location is impeccable, all located in the core area of the Inner Ring Road, and 1/3 of them were later designated as school district housing.
As long as Gu Chen nodded, he would immediately become the landlord of the Magic City. Cough, cough, cough.
Lu Ruyan coughed loudly a few times behind Gu Chen, suggesting that he should not miss the opportunity. After what happened with Zhang Zhuhua yesterday, she actually hoped that Wei Xiaogui could quickly join Gu Chen's harem. In this way, she could join forces with Wei Xiaogui to deal with Zhang Zhuhua's daughter Shi Mengling.
The harem is never about fighting and killing, but about maneuvering and strategy.
Gu Chen heard the reminder behind him, leaned against the doorframe, and said lazily, "Okay, go back and make a list for me to see.
If it's possible, I will consider your little darling."
Wei Xiaogui continued to be confused.
Is Big Gie's bottom line so flexible? Didn't you swear yesterday that you would only get admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University before you could get married?
If I had known it was so easy, I would have stolen all the property deeds and bank cards from my home and given them to him.
By the way, change the beneficiary of your insurance to his name.
There is no point in suffering from studying again in vain.
Wei Hongxia clapped her hands excitedly. Okay. As long as my daughter doesn't have to study.
She turned around and went home to get the key to the old house, as the house deeds were in the safe of the old house. Unexpectedly, she turned around too quickly and the hem of her clothes happened to get caught on the metal cover outside the fire hydrant in the corridor. Wei Hongxia walked forward carelessly, and with a clang sound, the door of the fire hydrant was pulled open.
Crash!
A large pile of colorful garbage poured out from inside, instantly covering the entire corridor. Plastic sundae cups, wrappers for various flavors of ice cream, half-eaten ice cream cake boxes, empty milk teacups. The scene is really spectacular. If you don't know, you might think it is a warehouse for squirrels to spend the winter. Gu Chen looked at the wrapping papers all over the floor and estimated that Wei Xiaogui had eaten at least 20 ice creams last night. It would be strange if I didn't catch a stomach cold.
Aunt Wei, I see Xiaogui.
Gu Chen was about to speak jokingly, but was interrupted by Wei Hongxia, who suddenly raised her hand.
Child, I was careless. Auntie apologizes to you here.
Wei Hongxia first bowed to Gu Chen, then turned around abruptly, her eyes burning with rage as she stared at her daughter opposite her.
She burst out in authentic Shanghainese, Wei Xiaogui. You little bastard. You ate so much. Do you want to die?
Wei Xiaogui screamed and ran to his bedroom.
Immediately afterwards, Gu Chen and Lu Ruyan saw a wonderful mother-daughter singles match.
Wei Hongxia rushed into her house, picked up a feather duster from somewhere, and chased after Wei Xiaogui.
Mom! I'm still sick. You can't hit me like this. Mom! I was wrong.
Wei Hongxia fought from the living room to the balcony, and then from the balcony back to the living room, with the feather duster in her hand flying vigorously. Seeing that he couldn't awaken his mother's love, Wei Xiaogui had to change his strategy and ran out of the house crying.
My future husband, save me. Sister Ruyan, save me.
She rolled and crawled from 2502 to 2501 like a clumsy penguin. What surprised Gu Chen was that Lu Ruyan not only did not take advantage of the situation this time, but instead took the initiative to step forward and open the door to Wei Xiaogui.
Hubby, you stay at the door and guard Wei Hongxia. I'll go get some medicine for Xiaogui. As Lu Ruyan spoke, she pulled Wei Xiaogui in.
Wei Xiaogui followed her hesitantly, very confused.
Did Lu Ruyan take the wrong medicine today? Why is she being so nice to herself? This is ibuprofen. Take it and have a good sleep and you'll be fine. Lu Ruyan took out a box of medicine from the medicine box.
Wei Xiaogui looked at Lu Ruyan warily, then looked at the orange pill on the table. She stretched out her little hand and said timidly, I want to read the instructions.
Lu Ruyan was so angry that she laughed at her silly and cute look. She's scheming, but it's all written on her face. If I wanted to harm you, I have 10,000 ways to do it.
Although she said this, Lu Ruyan still took out the folded instruction manual from the box. Wei Xiaogui took it carefully with both hands, staring at the small words on it with his big eyes. She recognized all the characters, but when they were put together, she had no idea what they meant. Especially the chemical formula that was drawn with several twists and turns, which made her dizzy.
Oh, never mind.
I'll just assume you're doing this for my own good. Wei Xiaogui seemed to have made a heroic decision and swallowed the ibuprofen in one gulp with warm water. At the door, Wei Hongxia was still panting as she confronted Gu Chen. "Young man, get out of my way. Today I must show Xiaogui why the flowers are so red." "Auntie, Xiaogui is just a little greedy, there's no need to make such a fuss." Wei Hongxia put her hands on her hips, furious. This little girl has loved desserts since she was a child.
She gets fat easily when she eats desserts. In my third year of junior high, I weighed 130 pounds and was almost like a pig. I finally lost weight in the last 3 years under my supervision. She's only 158 centimeters tall.
What if her weight is the same as her height?
Wouldn't she be like a tank? Which boy would want her then?
Young man, please let me in.
I must make Xiaogui remember this lesson.
Wei Hongxia tried her best to squeeze in, and it seemed that she was really anxious. No matter how much house their family has, Wei Xiaogui can't stop himself from eating himself into a fat man. Wei Xiaogui was so scared that he huddled in Lu Ruyan's arms, his hands tightly covering his ears, and he cried out, "Mom, I was wrong, please let me go this time."
No one wants it, but I want it.
A few words brought the argument at the door to a halt.
Oh, stop joking with your aunt.
I know you like long-legged, educated ladies like Lu Ruyan. Wei Hongxia spoke softly, but it still reached Wei Xiaogui's ears clearly. She subconsciously looked down at Ruyan Lu's long legs, which were even rounder and more beautiful than the heroines in Korean comics. She looked down at her own body again. Although it was slender, it was not sexy at all. Wei Xiaogui compared the arsenals of both sides again. Although his was slightly better, Lu Ruyan still had a firm grasp on temperament.
Not to mention that Lu Ruyan is a top student who graduated from a prestigious overseas university.
A deep feeling of inferiority surged in her heart, and the stubborn alopecia on her head drooped limply.
"Auntie, I'm serious." Gu Chen looked at Wei Hongxia. "I not only like royal sisters, I also like legal little lowly like Wei Xiaogui." The expression on Wei Hongxia's face changed from anger to ecstasy. If Gu Chen really fell in love with her girl, I have successfully picked Lin Xueme's peaches. By then she will be so angry that she will die. The perfect son-in-law that I had been searching for 2 years finally became my son-in-law so easily. The more Wei Hongxia thought about it, the happier she became. Now, even if a mountain of gold was placed in front of her, she would choose Gu Chen without hesitation. He is so tall and handsome. How beautiful will the child he and my little one have? Okay, I'll go get the property deeds from my old house right away. 30 units in Shanghai, 15 in Hangzhou, 18 in Suzhou, and 20 shops in the scenic area, all transferred to you. Lu Ruyan covered her mouth, her face full of shock. It turns out that my mom's archenemy, Aunt Wei, is also so good at making money. You have to know that the two families were in similar financial situations at the beginning, and could only barely meet their daily expenses. Lu Ruyan began to wonder which man these two strong women had fallen for, and which strong woman had they lost to. Wei Hongxia walked into the elevator happily and pressed the door close button. When the elevator door was about to close, she seemed to have thought of something and poked her head out from the crack of the door again. Future son-in-law, do you like the Ole 8? Chapter 27, for me, they actually started cosplaying internal affairs.
Wei Xiaogui was listless just now, but now his big eyes are shining again. She suddenly jumped up from the ground and raised her hands excitedly.
Woohoo!
Little Loli also has her spring. From today on, I, Wei Xiaogui, also have a male family.
Roar!
She raised her chin proudly like a victorious little rooster. His eyes fell on Lu Ruyan lying on the sofa, and he made a disdainful tisk-tisk sound.
What's the point of having such a seductive face? What's the point of having such long legs? What's the point of dressing so sexy? I still took your man away from me, didn't I?
Lu Ruyan sighed. It seemed that she had found a stupid teammate.
Gu Chen watched Aunt Wei leave and closed the door.
I plan to set some rules for the two women to prevent them from fighting every day.
Just as he was about to speak, Wei Xiaogui stepped on the sofa, with his back to him, and started to talk and plan a bright future for the three of them. She pointed to the load-bearing wall that couldn't be demolished and said, "When the time comes, we'll break through this wall. Then the entire 25th floor will be ours. This way we can have a super large 500 square meter flat. And then we can build a super large 100 square meter master bedroom here. Then, my husband and I will sleep on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and Sister Lu Ruyan will take care of Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. On Sundays, the three of us will be together.
When she said this, Wei Xiaogui realized that Gu Chen had walked up to her and was looking down at her. Although Wei Xiaogui dares to say anything, she is actually a shy girl who has not experienced much. Otherwise, white smoke wouldn't come out of his head like boiling water every time Gu Chen got in close contact with him.
My husband, Wadasi, is talking nonsense.
She stammered in broken Japanese Chinese and jumped off the sofa shyly.
The little feet in white cartoon cotton socks landed gently on the cold floor. After alternating between hot and cold, Wei Xiaogui sneezed loudly. Achoo!
A crystal clear snot instantly hung on her philtrum, swaying slightly with her breathing.
Looking at her silly and cute look, Lu Ruyan couldn't help laughing out loud. Ah, darling, your necklace is pretty good, quite unique.
Wei Xiaogui looked down and discovered the shiny necklace on her clothes.
Her little face turned red instantly. Ouch!
Paper!
Give me paper!
She was so anxious that she jumped around on the spot, stamping her little feet on the floor. The pair of white socks with cartoon cat heads printed on them soon became covered in dust, making the pink soles of the feet appear gray. After the farce, Wei Xiaogui finally wiped his face and sat on the sofa angrily. He hugged his calves with both hands and drew circles on the sofa with his right index finger, cursing Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan sat down at the dining table gracefully, picked up a sandwich, and ate the breakfast prepared by Gu Chun in small bites. She glanced at Wei Xiaogui, who was still sulking, and said deliberately, "Xiaogui, look, this is the loving breakfast my husband made for me." Wei Xiaogui drew circles faster and said in a powerful voice, "I, the believer Wei Xiaogui, beg the old heavenly master to come down to earth and take this vixen away."
Gu Chen clapped his hands, signaling the two women who were still arguing to quiet down.
Almost instantly, Lu Ruyan put down the sandwich and Wei Xiaogui stopped the little movements in his hands. Both of them straightened their backs cooperatively and looked at Gu Chen. "I hope you two won't keep fighting over who I am and making life disharmonious."
Gu Chen glanced at them. "At the same time, I will treat everyone equally."
This sentence was like a reassurance, instantly relaxing the two people's tense nerves and causing a warmth to surge in their hearts.
What is worrying is not the lack of wealth, but the inequality.
As long as Gu Chen treats them fairly, there is nothing to argue about.
After all, they are all family.
"Xiaogui," Gu Chen turned his gaze to Wei Xiaogui, "the status I can give you is also a concubine.
You can go back and discuss it with your mother. If you feel it is not okay, you can withdraw at any time."
Wei Xiaogui pointed at Lu Ruyan and asked anxiously, Husband, what about her?
Is she also a concubine?"
"Yes, that's right."
Gu Chen said truthfully, "Ruyan is my first woman, but she is also a concubine."
The silly hair on Wei Xiaogui's head stood up instantly, and his face was full of joy.
"Then I have no objection.
I will completely follow my husband's arrangements.
What my husband says is the truth, Ru.
As long as you're not the only one being a concubine, there's no problem."
But Lu Ruyan couldn't be happy at all.
She was wildly speculating in her mind whether Gu Chen's vacant position as the legal wife would be left to Zhang Zhuo's daughter, Mengling.
After all, she is a big star and the daughter of Haifa Group. Well, as long as my husband treats me equally, I have nothing to complain about. One last thing, Gu Chen's voice became more serious.
If you two choose to marry me, I will be responsible for your whole life and will never abandon you. But, in this family, I'm the only one who has the final say. You can offer your opinions, but whether or not you adopt them is my decision."
Gu Chen established his position as the head of the family in a domineering manner.
Wei Xiaogui and Lu Ruyan had no objections.
Even Wei Xiaogui was secretly happy.
She hated making choices the most. From now on, she would let Gu Chen decide everything and she wouldn't have to worry about it.
Do you have any questions? If not, today's family meeting ends here.
Gu Chen couldn't wait to establish a relationship with Wei Xiaogui so that he could receive the next system reward.
My dear husband. I have it.
Wei Xiaogui raised his little hand high like a primary school student answering a question.
Well, you ask.
Honey, please tell me, do you like Rika Takanashi from Love, Chunibyo Other Delusions, or Rem from Re-Zero Starting Life in Another World? Wei Xiaogui fiddled with his fingers shyly, his voice as thin as a mosquito. Well, I'm going to cosplay for you." When Lu Ruyan heard this, she frowned.
The female competition starts so soon.
She also imitated Wei Xiaogui and raised her slender arms high. "Hubby, do you like Saber or Boa Hancock, the Empress in One Piece?"
"I can also cosplay for you."
Lu Ruyan puffed out her chest and added, "Oh, by the way, I also have Ultraman's leather jacket and Angel's combat uniform in my closet." When Wei Xiaogui heard this, he immediately started yelling without wanting to be outdone.
I also have a full set of Beast Girl outfits with cat ears, rabbit ears, and a fox tail.
I also have maid outfits, school swimsuits, and gymnastics uniforms.
I can cooperate with my husband to do many perverted things, can you? Hey darling, what kind of visual enjoyment can your figure bring?
I can instantly win you over with any black stockings I wear.
Humph. Stop looking down on me. I've even prepared a disposable mattress. =================================================================================================================================
There are 2 more chapters in the evening, which will be posted around 7 o'clock. If you haven't added a bookshelf yet, click on the Add Bookshelf button above and you will automatically harvest a succubus at night. I added it to the bookshelf, asked for updates, and gave gifts to my friends who sent me gifts for love.
In the evening, Succubus sent me 5 of them, and I got an extra Hongyun Chitian Gu. Chapter 28, I've got my crying wife in my hands.
Wei Xiaogui ran out of energy while arguing, and the hair on his head tilted.
I'm sleepy, good night, hubby.
Then he fell down on the sofa with a plop, and the sound of even breathing could be heard instantly.
Lu Ruyan and Gu Chen were petrified on the spot.
They had never seen anyone fall asleep so quickly.
In less than a second, she fell completely asleep. It was so smooth that Lu Ruyan thought she had fainted from hypoglycemia.
She walked over and touched Wei Xiaogui's forehead with the back of her hand. It was cold and his fever had begun to subside.
Honey, I'll go to the bedroom and get her a blanket so she doesn't catch a cold again.
Although Lu Ruyan usually doesn't give in to Wei Xiaogui, at times like this, she will subconsciously show the thoughtfulness and understanding of a wife. Just as she was about to turn around, an arm wrapped around her from behind. Gu Chen grabbed her slender waist aggressively. Through the lotus pink silk nightgown, the touch under my palm is warm and soft. Gu Chen's chin rested lightly on her shoulder, and his warm breath sprayed on her earlobe.
No need to rush for a while, have you watched the video? Do you still want to kill Zhang Zhuhua now?
If you still want to chop it off, I'll call her right away and tell her to clean her neck and wait for you at home.
Lu Ruyan's face turned red in an instant.
She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into.
She shrank into Gu Chen's arms.
Oh, stop it.
It's so embarrassing. Gu Chen didn't care about her embarrassment and continued, Xiaogui saw you drunk yesterday. Lu Ruyan suddenly raised her head up.
Then my image as a queen has completely collapsed. When she thought about how embarrassed she was in front of that little girl Wei Xiaogui, she felt crazy. Although Gu Chen had pieced together the general picture from Lu Ruyan's intermittent drunken words last night, he wanted to hear her true thoughts when she was sober. After all, Zhang Zhuohua's daughter is different from Wei Xiaogui. She is born to bring huge pressure to Lu Ruyan.
Tell me, what did Zhang Zhuohua tell you yesterday?
Lu Ruyan briefly recounted what happened. Finally, she said, actually, I'm also very optimistic about this matter itself.
As long as you marry Mr. Zhang's daughter, your future career will definitely get better. Besides, she's a big star.
It would be more prestigious for you to take her out with you, husband. Lu Ruyan has completely determined that Gu Chen will treat Shi Mangling as his legal wife. There was an unconscious sour taste in his words, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings.
Obviously, I was here first.
Why am I still in the probation period as a concubine, but she can be directly promoted to the legal wife right away?
What big star? Gu Chen was a little puzzled. You mean, Zhang Zhuohua's daughter is a big star?
In the past, when he was in school, he focused all his attention on algorithms and coding. Although the technology in this world is far ahead in various industries, its coding engineering capabilities are actually inferior to the level of his previous life. Therefore, Gu Chen can be regarded as a plagiarist in the code world and knows very little about the entertainment industry.
Hubby, don't you know?
Mr. Shang's daughter is Shi Mangling, a top star who's a successful actress and singer. Last year, I won the Best Actress Award at the Cannes Film Festival and the Song of the Year Award at the Grammy Awards, Lu Ruyan explained.
Shi Mangling. Gu Chen had some impression of these 3 words.
When I was in college, several of my roommates kept talking about her name, saying that if they could marry a beauty like Shi Mangling, it would be worth dying for. Even in this world where there are more women than men, Shi Mangling is still an unattainable goddess in the eyes of countless men. In order to get a ticket to her concert, many men even went to the X-Light District to sell their bodies for money. In my impression, Shi Mangling plays the pure and sweet role in film and television dramas, but in concerts she plays the aggressive and salty girlfriend style.
The character of Lee Ji-eun in the previous life is similar. Unexpectedly, the big star Mangling is actually Zhang Zhuo's daughter. This is quite interesting. Lu Ruyan looked at the playful smile on Gu Chen's face and felt completely disappointed. It's over. It seems that the throne of the queen will collapse before she can even sit on it. When she thought about having to work like a slave for Zhang Zhuo during the day and having to face her daughter's mood when she got home from get off work at night, she felt very upset. However, even if she is a big star, she still has to rank behind Yu and Xiaogui. Gu Chen added slowly, the order of seniority and first come first served is the key to a harmonious family. Husband? Lu Ruyan was stunned, her words stuttering with excitement. But she's the famous star Mangling. Are you really not going to give her the position of legal wife? Gu Chen pinched her cheek and thought that her anxious look was somewhat cute. Of course not. You are just a concubine, how can I let her become my wife right after she comes in? No matter who you are, you have to start as a concubine in my place. The huge rock hanging in Lu Ruyan's heart fell to the ground with a boom. No matter what, as long as I am still the first one, it's fine. She excitedly jumped onto Gu Chen, wrapping her long legs tightly around his waist. Hubby, you're the best. Honey, can I buy you a Rolls Royce? Do you like sports cars like Maybach, Rolls Royce, or Lamborghini? Forget it, I'll buy them all for you. Gu Chen held her perky buttocks and patted them gently. Why, were you worried that I would just make Mangling my regular wife and let you serve tea and water as a maid? Lu Ruyan squirmed in his arms and spoke stubbornly. I didn't. Not like it. Gu Chen deliberately teased her. Lu Ruyan bit her lower lip and expressed her grievances. Oh, Mangling comes from such a wealthy family and is a big star. How can I compare with her? I'm just working for her mother. From now on, I have to look after her and her mother at work, and I have to look after her when I get home. What am I going to do then? As Lu Ruyan finished speaking, her voice became softer and softer, and her eyes gradually became moist. Gu Chen now fully understood the root cause of her abnormal behavior yesterday. It turned out that she was extremely aggrieved. He tightened his arms, holding her tighter to him. Why are you so wronged? Then I have to reward my crybaby wife well. Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed again, and she gently hit Gu Chen's shoulder with her pink fist and said in a soft voice. Don't make a fuss, Xiaogui is still sleeping in the living room. It would be bad if you wake her up. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows, that's perfect, when she wakes up she can join us and play together. On the side, the sleeping Wei Xiaogui was happily swinging on the swing in his dream. Gu Chen pushed her hard from behind, and she let out a series of giggles like silver bells. For some reason, the swing swung higher and higher, faster and faster, almost reaching the sky. The strong feeling of weightlessness made her heart beat wildly. Wei Xiaogui quickly turned around, grabbed the cold iron chain, and cried out in tears, I don't want to play anymore, I don't want to play anymore. Husband, please put me down. Chapter 29 Yida accidentally met a top actress, and she wanted to steal my concubine? Little darling, answer the questions carefully in the room. My husband and I are going out on a date to watch a movie. Lu Ruyan said with a hint of boasting. Today she was wearing a tight black motorcycle leather jacket, revealing her slender white waist. The white suspenders she wore underneath were faintly visible at the collar of her leather jacket. The lower body is a pair of super short shorts, which perfectly shows the straight and slender legs. A pair of thick-soled boots tightly wrapped around her shapely calves. At the boot opening, the edge of a delicate white lace sock quietly peeks out. The casual sweetness forms a sharp contrast with the overall cool style. Lu Ruyan was holding a shiny gold chain bag in her left hand, and her right hand was affectionately holding Gu Chen's arm. Wei Xiaogui was wearing a white swimsuit and lying on the carpet in the living room, looking worriedly at the test questions in front of him. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, she jumped up from the ground in a hurry, and her twin ponytails began to shake. Wait for me. Aren't we a family? This swimsuit was specially prepared by her for Gu Chen. The tight design perfectly shows off her well-developed body. The cute Pikachu head printed on the chest neutralizes the sexiness, making it look pure and innocent. Lu Ruyan glanced back at her. You've taken the first chapter of Daily Rules for Husband and Wife over 100 times, and you still haven't passed. How do you expect us to wait for you? Now you know the benefits of studying, you idiot in elementary school. From the day his fever subsided, Wei Xiaogui was forced to sit at the desk and answer questions.
I have been answering questions until this weekend, but I haven't even passed the first level of the concubine assessment. Wei Xiaogui didn't bother to refute and trotted to Gu Chen. She rubbed her two little hands together nervously and pleaded in a sweet voice, "Hubby, can I use my money power to pay the deposit? Please, I really want to go shopping with you guys. Please, please." Before Gu Chen could say anything, Lu Ruyan added another stab. No way, there really is no one who can't even pass this easy test." In the kitchen, Lin Xueme, who was busy working, poked her head out with a smile and said to Wei Xiaogui in the living room, "Xiaogui, what did I say before? If you don't study hard, even if a man wants you, you won't be able to catch him." Beside her, Wei Hongxia, who was picking vegetables, had a flushed face. Facing such ruthless attacks from her best friend, she was helpless. It was her own daughter's fault for being such a useless fool. She threw the vegetables in her hand into the basin and scolded Wei Xiaogui, "Wei Xiaogui, you little bastard. Study hard and memorize well. Don't have any evil thoughts. If you don't serve Gu Chen well in the future, you will be divorced. Divorcing your wife is fast at the marriage management office. Aunt Nong Lin has experienced it herself. If you don't believe me, just ask her." The smile on Lin Xueme's face froze, but she still leaned over with a smile on her face. He leaned close to Wei Hongxia's ear and whispered a warning in Shanghainese through gritted teeth, "Wait until Gu Chen Nila escapes, and I'll tear your face apart." Wei Hongxia raised her head without showing any weakness and responded in the same dialect, "I'm always here for you." Ever since Wei Xiaogui moved in, the private competition between the two mothers-in-law has never stopped. Wei Xiaogui continued to shake Gu Chen's arm, acting more and more coquettishly. The little feet in white socks stepped on Gu Chen's instep without him noticing. "Honey, if it doesn't work, I'll come back and answer. I really want to go to Yida department store with you guys today. I heard they just opened a super delicious dessert shop on the top floor. Others can't even queue up there, but the lights are on, look what this is." Wei Xiaogui, like a magician, took out 3 extremely gorgeously designed paper coupons from the back of the phone case and shook them in front of Gu Chen. "I happen to have 3 SVIP coupons here. We can go in and eat directly with these coupons." Lu Ruyan saw the coupons and asked in surprise, "Ode to blossoming flowers? I've been asking my colleagues to get an appointment number for a long time, but I haven't been able to get one." Wei Xiaogui proudly raised his head, his nose almost curled up to the sky. "Humph. I topped up my SVP card as early as when they first started renovating their house. In addition to Ode to Flowers, I also have the Fourth Movement and a Sugar Concrete membership card. I, Wei Xiaogui, am a genius when it comes to eating desserts." Roar, roar, roar. Gu Chen finally understood that this girl didn't have a sharp eye, but cast a wide net, taking care of all the famous dessert shops in the Magic City. In order to eat the famous Ode to Flowers, Lu Ruyan also began to plead for Wei Xiaogui. "Honey, let's go together. Our new car has plenty of space." After she agreed to Zhang Zhuo's request, the other party happily transferred a bonus of 10 million yuan to her. Lu Ruyan used the money to buy Gu Chen a top-of-the-line Escalade. Gu Chen patted his little wife's head lovingly and said in a relaxed tone, "Okay, let's go together." "Yeah." Wei Xiaogui stood on tiptoe excitedly, gave Gu Chen a quick kiss on the cheek, and then skipped back to the house to change clothes like a happy little rabbit. Suki's swimsuit is her secret weapon. She usually only wears it at home for Gu Chen to see. She still has to dress up beautifully when going out. 5 minutes later, Wei Xiaogui came out again. She changed into a pink outfit, looking like a freshly unwrapped strawberry-flavored candy, sweet and tempting. The pink off-shoulder top was printed with a cute cartoon rabbit, and the loose hem made her look even more petite and lovely. She wore a white layered ruffled skirt that swayed gently with her movements, like delicate cream lace on a cake. Knee-high white socks wrapped around her straight legs, and on her feet she wore a pair of shiny black leather shoes. 2 stunning beauties with very different styles held Gu Chen's arms, one on the left and one on the right. On one side is a sexy and hot lady in black with a strong aura. On one side is a pink, sweet, cute, and soft lowly. Gu Chen stood in the middle and felt that his life had reached its peak at this moment. The 3 of them walked out of the house in harmony. "Moms, you don't have to cook for us tonight." Wei Xiaogui turned around and happily made a scissors gesture. With a click, the door closed. Inside the door, Wei Hongxia and Lin Xueme put down their work almost at the same time, and a fierce women's unlimited fight broke out instantly. In an instant, pots and pans were flying everywhere, and half-picked vegetable leaves were flying all over the sky. The 2 mothers-in-law, who are almost 120 years old in total, are wrestling with each other like elementary school students.
It's so lively.
In the underground garage, the huge body of the Escalade is full of oppression. Wei Xiaogui sat in the spacious back seat, pouting and muttering softly, "Why can't I sit in the passenger seat?" Lu Ruyan, who had already fastened her seatbelt, turned around, extended her index finger, and gently tapped her forehead, "Because I am the principal wife." Wei Xiaogui straightened up unconvinced and was about to retort. The deep roar of the V8 engine suddenly sounded, scaring her words back into her stomach. "Darling, fasten your seatbelt, we're off,"
Gu Chen said to his little wife in the rearview mirror.
Wei Xiaogui reluctantly fastened his seatbelt, then took off his little leather shoes, and his pair of rosy white feet stepped directly on the soft leather seat. She closed her eyes and began to recall the dessert she was going to eat in her mind. She decided to use a sweet cake to make up for her regret of not being able to sit in the passenger seat.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
There were a few wild backfires from the exhaust.
Gu Chen stepped on the accelerator, and the black Escalade roared out of the basement like an awakened beast. The top floor of Yida department store.
A long queue that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see had already formed at the entrance of Fanhua Song. The team was almost entirely made up of beautifully dressed young women, each with an expression of anxious anticipation written across their faces.
"Oh, I should have brought a small stool with me. My feet are so sore. Why are there so many women? It's really annoying. There's no handsome guy to please me. Hey, look! How did those three people go straight in?"
In the team, a girl suddenly pointed in the direction of the door and asked. The girl covered herself tightly, wearing a light blue baseball cap with the brim pulled down low, almost covering most of her face. He wore a pure black mask on his mouth, revealing only a pair of bright and clear eyes. Behind him, a sturdy female bodyguard whispered, "Miss, they should have SVIP coupons."
Sure Mengling glared at the bodyguard and cursed in a low voice, "Then why don't I have it? What do you do for a living?"
Although she was only 1.65 meters tall, the oppressive aura she exuded at this moment was as strong as 2 meters. The two female bodyguards and a young assistant were so frightened that they trembled all over and kept bowing to her to apologize.
Sure Mengling rolled her eyes at them impatiently, "Get up! Don't you think this isn't a big enough commotion? If my fans find out, I won't be able to eat dessert anymore." Then, Sure Mengling ordered, "Now I want you to do it immediately. Right now. Go buy the exclusive coupons from those three of them." Chapter 30. He's so handsome that all the women in the room are losing control. Even the top actresses can't hold back when they see me. "Little cutie, you're here again?"
The dessert shop employee, who was wearing a light blue shirt and dress, recognized Wei Xiaogui at a glance and greeted her familiarly.
Soon, her attention was drawn to Gu Chen and Lu Ruyan beside Xiaogui. "Oh my god, is this your brother? He's so handsome. The one next to him must be your sister-in-law, she's so beautiful too."
Lu Ruyan looked at Wei Xiaogui with a smile on her face, wanting to see how this little girl would act like a spoiled brat.
Wei Xiaogui was neither embarrassed nor annoyed.
Instead, she rubbed her head against Gu Chen's arm and said in a baby voice, "No, he is my husband." The clerk covered his mouth, his eyes widened, and he could not speak clearly.
"Wow, your husband is so handsome." A fat woman in the queue behind was getting impatient because she saw 4 people dawdling at the door. She craned her neck and yelled at the top of her lungs, "Oi! Can that guy in front of me be a man and just click in? Can't you find the door? Do you want me to teach you tonight?"
The other girls behind her laughed knowingly when they heard this explicit teasing. Although they haven't seen what Gu Chen looks like, his tall height is enough to make them envious. In this world where there are more women than men, no matter how reserved a girl is, she cannot stand the torment of long loneliness. Her behavior has long become very indulgent, and she can even tell dirty jokes at will.
Lu Ruyan frowned, turned around and retorted viciously, "You lowly girl. You're destined to be lonely for the rest of your life. You'll spend your old age lying in a chair wondering what it feels like to be loved by a man."
Wei Xiaogui imitated her, made a face at the fat woman, and echoed loudly, "That's right.
You are just toads in the pond. No man wants you, so you have to cry alone in the middle of the night. You're looking for death."
The fat girl couldn't stand being scolded for being lonely all her life, so she immediately rushed out of the team in a rage. Wei Xiaogui was so scared that he screamed "ah" and subconsciously hid behind Gu Chen. A pair of small hands tightly grasped the corner of Gu Chen's clothes, and his teeth began to chatter.
He. Even if she beats me up today, I'm still going to eat the chocolate cream cake from Ode to Flowers." Gu Chen rubbed her head and said with some amusement, "Little foodie.
Then he turned his head and looked at the fat woman who was walking towards him with her sleeves rolled up. The woman was tall and strong, her flesh trembling violently with every step she took, and her arms were thicker than Lu Ruyan's thighs. He looked strong, but Gu Chen could tell at a glance that it was just the fatness caused by years of lack of exercise and a high-fat, high-sugar diet. His steps were weak, his breathing was rapid, and his face was sagging. It was obvious that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Gu Chen estimated that he could knock her away with one punch, and when the police came, he would explain that the other party was causing trouble and verbally harassing her. According to Article 372 of the Longwa Male Protection Law, when the personal safety and personal dignity of male citizens are violated or harassed by women, they have the right to take unlimited self-defense measures. Not only will he not be held legally responsible afterwards, but the state will also award him the title of model citizen and give him a cash reward based on the severity of the circumstances. At the same time, the harasser must pay the male victim compensation for mental damage of no less than 3 times his annual income.
Verbal harassment is clearly defined as a type of harassment in the code.
Because male citizens are so scarce, in order to protect them from being violated, the authorities even plan to classify female condensation with malicious scrutiny as harassment. There are too many Dorymans now, and there is no way to restrain them without stricter laws. Gu Chen clenched his fists, his joints making a slight crisp sound, and waited for the fat man to come to a safe distance of 2 meters in front of him. However, the fat man suddenly stopped halfway through his walk. She stood there in a daze, staring at Gu Chen's face, with a trickle of crystal saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth. In this world, is there really such a handsome man? I can't hold it anymore. After saying that, she covered her stomach with both hands, her face showing pain mixed with a hint of twisted excitement, and she took heavy steps.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
He turned around and ran towards the restroom, and every step he took made the floor of the entire mall tremble slightly. Wei Xiaogui cautiously poked his head out from behind Gu Chen, looked at the fat man's receding figure, and muttered softly, this woman is so useless. Lu Ruyan grabbed Gu Chen's arm and urged him anxiously, husband, hurry up.
Let's go in quickly.
But it was too late. After the girls in the queue saw Gu Chen's face clearly, they immediately surrounded him screaming like zombies smelling blood.
Handsome guy, can you add a green bubble?
I'm going to be 18 next month, and then I'll ask my biological mother to sell her blood to buy you a Xiaomi Su 7 Ultra.
Handsome guy, are you still in need of a concubine? I'm good at sex and I'm not clingy. I can do it in any position.
Brother succubus, I want to touch your big hand. I swear I'll just touch it and do nothing else. Slurp. Handsome guy, my mom told me to come over, add your contact information. I can't hold it in any longer.
Gu Chen felt like Tang Monk who was airdropped into the kingdom of women, surrounded by a group of fanatical women.
Sure Mengling watched this scene from afar at the back of the team. The bodyguards who had been sent out to buy tickets had already been pushed to the periphery by waves of enthusiastic girls. In her eyes, only top stars could cause such a big commotion.
Sure Mengling turned to the assistant beside her and asked, is there a celebrity performance at Yida today?
The young assistant Taozi stretched her neck but couldn't see what was happening in the crowd, so she had to stand on a chair nearby. When she saw Gu Chen surrounded by the crowd, she stomped her feet in excitement. If her boss Sure Mengling hadn't been next to her, she would have rushed up to try her luck. These days, it's hard to find a guy who breathes through his nose. If the boy is between 18 and 50 years old, when he walks on the street, there will be at least 7 or 8 girls chasing him and asking for their WeChat. If a guy has slightly better looks, most girls will follow him like a follower. A young man like Gu Chen who is handsome, tall, and young.
It is completely equivalent to a national first-class protected animal and is as rare as a wild giant panda.
Boss. A super handsome guy has been refreshed up ahead. I took a picture. Take a look. Taozi jumped off the chair excitedly and handed over the fruit phone with a few cracks on the screen in both hands. Sure Mengling took it with an unhappy look on her face, and when she looked down, she realized that 3 minutes had passed.
She debuted at the age of 15 and has been thriving in the entertainment industry for 10 years.
During this period, she has seen all kinds of handsome male stars and young handsome guys. Sure Mengling often privately mocked girls nowadays for being too hungry. They thought that a little idol who could sing and rap and had practiced for 2.5 years could make them so crazy. It was really pathetic. But the man on the screen is very handsome. Beneath his sword-like brows lies a pair of peach blossom eyes that are deep and affectionate, yet appear distant due to the sharp corners of his eyes.
The high-nose bridge and distinct jawline give him a sharp and classical handsomeness. If he were to act in an ancient idol drama, the traffic would probably burst the server. Even a rich girl like Shermangling couldn't help but start fantasizing about her life after marriage with this man. On a private beach on a moonlit Pacific island. The man lifted her up high with his strong arms, and the feeling of weightlessness with her feet off the ground made her scream. Then it was like an action movie she had seen. Under the ambiguous and flickering candlelight, he would use his scorching lips to kiss every inch of her skin. Shermangling covered her burning chest with one hand and said to Tauzi, You go call Dezhuang and the others back and tell them not to squeeze. At the same time, send this person's photo to my mother and tell her to immediately mobilize all her connections to find this boy's contact information for me. I want to date him. Chapter 31, Top Actress Calls the Police for Me. All the women who harassed me had their underwear taken away. Tauzi did not dare to delay and immediately sent the photos to Zhang Zhuhua. The information is edited respectfully. Hello, Mr. Zhang, sorry to bother you. I saw a man at Yida department store who I really like and was hoping you could help me. After sending the message, Tauzi carefully put away her phone and asked softly, then, Boss, are we still going to eat Ode to the Flowers? Shermangling glared at her fiercely, eat, eat, eat. All you do all day is eat. Go, call the police right now and tell them that there was a situation on the rooftop of Yida where girls lost control and surrounded a man. Tell the police to bring more batons, and even better, some police dogs to kill these perverts who have never seen a man. Tauzi's body trembled. Shermangling, who lacked fatherly love since childhood, has always been stingy to the point of being pathological in terms of feelings. Last year, she couldn't stand Mr. Zhang's new male assistant and felt that he was competing with her for favor. He directly sent bodyguards to throw a few rat snakes into the man's house. The male assistant was so scared that he called the police on the spot. In the end, Mr. Zhang paid 3 million yuan in compensation to suppress the matter. Then our next step is to. As Tauzi spoke, she secretly observed Shermangling's expression, trying to judge whether what she said was right. Shermangling threw the limited edition bag in her hand directly at Tauzi's face and said coldly, Go home first and wait for news from my mother. By the way, I want to eat tuna from the Gulf of Mexico today. Please ask the kitchen to prepare it. Remember, I must have tuna from the Gulf of Mexico. Shermangling emphasized each word. In her eyes, tuna is also divided into different grades. The quality of bluefin tuna from the Atlantic Ocean is much better than that from the Pacific Ocean. As for tuna from the Southern Hemisphere, she usually only feeds it to cats. Okay. Tauzi quickly picked up her phone and prepared to edit a message for the kitchen staff. Shermangling, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and shouted, I told you to call the police first. What message did you send? Do you know how to do your job? I'll deduct half of your salary this month. Tauzi curled her lips in grievance. This month's salary had been deducted so many times that there was only 5,000 left. She also had to send this money back home to support her two younger sisters' education and save for their dowries. My mother fell ill again recently and a large amount of medical bills are still waiting to be paid. Cry. All you do is cry. When will you be able to solve problems with a calm mind like me? Shermangling stretched out her finger and tapped Tauzi's forehead hard. Tauzi quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and bowed her head to apologize. I'm sorry, boss, I couldn't control myself. Shermangling crossed her arms over her chest. Is there another problem at home? Why is it that your family is always causing trouble and dragging you down? I asked you to cut ties with them, but you didn't? Tauzi tried her best to hold back her tears. She couldn't cut off. She was the eldest daughter in the family and everyone's hope. Once she fell, the whole family collapsed. Yes, I'm sorry, boss. I can't do that. Shermangling got angry when she saw her cowardly look. She had previously offered Tauzi a monthly salary of 35,000 yuan, but the silly girl only kept 4,000 yuan for herself and sent the rest back home. After deducting rent, utilities, and transportation costs, only 800 yuan was left. After Shermangling found out, she simply let Tauzi move in with her, saving her the cost of food and accommodation. It was later discovered that the assistant simply transferred all the money back home. From then on, she found various ways to deduct Tauzi's salary, but in fact she was secretly helping her save the money to use as a dowry in the future. Look at you. If you hadn't followed me for so long, I really wanted to fire you. Shermangling said with a look of disappointment. After saying that, she walked straight ahead with two female bodyguards. Tauzi stood there and called the police, crying, saying that someone was harassing men in Yida department store. The policewoman on the other end of the phone thought her husband had been kidnapped, and kept comforting her on the phone. Don't worry, sister, we will definitely help you get your husband back. You have to believe in the strength of our Huangpu district. Our chief is Detective Chief O Xiaoli. In less than 5 minutes, dozens of uniformed female police officers cordoned off the scene. The dozen or so girls who were shouting the loudest just now all had silver bracelets on their hands. It's unfair. Police auntie, I'm innocent. I didn't even touch him. I didn't harass him. A girl struggled desperately. The policewoman didn't waste any time talking to her. She picked up her dropped phone and opened the photo album. Then why did you take these photos? In the album, there are only 3 front-facing photos of Gu Chen. The rest of the photos were all taken close to his crotch, abdominal muscles, and pectoral muscles. The policewoman said coldly, according to Article 372 of the Dragon Kingdom's Men's Protection Law, acts intended to spy on, photograph, or disseminate male private parts constitute serious sexual harassment. If Mr. Gu doesn't file a lawsuit, you will face at least 1 year of labor reform. If he files a lawsuit, you will face a prison sentence of 3 to 5 years, and during the reform period, all your labor earnings will be turned over to the state. The so-called labor reform means going to a specific factory and hand-sewing socks and underwear for male citizens across the country. All the money earned during this period will be deposited into the Caring for Men Fund. The foundation provides a living allowance of 30,000 yuan per month to men across the country. The girl lowered her head instantly, her face full of regret. She should have restrained herself earlier. The other girls who were handcuffed also cried and begged for mercy, saying that they would never do it again. Xu Xiaoli was tired of hearing these words. She picked up her baton and lectured them one by one. If you want a man, you can chase him openly and compete fairly. Stop thinking about these dirty things all day, secretly filming people, and fantasizing about having sex with them. It's disgusting. We women have lost all our dignity because of people like you. After educating these ignorant girls, Xu Xiaoli came to Gu Chen. This time when I go back, I'll ask my superiors for police resources. Next time you go out, tell me in advance and I'll send 2 plainclothes officers to protect you. Lu Ruyan was worried that Gu Chen would be criticized for wasting public resources, so she asked, Director, isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Oh, Xiaoli shook her head. Alas, you don't know, the gender ratio has further declined, and most girls are panicking. A while ago, in some remote areas, there was a gang rape involving 80 women. Wei Xiaogui didn't even dare to think about how tragic the scene was. She hugged Gu Chen's arm tightly and begged, Officer, you must protect my husband. Oh, Xiaoli made an okay gesture and said, Don't worry, your husband will be fine with us here. Then, she changed the subject, took out her phone, and asked casually, By the way, Gu Chen, were those IDs you told me about before fake? Why can't I add them after trying several times? Now, I'm going to add you as a friend. Lu Ruyan became nervous instantly. Oh no, my husband can no longer cover up the lie he told before. Gu Chen responded calmly, Okay. He reached into his pocket and pressed the shortcut button next to his phone. After the screen passes the fingerprint recognition, the green bubble application automatically switches the account. This is a set of scripts he wrote when he was still in college to deal with the girls who kept harassing him. He registered a total of 50 green bubble accounts, all of which had randomly generated 16-digit garbled IDs, and they would automatically switch every 3 hours to prevent the information of his main account from being leaked. When Gu Chen took out his phone again, although Green Bubble's avatar and nickname were the same as before, the ID had really become a string of 16-digit garbled characters. Lu Ruyan couldn't believe her eyes. It felt like Gu Chen had performed a magic trick out of thin air. After seeing the real 16-digit ID, Xu Xiaoli cursed Zhang Zhuhua 1,000 times in her heart. It's your own heart, so everyone else's looks dirty. Gu Chen is such an honest and good boy. In the president's office of Haifa Group, Zhang Zhuhua sneezed violently. Akiyu. Who is this bastard who doesn't have a man and gossips about me behind my back? I want to play King of Glory today. The update will be later around 9 o'clock. Chapter 32, My mother-in-law and I had a real-life PK. 3 house rules for them to review on the spot. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the 3 returned from Yida department store. In order to prevent Gu Chen from being harassed by the girls below him, Wei Xiaogui took out a strawberry bear mask from her bag and insisted that he wear it. 3 people were waiting for the elevator in the underground garage.
As soon as the door opened, the chattering of two girls could be heard from inside.
A girl wearing a green baseball cap excitedly said to her companions, "Did you know?
Something big happened at Yida this afternoon." Thousands of women surrounded a man at the entrance of manhwa song.
Wow, it was such a hilarious scene." Her companion in black stockings immediately chimed in, "How could I not know? Doin is full of his forehead slices right now. He's so handsome it's unbelievable. Just looking at his profile makes me feel like I'm about to ovulate. Hold on. There's a guy ahead of us," the cuckolded girl lowered her voice. "Did you listen?" Then the incident got out of hand and hundreds of people were arrested. Even the armed police were dispatched. It was terrifying.
The girl in black stockings lowered her voice instantly, worried that she would be reported.
Why didn't you tell me earlier?" After the passers-by left the elevator, the atmosphere became a little strange.
Wei Xiaogui was completely confused. Pulling at Gu Chen's clothes in bewilderment, she whispered, "Husband, we've been at Yida for the entire afternoon.
How come we didn't know there were thousands of people watching and armed police were dispatched?"
Lu Ruyan held her forehead helplessly, wondering why the little fool's mind was so confused.
Gu Chen had witnessed with his own eyes what it meant when three people make a tiger. After being processed by several mouths, this rumor has become unrecognizable.
The elevator door opened and the three of them walked into 2501 hand in hand.
After entering the door, the rich aroma of food hits you in the face.
The dining table was filled with 10 dishes, which was the result of a secret rivalry between Gu Chen's two mothers-in-law.
The 5 dishes on the left are from Wei Hongxia, typical Suzhou cuisine, emphasizing refinement and elegance.
A dish of clear boiled crab meat and lion's head soup with clear broth and plump meatballs. A squirrel mandarin fish dish has a unique shape and a sweet and sour aroma that whets your appetite. Next to it is a plate of fresh green stir-fried wolfberry heads, which looks refreshing.
The 5 dishes on the right are Lin Shuemei's specialty, Shandong cuisine and Anhui cuisine, with a bold style and compelling aroma. The shiny Dezhou braised chicken is full of meaty aroma.
A plate of braised shrimp with rich sauce. In the middle is a dish of stinky mandarin fish, which smells stinky but tastes delicious, and is the essence of Anhui cuisine. Wei Xiaogui didn't even have time to take off his shoes, and rushed to the dining table like a little rabbit.
"Wow, it smells so good. I want to eat it, I want to eat it. Mom, help me get a big bowl of rice."
Wei Hongxia subconsciously lowered her head, as if she didn't want others to see her face clearly, and muttered, "Eat, eat, eat, you only know how to eat.
Hurry up and get Gu Chen a glass of water."
Lin Shuemei, also wearing a long-sleeved shirt, looked a little awkward as she said to Lu Ruyan, "Ruyan, go to the wine cabinet and get your son-in-law a bottle of good wine." Wei Xiaogui felt that her mother was a little strange today, so she tilted her head and moved closer.
"Mom, what happened to your face? It's covered in bruises. Did someone beat you up?"
Lin Shuemei coughed loudly beside her and signaled to Wei Hongxia with her eyes not to forget the agreement between them. When Lin Shuemei learned that Wei Xiaogui was also going to become Gu Chen's concubine, she took the initiative to find Wei Hongxia and set 3 rules. First, you are not allowed to fight in front of Gu Chen.
Second, the loser of a fight makes excuses for himself. 3, don't tell your daughters.
Wei Hongxia gave Lin Shuemei a fierce look, then said to her daughter with a smile, "I wasn't looking where I was walking just now, and I fell down at home."
Wei Xiaogui's single-core brain naturally didn't think there was anything wrong.
She also patted Wei Hongxia on the back earnestly and said, "Mom, watch the road when you walk." As she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks and prepared to sit down.
Boom!
Wei Hongxia picked up the soup spoon and hit Wei Xiaogui on the head.
"Oh, Mom, why did you hit me?"
Wei Xiaogui covered his head and cried out in pain. Wei Hongxia scolded angrily, "Your husband hasn't sat down yet, and you sit down first."
"What's wrong with you? Don't you know any etiquette?"
Lin Shuemei distributed the bowls and chopsticks while smiling and saying, "Don't blame me, Guigui. After all, I've taken the concubine exam so many times and never passed it once." Wei Hongxia was so angry that she decided to wait until after dinner and then find some time to have some one-on-one practice with Lin Shuemei. Lu Ruyan returned to the dining table with a bottle of mutai and immediately noticed the shallow scratches on her mother's neck. Her heart skipped a beat, and after putting the mutai behind the table, Lu Ruyan immediately walked over and rolled up her mother's long sleeves. Sure enough, my mother's arms were covered with new scratches, and the skin was broken in some places.
Wei Xiaogui bit his chopsticks and asked curiously, "Auntie Lin, did you get scratched by the cat?"
Wei Hongxia kicked her daughter hard under the table, signaling her not to talk too much.
Lu Ruyan asked anxiously, Mom, did you fight with Aunt Wei again? Lin Shuemei smiled awkwardly, oh, how could we fight? We are all family now.
Wei Hongxia also gritted her teeth and echoed, yeah, we're a family now, we won't fight like before. Lu Ruyan looked at the wound on her mother's arm, her face full of worry.
Wei Xiaogui's saliva was almost flowing onto the table.
Wei Hongxia looked at her daughter's heartless appearance and sighed in her heart.
Why are there such big differences between them even though they are both daughters? It feels like I gave birth to a brainless foodie. Lu Ruyan hoped that Gu Chen would come out and say a few words. If the fight continued like this, sooner or later one of them would have to go to the hospital. However, Gu Chen acted as if nothing had happened and was picking up food for Wei Xiaogui. He picked up a large piece of Texas braised chicken thigh and put it into her bowl. Wei Xiaogui didn't even bother to look at his mother's expression. He just picked up the chopsticks and prepared to eat. Ah, thank you, husband, then I won't be polite.
Just when her chopsticks were about to touch the chicken leg, Gu Chen reached out and took her bowl back. Wei Xiaogui looked at Gu Chen in confusion, his chopsticks hanging in the air. His mouth pouted slightly, full of grievance.
Husband?
Gu Chen's eyes fell on Wei Xiaogui's innocent face. Before dinner, you have to take care of your household chores first. Otherwise, no one will be able to enjoy this meal in peace. He turned to look at his two fidgeting mothers-in-law.
Aunt Wei, Aunt Lin, how long do you plan to keep the injuries on your faces and bodies secret? Or do you think Ruyan, Xiaogui, and I are all blind?
Wei Hongxia and Lin Shuemei's faces turned pale in an instant, and they were so embarrassed that they didn't know what to do. Wei Hongxia was about to open her mouth to make amends, but was stopped by Gu Chen's look. Gu Chen leaned back in his chair. I don't care what grudges you had in the past. From today on, we are a family.
In this house, my rules are the rules.
First, family members are not allowed to fight each other.
Not in any form. Secondly, you are Xiaogui and Ruyan's supporters, not their trouble.
From now on, if we have to compete, it will be to see who can make this family more harmonious and respectable.
Third, there won't be a next time.
If you do it again, no matter who started it first, both of you will never be allowed to set foot in this house again.
I say it, I do it.
Wei Hongxia and Lin Shuemei were completely stunned by Gu Chen's words. They never thought that this son-in-law who usually looks gentle actually has such a strong and domineering side. Especially the last one, which directly grabbed their throats. Lin Shuemei was the first to react. She stood up abruptly, bowed to Gu Chen and apologized, saying, Gu Chen, it's my fault.
I promise. I won't do it again. I'll write a letter of guarantee.
Wei Hongxia also quickly stood up, son-in-law, I was confused.
I will write it too. I will never fight with her again.
Gu Chen stopped looking at them and pushed the bowl of rice with meat back in front of Wei Xiaogui.
Okay, I'm done with the housework. Let's eat.
Wei Xiaogui nodded obediently, picked up the chopsticks and started eating with big mouthfuls. In her eyes, eating and Gu Chen are the most important things. She will talk about her mother after she has filled her stomach.
Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief.
She was very satisfied with the way Gu Chen handled the situation. Although the third rule is harsh, it will be useless if you don't take drastic measures to deal with their competitive personalities. Lu Ruyan was about to pour wine for Gu Chen when a text message suddenly popped up on her phone.
Bring your husband to the Peninsula Hotel at 3 p.m. tomorrow.
The king lost 10 stars, and I feel so sad that I can't even cry.
I always run into terrible teammates. Never play again. I've uninstalled.
There will be updates in the early morning, so those who go to bed early don't have to wait.
Chapter 33 Marriage Exam Questions Revealed. The correct answer is to book a room with the mistress?
Lu Ruyan put down her phone and pretended nothing had happened. The atmosphere at the dinner party became unusually harmonious because of the family rules. The two mothers-in-law had changed their previous tense attitude and were now constantly serving food to Gu Chen, fearing that he would not be full, and even more afraid that he would only eat the food cooked by the other party. Son-in-law, try my stinky mandarin fish.
It smells stinky, but tastes delicious.
Lin Shuemei picked up a large piece of fish meat that looked like a garlic clove and put it into Gu Chen's bowl enthusiastically. The fish meat is intact and covered with bright red soup. The rich aroma of sauce mixed with the unique fermentation smell hits your nose directly.
Son-in-law, you must try the lion's head I made.
I simmered it for 3 hours. Wei Hongxia was not willing to be outdone. She scooped up a white, tender and plump meatball with a soup spoon and poured it into Gu Chen's bowl along with the clear soup. The meatballs were trembling, with a few green vegetable hearts dotted on top. A thin layer of chicken oil floated on the surface of the soup, and the fresh and fragrant aroma was tangy. After a while, a small mountain of food piled up in Gu Chen's bowl. On the left is the rich-colored braised squid, on the right is the sweet and sour appetizing squirrel mandarin fish, and in the middle lies a shiny Texas braised chicken leg. Wei Xiaogui looked at the dazzling array of food in Gu Chen's bowl, many of which were her favorites, and she was so greedy that her mouth was watering.
Honey, can I eat the meat in your bowl?
That squirrel mandarin fish is too far away from me, I can't reach it. Wei Xiaogui sucked on his chopsticks and looked at Gu Chen eagerly.
Before Gu Chen could speak, Wei Hongxia's face fell instantly, and she scolded in a low voice, Wei Xiaogui, you wanna die?
As she spoke, she raised the soup spoon in her hand and pretended to hit Wei Xiaogui on the head. Wei Xiaogui was so scared that he shrank his neck and instinctively closed his eyes, ready to be beaten.
From childhood to adulthood, this kind of scene has become commonplace.
However, the familiar pain did not subside.
All I heard was Gu Chen coughing lightly. Wei Hongxia's arm, which was raised in the air, suddenly froze.
She suddenly remembered the family rules she had just set: no violence between family members. Xiaogui is not only her daughter but also a member of her family. She quickly withdrew her hand and stiffly served Gu Chen a bowl of old duck soup, forcing a smile on her face. Son-in-law, come and have some soup.
This is the old duck soup I carefully brewed.
I specially added deer antler, Cistanche deserticula, and Cuscuta australis to nourish your body. Lin Xueme naturally understood that the medicine inside was all for kidney nourishment. She smiled and said to Wei Hongxia, I think you should give this bowl of duck soup to Xiaogui. I heard from Ruyan that my son-in-law is very capable. He can last for 4 or 5 hours.
Mom!
Lu Ruyan quickly reached out to cover her mother's mouth, and her cheeks turned red instantly.
How can such a private matter be discussed at the dinner table?
If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have told my mother so much. Wei Hongxia paused holding the bowl of soup, her face full of surprise. If it's really as Lin Xueme said, then this bowl of soup should really be given to my daughter. At the same time, a hint of envy that was hard to conceal flashed in her eyes. After fighting for 4 or 5 hours, how strong must one be? What they didn't know was that 4 or 5 hours was just a warm-up for Gu Chen, and he could easily fight all day. The hair on Wei Xiaogui's head quirked in confusion.
4 or 5 hours of exercise? Honey, you're amazing.
Wei Hongxia shook her head, her daughter was still too naive. But she is really lucky to meet such a strong man as soon as she gets married.
Unlike me, the man I finally found was a quick shooter, and he surrendered in less than half a minute. The family rules set by Gu Chen made the atmosphere at the dinner table visibly better. Lin Xueme also began to worry about Wei Xiaogui's concubine exam results sincerely, and gave her some advice. Xiaogui, listen to Aunt Lin, the concubine marriage exam is actually not difficult. A wife has to take more than a dozen exams, while a concubine only has to take 8 exams on rules and regulations. That's already pretty easy.
Just the course concubine lover relationships takes half a month.
And then there's male massage and legitimate son education, it's overwhelming.
Wei Xiaogui let out an ah and opened his mouth into an O shape.
She shook her head decisively, then I won't be the main wife, I want to be a concubine for life. Known.
Wei Hongxia picked up the soup spoon again in frustration, and subconsciously wanted to knock Wei Xiaogui on the head. Just as the spoon was about to fall, Lu Ruyan and Lin Xueme coughed loudly at the same time. Wei Hongxia then remembered the family rules and put down the spoon angrily. This family rule really severely restricts her performance. It seems that she needs to find an opportunity to apply for the mother-daughter education exemption from her son-in-law. Lu Ruyan also began to share her experience.
The marriage test is actually very simple. Just choose the option that is good for your husband without any brains.
Although she took the mock exam herself afterwards, she got full marks in all subjects in one go. Wei Xiaogui nodded, seemingly understanding. I know, but every one of them looks good to me, but I always choose the wrong one. You need to review the questions now. Lu Ruyan patiently took out her phone and opened the marriage test app.
Look carefully at what the questions are asking, like this one. A question immediately appeared on the phone screen.
According to Chapter 3, The Art of Support in Adversity, of the book A Guide to Providing Emotional Value to Your Partner, when your partner is extremely depressed due to the failure of an important project, which of the following coping strategies best demonstrates high-level emotional support?
Single choice question, 5 points.
I'd quickly help him analyze the reasons for his failure, point out the logical loopholes, and offer suggestions for improvement, demonstrating your wisdom. Be it tell him a more failed example or a joke you heard about, and try to cheer him up quickly with humor.
C. Stay by his side quietly, don't ask for specific details, just give him a hug and affirmation when he needs it, and tell him, this is not your fault, we will face this together. D. Book a couple's hotel immediately and put on his favorite sexy lingerie.
Wei Xiaogui looked at the question on the phone, stretched out his finger, and read it carefully word by word. For a moment, Lin Xueme, Wei Hongxia, and Lu Ruyan all showed relieved expressions. As long as the child reads the question carefully, he will definitely get the correct answer for this easy question. Wei Xiaogui spent a full 5 minutes reviewing the questions, his little face wrinkled into a ball. She felt that each option made sense, but why was it a single-choice question?
How abominable.
Finally, she followed her many years of experience in guessing questions 3 short and 1 long. Choose the longest one.
I chose C without hesitation.
The next second, a huge red cross popped up in the center of the screen, accompanied by the magical sound effect of beep, wrong answer.
Well.
At the dinner table, the 3 women sighed in unison.
What's wrong with this? It's so weird.
Wei Xiaogui said aggrievedly. Wei Hongxia couldn't help herself and shouted, the title clearly says, most capable.
How on earth can you have a forehead? Oh my, how can you possibly go to school, little darling?
Only Gu Chen had anticipated this outcome. He stepped out to smooth things over, since Xiaogui can't do the test, just pay the deposit later. When Wei Xiaogui heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, and he excitedly rushed over and gave Gu Chen a big kiss on the face.
Mua!
You are worthy of being the best husband in the world.
I love you so much. No. Wei Hongxia interrupted immediately, little sweetheart, you must pass the exam on your own. You can't let Gu Chen be laughed at after marriage. The 3 of us will tutor you together. This proposal received unanimous nods from Lu Ruyan and Lin Xueme.
Then, they forced Wei Xiaogui to do the next question. According to Chapter 5, Public Opinion in the Social Media Era, of the Concubine's Handbook of Advanced Emotional Intelligence, which of the following responses would be considered the optimal solution? Single choice question, 10 points. Scenario: Miss Chen, your husband's lover, who lives with you and your wife, posts a WeChat Moments post at 11 p.m., visible only to your mutual friends. It's a picture of a delicious midnight snack she made herself, captioned, it's so nice to be able to cook for him after a hard day. In the corner of the photo, a glimpse of the custom watch your husband is wearing, a gift from you. I'd immediately post a circle of friends, showing a more intimate photo of you and your husband, or a more expensive gift he gave you, to assert your sovereignty. B commented directly on her WeChat Moments, I'm so sorry to bother you so late. But the doctor said he has high blood lipids and needs to eat less carbs at night.
I'll make arrangements next time. C. Post a photo of the liver-protecting tea and supplements you prepared in your shared family group, the one with the elders, and tag your husband, honey, just a midnight snack to satisfy your cravings. Don't overeat. I warmed up some liver-protecting tea for you. Go to bed early.
D. Complained to her husband that Ms. Chen's behavior was beyond her rights and privately challenged her to a duel. He'd immediately and privately book a 5-star hotel weekend getaway package for my husband and Ms. Chen.
Send the confirmation to my husband with a note, I'm touched by your sister's thoughtfulness.
You both need to relax. This weekend, forget about family matters and enjoy your time together. This time, Wei Xiaogui read the questions for a full 10 minutes. Although the 3 of them were getting impatient, they thought that spending some time in exchange for better accuracy was a good thing.
Wei Xiaogui's instinct told her to choose D.
The mistress was already attacking her face, so she had to fight back.
But considering that I am a poor student, my first impression must be wrong. So she hesitated between B and C, and finally chose C. Performing in front of elders makes you appear more generous and appropriate.
On the screen, the bright red cross jumped out again mercilessly.
Well.
There was another burst of uniform sighs, and the 3 women felt their blood pressure rise. Wei Xiaogui stuck out his tongue embarrassedly.
Lu Ruyan no longer had any hope for her.
She picked up her phone and said to Gu Chen, husband, I'll pay Xiaogui's deposit.
Chapter 34, Marrying the Most Beautiful Lolita. System reward, golden kidney.
Wei Hongxia was so angry that she was shaking all over. She raised the spoon in her hand to hit Wei Xiaogui on the head, but stopped abruptly when her hand was halfway raised. Thinking of the family rules set by Gu Chen, Wei Hongxia was so angry that she could only turn around and bang her forehead against the wall next to her.
How could I have given birth to a bastard like you? How could you not have inherited any of my IQ?
Wei Xiaogui was also very angry this time.
His face flushed red and he said unconvincedly, "What did C do wrong? It's so good to show off in front of the elders."
As she spoke, she took the initiative to open the wrong question analysis on the app.
Correct answer, E.
When Wei Xiaogui saw the big letter E on the screen, he was completely stunned. She could never have imagined that pushing her man into the bed of her rival would actually be the correct answer. This completely goes against her basic understanding.
This is too cheap for the mistress.
Her little mouth opened into an O shape, and her cute twin ponytails lost their vitality due to their owner's emotions, hanging limply on her shoulders.
I think there must be something wrong with this question.
Wei Xiaogui, a poor student, showed great determination towards his wrong judgment at this moment. Wei Hongxia said nothing, but just kept banging her head against the wall. Lin Xueme said nothing, but just kept searching for something to nourish her brain. Lu Ruyan said nothing, clicked on the detailed explanation of the wrong questions under the answers, and asked Wei Xiaogui to look at it. Option A wrong, showing jealousy and competitiveness is too narrow-minded and a low-level response.
This will make your husband think you are ignorant.
Option B incorrect, this is openly provocative and appears harsh, undermining the basic principle of harmonious coexistence and putting the husband in an awkward position. Choice C wrong, while it demonstrates care and status, it implicitly demeans Ms. Chen's behavior and still smacks of jealousy, making it less than perfect. Option D incorrect, directly transferring pressure to the husband and attempting to create internal conflict is an internal consumption behavior strictly prohibited by the code. Option E correct, this option perfectly embodies the core concepts of positive motivation and harmonious coexistence. It transforms your rival's provocative behavior into an affirmation of your husband's charm and proactively creates opportunities for him to enjoy himself. This not only demonstrates your unparalleled big-picture intolerance to your husband, freeing him from any worries, but also completely deconstructs the rival's provocative intentions, placing them on a level where they cannot compete with you. Wei Xiaogui read it word by word, his mouth so big that an egg could almost fit in it.
With a bitter face, she turned and pounced on Guchun, hanging on his arm and acting coquettishly. "Woo woo woo, my little hubby has no sense of the overall situation.
Little darling, I can't push you into someone else's bed." Guchun was also a little curious and leaned over to take a look at the question and the analysis. Hiss.
There is actually such a question? This simply brings men's experience to the extreme. In the previous life, even breathing was wrong for men on the internet.
Any slight movement would result in them being labeled as hypocritical man or low-class man. And in this world, the official marriage and love guide actually teaches women how to think big picture and send their husbands on dates with their lovers.
It's so refreshing that it takes your breath away. I tell you, I would rather throw the money into the Huangpu River than help you pay the deposit.
Wei Hongxia pointed at Wei Xiaogui's nose and said harshly. Wei Xiaogui was so anxious that he kept turning around in circles, and finally placed his hope on Lu Ruyan. She clasped her hands together, leaned in front of Lu Ruyan pitifully, and begged in a voice that was so sweet that it was sickening.
"Sister! My dear sister, please be kind and help me pay for it. Please, please."
As she spoke, she stretched out her little hand and gently pulled the corner of Lu Ruyan's clothes, like a kitten asking for snacks.
"I promise. After we get married, I will work hard to earn money to pay you back. Please, dear sister."
Lu Ruyan looked at her like this and smiled helplessly.
Okay, I'm scared of you."
She skillfully opened the marriage management app and directly paid a deposit of 200,000 yuan for Wei Xiaogui. As the prompt sound of successful payment rang out, a gorgeous animation immediately popped up on the marriage management app on Wei Xiaogui's phone. Congratulations to Ms. Wei Xiaogui for paying the full deposit. The marriage relationship is officially concluded. Wei Xiaogui excitedly opened his electronic ID card. I saw that the marital status column had changed from single to married concubine owner, Guchun.
Seeing those words, Wei Xiaogui couldn't bear it anymore.
In this world where there are more women than men, tens of millions of women are destined to remain single for their entire lives every year. Not only did she successfully get married at the age of 18, but her husband was a man who was more handsome than all the Princes Charming she had ever dreamed of combined. Tears as big as beans rolled down her eyes, slid down her fair cheeks and dripped onto the floor. Wei Hongxia looked at her daughter crying with joy and quickly took out a tissue and handed it to her, but her own eyes also turned red. She always thought that her daughter was stupid and greedy, and was useless except for her cute appearance. She was even prepared for her daughter to never get married and for her to support her for the rest of her life.
That's why she works so hard to make money and buy a house. But after she had money, she began to worry that those men were only after her family's money and would treat Xiaogui badly after marriage. Now, seeing my daughter getting engaged to a perfect man like Gu Chen, all the worries in my heart turned into relief. Lin Xueme walked over silently and hugged Wei Hongxia gently. These two old best friends who had been fighting for most of their lives fell out because of a man, and finally reconciled because of a man. Lu Ruyan gently hugged Wei Xiaogui, patted her back, and said softly, "Okay, don't cry. We are a family from now on. From today on, you are the legitimate sister of this family. No one dares to bully you." Gu Chen, who was sitting in the main seat, heard the system notification sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully marrying his second concubine. Considering your excellent modeling, the speed is a little slow. Ding! The host's second concubine has been detected to be incredibly adorable, the pinnacle of Lolita. The original gold gift pack has been automatically upgraded to a diamond gift pack. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden treasure chest in front of Gu Chen swished and was instantly covered by a layer of dazzling diamond light. The box became crystal clear, with a rainbow-like glow flowing on its surface. Do you want to open the diamond gift pack? Certainly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Gourmet Advanced, Golden Kidney Sustained for 36 hours, 8 million cash. Countless knowledge, techniques, and recipes of top-notch cuisine flooded into Gu Chen's mind like a tide. From the complex sauces of French cuisine, to the ultimate zen of Japanese kaiseki cuisine, to the exquisite cooking time of Chinese dishes, he felt like he had instantly become a 3-star Michelin chef who had been immersed in culinary arts for 100 years. Immediately afterwards, a burning warm current suddenly rose from his lower back and instantly spread to every part of his body. It was as if a dormant beast in the body was awakened, and every cell was filled with explosive power. If the previous silver kidney is a V8 engine, it is powerful. Now this golden kidney is a V12 twin turbocharged ferocious beast. Gu Chen looked at Wei Xiaogui, who was still crying in his arms. Okay, stop crying. It's time you saw your husband's strengths. Chapter 35, the royal sisters and Lolita both cried out that they couldn't bear it. The two mothers-in-law left tactfully. Before leaving, Wei Hongxia took Gu Chen's hand and said with red eyes, "Son-in-law, our Xiaogui has been heartless since he was a child. If he does something wrong in the future, please bear with him." Lin Xueme chimed in, "Don't worry, Gu Chen will definitely do it." The two men's attitudes were so nice that Lu Ruyan felt a little uncomfortable. On the other side, Gu Chen put his arms through Wei Xiaogui's legs and back and easily picked her up sideways. Ah! Wei Xiaogui let out a short cry of surprise and subconsciously wrapped his arms around Gu Chen's neck. Her cheeks instantly turned red like ripe apples, and her earlobes were a lovely pink. She buried her head in Gu Chen's chest, not daring to look up at him, her long eyelashes trembling nervously. Is this day finally coming? Gu Chen held the docile kitten in his arms and walked straight to the master bedroom. Lu Ruyan stood there in a daze, watching their backs disappear at the end of the corridor. The restaurant, which was bustling just now, was now filled with only her, facing a table full of gradually cooling food. She mechanically picked up the chopsticks, picked up a mouthful of rice, put it into her mouth, and chewed slowly. But for some reason, the rice today seems particularly sour. Could it be that Aunt Wei put too much vinegar in the squirrel mandarin fish she made? She picked up another piece of Lin Xueme's stir-fried dish with her chopsticks. The sour taste not only did not weaken, but became stronger, spreading from the root of the tongue to the bottom of the heart. Lu Ruyan knew that she shouldn't have such emotions. As Gu Chen's first woman, she should be happy for him. She understood the logic, but she still felt upset. Just when Lu Ruyan was feeling extremely upset, Gu Chen's voice came from the direction of the master bedroom. Ruyan, what are you doing outside alone? Come in. Lu Ruyan's body shook violently, and the chopsticks fell onto the table with a click. Go in? What does he mean? Could it be? A crazy idea exploded in her mind. An indescribable shudder shot up from the tailbone and instantly spread to every part of the body. His cheeks suddenly felt hot, even redder than when he was drunk. It's like a good student who follows the rules is suddenly invited to try something unconventional and has never done before. Lu Ruyan stood up as if possessed by a ghost, and walked towards the master bedroom with somewhat unsteady steps. The bedroom door was not closed tightly, leaving a gap. She stood at the door, her palms sweaty, hesitating whether she should push the door open. Through the crack in the door, she could see that Gu Chen had gently placed Wei Xiaogui on the large bed. Wei Xiaogui lay in the middle of the bed like a frightened deer.
She was wearing a teddy bear dress, her hands tightly covering her chest, her big watery eyes full of nervousness.
Hubby, I haven't taken a shower yet. How about we wait until we finish our shower before we start?
This was the first time Lu Ruyan had experienced such a situation and she had no idea what to do.
Should I go in obediently or turn around and leave?
Gu Chen announced the rules of tonight's performance like a band conductor. This is a new game. A concerted game that requires a high degree of physical and mental synchronization.
All you have to do is follow my beat.
When Lu Ruyan saw Gu Chen stretch out his hand, an invisible rhythm spread in the room.
This is completely different from what Wei Xiaogui imagined. Is it possible to play games like this? Lu Ruyan walked to the bedside and was also drawn into this strange concerto.
She tried hard to catch the melody released by Gu Chen and tried to keep up with his rhythm.
As Gu Chen's first audience,
she was obviously much more familiar with his musical style than Wei Xiaogui. She knew how to follow his introduction and how to find her place in his passionate movement.
Don't be afraid, little darling. Feel his guidance. I'll help you find the right rhythm.
Lu Ruyan quickly got into the situation and directed the panicked Wei Xiaogui.
Yeah. Okay, sis.
Wei Xiaogui seemed to have found his backbone and nodded quickly.
Chapter 36, My husband wants to take another concubine?
Xiaogui recites self-cultivation of a concubine with tears in her eyes.
The next afternoon, Lu Ruyan opened her eyes lazily in the warm embrace.
Her whole body felt sore, as if it had been forcibly taken apart and reassembled.
As soon as I raised my eyes, I met Gu Chen's energetic eyes. Gu Chen looked at her with interest, not showing any sign of fatigue. Lu Ruyan's body tensed up instantly. The match that lasted until dawn last night was still vivid in her mind.
She was afraid that Gu Chen would invite her again, so she quickly raised her hands in surrender.
Husband, I don't want to play anymore.
Next to him, Wei Xiaogui was sleeping soundly in the quilt, snoring loudly. Gurgle, gurgle. Last night had exhausted her energy.
Gu Chen and Lu Ruyan smiled at each other. As she laughed, Lu Ruyan always felt as if she had forgotten something important.
She tried hard to search her mind, but all that came to mind were the disgusting scenes from last night, which made her face flush again.
Hey, what on earth did I forget? That's right.
I'm taking my husband to the Peninsula Hotel for a blind date this afternoon.
Lu Ruyan suddenly remembered the text message Zhang Zhuhua sent her during dinner last night. She didn't even bother to put on her clothes.
She suddenly sat up from the bed and grabbed the phone on the bedside table in a panic.
The time displayed on the screen is 2:30 in the afternoon. Even if we set off right now, we will definitely be late.
Lu Ruyan was so anxious that she started biting her fingers.
What's wrong? Gu Chen asked, seeing her anxious look. Isn't today the weekend? Is that old lady Zhang Zhuhua asking you to work overtime again? Lu Ruyan quickly told Gu Chen the whole story.
Gu Chen listened calmly, leaning against the headboard and said, "It's okay, take your time. Go put on your makeup first, and I'll wake Xiaogui up."
Lu Ruyan looked at him in confusion. Are you still going to take Xiaogui with you today?
Of course, Gu Chen said. As a matter of course, the desserts at the Peninsula Hotel are very famous, so I'll take Xiaogui to try them.
Going on a blind date with a superstar like Sher Mangling, and bringing 2 concubines along? This is somewhat disrespectful to the other party. However, my husband does have the capital. Looking around the world, there is no man better than him.
Lu Ruyan looked at Wei Xiaogui, who was sleeping like a pig, and began to worry about time again. Xiaogui is sleeping so soundly, I'm afraid I won't be able to wake him up for a while.
Gu Chen smiled. Believe it or not, it only takes me 3 seconds to wake her up. Lu Ruyan looked at Wei Xiaogui's peaceful sleeping face.
Her long eyelashes were like 2 small fans, and her fair and tender face was a lovely pink because of her deep sleep. Her little hands were placed obediently beside her cheeks, clenched into a small fist, and her mouth occasionally moved, as if she was eating something delicious in her dream.
Lu Ruyan shook her head decisively. Impossible.
She believed that even if an 8.0 magnitude earthquake occurred now, it might not be able to wake up this lazy little pig.
Gu Chen's smile deepened. If I succeed, your vacation will be shortened by 1 day. If I fail, I will give you 3 days off. It's a deal. Lu Ruyan nodded immediately.
In her opinion, she was sure to win. Now even if her husband shook Wei Xiaogui hard, it would probably take at least 5 minutes to wake her up. Gu Chen leaned close to Wei Xiaogui's ear, and said temptingly, "Xiaogui, I heard that the desserts at the Peninsula Hotel are very famous.
Especially tiramisu.
These words seemed to have magic power. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Xiaogui's eyes opened suddenly. There was no trace of sleepiness in those big round eyes, only excitement.
Quick! Take me there. I love tiramisu the most. Lu Ruyan stood aside, wanting to cry but unable to.
She could never have imagined that Wei Xiaogui's obsession with desserts would reach this extent.
This is over, I'm afraid my body is really going to fall apart. 50 minutes later, the two girls finally finished dressing up. Wei Xiaogui wore an off-white knitted top on her upper body. The hollow design on the shoulders revealed her fair skin, and the ribbons hanging on both sides were tied into cute bows. The lower body is also a beige short skirt with a three-dimensional cable knit texture, which looks very much like the cream pattern on a cake. She wore a pair of fluffy white plush leg covers on her feet, which wrapped around her slender calves, and paired them with a pair of thick-soled leather shoes, making her legs look even longer. He also wore a furry white hat on his head with two small and cute rabbit ears hanging from the brim. Seeing that Gu Chen was already waiting for her at the door, Wei Xiaogui blinked happily and trotted over. However, her running posture was slightly outward-facing and discordant. Lu Ruyan changed into a gray tweed short jacket, exuding a high-end texture. Beneath the coat was a well-cut black velvet dress that barely reached her knees. She wore classic black stockings and a pair of beige boots on her legs, which brought out her intellectual and royal aura to the extreme. Lu Ruyan glanced at the time.
They were already 20 minutes late, and a look of melancholy appeared on her face. Lu Ruyan was very worried that Gu Chen would leave a bad first impression on Sher Mangling. When she reached the door, Wei Xiaogui suddenly exclaimed ah and slapped her head. She had forgotten to bring her favorite Polaroid camera. She turned around and said, "Honey, I need to go back and get the camera."
Lu Ruyan anxiously advised, "We don't have time now. Your phone can take pictures, so just use it."
Wei Xiaogui looked at Gu Chen aggrievedly. Just as the elevator door was about to close, Gu Chen reached out and pressed the door opening button, then said to her, "Then go back and get it."
Lu Ruyan gave him a reproachful look and said, "Hubby, we're already 25 minutes late. Mr. Zhang is already urging me to come. I'm afraid if I don't go over now, they..."
Gu Chen smiled and comforted her, "Since they are already late, let them wait a little longer." Xiaogui walked with her feet turned outward and ran back home happily to retrieve her precious Polaroid camera. The three of them finally got into the car.
Wei Xiaogui asked curiously, "Wait, who are we meeting? Is it someone very important?" Lu Ruyan looked at Gu Chen who was driving and asked for his opinion. Gu Chen looked at Wei Xiaogui in the back seat through the rearview mirror and said, "I'm going on a blind date later. Can you help me find out what that girl is like?"
"Yeah.
Okay. Husband."
Wei Xiaogui agreed without thinking.
But she quickly reacted. "What's going on? I just established a relationship with my husband yesterday, and today he wants to. Ah. It hurts so much. It hurts so much." As expected, good men are always remembered by others.
"No, I have to be more generous and show the kind of tolerance mentioned in the marriage exam."
Wei Xiaogui immediately gave the standard answer. "Hubby, don't worry, I will take the initiative to create opportunities for you two to spend time together. I'll book a couple's hotel for you right now. If that girl wants to wear the Lolita dress in my closet, that's fine too." While driving, Gu Chen asked with a smile, "What if that girl turns around and bullies you, saying that your clothes are childish?" What Wei Xiaogui was thinking was, of course I would scratch her until she becomes a big tabby cat. But what she said was, well, then I would say it's okay, people have different tastes. I would give her my lucky money and tell her to buy her favorite clothes. Chapter 37, Top actress pursues him right on the spot. My little Loli is jealous. Mom, did you call that matchmaker? I have another announcement to catch up on.
In the top box of the Peninsula Hotel, Sher Mangling crossed her legs and tapped the table impatiently with her slender fingers. In order to meet Gu Chen today, she turned down 2 business activities and specially invited Longwa's top makeup team. The outfit she wears was tailor-made for her by a well-known art director, precisely targeting the aesthetic pain points of men today. The distressed washed denim jacket is casually opened, with a tight cropped vest underneath. The lower body is a pair of hot pants with very little fabric, paired with a pair of irregular black stockings with holes. The snow-white and delicate skin is faintly visible in the torn mesh, and each hole is like a carefully designed trap, waiting for the prey to fall into. A pair of stiletto heels that blended in with the black stockings stretched her already incredibly long legs to the extreme. In order to show the importance of today's meeting, Zhang Zhuhua also dressed up. Hanging on her earlobes were a pair of top-grade Patparadska sapphire earrings the size of pigeon eggs, which reflected brilliant fire under the light of the box.
Why are you in such a hurry? I'm already urging you,
Zhang Zhuhua said while suppressing her anger.
An hour and a half ago, she sent a message to Lu Ruyan, asking her if she had left. As a result, a full hour passed before Lu Ruyan replied with 4 words, "We just got up." Zhang Zhuhua is now increasingly confused about today's young people. How disgusting does one have to be to toss and turn from one evening to after 2 p.m. the next day? Wahao, send her another message and ask where they are. If they haven't left yet, ask them to give you the address and drive over to pick them up. Zhang Zhuhua gave orders to Brandon Lee, who was standing beside her. Bruce Lee's body trembled subconsciously, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Now, whenever he thinks of the duel with Gu Chen that day, his internal organs still ache. The doctor later told him that if the other party had used a little more strength. His condition was not just a severe spleen contusion, but a ruptured and bleeding spleen, which was beyond the reach of even the gods. Just as Brandon Lee picked up his phone with trembling hands, he heard a noise outside the heavy wooden door of the box. "Mr. Gu, this is the private room your friend has reserved. If you need anything else, you can always press the service bell." A senior waitress wearing a custom-made pencil skirt was speaking to Gu Chun in a voice that was sickeningly sweet. If it weren't for the professional ethics that had been ingrained in her bones over the years, she would have wanted to drag Gu Chun into an empty private room and drain all his energy. This man is really awesome. Even if I have to spend the next life in prison, it's fine. Wei Xiaogui, who was following behind, looked at the waiter's excessively swaying waist and pouted in dissatisfaction. The butt is shaking so obviously. What a vixen. If I had known earlier, I would have let my husband wear that strawberry bear mask. Why are there so many hungry babes out there? The waiter slowly pushed the door open, bent down deliberately, and showed his abundant capital to Gu Chen without reservation. If it were the old Gu Chen, he might have appreciated it with amusement. But now, there are top-notch supercars with even more explosive performance waiting for you to test drive, so who would have the time to drive a small Alto? Gu Chen walked in with his 2 wives with an expressionless face. As soon as he entered the room, Wei Xiaogui was stunned by the scene in the box. The giant crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling was larger than her living room, and the round rosewood table that could seat 20 people alone made her stunned. Most importantly, the 3-tiered silver dessert stand beside the table was filled with colorful macarons. As a seasoned foodie, Wei Xiaogui didn't care about the occasion or etiquette. He rushed towards the pile of cute little round cakes with a slightly zigzag step. Taozi, the little assistant beside her mangling, couldn't help laughing when she saw Wei Xiaogui's heartless foodie look. At the same time, I was sighing in my heart that this little girl was so bold that she dared to eat in front of the billionaire president and the top actress as if no one was around. Zhang Zhuhua looked at Wei Xiaogui and her brows were twisted into a knot. Why bring a little brat to a blind date? Could it be that this brat wants me to give her a red envelope? Let us put this matter aside for now. Zhang Zhuhua raised her head and glared at Lu Ruyan. What time is it? Why are you here just now? She still had that cold attitude of a boss criticizing her subordinates. Lu Ruyan subconsciously lowered her head and whispered, "Sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I really got up late today." Wei Xiaogui stuffed macarons into his mouth and mumbled, Yeah, we played too late yesterday. I accidentally slept until after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Zhuhua did not carefully study the deeper meaning of Wei Xiaogui's words, and just thought that they were simply playing games and forgot about time. In this case, she would not delve into Lu Ruyan's responsibility for being late. After all, the main task today was to arrange a blind date for her daughter. As long as my daughter can win over Gu Chen, everything will be fine. What if my daughter doesn't like it, or doesn't have the ability? Zhang Zhuhua plans to take the stage herself. In short, a top-notch man like Gu Chen must never be allowed to be in the hands of outsiders. Zhang Zhuhua turned to look at her daughter and was about to introduce Gu Chen to her. But when she saw this, she was stunned. At this moment, Shermangling no longer had the slightest bit of her usual cunning and willful look. She looked just like a little fangirl who had seen her idol, staring at Gu Chen with pink bubbles almost popping out of her eyes. Zhang Zhuhua hasn't seen her daughter like this for almost 10 years. It seems that this kid Gu Chen is the walking tang monk. Every girl wants to welcome him. Shermangling had only seen Gu Chen's profile photo on Taozi's phone before, and she thought he was extremely handsome at the time. Now seeing Gu Chen's face with her own eyes, that angular and flawless face hit her heart like a heavy bomb.
She felt inexplicably shy despite wearing such a hot outfit, and subconsciously lowered her head. Like a girl who was just beginning to fall in love, she clumsily tucked a strand of hair in front of her behind her ear. Then, she carefully extended her fair hand, clamped her throat, and said in a gentle tone that even she felt was unfamiliar, "Hello. Hello, my name is Mangling, and I'm very happy to see you today." Wei Xiaogui, who was putting the second macaron into his mouth, froze in an instant. She was like a little squirrel that was stealing nuts but suddenly found its natural enemy approaching, and all the hair on her body stood up. "What? The person my husband is going on a blind date with is the famous Mangling?" Wei Xiaogui couldn't believe his ears and thought he was probably hallucinating. "But the back of the woman in front of me does look very similar to the big star Mangling on TV. You know, Mangling is the kind of person who can make it to the hot search list for 3 days and 3 nights just by looking at her back." Wei Xiaogui didn't believe it, so he held the exquisite porcelain plate full of macarons and moved step by step to the front of Mangling. Snap! The china plate slipped from her hands and shattered on the expensive handmade carpet. Wei Xiaogui never dreamed of this. One day, her competitor will actually be the woman standing at the top of the entertainment industry pyramid. How can we play from now on? How can you compete with others for favor? Even a girl like me is moved by the sight of her black stockings with holes. An unprecedented feeling of inferiority surged in Wei Xiaogui's heart, and even the silly hair on the top of his head drooped down weakly. Zhang Zhuo looked at Wei Xiaogui, wishing she could kill her with her eyes. Gu Chen was about to reach out his hand to shake hands with his daughter and have their first intimate contact. Everything was ruined by that little girl. Both of their hands retracted in embarrassment. Mangling looked at the broken porcelain pieces and the messy macarons on the ground. In order to leave a good impression of being gentle and kind in front of Gu Chen, she immediately stood up, grabbed Wei Xiaogui's hand, and said nervously, "Sister, are you okay? Are you hurt by the debris?" Chapter 38, A Family Fortune of 500 Billion? Xiaogui curses you for not having cutlery for takeout. Zhang Zhuhua glanced at the Patek Philippe on her wrist, and time passed by minute by minute. "The anger in my heart is growing stronger and stronger, and I can't wait any longer," he said to Gu Chen and Mangling. "You young people have common topics, so go into the small private room inside and chat. We will wait for you outside." Upon hearing this, Mangling took light steps. Before leaving, she turned back and said to Wei Xiaogui in a gentle voice, "Sister, be careful with the broken porcelain pieces on the ground. Don't cut your feet." After saying that, she immediately glanced at Gu Chen's reaction. But she was disappointed to find that Gu Chen's gaze did not stay on her for even a second. All his attention was focused on the yellow-haired girl who was still upset about breaking the macaron. An indescribable anger surged into Mangling's heart. "Don't eat too many macarons. This kind lady will give you some mousse cake and tiramisu later." Gu Chen reached out and touched Wei Xiaogui's furry head, his tone full of doting. Wei Xiaogui looked at Zhang Zhuhua excitedly, with a macaron still in his mouth that he hadn't swallowed yet, and asked vaguely, Really? Auntie?" Zhang Zhuhua felt her temples throbbing. She glared at Gu Chen resentfully and squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth, "Really?" With her financial resources, let alone tiramisu, even desserts made of pure gold would be more than enough for this little girl. But what made her unhappy was Gu Chen's attitude. He didn't take the mother and daughter seriously at all. "This is clearly a blind date that will determine my daughter's lifelong happiness." But all he cared about was whether this little brat had dessert? Is it possible that being the daughter of a famous star is not as important as a meal for this little girl? Wei Xiaogui was delighted when he received a positive answer. She felt that the mother and daughter looked like nice people and were much easier to get along with than Lu Ruyan's mother, who always had a stern face. "Such nice people, Wei Xiaogui, must say a few good words for them in front of my husband." So, she happily shook Gu Chen's arm and said in a sweet voice, "Hubby, I think they are all very nice to me." The word husband exploded like a thunder in the box. The first person to react was Zhang Zhuhua. "What? You call him husband? Gu Chen, how old is this girl? You're marrying her. Lu Ruyan. Why didn't you tell me?" Zhang Zhuhua was furious, and a series of questions bombarded Lu Ruyan like cannonballs. Lu Ruyan shrank her neck in fear and whispered in defense, "Boss Zhang, you didn't ask me." Mangling stared blankly at Wei Xiaogui, who was wearing cute twin ponytails in front of her. The gentleness she had pretended to have disappeared, replaced by jealous anger. Why can she be Gu Chen's wife? Just because she can act cute?
Just based on her plump-looking D-cup? I can act cute too. Even though I'm a little less talented, my male fans all say that a C-cup is the eternal goddess. At this moment, Shermangling wanted to pick up the porcelain pieces on the ground and rush over to scratch Wei Xiaogui's pretty face. Her assistant Taozi, standing behind her, clasped her hands in front of her chest, tilted her head, and looked envious. It's great, a man wants me at such a young age. Shermangling turned around suddenly and gave Taozi a vicious look. Taozi was so frightened that she immediately covered her mouth and dared not make another sound. Wei Xiaogui felt the oppression in the room and quietly moved to Gu Chen's side. She tugged at the corner of his clothes and asked softly, "Husband, did I say something wrong?" Gu Chen ruffled her long, smooth black hair and said with a smile, "No, I brought you here today just to let you have some dessert and to inspect the candidate concubines." The 4 words candidate concubine were clearly heard by everyone. When Zhang Zhuhua heard this, she staggered and almost fell. What? She couldn't believe her ears. Gu Chen. You want to make my daughter a concubine? Lu. Ru. Yen. Didn't you make it clear to him? My daughter is going to be the legal wife. She, Zhang Zhua's only daughter and sole heir to a multi-billion-dollar corporation, was actually going to become a man's concubine? No matter how handsome you are, or how capable you are, Gu Chen, you can't treat my precious daughter like this. Lu Ruyan felt extremely aggrieved. But when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. It's really hard to be a worker. She was just about to open her mouth to explain and just uttered the 2 words Mr. Zhang. Gu Chen walked towards her with his arm around Wei Xiaogui, and then extended his other hand to hold her in his arms. At this moment, Gu Chen was holding the petite and cute Wei Xiaogui with his left hand, and the intellectual and mature Lu Ruyan with his right hand, looking like a winner in life. Seeing this, Bruce Lee felt itchy in his heart, and secretly thought that after he had used up all of Zhang Zhuo's gold coins, he would also follow Gu Chen's example and find a low-profile version of Lu Ruyan in lowly. You, what do you mean? Zhang Zhuhua pointed at Gu Chen and asked tremblingly. Mr. Zhang, isn't my meaning clear enough? Gu Chen hugged the 2 women tightly in his arms. These 2 are my women, my concubines. If your daughter marries in, she'll have to start as a concubine. Shermangling has been in a daze. What happened before her eyes was too shocking for her to accept. Zhang Zhuhua was so angry that her mouth twisted, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Young man, don't be so angry." Gu Chen retorted, "If you are not angry, can you still be called a young man? Let me emphasize again that your daughter will be the 3rd child when she marries in, and she will have to depend on the moods of these 2 women." Hearing the words 3rd child, Shermangling finally lost her composure and revealed her true cunning and willful nature. Why should I be a mistress? Which one of them can compare to me? Is she prettier than me or richer than me? My family owns 2 houses in Tan Palace alone. Our assets are worth more than 500 billion. Once Shermangling's defense is broken, she likes to use money to pressure others. Wei Xiaogui didn't know what Tan Gong was and thought it was the name of an ordinary community. She straightened her back unconvinced and retorted, "You, don't be so arrogant. I have many houses at home too. We have housing in school districts." She stretched out her fair fingers and counted them, then said angrily, "We have 15 housing in school districts alone." Shermangling was amused by her naive look. She crossed her arms and said disdainfully, "Little sister, I think you are only 18 years old at most. Go back and ask your mother to take you to broaden your horizons. You poor bastard. You actually dared to scold me, I. Wei Xiaogui was so angry that his face turned red. He wanted to curse her to have sores and pus on her face for the rest of her life, but the rules in the self-cultivation of a concubine suddenly flashed through his mind. She swallowed the vicious words back and replaced them with a curse that she thought was very lethal. "I curse that the takeout you order will never come with chopsticks. Then you won't be able to eat and you'll be so anxious." Shermangling was still processing what she meant by this sentence. Takeout? What takeaway? What is this? The assistant Taozi next to her couldn't help but burst out laughing. She thought this girl named Wei Xiaogui was so cute, and she wished her sister could be so cute. Zhang Zhuhua really couldn't bear it anymore. The humiliation she suffered today was even more painful than when she was dumped by her husband 20 years ago. She suddenly turned to Brandon Lee and ordered sternly, "You. Go get those 3 out." Brandon Lee pointed at his nose and said, "Boss, you're talking about me?" That expression looked just like when Ben Borba received the task of eliminating Shishing's master and apprentice. Zhang Zhuhua gritted her teeth and asked word by word, "What else?"
Bruce Lee glanced at Gu Chun, who was calm and composed, and shook his head decisively.
I'm not going.
Today, for the first time ever, he rejected Zhang Zhuo's request. Bruce Lee thought to himself, if you could just add the word please in your words, I might consider it. Not to mention how hurtful the 3 words drive out are, if Gu Chun refuses to leave and kicks me a few more times, then I'm done.
Last time it was just a minor injury and the doctor said I was lucky. But I can't rely on luck all the time. Brandon Lee was afraid that Zhang Zhuo didn't hear clearly, so he emphasized again, whoever wants to go can go, I'm not going anyway. Gu Chun looked at Bruce Lee's cowardly look and laughed. She said to Zhang Zhuo, who was so angry that she was about to have a myocardial infarction, don't rush us, we will leave on our own. Also, Mr. Zhang, did you secretly back-check me? Chapter 39, Kick the female bodyguard to death. I don't hit women easily, and I don't charge for it. Zhang Zhuo subconsciously retorted, I didn't. Gu Chun smiled and said, are you sure? Zhang Zhuo didn't dare to speak anymore. Gu Chun is an IT genius. Since he dared to ask this, he must have discovered that I was using channels to investigate him. Alas! This kind of talent is so difficult to deal with. The Male Privacy Protection Law of the People's Republic of China stipulates that it is illegal to investigate male information without the consent of the parties concerned. Depending on the severity of the case, the fine ranges from 2,000 to 500,000 yuan, and the prison sentence starts at 6 months. If the other party has a special identity, the punishment will be doubled. Even a billionaire CEO like Zhang Zhuo would find it troublesome to deal with such a case. There are too few boys nowadays, and the laws and policies are extremely biased. Last year at Wuda University, a girl accidentally glanced at a boy's crotch in the library, and the school immediately revoked her admission to graduate school. It even led to family members being cyberbullied. If Gu Chun sues himself for leaking his male privacy, the group's stock price will inevitably plummet. Gu Chun looked at her silent expression and had an idea in his mind. I was just trying to trick her, but I didn't expect that I would actually win the bet. A woman with a strong desire for control like Zhang Zhuo would definitely not do a background check before deciding to marry her daughter off. Now that you have caught the other party's handle, you have to make good use of it. If you don't want me to pursue this, book me a presidential suite at the Peninsula Hotel for a year. Although the battlefield at home is cozy, the map needs to be updated. The presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel may bring some different freshness. Zhang Zhuo's head was buzzing. The cost of a presidential suite is only 3 million a year. This amount of money is not even a drop in the bucket for her. But she couldn't swallow this. Gu Chun wanted the presidential suite for a year, which clearly meant he wanted to spend every night in it having fun and making love with those 2 little goblins. Why should I pay for his romantic pleasures? But she had to give in. Compared to the lawsuit, the stock price plummeted. Renting Gu Chun a presidential suite for a year is the most cost-effective option. Okay. I promise you. Zhang Zhuo squeezed out these words from between her teeth. Sure, Mengling totally couldn't understand why her mother agreed to Gu Chun's unreasonable request. She has always been an idiot when it comes to the law, and all disputes are handled by the company's legal team. Mom! Why are you giving him money? He's obviously using it to. She pointed at Lu Ruyan and Wei Xiaogui angrily. Stop talking. Zhang Zhuo interrupted her harshly, we were the ones who were at fault in this matter. Oh, right, Gu Chun seemed to have remembered something, my second child wants to eat dessert. Mr. Zhang, please talk to the front desk and bring up all the delicious desserts in the hotel. Wei Xiaogui raised his little face and happily gave Gu Chun a thumbs up. My husband is awesome. Zhang Zhuo was so angry that her heart was about to explode and the veins on her forehead were throbbing. Well. In Sher Mengling's impression, although her mother was single, she was tougher than any other man and had never suffered any loss in her life. When she was in school, some kids laughed at her for not having a father. When Zhang Zhuo found out, she rushed to the school and beat up the child and his parents. But today, my mother actually gave in to this man again and again. She couldn't understand why. Gu Chun nodded with satisfaction. Then let's go to the lobby and wait for you to bring the room card over. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. When he reached the door, he stopped again and looked back at Sher Mengling. By the way, if you want to continue with me, bring the dessert over yourself and apologize to Xiaogui. This sentence was understated, but it was like a loud slap in Sher Mengling's face. Gu Chun just wanted to put a stop to her arrogance. If this kind of spoiled daughter's temper is not completely polished away, if she really takes them into the room, won't Lu Ruyan and Wei Xiaogui be treated like maids by her? No matter how much Sure Mengling likes Gu Chun, she has a bottom line.
She has always been the center of attention since she was a child, and has never suffered such humiliation. She was humiliated repeatedly by Gu Chen today. If she swallowed this anger, she would no longer be Sure Mengling.
Revenge. Revenge must be taken.
Sure Mengling ordered the two silent female bodyguards behind her, De Zhuang, De Xiang.
You two, teach these three a lesson. Don't show mercy. I'll pay for the medical expenses.
As soon as he finished speaking, two sturdy women in black suits stood up. The momentum instantly changed the atmosphere of the entire box. The one on the left is called De Zhuang. He is nearly 1.88 meters tall and looks about the same height as Gu Chen. The suit jacket was filled out by her bulging muscles, especially her arms, whose muscle lines were as hard as granite.
The one on the right is called the elephant.
It is slightly shorter but has frighteningly broad shoulders, like a moving wall, giving people an extremely heavy feeling of oppression. Seeing this, Zhang Zhuhua shouted, "Stop it, all of you!"
The two bodyguards thought Zhang Zhuhua was afraid that the matter would become a big deal.
De Zhuang said in a muffled voice, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhang.
We will act with discretion."
The elephant also chimed in, "This man is so dishonest. He relies on his good looks and the scarcity of men to ask for a higher price. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll think our Haifa group is a pushover." The two sisters came from the Southwest Boxing Gym. Back then, brutal fights took place in underground boxing rings every day for tips from the audience and exploitation from unscrupulous bosses. If Zhang Zhuhua had not redeemed them, they would have been human sandbags for the rest of their lives and would have ended up dying miserably with injuries. Therefore, they are very grateful to Zhang Zhuhua and her daughter. Seeing Gu Chen humiliating their benefactor in this way, the two of them were already gnashing their teeth in hatred. Now that I finally have the opportunity to take action, I will naturally not let it go. De Zhuang moved his wrists as he walked towards Gu Chen, his joints making crackling sounds. She had already thought it through. She would first give this pretty boy a shoulder throw, and then use her own body weight to give him a mountain crush.
Let him know why the flowers are so red.
The elephant circled to the other side, preparing to block Gu Chen's retreat. She planned to wait until De Zhuang succeeded, then immediately step forward and lock Gu Chen's limbs, making him lie on the ground like a dead dog, waiting for the lady's decision. When Wei Xiaogui saw the two bodyguards coming towards him aggressively, his face turned pale with fright.
This time is different from the last time at Yida Dessert Shop. This time my husband is really in danger of being beaten to death. Wei Xiaogui can't lose such a good husband. If someone must die, then it should be me, Wei Xiaogui. Wei Xiaogui closed his eyes, mustered up his courage, and opened his arms to block Gu Chen. What's the point of you two beating up a man?
Her teeth were chattering, but her voice was firm.
If you want to vent your anger, just take it out on me, Wei Xiaogui. After all, everything that happened today was caused by me.
De Zhuang snorted disdainfully.
What kind of man are you if you hide behind a woman?
The elephant beside him mocked, "It seems your only powerful skill is your mouth." In the corner, Brandon Lee silently prayed for his two colleagues. "Merciful Lord, please leave their bodies intact for the sake of me eating a bowl of pork every day."
His hands were not idle either. He unlocked his phone and quickly dialed the emergency number.
The moment they fall down, the doctor can rush in with a stretcher. Gu Chen gently pushed away Wei Xiaogui, who was blocking his way, and twisted his wrist.
"I don't hit women easily." The elephant laughed. "You said you wouldn't hit a woman because you couldn't beat us." De Zhuang laughed and agreed, "It seems that your mouth is the only useful thing in your body."
The two of them didn't notice at all that Lu Ruyan on the opposite side was winking at them frantically. They just thought that Lu Ruyan was afraid that they would be implicated in the fight, so she was signaling for mercy.
De Zhuang grinned. "Don't worry, Sister Lu, we only beat men, not women."
The word people has not yet been uttered. A shadow flashed by.
Gu Chen used a simple and unpretentious kick, accurately kicking De Zhuang in the chest.
His slender thighs seemed to be equipped with a high-power engine at this moment.
Bang! A muffled sound.
De Zhuang's body, weighing more than 200 pounds, was like being hit by a battering ram. He flew backwards and hit the heavy wooden round table in the box hard. The table was made of top-grade rosewood and was extremely sturdy, so it did not collapse as one might imagine. The huge reaction force made De Zhuang feel that his internal organs were dislocated, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the flying arc, Bruce Lee felt a few more drops of water dripping from his faucet. He didn't even dare to imagine how painful this kick was. When the elephant saw his sisters being ambushed, he instantly became furious. She roared angrily and swung out her most proud right fist, and the fist whistled towards Guchen. The fist that was powerful enough to break bricks and stones was caught firmly by a slender white hand. Guchen caught her full-strength attack with one palm. The elephant's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. His right hook was so powerful that he was invincible in the underground boxing ring back then. How could this pretty boy catch it so easily? Before she could figure it out, Guchen made another simple and unpretentious kick. The elephant followed in her sister's footsteps and also flew backwards, hitting the same table. But her luck was even worse. His waist hit the hard table leg exactly. Snap! There was a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking. The elephant's body collapsed at a strange angle. Judging from its injuries, it would have to stay in the hospital for a year and never get out. Brandon Lee sighed deeply. Why bother? Why bother with this? Zhang Zhuhua was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed at Bruce Lee's nose and cursed, "Why don't you go and help?" Li Guahao raised his phone and reported seriously, "Boss Zhang, don't worry, I called an ambulance for them long ago." Chapter 40, the big star was shocked and decided to be my mistress on the spot? Sher Mengling looked at the bodyguard curled up on the ground with a look of shock. Elephant and Dazhuang accompanied her on her journey through many corners of the country and experienced countless storms. The most memorable time was when she was filming an anti-fraud propaganda film in northern Myanmar. In pursuit of realism, the crew went deep into a chaotic area. A notorious local warlord saw her at a banquet and had the evil intention of abducting her to be his concubine. At that time, dozens of armed soldiers surrounded the hotel where they were staying. Dazhuang and Shangsheng fought hard to carve out a bloody path for her amidst the hail of bullets. Finally, she was brought back to the camp safely, covered in blood. These two bodyguards who were like gods of war were actually kicked down by Guchen with 2 kicks. Sher Mengling felt sorry for the injuries of the 2 bodyguards, and also wondered what kind of monster Guchen was. How could this man be so powerful? This man must be hiding something far more terrifying than just his face. Sher Mengling unknowingly began to develop a strong interest in Guchen. After kicking twice, Guchen brushed off the non-existent dust on his trouser legs. Turning around and looking at Zhang Zhuhua, whose face was ashen, he said with a smirk, "Boss Zhang, this matter, you see?" Zhang Zhuhua felt like there were hundreds of flies buzzing in her head. This kid will never give up until he gets more money from me today. She rubbed her temples tiredly and compromised again. "Next Monday, your wife will be promoted to vice president." Lu Ruyan didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. He immediately turned around, bowed to Zhang Zhuhua and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I will." "You don't need to thank her, the person you should thank is me." Guchen reached out and patted her perky buttocks. Lu Ruyan's body stiffened for a moment, and the blush on her face spread to her ears. She shyly touched Guchen's waist with her elbow, signaling him not to say such things here, with so many people watching. Guchen laughed and walked away with Lu Ruyan and Wei Xiaogui in his arms. The heavy door of the box slowly closed, and Wei Xiaogui's flattery could be heard from outside through the crack of the door. "Husband, you were so handsome just now. You defeated those 2 tigresses with just 2 kicks. You are so awesome." Inside the box, Zhang Zhuhua quickly stepped forward to check the injuries of the 2 bodyguards, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. She ordered Taozi, who was already terrified beside her, go to the hotel front desk and complete the procedures for the presidential suite. And ask the kitchen to prepare all of their signature desserts. Taozi immediately came to her senses, said "oh," and quickly left the box. For some reason, she didn't feel any ill feelings towards Guchen and his group. Instead, she kind of liked seeing the 3 of them together. Although they behaved domineeringly and unreasonably today, she always felt that they were not bad people. Just from the fact that Guchen dotes on the girl named Wei Xiaogui so much, it can be seen that he is a good person. Taozi walked to the elevator entrance and the elevator door was about to close. Guchen inside saw her about to come in and pressed the door open button. Taozi walked in with her head down and whispered thank you to Guchen. Guchen just responded casually, "Honey, let's take a picture. Use my Polaroid camera." Wei Xiaogui excitedly raised the Polaroid camera he brought with him and took a selfie with it. She pouted and tried to look her cutest. Lu Ruyan next to her habitually raised her chin, revealing her perfect jawline. With her long eyelashes drooping, she looks lazy and aloof, giving off a very royal sister vibe. Gu Chen showed his standard 8 teeth, with his hands around Lu Ruyan and Wei Xiaogui's waists respectively, and his smile was as bright as the sunshine at noon in summer.
The whole picture is extremely warm.
Click the shutter is pressed. A photo slowly emerged. Wei Xiaogui picked it up and shook it, looking at the gradually developing photo. Her little mouth pouted in dissatisfaction. In order to frame both Gu Chen and Lu Ruyan in the camera, she only showed half of her pitiful head.
No. Reshoot. Reshoot. I'm not in the picture.
She protested, holding up the photo. Lu Ruyan glanced at the photo and chuckled.
It's because you're too short. You're the short one. Your whole family is short.
Oh?
Does the whole family package you mentioned include my husband? Wow, hubby, she's bullying me.
Wei Xiaogui immediately hugged Gu Chen's arm and started to act coquettishly. Hubby, you hold the camera, you're the tallest. Gu Chen agreed with a smile and took the Polaroid camera from her.
Come on, get ready.
Gu Chen held the camera high with one hand. Wei Xiaogui immediately made a cat paw gesture to the camera, his eyes curved into crescents, and a cute meow sound came out of his mouth. Lu Ruyan gently leaned her head on Gu Chen's shoulder with a sweet smile on her face. One hand seemed to be casually placed on Gu Chen's chest, declaring her sovereignty, with a bit of charm in her intelligence. After taking the photo, Wei Xiaogui grabbed the picture and jumped for joy when he saw the harmonious and happy photo of 3 people.
Wow! Thanks, hubby.
She held the photo, tilted her little face up, and stood on tiptoe.
Hubby, bend over quickly, I want to kiss you. Gu Chen was just about to bend down to cooperate.
Lu Ruyan reached out to stop him.
She first gave Gu Chen a quick kiss on the lips, then looked down at Wei Xiaogui with a victorious attitude. Why should your husband bend down to accommodate you? If you are not tall enough, you should find a way.
Wei Xiaogui looked at Gu Chen aggrievely, hoping that he could do justice for her.
Gu Chen smiled and rubbed her head. Ruyan is right. I can't always bend over for you to kiss. You have to find a way yourself. Lu Ruyan leaned her whole body into Gu Chen's arms.
In order to irritate Wei Xiaogui, she deliberately used a sweet tone to act coquettishly to Gu Chen, husband. Wei Xiaogui was so angry that he stomped his feet heavily.
Humph. I won't play with you anymore. Taozi stood silently in the corner. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but cover my mouth and laugh secretly. She really envied the atmosphere between the 3 people in front of her. I envy the homely feeling between them.
Family members can joke around, poke fun at each other, and bravely express their likes and dissatisfactions.
She can't do it.
When Taozi was 7 years old, she wanted to give her father a surprise.
She quietly jumped up from behind him, wanting him to carry her. This is a very normal way for a daughter to act coquettishly towards her father.
But her father grabbed her arm and threw her to the ground. She only remembered that her head was dizzy and her vision was blurry. What followed was a barrage of punches and kicks from my father and endless verbal abuse. The painful scenes of the past kept replaying in my mind.
The happy expression on Taozi's face gradually faded. Bite. The elevator door opened.
Taozi subconsciously stretched out her hand to block the elevator door, letting others go out first, and lowered her head to hold back her tears. At this time, Wei Xiaogui was still angry and turned his back to the elevator door and refused to leave. Gu Chen had no choice but to pick her up by the waist. Lu Ruyan hugged Gu Chen's right arm and continued to laugh and mock the little girl in her arms.
He's narrow-minded and petty.
Wei Xiaogui snorted coquettishly, my husband hugs me because he loves me.
Unlike you, you can only hug your husband's arm, lol lol.
Taozi watched the 3 people leave and said softly, I wish I could live this kind of life in my next life. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit hard or tiring, as long as the family members can understand and encourage each other. At this moment, the phone in my pocket vibrated. Taozi took it out and saw that it was a text message from Shi Mengling.
Taozi, just check them into the hotel.
I'll serve the desserts to them myself. Chapter 41, the intellectual queen kneels down to take off her shoes, using her thighs as footrests. After Taozi completed the check-in procedures, she respectfully handed the room card to Gu Chen.
Hello, Mr. Gu, this is the presidential suite you requested. I've already booked it for you.
In addition, according to hotel regulations, you also enjoy one-on-one butler service, priority reservations at Michelin 3-star restaurants, and... Only then did Gu Chen notice that the girl who had been standing silently in the corner of the elevator was Shi Mengling's assistant named Taozi. Her hair was a little messy, with a few strands of hair sticking unruly to her forehead. He was wearing a washed-out gray sweatshirt with frayed cuffs, revealing the pilled lining underneath. The toes of the canvas shoes on his feet were broken, and they looked like a mouth opening and closing when he walked. When she was speaking, she kept her head down the whole time and exuded a sense of insecurity. How could a personal assistant of a top star be so shabby? Guchen subconsciously asked, "How much salary does Shermengling pay you per month?" Tauzi was taken aback by this sudden question, her cheeks flushed instantly, and she whispered, "It was 25,000 a month before, and now, it's 5,000. Although Wei Xiaogui is still just a college student, he knows that a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan is difficult to earn in a place like Shanghai. She immediately took out the few surviving macarons from the pocket of her sweater and stuffed them into Tauzi's hand.
These are all for you to eat." Tauzi was a little flattered.
She bent her knees subconsciously and took it with both hands, saying, thank you, sister."
Wei Xiaogui looked at Tauzi's worn-out sweatshirt and said angrily, "Didn't that woman just say her family was rich? Why is she paying her employees so little? Sister, why don't you come to my house?"
Tauzi thought Wei Xiaogui wanted to include her in Gu Chen's concubine team, and her face instantly turned red to her ears. She stammered, This isn't good, The words "I'm not worthy of Mr. Gu" were not even uttered. Wei Xiaogui continued, "Come to my house to collect rent. Every month, I need you to go to Shanghai, Suzhou, Hangzhou, Ningxing, and Jinling.
Anyway, my mom's been complaining lately that she can't handle running back and forth." Tauzi was completely stunned.
I didn't expect that this innocent-looking girl in front of me is actually a wealthy woman. There are so many houses for rent in first-tier and new first-tier cities.
Compared with her, Tauzi felt inexplicably inferior.
Wei Xiaogui is like a flower carefully cared for in a greenhouse, sunny, kind and full of energy.
And what about yourself?
Like a rat in a dark, damp sewer. Gu Chen sighed in his heart that capitalists are really ruthless. Then, he took Lu Ruyan and Wei Xiaogui to the exclusive elevator where the suite was located.
After leaving, Wei Xiaogui asked Gu Chen in confusion, "Husband, why don't we help that sister Tauzi? She looks so pitiful."
Gu Chen said, "There are many pitiful people like her.
We only see one side of her.
If it were a normal person, they would have left long ago when they knew the salary had become unreasonable. Since she is still there, she must have her reasons."
Lu Ruyan admired her husband's insight into human nature and his proper manner in dealing with others.
It won't make people feel too enthusiastic, nor will it make people lose face. It is obvious that my husband treats ordinary people much better than he treats capital tycoons like Zhang Zhuhua.
Lu Ruyan gently rested her head on Gu Chen's shoulder and jokingly said to Wei Xiaogui, "Can't figure it out? Do you want me to explain it to you?"
Wei Xiaogui really didn't quite understand. In her world, people with abundant resources should help those who are temporarily less well off, so as to achieve what her teacher calls universal peace. Her understanding of universal peace is that her teacher said that after the realization of universal peace society, she can eat the most delicious desserts every day.
Only in this way can she remember the universal peace. Humph. I don't want to know. I just have to believe that whatever my husband says is right. That's it.
As he spoke, Wei Xiaogui also stood on tiptoe, trying hard to squeeze his little head into Gu Chen's other chest. The soft part pressed tightly against Gu Chen's ribs, rubbing gently. The three of them followed a hostess wearing a red custom-made hip skirt to the door of the presidential suite. The lady pushed open the heavy door, then bent down and made a come-in gesture.
As she moved, a large area of snow-white skin and a deep cleavage were revealed at the neckline.
The suite faces the entire Huangpu River. Since this suite is located on a very high floor, the view is even more magnificent. Wei Xiaogui was stunned and ran to the huge floor-to-ceiling window happily. She opened her hands and shouted excitedly, "Wow, they are so big! So beautiful!" Lu Ruyan also thought that the scenery here was really nice, but when she saw the huge words Haifa Group on a high-rise building in the southwest direction, the smile on her face disappeared instantly. The etiquette lady politely said to Gu Chen, "Sir, the dessert will be served in about an hour. Please rest here for a while, I won't disturb you. If you need anything, you can call me at any time." The young lady spoke in a very friendly tone, just like an ancient maid. Gu Chen nodded, and the door was gently closed. At this time, Wei Xiaogui was already running around excitedly in the huge suite. She wanted to measure the size of the house with her own feet. Lu Ruyan considerately found a pair of slippers for Gu Chen from the shoe cabinet, tore open the disposable packaging, and placed them neatly on the ground. He brought a soft leather stool from the side, placed it at the door, and motioned Gu Chen to sit down.
Gu Chen asked her what she was going to do.
Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said shyly, "Of course, help my husband take off his shoes."
To be honest, I, as a concubine, have been so irresponsible.
We have been together for half a month, and I have never taken off my husband's shoes once. Gu Chen said, "This is not good," and sat down. To be honest, he had already enjoyed a wave of top benefits when taking a bath with Lu Ruyan before. I wonder what kind of surprise Lu Ruyan will bring him when she takes off her shoes this time. Lu Ruyan first lowered her head and tucked her soft long hair behind her ears. Then she stretched out her slender white hand, gently pinched Gu Chen's shoelaces, and deftly untied them. After untying her shoelaces, she held the heel of the shoe with one hand and the sole with the other.
Then, slowly and steadily, push outward to remove the shoe.
Throughout the process, she tried her best to reduce any discomfort Gu Chen might feel. After taking off your shoes, here comes the key point. Lu Ruyan did not place Gu Chen's feet directly on the cold ground. Instead, she lifted them up and gently placed them on her thigh covered with black stockings. Gu Chen's soles felt like they were stepping on a springy ball. Lu Ruyan gently put the cotton slippers on Gu Chen.
Do the same with the other foot.
The whole process was full of charm and sexiness, which made Gu Chen feel hot in his heart. I can't wait to pull her over to start matching and have a good fight on the battlefield. Wei Xiaogui was exhausted after running a long circle and found that Lu Ruyan and Gu Chen had not moved. I quickly ran back to the living room and saw Lu Ruyan kneeling on the ground, helping Gu Chen put his shoes neatly into the shoe cabinet. She immediately became unhappy after being dragged into the conversation with her companion.
She pouted and said, "Humph. Sister, you're secretly working behind my back again. My husband is going to think I'm a huge slob now. You evil woman."
Gu Chen looked at Wei Xiaogui's knitted top, which was slightly open due to running, revealing the pink straps and a small part of her shoulders, and his heart moved. Walking up to Wei Xiaogui, he said, "Sister Ruyan has already shown her ability.
So, how are you going to show it?"
Wei Xiaogui glanced at the closed door quietly, and after confirming that it was safe, she shyly whispered, I can rub my husband's shoulders." She was afraid that Gu Chen wouldn't believe her, so she specially opened her pink, rosy, and chubby little hands to Gu Chen.
"Honey, I enjoy the massage." Chapter 42, Didn't I come at the right time? No. You came at the right time. 3 minutes later, Wei Xiaogui finally understood Gu Chen's intention. The little face instantly became like a lit fuse, and the blush spread from the base of the neck to the tips of the ears. The little feet in cotton socks kicked the quilt in shame and anger.
In the living room, Lu Ruyan was slowly and methodically cleaning up the mess on the floor. He bent down and picked up Gu Chen's casually discarded shirt, thinking that it would be a good opportunity to ask Wei Xiaogui to cover for him for a while. She spread out the clothes and gently smoothed out the wrinkles with her hands. The fingertips slid across the soft cotton and linen fabric, the movements were very gentle. Then he stood on tiptoe and hung the shirt on the hanger.
Lu Ruyan pushed the hung clothes into the closet and considerately patted the non-existent dust on them. Finally, I can have some peace and quiet for a while. Lu Ruyan sat on the leather sofa, enjoying the rare weekend leisure time.
Suddenly, Wei Xiaogui's crying voice for help was heard from the bedroom.
"Sister, I'm no match for my husband alone, come here quickly."
Lu Ruyan smiled bitterly in her heart.
"Sister, even if I were included, the two of us together would still be no match for my husband. The two of us are complete losers in front of him."
Lu Ruyan couldn't help but think of how she always worried when she was single, wondering what she would do if she married a man with incompetence in the future.
It now seems that these worries were completely unnecessary. Lu Ruyan was ready to play dead and pretend that she didn't hear Wei Xiaogui's distress signal.
But all he could hear were Wei Xiaogui's screams as he was repeatedly single-killed by Gu Chen on the battlefield. After a while, the bedroom suddenly became quiet. Lu Ruyan was curious about what happened, so she took off her cotton slippers. The fair size 39 feet stepped on the cool wooden floor, the toes were round and smooth, and the curve of the arch of the foot was extremely beautiful. As she walked out of the living room, a dark shadow rushed in front of her.
Gu Chen didn't say anything and directly pulled her into the matching queue. Lu Ruyan exclaimed, "Honey, someone's going to bring dessert over soon.
It would be terrible if our match was interrupted."
Gu Chen didn't care about that and directly pulled her to the bottom lane to fight. An hour later,
Sher Mengling held an extremely exquisite cake in her hands and walked into the exclusive elevator leading to the presidential suite. It was a three-tiered black forest cake, covered in a mirror-smooth chocolate glaze, with hand-carved white chocolate roses dotted around the edges and gold foil fragments in the center. On the top layer is a gorgeous birdcage made of glass syrup wire drawing, in which is trapped a lifelike red velvet bird, which is luxurious and unique.
Shermangling was followed by 4 hotel staff members.
They all wore neatly tailored black vests, white shirts, and neatly tied bow ties. Each person pushed a shiny stainless steel food cart. The dining car is divided into 3 levels, upper, middle and lower, and each level is filled with desserts carefully crafted by the Peninsula Hotel's kitchen. There are colorful, jewel-like macaron towers. There are creamy fruit tarts topped with fresh strawberries and blueberries.
There is the layered tiramisu, which exudes the aroma of coffee and wine.
There is also the soufflé that has just come out of the oven and is steaming hot. The air was filled with a sweet fragrance.
This scene is enough to hold a large dessert banquet.
Shermangling originally hated Guchen because he beat up 2 of her bodyguards. Those 2 bodyguards had been with her through thick and thin and were the people she trusted the most.
This friendship cannot be easily overshadowed by personal feelings.
At that time, Shermangling had decided to post this matter online. He mobilized his own fans and internet trolls, and used the pressure of public opinion to completely crush Guchen. But a word from her mother Zhang Zhuhua woke her up.
Don't be fooled by the hatred in front of you. Face your true heart. What do you really want? Shermangling asked herself. Money?
She has no shortage.
Cause?
She is already a top star. As for brand name bags and pretty dresses, she has never been bothered by these things since she was a child.
What she lacks most now is a man. A perfect man like Guchen, tall, handsome and well educated.
After figuring it out, Shermangling's eyes became extremely determined.
Mom, I know.
Then she decisively picked up her phone and sent a message to Tauzi, saying that she would deliver the dessert personally. She has to fight for the position of legal wife on her own. The elevator door opened with a ding. When Shermangling thought about seeing Guchen again soon, her heart began beating uncontrollably and she nervously grabbed Tauzi's arm.
Tauzi, how am I doing now? Is my makeup smudged?
Tauzi looked carefully from Shermangling's forehead to her chest, then nodded vigorously.
No. Boss, you have always been the most beautiful woman.
Shermangling raised her head proudly and snorted.
He walked towards the suite with confident steps.
But the further she walked, the more she felt something was wrong.
Why are there strange noises in the corridor?
It was a kind of decadent music that was a mixture of wanton indulgence and painful enjoyment. It was intermittent, but clear enough to penetrate into her ears. Shermangling frowned and complained to a staff member, "The sound insulation in your hotel is too poor.
I can hear this sound even when walking in the corridor."
The staff looked aggrieved.
Monsieur, the soundproof walls of the presidential suite are all thickened, with 3 layers of soundproofing cotton inside and outside.
Forget people, even if 10 elephants were having a party inside, there wouldn't be a sound from outside.
Unless the movement inside is more powerful than that of an elephant.
The closer Shermangling got to the door of Guchen's suite, the clearer the sound became.
My cheeks started to feel hot and my steps became a little unsteady. Shermangling didn't know whether to leave or go away. She stood at the door like a fool.
After waiting for a long time, I saw that the game inside showed no signs of ending. Finally, Shermangling reached out and knocked gently on the heavy door.
Boom, boom, boom.
The knock on the door, amidst the fierce background noise, was like a small stone thrown into the turbulent sea, without even a splash. Shermangling waited for another 10 minutes. According to her experience, she would finish a game against the computer in such a long time.
But the battle inside was still going on. Oh. She finally gave up and said to the staff behind her, "Let's come back another time."
Tauzi also blushed, covering her hot cheeks, and nodded. Just as the group was about to turn around and go back, the door in front of them suddenly opened from the inside. Guchen walked out with only a white bath towel wrapped loosely around his waist and his upper body naked. His hair was wet, and water droplets slid down his well-defined chest and abdominal muscles, sinking into his V-shaped mermaid line. With broad shoulders and strong arms, his whole body exudes an extremely aggressive hormonal aura. Shermangling stared at him blankly, her saliva almost flowing out. Tauzi screamed "ah" and quickly covered her eyes with her hands, but she couldn't help but secretly look through her fingers.
Guchen walked step by step to Shermangling.
His tall figure brought a strong sense of oppression, forcing Shermangling to retreat continuously.
Until Shermangling's thin back hit the wall and she had nowhere to retreat. The superstar who was so brilliant before couldn't even utter a complete sentence at this moment. I came here to apologize, to Wei Xiaogui. Look, it seems I came at the wrong time. Gu Chen pinched her goose-fat chin. No. You came at the right time. Chapter 43, Humiliation. Popular actress forced to inspect goods. After the desserts were delivered to the room, the staff members walked out with their heads down. Shermangling held the exquisite Black Forest cake in both hands. He lowered his head like a primary school student who had made a mistake, and stood carefully beside the sofa. The assistant Tauzi behind him was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Seeing the two of them looking reserved, Guchen casually pointed to the sofa next to them and said, "You guys sit down first." Then he returned to the bedroom alone and gently touched Wei Xiaogui's nose with his finger. Little greedy cat, time for dessert. Even the keyword dessert failed to wake Wei Xiaogui from his deep sleep. Guchen had no choice but to put the tiramisu on the bedside table. When I was about to leave, I heard Wei Xiaogui's unclear talking in his sleep. Hubby, I was wrong. Please let Xiaogui go. I really can't stand this high-intensity training. Guchen couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that he had really worn her out this time. Returning to the living room again, Guchen pulled a single chair from the side and sat down facing Shermangling. It was not until this moment that he began to really look at the big star in front of him seriously. Even though she lowered her head and looked submissive at this moment, she still couldn't hide her superstar aura. Straight back and swan-like neck. It seems like she can walk on the red carpet and receive everyone's attention in the next second. No wonder those rich brothers like to marry a female star home. There is really nothing to say about her supporting her. You didn't come here just to apologize to Wei Xiaogui, did you? Guchen crossed his arms in front of his chest and spoke playfully. Shermangling nodded, thinking to herself that he was indeed the man I had chosen, as he grasped the essence of the problem at a glance. Much better than those male celebrities who can't even solve a quadratic equation. I came here this time. On the one hand, I wanted to apologize to Xiaogui, and on the other hand, I wanted to talk to you. When talking about her lifelong event, Shermangling felt a little nervous. Two long legs and ripped black stockings were twisted and put together, with the inner thighs pressed tightly against each other, trying to gain a pitiful sense of security in this posture. Her toes were restlessly drawing circles on the expensive carpet, and the holes on her knees were stretched even bigger by the tense muscles, revealing a dazzlingly white skin. Guchen looked at her bold pair of stockings and thought that maybe she didn't need to take them off underneath. So he pointed to the other bedroom next door and said, "Why don't we go to the next bedroom and talk?" Shermangling looked in the direction of Guchen's finger and instantly understood what he meant. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and even her ears were an alluring pink. She didn't dare look at Guchen, and her eyes drifted panically to the crystal chandelier beside her. That's something we do after we finish talking about things. At this moment, she felt that she was not a big star that everyone was paying attention to, but rather like a salesperson who was eager to promote herself. Or the kind of customer who was always ready to get something for free, while you may even have to pay a lot of money. Seeing her embarrassed look, Guchen wanted to play a trick on her again. He leaned forward slightly, smiled oppressively, and asked, "I haven't even inspected the goods, how can I talk to you?" Shermangling bit her lip and cursed Guchen in her heart for being unreasonable. How can there be such a person? Without making any promises to yourself at the beginning, you want to take advantage of it first. Those scumbag men will at least paint a rosy picture and give a blank check. Guchen is simply a bandit. She now completely understood why her powerful mother seemed so helpless when facing Guchen. But faced with Guchen's almost shameless request, she could only try to satisfy him. After all, there are too few men nowadays. As long as a man can breathe, he will be held in the palms of his hands and cared for by countless girls. As for a rare treasure like Guchen, it is something that all women want to get at any cost. Shermangling hesitated for a long time and then stretched out her small hand as white as jade. Then you can touch my hand. I'm still a virgin, so I can't. I hope you can forgive me. Tauzi, who was standing next to him, saw her boss being bullied by Guchen. He quickly stepped forward to explain, "Mr. Gu. My boss goes out to film, and when he holds hands with the male actors, he uses a stand-in. Because her family is not short of money, Shermangling is one of the few pure actresses in the circle. In addition, Zhang Zhuhua was a good parent, and Shermangling did not try to take advantage of male stars." Guchen walked up to Shermangling and said with his head down, I think your sincerity is still not enough. The distance between the two people was less than 20 centimeters.
Under such a close gaze, Shermangling's heart was pounding and her long eyelashes were trembling violently uncontrollably.
So exciting. Guchen smells so good.
His muscles look particularly delicious.
Since he thinks touching my hand isn't enough, then I'll give him my first kiss.
Shermangling mustered up the courage to close her eyes, looking ready to be killed. I'm willing to use my first kiss to show my sincerity.
Guchen could even see her small chin trembling slightly. Shermangling's lips are indeed attractive, plump and full, and her lip shape is a perfect M.
It is coated with a light bean paste-colored lip glaze, which looks like a ripe cherry waiting to be picked. If those beastly roommates in the university dormitory knew that I kissed the famous star Shermangling, they would probably rush over at night with a train and chase me with kitchen knives to chop me. Guchen was just about to taste the cherries when suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. It can not only put pressure on Shermangling again, but also gain greater advantages in subsequent negotiations. So, Guchen stretched out the middle finger and index finger of his right hand and put the two fingers together. Before Shermangling came over, he moved towards her seductive lips.
Here I come.
Shermangling groaned nervously, then took the initiative to kiss him in response.
Tauzi next to him widened her eyes. Is this a new way to play? Mr. Gu is so bad.
The boss gave me his priceless first kiss, and he still teased me like this. Shermangling felt as if her lips had kissed a hard steel plate and couldn't help frowning.
Weird, are all guys so stubborn? But Guchen's lips are so fragrant and charming, with a faint mint scent.
Under the gaze of Guchen and Tauzi, Shermangling kissed with her eyes closed for a full minute before slowly opening her eyes. When she realized that what she had been pressing against was not Guchen's lips, but his two slender fingers. Shermangling's eyes were instantly covered by a thick layer of mist.
Humiliation, shame, embarrassment, all kinds of emotions overwhelmed her like a tide. She pointed at Guchen, her voice filled with uncontrollable tears. No one is bullying me like that. I'm a big star after all.
The tears in my eyes could no longer be controlled, and fell onto the carpet like pearls from a broken string.
Chapter 44, If you want to be the legal wife, you can start with the third wife. You can't bear it anymore?
If you were with me later, there would be many more things that would make you feel more wrong than this.
Guchen's rhetoric was undoubtedly a test of the obedience of the big star on the other side. Let's see if she can withstand the pressure psychologically.
If she passes the test, then we'll see if she can withstand the pressure physically. After Shermangling told herself not to cry, she pretended to be strong and took out a tissue to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. From childhood to adulthood, she has been the only one to tease others. When will it be her turn for others to treat her like this? She felt extremely aggrieved after being treated like this by Guchen.
That was my most precious first kiss. She didn't even want to offer it to the screen, and took the initiative to kiss him.
She didn't expect Guchen to be so unappreciative that he blocked it with two fingers.
How? Do you dislike me being dirty? Shermangling didn't want to continue to put herself in a difficult position. As a big star, she really wants to be with Guchen. But Guchen just wanted to pull himself down from the altar and laugh at himself. When Shermangling raised her head to refuse, her eyes involuntarily fell on Guchen's angular face. That face seemed to have some kind of magic that instantly softened her.
The words her mother once said to her rang in her ears again. When you meet a man who makes your heart flutter, don't hesitate.
Hesitation will lead to failure.
Shermangling let out a long breath, and the fullness of her chest rose and fell. I know you're not that kind of person, you're just trying to scare me.
Guchen was overjoyed. Is this what they call a dog licker? Even after I treated her like this, she still believed that I was a good person? Is it Stockholm Syndrome?
Shermangling didn't wait for Guchen to reply, and immediately said, Guchen, I really want to be with you.
I want to be your wife and have a beautiful future with you. I know women's mouths are deceitful. To express my feelings, I ordered a supercar for you on the way here. It will be delivered to the port next month.
I will pay the full amount then, and the car will be registered in your name alone. After saying that, Shermangling raised her cell phone to show Guchen.
An electronic order form appeared on the screen. Ferrari VIP customer customized order. Order number, FIPCN 202XLAF008. Model, Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. Body color, Rosso Corsa. Interior, black Alcantara with red stitching. Customization options include a carbon fiber aerodynamic kit and embroidered GC letters on the headrests.
Total order value, 48 million.00. Payment status, full payment has been made. Shermangling believed that no man could refuse such a generous gift.
Which boy doesn't he like sports cars? What guy doesn't he love the sound of a beast-like engine roaring when he steps on the accelerator? This is much more direct than tossing and turning in bed. The moment Gu Chen saw the order, his heart indeed skipped a beat. Ferrari la Ferrari. It's the convertible version of a Perta. This is one of the 3 legendary cars, a rare treasure that you may not be able to buy even if you have money. A picture had already emerged in his mind, himself, one-handed, steering the car, speeding down the coastal boulevard, the roar of the 12-liter engine tearing through the air. The feeling of being one with the car and in control of everything makes one's blood boil just thinking about it. Gu Chen nodded, his face still calm. The car is nice, but I don't think it has a sense of ceremony.
Shermangling was completely stunned.
This is completely different from the script she imagined. Why is Gu Chen so calm? Also, men, do they need a sense of ritual too?
The sense of ceremony in her mind was nothing more than flowers, candlelight dinners, and anniversary gifts. But she quickly realized that boys' sense of ritual could not be copied from girls. So, based on the list of gifts boys want most she had read in the little blue book, she tentatively said, I'll wear the sexiest clothes and sit in your passenger seat. The trunk is filled with your favorite cigarettes, fine wine, cash, bracelets, fishing rods, limited edition action figures, and the latest graphics card. If one car doesn't fit, I'll buy another truck to carry it. Finally, I will give you a diamond the size of a pigeon egg as a token of our love. Shermangling gritted her teeth and forced herself to add the last sentence. The main purpose is to advance the relationship between the two and make the concept of proposal a reality. Otherwise, after spending so much money and giving him such a nice sports car, he would still be a lover who cannot be seen in public. If this gets out, others will definitely laugh at her and call her a sucker and a top-notch slut. Shermangling twisted her fingers nervously, fearing that Gu Chen would not be satisfied with such an answer.
Gu Chen listened to the long list of gifts that looked like a menu, and felt like he was about to float into the clouds.
It's exciting enough to get something for free from a big star.
She even gave herself a luxury supercar. There are so many good things to stuff in the car.
This duck soup is so rich that even the entire Pacific Ocean cannot dissolve it. Although Shermangling's conditions were already perfect and impeccable, Gu Chen still felt it necessary to give her a warning.
I don't like diamonds. They're just marketing gimmicks. Why don't you replace them with gold bars? Shermangling immediately answered obediently, yes. What Gu Chen said was a disguised promise to himself. Phew, that was close.
Shermangling had previously starred in a retro movie many years ago, in which there was a line when a woman pursues a man, it's as easy as a layer of gauze when a man pursues a woman, it's as difficult as a mountain.
Now she felt that this sentence was so dreamy and as sci-fi as Lin Dayu uprooting a weeping willow tree. If I hadn't been reading the little blue book every day and studying what the boys in it like, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have been able to pass this level today. Then, after we're done with this, can we go get the marriage certificate? Shermangling asked tentatively in a delicate voice.
According to the current marriage law, only the legal wife can obtain the little red book at the offline Civil Affairs Bureau. As for concubines, they can only obtain an electronic version of their identity certificate on the marriage management app.
Get a certificate? Are you kidding me? What did you do to deserve to be married to me? To be my wife? Shermangling stammered, just now, didn't we agree that I would use these to propose to you? What proposal? This is just a meeting gift at best. Shermangling, you think you can get rid of me with just these few words? Gu Chen said the last sentence against his conscience.
It has to be said that it is also a kind of mental torture for a good person to play a bad guy. This kind of melancholy can only be relieved by stepping on the accelerator a few times after I get the LaFerrari. Taozi, who was standing by, felt dizzy when she heard Gu Chen's words. She had thought that the things the boss took out were her entire dowry. When the boss said it was a proposal, she was still sighing that the boss was so generous. As a result, Gu Chen actually said that this was just a meeting gift. If this gift were converted into cash, the pile would probably be as high as the sky. Shermangling's voice trembled a little. Okay, as long as I can be your wife, I can take these as a gift. What do you mean by yes? You say that as if I'm forcing you. Also, if you want to be with me, I still say the same thing, you must start as a concubine and be the third child. Gu Chen has gradually gotten into this role, and he can speak of these words without blushing or getting nervous. The two words mistress were like a silver needle, stirring Shermangling's nerves.
I am Shermangling.
A top actress who is active in both acting and singing. My mother is also the president of a group with a net worth of hundreds of billions.
In the end, I can only be a concubine?
And she is the third concubine. This is two. In Shermangling's mind, two villains were fighting fiercely. One felt sorry for her, while the other was reluctant to let go of Gu Chun, such a handsome and outstanding man. In the end, the desire for a man overwhelmed everything. Shermangling silently accepted Gu Chen's words.
She simply asked humbly, then, if I serve you well in the future, can I become your permanent employee? Gu Chen said, yes, as long as you are good enough, I can even let you be the first to become a regular employee. Another set of classic PUA rhetoric.
Shermangling saw a glimmer of hope and nodded heavily with a red face. Taozi quietly clapped her hands when she saw that her boss's marriage was finally settled.
The next second, Taozi seemed to see something she shouldn't have seen.
He quickly covered his face and walked out of the room. In the living room, Gu Chen picked up Shermangling by the waist and strode towards the bedroom. The loose white bath towel around his waist swayed precariously with his violent movements. Shermangling was like a frightened little lamb, curled up in Gu Chen's broad arms and dared not move. Chapter 45, I ruined the famous star, and she cried and begged me to sign the contract.
Husband, I'm sorry, Mangling has disappointed you. I'm not feeling well today.
Sorry to spoil your fun.
Well, to say I'm sorry, I'll give you a massage.
As she spoke, Shermangling stood up and began to massage Gu Chen's thigh. Since he can't carry him, he will try to help Gu Chen in other ways. Although Shermangling has never given massages to others, she is often massaged by others. As the saying goes, long illness makes a doctor. Her control of some acupuncture points is more precise than that of technicians. She knelt beside the bed with her hands folded, pressing accurately on the Zusamli point on Gu Chen's leg with the base of her palms, slowly applying force from light to heavy. The warm palms brought just the right amount of pressure, and the muscles in my legs instantly felt a pleasant tingling sensation. Then, she slid her slender fingers along the muscle texture and used her fingertips to knead the Changshan acupoint in circles. Her movements were very professional. After pressing it for a while, she looked up from time to time to see Gu Chen's expression. Use your facial expressions to judge how hard you are pressing.
Honey, how is it? Is your strength okay?
Shermangling said with a smile. At this time, there were still tears in her eyes. She is just like a maid living under someone else's roof, who doesn't fight back when she is beaten or scolded. Gu Chen looked at Shermangling's pitiful appearance and recalled Shermangling's concert last year. She was standing in the center of the stage in front of tens of thousands of people. She was wearing a black sequined bodysuit that tightly wrapped around her hot body, and her legs were covered with fishnet and flesh-colored stockings. The hem of her skirt, as she twisted her waist, tickled everyone's nerves. At that time, more than a dozen fans were carried out because they were too excited and went into shock.
It directly dominated the Weibo social platform. 3 of the first 5 are about her. Hot search number 1, hashtag war damaged pork stockings YYDS hashtag. The third most searched topic, hashtag S stunning high notes tear the audience apart hashtag. Trending search number 5, hashtag concert turns into a disco scene with thousands of people hashtag. In the previous life, Shermangling's influence was no less than that of Taylor Swift. Now, the world's top actresses massage my legs and feet. The satisfaction in Gu Chen's heart far outweighs the joy brought by winning the match. He touched Shermangling's hair under him. It's soft and silky, just like using genuine head shoulders. Shermangling raised her head nervously and asked in a very flattering tone, "Husband, what can I do for you?" "Nothing, just a reward for being so good." Gu Chen said this without changing his expression. In a world with more women than men, every man is an emperor. Touching the hair is equivalent to the leader's recognition of the employee's work. Shermangling's face showed genuine happiness, and she pressed harder with her hands. The body moves up and down with the amplitude of the movement, and the waves are even more turbulent. If you don't know her, you might think she is a foot massage girl on the street. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased a little, Shermangling still wanted to ask about her signing the contract. "Husband, are you free today?" Gu Chen, who was watching a Douyin video, asked without even looking up, "Why, do you want to practice with me again?" Nowadays, all the videos recommended on the platform are borderline videos, and the restrictions are even more relaxed, with all kinds of tricks included.
Some were opening beer caps, some were performing smoking demonstrations, and some were even playing with eels. The platform does this to encourage boys to marry and take concubines to the greatest extent possible. Because as long as a boy likes a borderline video, the borderline blogger will get 5 dragon coins. If a boy comments 666 under the video, he will earn more than 10 dragon coins. Gu-chun, who used to only like and comment, is now a popular philanthropist on the platform. Many young ladies thanked Gu-chun for his likes, which not only allowed them to have food to eat in the context of more women than men, but also helped them regain their confidence in being women. Mengling said, shaking her head like a rattle.
No. That's not what I meant. Gu-chen turned off the video and said with a wicked smile, so you mean to seize the moment?
Mengling whispered, husband, I really can't do it today.
I'm afraid I'll have to go to the emergency room if I play PvP again. Today's experience was very bad for her.
She even felt like she was about to break apart.
Of course, Gu-chen also understood that he couldn't act too hastily, otherwise his entire army would be reduced to ashes. Tell me, what do you want?
Mengling said embarrassedly, I want to ask if my husband has time today. Can he operate it on the marriage management app?
Add me to the list of concubines.
Okay, my cell phone is in the living room, go get it, Gu-chen said to Mengling.
Coincidentally, he was also curious about what the third wave of system rewards would be.
From what I see now, as long as the girl you take as a concubine is of high quality,
then the corresponding rewards of the system will also be high.
Lu Ruyan and Wei Xiaogui are both top-notch in their respective fields, so in addition to cash, they were rewarded with abilities and upgraded kidney levels. I don't know what kind of reward the system will give to Nashi Mengling as a concubine. Mengling slowly lowered Gu-chan's thigh from her legs.
I was so excited that I didn't even put on my shoes.
I walked into the living room barefoot, letting the cold ground chill the soles of my feet. In the living room, Wei Xiaogui was eating cake happily, with white cream all over his face. She had just crawled out of bed, still wearing her pink knitted top. However, the buttons were only half fastened, revealing a large flat belly and a cute belly button. Hearing the sound of the bedroom door opening, she subconsciously turned around. Then the fork in her hand clattered to the carpet. Wei Xiaogui's mouth opened into an O shape and his eyes were wide open. Mengling was only wearing Gu-chen's white shirt, which was loose on her body. The loose hem of her shirt just covered her thighs, and as she walked, her 2 straight and slender legs were faintly visible. There were still a few ambiguous red marks on her fair skin. Her long, seaweed-like hair was scattered messily over her shoulders, and she exuded a decadent aura. Wei Xiaogui's heart was in turmoil.
Oh my god, my husband actually took the big star in.
Now I have to put aside our grudges and laugh it off with her. So Wei Xiaogui walked over with the white chocolate cake that Mengling hated the most.
Chapter 46 Sister, if it tastes good, eat more. Mengling was in a dilemma whether to answer or not.
If she accepted it, she would definitely take a few sips. For her, bai chow was like putting strawberry jam in spicy soup. It was something she was born to dislike, and there was no reason for her body to resist it instinctively.
If I don't answer, not only will it embarrass Wei Xiaogui, but what if the man in the bedroom sees it? What would he think of himself? Petty and narrow-minded? No overall view. Choose the lesser of two evils. Mengling gritted her teeth and instantly put on a perfect smile.
She mobilized every facial muscle, and the corners of her mouth rose with the most precise arc. Revealing 8 straight, white teeth, this was a professional smile she had practiced in front of the camera. The orbicularis oculi muscle contracted slightly, and he tried to force a smile to make his eyes appear less stiff.
The expression looked sincere and friendly, without any flaws. Thank you, sister.
Wei Xiaogui crossed her hands between her thighs and said shyly, I'll book a couple's hotel for you. I am already a qualified concubine, don't worry about that.
Mengling was confused. No, why did she book a couple hotel for me? Do I need to observe and guide on site? How can a person of such small size have such a strong taste? But when I think of my husband, him, everything seems to make sense again. From now on, you are my sister. As your sister, I naturally want to give you the best cake.
I'm telling you, I didn't even give this white chocolate cake to Sister Ruyan.
Come on and eat it, it's my favorite.
As he spoke, Wei Xiaogui stared at the piece of cake in Mengling's hand with his big eyes without blinking, and a barely audible swallowing sound came from his throat. Mengling saw Wei Xiaogui encouraging her like this. I sighed deeply with resentment in my heart. If it is a blessing, there will be no disaster. If it is a disaster, there will be no escape.
It seems I have to eat today.
She picked up the spoon with a surprised look on her face.
He scooped a big spoonful very happily and put it into his mouth elegantly.
She only took a small bite, and the sweetness in her mouth exploded instantly. The oily texture of white chocolate followed closely behind, coating her tongue and palate thickly, forming a sticky film. My stomach churned and a strong feeling of nausea rushed straight into my throat. Mengling used up all her self-control to avoid vomiting on the spot. She forced herself to swallow the piece of cake, then gave Wei Xiaogui a thumbs up. It tastes really good. As expected of my younger sister, that's not right.
As expected of my sister's recommendation.
Wei Xiaogui was very happy with this wave of flattery. She put her hands on her hips, feeling very happy. It turns out that how you treat the world is how the world will treat you. If I put myself in her shoes,
we won't have so many conflicts anymore.
In order to deepen the relationship between the two, Wei Xiaogui continued to say to Mengling, if it tastes good, eat more. At this moment, Mengling felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through her heart.
How did I end up running into this unlucky kid?
If I had known this earlier, I would have politely declined.
Now the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Resisting the urge to vomit, Mengling forced herself to eat a few more bites of the white chocolate cake.
Seeing this, Wei Xiaogui was overjoyed. I didn't expect that Gu Chen's new concubine was a fellow traveler like me.
I won't be alone anymore.
You can check in at all the dessert shops in Shanghai with your sister. Their family is so rich, they'd probably let me pay the bill. Mengling really couldn't eat anymore, so she pushed the white chocolate cake in front of Wei Xiaogui and said, don't leave it to me alone, have some too. Wei Xiaogui was just about to reach out to take it when Gu Chen's urging voice came from the bedroom. Mengling picked up her cell phone as if she had been pardoned and ran back without looking back. Wei Xiaogui looked at Mengling's back. The loose white shirt looked empty on her. As she ran, the hem of her legs was lifted by the wind, revealing her two straight, slender legs that were dazzlingly white. The messy long hair flutters like seaweed, giving a sense of panicked beauty. Although Wei Xiaogui had been satisfied for a long time, he was still worried that Mengling could not handle Gu Chen alone.
She followed him in resolutely.
Who told this sister to be too sensible? As an older sister, I should protect my younger sister from the wind and rain.
What are you doing here?
Gu Chen said to Wei Xiaogui, who had just stepped into the bedroom. Of course I'm here to get close to my husband. Wei Xiaogui said nervously. She didn't want to express her concerns directly. I was worried that after I told him that, Gu Chen would ask for more. Wei Xiaogui walked in front of Gu Chen like a clingy kitten. She first leaned her little head over and rubbed her soft cheek against his arm. Then she stretched out her arms, wrapped them around his waist, and pressed her whole body against him. Finally, she rested her chin on his chest, tilted her head back, and let out a contented sigh. Mengling thought that Wei Xiaogui was afraid that she would fall out of favor, so she came over to be intimate with Gu Chen.
I couldn't help but complain in my heart. She just pretended to let me eat the cake and now she wants to compete for favor. It's speechless. Gu Chen pinched Wei Xiaogui's cheek and asked, did she apologize to you? Oh no. I was so busy acting that I forgot to apologize. Mengling became nervous instantly.
The most important reason why she personally delivered the dessert was to apologize to Wei Xiaogui.
Now, what should I do?
Wei Xiaogui cooperated very well and said, of course I apologized.
We are good sisters now, right sister?
Mengling immediately pretended to smile and agreed, yes, we have been good sisters for a long time. Just when Gu Chen thought that there was no longer any barrier between the two of them, a cold voice came from the bedroom opposite.
Why didn't I hear her apologize to you?
As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ruyan slowly walked out from the shadows. She changed into a dark green silk nightgown that reached to her ankles and was tied loosely at the waist. The texture of the nightgown was excellent, and light played on it as she walked. She doesn't have the aggressive fieriness of Mengling, but rather an intellectual and cold sexiness, like a fine wine that has been cellared for many years and needs to be savored carefully.
Lu Ruyan knew that exposing Mengling would bring setbacks and obstacles to her career. But compared with family harmony and Gu Chen's happiness, this loss seems insignificant. The money I earn is for Gu Chen to spend.
Even though Mengling pretended to be harmonious with Wei Xiaogui, there was actually a gap between them.
My husband still has to spend energy to solve the problem.
As the first wife, I must worry about my husband first. Mengling gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Ruyan. If she were to face an employee like this in the company, she would definitely rush up and slap the person hard. But Lu Ruyan is different, she is Gu Chen's first woman. Mengling had no choice but to swallow her anger. Honey, I was embarrassed when I apologized just now, so my voice was very low.
Little sweet sister didn't make things difficult for me. As soon as she finished speaking, she glared at Lu Ruyan fiercely.
Just as Lu Ruyan was about to produce the hard evidence, she was stopped by Gu Chen.
I see you all are full of energy. Then let's continue. Equals. I drove too fast and was locked up in a small darkroom, Ors. Chapter 47, my mother-in-law is so angry she's shocked. My daughter is actually willing to be a mistress?
Mengling paced anxiously outside the bathroom.
To prevent accidental discharge of the gun, the concubines took turns using the bathroom.
She was the third child and could only wait for the older sisters in front of her to finish washing before she could go in and wash off the stickiness and stains on her body. Eldest sister Lu Ruyan has been in there for almost 40 minutes, and there is still the sound of gurgling water inside, and she shows no intention of coming out.
The bathroom was filled with mist, shrouding everything in a soft white fog. Gu Chen lay lazily on the waterproof lounge chair, closing his eyes and enjoying himself.
Lu Ruyan, who had just finished an intense workout, was standing beside him, carefully wiping his back.
Hubby, is this strength still okay?
Lu Ruyan's voice had a hint of softness after exercise. She was only wearing a thin silk suspender nightgown, which was already wet with water vapor and tightly adhered to her exquisite body.
Every inch of skin under the fabric is faintly visible, outlining perfect curves.
The warm towel became extremely compliant in her hands, wiping along the strong muscle texture of Gu Chen's back with neither light nor heavy strokes. Gu Chen closed his eyes and uttered a satisfied groan from his throat, not bad. These two simple words were a huge compliment to Lu Ruyan. Mengling looked at the blurry figure on the frosted glass wall, feeling sad and bitter.
I don't know what new tricks my husband is playing.
But she quickly suppressed her jealousy. It's better to take the initiative and gain greater advantages for yourself than just waiting. Mengling wants to invite Gu Chen and her two sisters to visit. She wanted to take this opportunity to finalize the relationship tonight. Mengling now can't wait to become the third brother's concubine, a legal concubine recognized not only by verbal promise but also by official background. From wanting to be the legal wife to now thinking being a concubine is fine, only she knows the mental journey in between. Gu Chen's PUA method of both soft and hard tactics has completely controlled her, a big star, and turned her into a bootlicker who was always available at her beck and call. Mengling walked to the spacious balcony alone and called her mother Zhang Zhuhua.
Hey! Mom! I'm going to take Gu Chen and my two sisters home today.
Ask the kitchen to prepare the most sumptuous meal.
Mom, please come back early today. Then we will welcome Gu Chen together with Grandma.
On the other end of the phone, Zhang Zhuhua was sitting in the huge conference room on the top floor of Haifa Group. Sitting around the cold black marble round table were group executives and MA experts in suits. Everyone looked solemn, and the air was so oppressive that it seemed frozen.
On the projection screen were complex data and risk assessments regarding the cross-border acquisition of the Heilewo Film and Television Company.
This former European and American film and television giant is now on the verge of bankruptcy due to its plummeting stock price due to the strong rise of short dramas. Zhang Zhuhua made a pause gesture to everyone at the conference table, then took her mobile phone and walked into the soundproof lounge behind the conference room in high heels.
Why are the other two coming too?
Zhang Zhuhua's voice suddenly turned cold. As a strong and decisive woman in the business world, she absolutely does not want to see her daughter's competitors at her dinner table.
Didn't you convince Gu Chen to divorce them?
Zhang Zhuhua continued to ask, with a hint of disbelief in her tone. In her eyes, her daughter Mengling inherited all her advantages, arrogance, strength, and strong ambition. She would never allow Gu Chen to have a concubine or lover. Mengling quickly turned down the volume on her phone and whispered like a thief, "Mom, my two sisters aren't bad people.
They treated me very well.
We had some unpleasantness at first, but after the friction, our relationship became better." Their words were filled with the strong sense of comradeship that came from fighting side by side. Zhang Zhuhua felt her blood pressure soaring.
Mengling, what's wrong with you? Why are you still speaking for outsiders? You wouldn't really agree to be Gu Chen's concubine, would you?
Mengling bit her lower lip, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Well, but I haven't registered on the marriage management app yet.
So, Mom, can you please come home today and help me? Mom!
You're the best. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Zhuhua felt dizzy and her blood rushed to her head. If Bruce Lee hadn't been quick enough to support her from behind, she would have almost fallen to the ground.
What kind of magic potion did Gu Chen feed his daughter? In less than a day, the whole person seemed to be possessed by another body.
That ambitious man who vowed to monopolize Gu Chen's daughter alone, no one knew where he had gone.
Now this person is just a bootlicker who flatters Gu Chen without any bottom line and is fawning to the core. His beloved daughter, who was the center of everyone's attention, was actually deceived by a high-class yellow-haired guy. Zhang Zhuhua felt a pang of pain in her heart. She has been mobilizing countless resources to pave the way for sure-mangling since she was 12 years old. My daughter is now a top star, and she has countless real money under her feet. Even the acquisition of Alewa was to further open up the international market for his daughter and make money from those poor people in Europe and the United States. Sure-mangling, I tell you clearly. If you come back as a concubine, I will never agree to your marriage. Not to mention bringing Gu Chen and 2 other women home. Do you want to piss me and your grandmother off to death? We have such high hopes for you, yet you go off to be someone else's concubine. Being a concubine is fine, but she's actually ranked 3rd. Zhang Zhuhua no longer cared about her face and said whatever she thought, and every word was like a knife. Gu Chen did this because he didn't even have you in his heart. It's just a ranking, it all depends on the men moving their fingers. He wouldn't even do such a simple thing for you. Sure-mangling, wake up. He doesn't have you in his heart at all.
Sure-mangling was so shocked by her mother's words that she trembled all over.
Doesn't she want to be the first concubine? Doesn't she want to be the legal wife? Think about it. I dream about it. But Gu Chen's family has set family rules.
First come first served, fair and just. I just met him a step later than those 2 women, so it's only natural that I'm ranked 3rd.
As for monopolizing Gu Chen alone? Now she dared not even think about it.
There are only 24 hours in a day, and she doesn't want to spend every minute in bed.
Mom!
If you don't come back today, I will never come back to this house again.
Sure-mangling also became tough.
Besides, I volunteered to be Gu Chen's concubine, and I'm very happy and content. My 2 sisters and I take care of my husband together.
There are people to help me share the pressure and cover the gunfire for me. Our life is very harmonious. Zhang Zhuhua was so angry that she almost vomited blood.
She felt that Gu Chen was the nemesis of both mother and daughter. First, I suffered a loss at his hands and was fleeced of layer by layer. He had hoped that his daughter would be able to win him over with her celebrity status and stunning looks.
What a result! Not only did we lose the wife, but we also lost our army. My own precious daughter actually willingly became someone else's concubine. That kid got a huge advantage again.
Faced with sure-mangling's threat to sever the mother-daughter relationship, all of Zhang Zhuo's strength and anger were instantly crushed. Sure-mangling was the piece of flesh that fell from her belly, her treasure, and also her only weakness. No matter how tough she was, she could not withstand the fatal blow of her daughter's severing of ties. Zhang Zhuhua closed her eyes tiredly, but finally gave in.
Okay, we'll go home today.
Chapter 48, The Men's Association conducts a surprise inspection, and Lu Ruyan is so frightened that her legs go weak. After sure-mangling hung up the phone, she hurried to inform Gu Chen.
Hubby, come to our house for dinner tonight. I've asked the kitchen to prepare dinner.
At this time, Gu Chen had just walked out of the bathroom. Under the steam, his bronze skin glowed with a healthy luster.
8 well-defined abdominal muscles were exposed to the air. It perfectly reflects the male's dominance and strength.
Wei Xiaogui and sure-mangling swallowed subconsciously at the same time.
It was too tempting. Women can't resist abdominal muscles, just like men can't resist black stockings.
In a world where there are more women than men, there is never a shortage of black silk, white silk, flesh-colored silk, purple silk, red silk. But few men exercise their muscles.
The reason is simply that men have 2 good benefits.
No matter how tall, short, fat, or thin you are, as long as you can breathe under your nose, women will compete to praise you to the sky.
A news last year.
A fat man weighing over 400 pounds and with a debt of 5 million yuan actually has 3,500 lovers. Every lover who wants to meet him must first take a number and queue up. Therefore, men like Gu Chen, who pay attention to body management and can train 8-pack abs, are the best of the best. Sure-mangling licked her lips, and the grievance of being a mistress in her heart completely disappeared. It doesn't seem too bad that I can be the concubine of such an outstanding man. The bathroom door opened again, and Lu Ruyan walked out in pain, staggering with each step. The dark green silk nightgown she was wearing was half wet, clinging to her body and outlining a breathtaking curve.
She leaned against the doorframe and asked Mangling, "We weren't invited?"
Lu Ruyan shared a lot of firepower with Mangling yesterday, so she is so confident now.
"Oh, it's my fault. I didn't explain it clearly. My two sisters, you must go.
I specially asked the kitchen to make your favorite desserts and marbling steak." Mangling immediately put on a flattering expression.
Go to Tan Palace? Lu Ruyan asked curiously.
She had heard at the company before that her big boss Zhang Zhuhua had been living there.
It was said to be the most expensive and luxurious villa area in the entire Magic City.
Yes, today we are going to number 10 Tan Palace where my grandma lives. Mangling added obediently.
Okay, I'll listen to my husband. Lu Ruyan looked at Gu Chen. She now loves and hates Gu Chen.
Not to mention love, her appearance, personality and abilities are all top-notch.
What I hate is why Gu Chen is never tired. It was like he had a small nuclear reactor inside him. Even if the three girls joined forces, they couldn't take on Gu Chen alone. Wei Xiaogui was worried that Gu Chen would not go, so he ran over quickly. She was wrapped only in a pure white bath towel from the hotel. The knot of the towel loosened as he ran and was about to come undone. She hugged Gu Chen's thighs and hung herself on them. "Hubby, let's go together." She tilted her little face up, her big watery eyes twinkling, her voice soft and sticky, with a coquettish ending. The edge of the bath towel barely covers the key parts. As the movement progressed, her delicate collarbone and round shoulders were completely exposed, and the hem of the bath towel revealed a pair of straight and well-proportioned calves, so white that they were dazzling. Go to your grandmother's house, number 10 Tan Palace. Does that mean your family still has another one? Gu Chen grasped the key point in the information and asked. Mangling nodded vigorously. Yes, the other one is the wedding house my mother left for me.
She was worried that the extravagance of the Tan Palace would put pressure on Lu Ruyan and Wei Xiaogui, so she explained, "The house is very spacious, and we can live in it together when the time comes.
My husband will have room for 20 more concubines."
After she said this, Gu Chen couldn't imagine the scene at that time. How great it would be if your 10 wives and 30 concubines all wore black silk-made outfits and served you tea and water.
By then, there will be parties every day and revelry every night.
I can be said to have lived a life of wine and meat like King Zhou. It's just that there are too many dodgies on my side.
Okay. Then let's go over there for dinner today. After hearing Gu Chen's affirmative answer, Mangling breathed a sigh of relief.
She was worried that Gu Chen would not go, and her mother would definitely get angry again.
Wei Xiaogui jumped up happily. Wow, I'm living a life of eating dessert every day. Lu Ruyan looked at her two sisters happy and felt happy too.
Suddenly, the cell phone in her nightgown pocket rang.
A ringtone like the opening song of the news broadcast echoed in the room.
On the mobile phone screen, the caller ID showed 4 glaring large characters, Men's Care Association.
Lu Ruyan did not dare to delay at all and quickly answered the phone.
A formal female voice came from the other end of the phone, and her attitude was very cold.
"Excuse me, is this Mr. Gu Chen's first concubine, Ms. Lu Ruyan?" Lu Ruyan's heart instantly rose to her throat, and she nervously replied, "Yes. Hello, I'm a staff member of the Men's Care Association.
I'm here to officially conduct my quarterly return visit with you.
Please answer my next questions truthfully. If you conceal anything, we will freeze your relationship with Mr. Gu."
The staff member's voice was emotionless. On the table in front of her was a thick questionnaire titled Quarterly Follow-Up Assessment Form for Family Happiness of Married Men. The questionnaire is divided into several parts: daily living care, physiological needs satisfaction, reproductive responsibility fulfillment, and social responsibility contribution rate. Each item has densely packed scoring criteria.
Okay, ask.
Lu Ruyan's toes curled up nervously and gripped the ground tightly, just like a student being randomly checked by the teacher in class.
First question, you've been with Mr. Gu for a month. How many times have you washed Mr. Gu Chen's feet in this month?
This question is extremely close to daily life, and it mainly examines the concubine's most basic attitude of serving her husband.
Lu Ruyan thought carefully and said cautiously, 20 times.
After saying this, she was worried that the staff would scold her for it, so she added quietly.
The reason I didn't wash his feet was because he fell asleep first. I work in a financial company, and sometimes I get off work very late at night. Bang!
There was a loud bang of someone slamming the table from the other end of the phone.
Don't give me any excuses.
Lu Ruyan, let me tell you, you are now suspected of abusing a married man. You can say your husband is kind and considerate, and asked you not to wash, but you can't use things like working overtime as an excuse.
If every female lesbian is like you, always talking about work and not washing men's feet, will our society still be able to develop? Should our civilization continue to exist? Lu Ruyan was completely choked by the barrage of questions. I could only apologize repeatedly. No. I'm sorry, this is my fault. I was wrong. I was really wrong.
The staff member picked up a red pen and heavily marked a huge red cross for Lu Ruyan in the daily life care column of the questionnaire. Then, she pushed her glasses and continued, second question, according to the system records, your husband, Mr. Gu Chen, took 2 concubines in the past week. Normally, after a man experiences the beauty of love between men and women, he should take at least 3 women a week.
Your husband's frequency is obviously abnormally low. Are you interfering? Lu Ruyan turned pale with fear and quickly raised her right hand to swear, I swear. I absolutely did not do that.
The staff member snorted coldly.
You don't have it? Do you think you're confident because you don't have it? Why don't you take the initiative to take your husband to a blind date and save those Guangdong people who are still suffering? Do you want to monopolize men all by yourself? Take Mr. Gu, such an outstanding man, as your own. Chapter 49, Return Visit Score 59. The aloof queen was fined 500,000. After Lu Ruyan hung up the phone, a striking red pop-up window immediately popped up on her phone. Review score, 59 points. Overall assessment, failed.
Your behavior constitutes a serious waste of male resources.
Specific violations are as follows.
1. Daily care is seriously lacking. In a 1-month period, Mr. Gu was provided with foot washing services only 20 times, far below the minimum standard set by the association. Basic services such as proactively warming her husband's bed and giving him massages were also infrequent. 2. Lack of emotional value provision. In daily interactions with Mr. Gu, she failed to consistently provide high-quality emotional support. Her proactive compliments, commonly known as rainbow farts, were seriously insufficient, and she failed to effectively create a relaxed and joyful family atmosphere. 3. Low level of companionship and recreational activities. The amount of time spent on recreational activities is seriously insufficient, and the concubine fails to fulfill her responsibility of supporting her husband's physical and mental health. For her weak sense of responsibility for offspring, she did not proactively inquire with Mr. Gu about his plans for offspring, and lacked the enthusiasm to expand the family line.
Penalty decision. This association now issues you a serious warning.
Effective immediately, your marriage relationship with Mr. Gu Chun will be temporarily frozen. And 100,000 yuan will be deducted from your margin account and transferred directly to Mr. Gu as initial compensation. Given the serious nature of your violation, please pay an additional 500,000 yuan in security deposit within 24 hours to cover Mr. Gu's potential physical and psychological damages. Final warning, if you are still deemed unqualified in the next quarter's follow-up assessment, this association will initiate compulsory termination procedures in accordance with the Men's Rights Protection Law and reserve the right to file a lawsuit against you. Lu Ruyan looked at the 4 big scarlet words suspend relationship on the screen, her heart almost stopped, and it seemed as if all the blood in her body was drained away in an instant. She always thought that as long as she loved Gu Chen enough and was obedient enough, she could stay by his side safely. But she never expected that being a concubine would have such strict KPI assessments. The number of foot washings, the frequency of compliments, the length of playtime, these cold data were like invisible chains that bound her tightly. What Lu Ruyan thought was her contribution didn't even meet the passing line in the official evaluation system. A deep sense of guilt and fear surged in my heart.
I took it for granted.
I always thought that being busy at work could be an excuse, and I always felt at ease because Gu Chen understood me. Seeing that Gu Chen was getting dressed, Lu Ruyan didn't dare to delay at all and ran over stumblingly.
Hubby, let me help you. Lu Ruyan snatched the shirt from Gu Chen's hand and unfolded it carefully for fear of making a wrinkle.
She stood on tiptoe and gently helped him put on his shirt. Then she began to button his shirt one by one, as gently as if she were treating a rare treasure. My husband has such great taste in clothes. The color of this shirt really complements your skin tone.
Honey, you look so handsome today. Even more handsome than yesterday. Wow, my husband is so handsome today. He's like a walking hormone.
A string of flattery came out of her mouth like crazy, and her eyes were full of undisguised admiration and love. Gu Chen was a little puzzled by her sudden enthusiasm. Although Lu Ruyan usually praised him, it would never be as frequent as today. The results of the follow-up visits by the Men's Care Association are always notified to women unilaterally.
For men, the association takes a more direct approach.
Once a concubine score is too low, the background of the marriage management app will quietly start the optimized matching mechanism. Based on the appearance, figure, and other data of the unqualified concubine, the system will screen out high-level substitutes with similar appearance but gentler personality and stronger service awareness from the huge database of single women, and push them accurately to the man's mobile phone in the form of guess you like. In a world where there are more women than men, if you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will. Sher Mengling, who witnessed the whole process, opened her mouth slightly in shock. She thought that as long as she succeeded in becoming Gu Chen's concubine, she could rest easy. Unexpectedly, there will be regular performance appraisals afterwards.
It seems that you really can't have both career and men. An idea started to grow in her mind: she must quit the entertainment industry and concentrate on serving Guchan from now on. What kind of food does he like to eat? What kind of clothes does he like to wear? Does he prefer something more flirty or something more sensual?
Forget it, I can find out the details by giving some benefits to Wei Xiaogui and Lu Ruyan. Sher Mengling was daydreaming when Guchan had already completed the process of taking a concubine. He only needs to enter Sher Mengling's ID number into the marriage management app, and the background system will automatically link all her information.
I've done it, take a look over there.
Guchan said to Sher Mengling, you can make up for the concubine qualification exam when you have time later.
Pay the deposit first.
Sher Mengling picked up her cell phone excitedly.
Get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. Guchan still keeps his promise.
All the grievances of being humiliated, forced, and treated as the third child seemed to disappear at this moment.
She unlocked the screen with trembling fingers and clicked on the notification of the marriage management app.
When she saw the electronic marriage contract named after her, her eyes instantly became red. When his eyes fell on the deposit amount, the excitement on his face froze instantly. Initial margin, 20 million yuan, 20 million.00. Wei Xiaogui, who was standing nearby, came over curiously to take a look and was stunned.
Why is your deposit so high? Did you download a fake marriage management app? Sister Ruyan and I only have a deposit of 200,000. Guchen also casually asked, how much is the third brother's deposit?
Sher Mengling's voice was a little shaky, 20 million.
What? Guchen and Lu Ruyan said in unison.
Guchen grabbed her phone and saw a line of official explanation on the screen.
Risk assessment notice.
Dear Ms. Sher Mengling, after comprehensive system evaluation, you are an applicant of the extremely high risk level. The main risk points are as follows. As a public figure, you have a huge male fan base. If your marital status is exposed, it is very likely to trigger some irrational fans to conduct cyberbullying, human flesh searches, offline harassment and other malicious attacks against Mr. Guchen. To maximize Mr. Guchen's personal safety and mental health, in accordance with the regulations on the protection of male special contributors, your initial margin will be raised to 20 million.
Please note, this amount is only the initial deposit. If, after marriage, Mr. Guchen is indeed subjected to any form of online violence or real-life threats by your fans, this association will initiate an unlimited recovery process based on the severity of the attack and compensate Mr. Guchen for his mental damages, with no upper limit. Wei Xiaogui read it word for word and smacked his lips. I used to think big stars enjoyed all the perks, but I didn't expect you guys to be so miserable. Sher Mengling quickly expressed her opinion. For my husband, I think it's worth paying any amount of deposit. She now had to start from every detail and show unparalleled loyalty and obedience to Guchen. Otherwise, when you return to visit next quarter, you will end up with an unsatisfactory result and your relationship will be frozen. Sher Mengling clicked the payment button and entered her password and fingerprint for verification in one go. Accompanied by a slight vibration of the phone, a prompt indicating successful payment popped up on the screen. You have successfully paid a deposit of 20 million yuan. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the page refreshed automatically, and a new smart detection pop-up window appeared in the center of the screen. In-depth identity background verification report. It was discovered that the applicant, Ms. Sher Mengling, has an immediate family member mother, Zhang Zhuhua, who is the president of Haifa Group and has assets estimated to exceed 100 billion yuan. Risk warning: given the significant disparity in wealth and social status between the applicant and Mr. Guchen, to prevent potential risks such as bullying and disrespect for the husband after marriage, we must ensure that Mr. Guchen's absolute dignity and core position in the marriage are not challenged.
Supplementary terms, please ask the applicant to add a special deposit for disparity in status in the amount of 500 million. This deposit will be frozen throughout the marriage to ensure that you will not cause any annoyance to Mr. Guchen after marriage, nor will you look down on him.
Chapter 50, Welcome Home, Son-in-Law.
Grandma is holding a banner. I'm so happy to get the 48-hour God of War waist.
Number 10 Tangon.
This villa stands in the heart of Tan Palace. It is like a palace that walked out of a European classical oil painting. Huge Roman columns support the magnificent porch. In front of the gate is a goddess fountain carved from white marble, with clear water drawing graceful arcs in the air. The air was thick with the smell of money and power. In discord with this elegance are two giant welcome banners that hang from the top floor to the lawn. They are hung on the east and west sides of the villa, with extremely eye-catching slogans written in large gold-plated letters.
East, warmly welcome Mr. Gu to come and give us guidance.
West, congratulations to my son Mangling on finding a good husband and getting married. Under the banner, an old lady with silver hair but vigorous spirit was directing several maids to adjust the position of the banner with full energy. The old lady was sure Mangling's grandmother, old lady Zhang. She has excellent bone structure and must have been a stunning beauty when she was young. Although she is now 78 years old, she wears a hand-sewn dark purple silk tang suit. On her wrist was an imperial green jade bracelet, so transparent that it seemed as if water could drip from it. Those from the east, come a little further west. Those on the west side, come a little further east.
Hey, that's right.
Old Mrs. Zhang looked at the two symmetrical banners with satisfaction and a smile appeared on her face. As she got older, she was always worried that her granddaughter would be born alone for the rest of her life. For this reason, she often scolded her daughter Zhang Zhuhua on the phone. Questioned her why she had to send such a good girl into the entertainment industry and make her taste so picky. It is easy to find a woman worth hundreds of billions in the world. But finding a perfect man who is handsome, tall, well-educated, has a good personality, and has 8-pack abs is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Strangely enough, there were many such top-notch boys in the early 21st century. They often use the Tomato app to read novels, and from time to time they will send gifts to those duck soup novels and ask for updates. Old Mrs. Zhang had already prepared for sure Mangling to live out her life alone, but she didn't expect that she would actually find this girl. Although the other party already had 2 concubines, his precious granddaughter could only be ranked 3rd. But these days, it is a great blessing for a man to take a woman in. How many women are beautiful, well-educated, have big butts, and E-cup breasts? In the end, she couldn't find the man and was so angry that she hanged herself.
Mom!
You're making our family look cheap by doing this. A cold voice came from the door of the villa. Zhang Zhuhua walked out wearing a well-tailored black skirt and a pair of exquisite gold-rimmed glasses. She was wearing 5-centimeter high heels and her legs were covered in flesh-colored stockings as thin as a cicada's wing. Although it is not made of shiny reflective material, it perfectly enhances the lines of her well-maintained legs, and she exudes the competence and aloofness of a businesswoman. Old Mrs. Zhang, who is usually kind and cheerful, seemed like a different person at this moment.
Have you lost your mind to business? If our family doesn't give men enough face, what will happen if your daughter is abused in Guchen's family after she marries him? You forget that the law won't protect us women these days. We have to learn to protect ourselves. The first thing to do to protect yourself is to learn how to please a man. Look, when I was 70, I was still looking for young girls to be concubines for your father. Can't you learn from me? Zhang Zhuhua silently replied in her heart, if you hadn't been so enthusiastic in finding a concubine for my father, he might not have lived to be 95. Old Mrs. Zhang became more and more angry as she looked at her daughter. After her daughter got married, old Mrs. Zhang gave her many instructions and warnings. Tell her that she should not forget her roots after marriage and should serve her husband more humbly. You must obey what men say, and don't fight back when they hit you or respond when they scold you. What's the result? Not only did Zhang Zhuhua not listen, she also always liked to argue with men, presenting facts and reasoning. Regardless of whether the facts are right or wrong, my daughter's behavior itself is completely wrong. As Mrs. Zhang expected, their honeymoon wasn't even over yet. Her son-in-law dumped her daughter and went to Sakura Island to have fun alone. It is said that the women there all kneel on the ground to serve their husbands. Alas, the women of Longhua are so different. Old Mrs. Zhang was too lazy to pay attention to her and continued to order the maid around. You too, adjust the positions of the 2 welcoming pines at the door so they are perfectly symmetrical. Don't let my grandson-in-law feel uncomfortable.
Notify the kitchen to grill the steaks, prepare one each of rare, medium, and medium rare, depending on what your son-in-law likes. Also, go to the wine cellar and get that bottle of 1982 Romani Conti out and let it decant. And prepare some top-quality Dahompo, just in case my son-in-law doesn't like red wine. On the other side, in the presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel. After Sher Mengling paid the deposit of $520 million, a crisp notification tone finally came from her mobile phone. Her relationship status was successfully updated on the marriage management app's page. Binding successful. Name, Sher Mengling. Owner, Gu Chen. Relationship, concubine. Ranking, 3. Official message, Dear Ms. Sher Mengling, congratulations on your successful marriage contract with Mr. Gu Chen. Although you are currently ranked 3rd, please do not be discouraged. In the future of your marriage, you need to work harder to demonstrate your value and serve your husband wholeheartedly, so that you will have the opportunity to be promoted. Please remember, the more you know how to welcome others, the greater your chances of success. I wish you a happy life. Sher Mengling bowed deeply to Gu Chen, her attitude extremely humble. Thank you, husband, for giving me this opportunity. I will behave well and exercise more in the future. Strive to give my husband the most perfect enjoyment. After saying that, Sher Mengling turned to Wei Xiaogui and Lu Ruyan with a flattering smile on her face. Of course, I will also get along well with my 2 sisters, and we will work together to make my husband live a happier life. At this moment, a series of system prompts sounded in Gu Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking in the 3rd concubine Sher Mengling. Ding! Concubine Sher Mengling has been detected as a top-tier actress in the world, possessing a high level of social influence. The quality of the rewards has been significantly increased. Ding! Concubine Sher Mengling has been detected as being of the best appearance and figure. The quality of the reward has been significantly improved. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Platinum Kidney after activation. It can support continuous combat for 48 hours, as solid as a rock, never tired. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Traditional Chinese Medicine Skills Grandmaster level, instantly mastering all theoretical and practical techniques of traditional Chinese medicine, and being able to revive the dead and turn flesh into bones. Congratulations to the host for receiving $520 million in cash already transferred to your bank account. Chapter 51, Hundreds of black silk security guards collectively lost control. Gu Chen took his 3 concubines out of the suite and walked towards the underground parking lot. The 4 of them immediately became the focus of the entire hotel. Gu Chen walked in the middle. He is tall and straight, and even simple casual clothes cannot hide his strong muscular features. Beside him, 3 beauties with very different styles followed closely. Lu Ruyan walked on the left. She had changed into a burgundy tight dress that perfectly outlined her mature and plump curves. The skirt is slit to the thigh, and with every step she takes, her slender white legs appear and disappear through the fabric, exuding a royal sister style that is a blend of intelligence and sexiness. It's just the way he walks, with a barely noticeable stiffness. Wei Xiaogui was clinging to Gu Chen's right arm like a pendant. She was wearing a pink JK uniform, with slender, straight legs beneath a pleated skirt, wrapped in pure white over the knee socks. Sher Mengling, the new concubine, followed behind in a low-key manner. She wore a large fisherman's hat and a mask, and a loose cotton and linen long skirt, looking very literary. But even so, her aura as a top star and her exquisite figure still make her stand out from the crowd. The group was talking and laughing, and the 3 women looked at Gu Chen with undisguised admiration and love in their eyes. Passing by a small puddle of water that had just been sprinkled by the cleaning staff, Gu Chen just stepped over it casually. The 3 concubines seemed to have seen some incredible spectacle and immediately started to flatter them. Honey, be careful. This puddle is so bad, it actually tried to sneak up on my husband's shoes. Wei Xiaogui pouted, looking like he was going to fight the puddle for Gu Chen. My husband's steps are so steady. Sher Mengling followed closely behind, afraid of missing out. After being punished, Lu Ruyan became even more of a bootlicker. She silently took out a tissue from her bag, and as soon as a drop of water splashed on Gu Chen's shoes, she would immediately squat down and wipe it clean. This scene of being the center of attention instantly ignited the jealousy of other female customers in the hotel. In the corner, a woman in a Chanel suit curled her lips and said, "All the good men have been snatched away by these goblins. Look at the way they lick the men. TSK, TSK, TSK. How shameless." The best friend next to her has an internet celebrity face with exquisite makeup. Looking at Gu Chen's back, her saliva almost flowed out, if I could marry such a handsome and strong husband, I would wash his socks with my mouth every day. The Chanel woman took a half step back with a look of disgust on her face. Get out of here.
Stop disgusting me. No wonder no man wants you if you treat yourself like this. Who would kiss you if your mouth is like a washing tub? The internet celebrity licked her lips nonchalantly. It's okay, I'm actually enjoying it too. The four of them arrived at the parking lot, and Lu Ruyan consciously opened the back door of the car. According to Article 32 of the Regulations on the Dynamic Management of Marriage Relationships, any concubine who is assessed as unqualified by the Association for Caring for Men and whose relationship is in a frozen observation period is strictly prohibited from riding in the passenger seat of her husband's vehicle. Once caught by a traffic camera, not only will one face a hefty fine of more than 50,000 yuan, but one must also go to the local police station and copy the concubine code of conduct 10 times. Wei Xiaogui's eyes lit up when he saw the empty passenger seat and he was about to sit down.
Sure Mengling, come sit in the front. Gu Chen said calmly, you guide the way to Tan Palace. Wei Xiaogui's ahog hair, which had just stood up, drooped down instantly, and he crawled into the back seat with a wronged look on his face.
Sure Mengling's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. My husband actually let me sit in the passenger seat. That's how he favors me.
Sure Mengling has already seen the dawn of her counterattack. Sure Mengling elegantly sat in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt, each movement filled with a hint of cautious excitement. The Escalade slowly drove out of the hotel and headed towards the Tan Palace Villa complex. The atmosphere at the gate of Tan Palace was solemn and murderous. 100 tall female security guards were lined up in 2 neat rows, standing on both sides of the entrance. They all wore specially made tight black uniforms and shiny black silk boots on their legs. He held an explosion-proof shield and a fork in his hands, and had 5 golden stars sewn on his shoulders, making him look majestic.
On weekdays, the security here has a maximum of 20 people.
But today the property management took into consideration that the owner of courtyard number 10 is the billionaire president of Haifa Group, and her only daughter, Sure Mengling, is a top star in the world. A man who is favored by such a person, not to mention being earth-shattering and heart-wrenching, can definitely drive an inexperienced woman crazy on the spot. To prevent their own security team from going crazy and leaving a bad impression on the valued owners, the security captain was holding a walkie-talkie and giving a serious lecture. Hold your horses.
Don't let your legs go weak when you see a man. Remember, you are the security guards of Tan Palace, not by Guiyuan's.
Yes. There was a uniform response in the channel.
The female security guards disagreed.
They have met so many handsome guys in Tan Palace. All the rich people here have a few handsome male companions. Unlike those women at the bottom of society, who are all hungry and thirsty.
No matter how handsome the man from Yard 10 is, he still has only a mouth and 2 eyes. Could it be possible that he still has 2 pillars? Rumble. In the distance, the huge body of the Escalade was approaching with a roar. Here they come.
Pay attention, the security captain gave an order. All the security guards immediately became solemn and stared ahead with sharp eyes. As the Escalade approached, they looked through the front windshield.
When everyone saw the face in the driver's seat, their brains froze instantly.
It was a face that looked pale in any language, and its handsomeness was beyond the limits of human imagination. I've seen handsome guys, but I've never seen one as handsome as this.
I want to go to the bathroom.
A female security guard muttered to herself. The companion next to her nudged her with his elbow.
How many days have you not had that? I'm telling you not to hold it in.
Release him when you should, or else next time you see a guy you'll be like this.
Holy shit. How can he be so handsome?
Then she raised her head, saw Gu Chen, and immediately ran to the bathroom.
The discipline that lasted less than 10 seconds collapsed in an instant.
The female security guards saw that there were no reporters around, and they all rushed uncontrollably towards the middle of the road like iron filings attracted by a magnet.
They want to look at it for 1 more second, and then 1 more second. Just take 1 more look and you'll have material for your dreams at night.
Wei Xiaogui in the car looked out the window at the female security guards who were surrounding him like zombies. He was so scared that he hugged Lu Ruyan's arms tightly. Oh my god.
Are they still women? They are going to eat me. Sure Mengling was also completely confused.
She couldn't understand why the security team, which was previously highly professional, had performed so poorly today. She even clearly saw the second female security guard in front of her on the left, who had already started tearing off her black stockings with her hands and had messed up her long hair. This is clearly an attempt to take a shortcut. Just when Mangling was so angry that she was about to call the property management to complain, a sightseeing bus drove out of the villa area. In the car, her grandmother, old lady Zhang, was coming to greet her with a group of maids.
Mangling quickly rolled down the window to say hello.
Mrs. Zhang's eyes immediately fell on Guchun, who was in the driver's seat. I immediately sighed in my heart, the Zhang family finally had a good meal. This guy could form 3 soccer teams out of her granddaughters just by looking at his physique.
TSK, this is unbelievable, this is unbelievable. It's great to be young.
I'm so lucky to meet such a strong and awesome guy. Old Mrs. Zhang said enviously. When the security guards saw that the owner of number 10 courtyard had come out to greet them in person, they reluctantly made way. After the Escalade slowly drove into the gate. Some of the female security guards who stayed behind immediately rushed back to the dormitory and said they wanted to change clothes. Another group picked up their weapons and volunteered to strengthen patrols near Yard 10.
Chapter 52. The concubine's grandmother was so angry that she had a heart attack. The identity of the miracle doctor can no longer be concealed. Zhang Zhuhua sat next to her mother. She had never seen her mother smile so happily after her father left. Old Mrs. Zhang was as happy as a child. She held the handrails of the sightseeing car tightly with both hands, and her body swayed slightly with the bumps of the car. The wrinkles on her face were all smiling, and she was humming an old tune from decades ago, her eyes constantly glancing at the Escalade driven by Guchen behind her. Mom, I have to remind you that your grandson-in-law came with 2 concubines. Our Mangling is just someone else's concubine now.
We've spent so much time and energy training her, and she hasn't even become our legal wife. When Mrs. Zhang heard that her daughter was still so stubborn, she raised her hand and slapped her hard on the back of the head.
Bang! The sound is clear and loud. What happened to the concubine?
No matter how low a concubine's status is compared to that of a wife, there are still men who want her.
Instead of ridiculing your daughter here, why don't you think about finding a man to marry?
A woman who isn't wanted by a man these days is worse than a dog, you know that. As women, we should not only be able to make money, but also prove our worth in life by serving men.
Look at you. You've never satisfied a man in your life.
You don't even deserve the word woman.
Humph.
How could I have given birth to such a rebellious and unchaste woman like you? The more Mrs. Zhang spoke, the angrier she became, and her heart was beating fast. Since her husband passed away, Mrs. Zhang, who had always centered her life around men, suddenly aged a lot. Blood pressure also soars year by year, and blood vessels are no longer as elastic as before. During the physical examination in the first half of the year, I was diagnosed with coronary heart disease. Therefore, when faced with her mother's scolding, Zhang Zhuhua did not talk back but just endured it silently. She already had her own plans in mind. When his mother is not around, he will use the shares to bribe Gu Chen. As long as Gu Chen can make Meng Ling his legal wife, I am willing to give him 5% of the shares of Haifa Group.
By then, Gu Chen will have a seat on the board of directors and have significant voting rights. It is equivalent to taking a direct leap to heaven, from an ordinary man to a capital tycoon. If 5% shares doesn't work, then give me 10%. If 10% doesn't work, then 15%.
Zhang Zhuhua just didn't believe that even if she spent all her money, she couldn't get the small position of Gu Chen's wife. Just when she was feeling proud of her plan, the old lady Zhang next to her suddenly grabbed the handrail of the sightseeing car. Old Mrs. Zhang felt as if her chest was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. A sharp pain suddenly exploded and quickly spread to her left shoulder and back. She opened her mouth but no sound came out, only a leaking sound in her throat.
Hurry, hurry. Everything in front of me began to spin and quickly turned black.
The armrest slipped from her weak fingers, and her whole body lost its support.
Plop.
Old Mrs. Zhang suddenly lost her support and fell softly on the seat of the sightseeing bus. Zhang Zhuohua's face turned pale instantly when she saw her mother fall down, and she shouted at the driver in front of her at the top of her lungs.
Stop the car. Stop the car now. She turned and yelled to Brandon Lee behind her, quick. Call the emergency number.
Brandon Lee immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the number with trembling fingers. Without time to think, Zhang Zhuhua laid her mother flat on the floor of the car, folded her hands, and pressed her mother's chest with all her strength. She didn't know any professional first aid techniques, she just pressed hard again and again based on her instinct. He was yelling incoherently, Mom. Wake up. Don't scare me. Mom. Meng Ling looked at the guide car in front of her which suddenly stopped and felt very curious. We have only reached courtyard number 3, and we still have to drive another 2 kilometers to reach my grandmother's courtyard number 10. She jumped out of the car, turned around and said to Gu Chen, "Husband, wait for me. I'll go to the front to see what's going on." Gu Chen nodded. "Go ahead." In the car, Wei Xiaogui pressed his face against the glass and exclaimed, "Wow, is this the Tan Palace? I didn't expect there would be such a large villa in downtown Modu. I'm so lucky to be following my husband." Lu Ruyan was silently thinking in her heart that she must improve her abilities in the future to make Gu Chen's life more comfortable. Suddenly, Sher Mengling's heart-wrenching scream came from the front.
"Grandma! Grandma! What's wrong with you?"
Sher Mengling covered her mouth and watched her mother continue to rescue her grandmother. Brandon Lee was anxiously making a phone call while other servants ran to notify the property management and others hurriedly looked for an AED first aid kit. The scene was in chaos.
"Today is clearly my wedding day, why did this happen?"
My grandmother has been looking forward to her husband for almost 20 years.
"Today, I finally brought someone here, but Grandma." Sher Mengling felt like the sky was falling.
She knelt beside her grandmother and tremblingly held the hand wearing the imperial green bracelet. That hand, once so warm and strong, was now as cold as a stone. She put her grandmother's hand against her face, trying to warm it with her body temperature, but the chill went down her palm and into her heart.
Tears burst out like a flood. "Grandma, I don't want you to die." She choked and her voice broke. "I finally brought my husband back to you. How could you just leave like that? I don't want you to die."
Just when Sher Mengling felt that the whole world was collapsing, a broad hand fell on her shoulder.
Gu Chen looked at the crowd in chaos, then glanced at old lady Zhang, whose face was purple as she lay on the ground. He lowered his head and said gently to Sher Mengling, "Okay, stop crying for now. Go find me a set of sterilized silver needles." Chapter 53, I can win a fortune worth hundreds of billions with just one shot. Taozi ran over with the silver needle, staggering and looking panicked. The toe of the high-end Converse I bought on Pinduoduo has opened wide. With every step, the gray sole seemed to be separating from the upper, making a clicking sound. In order to run faster, Taozi didn't care about the problem of her shoes falling apart. Zhang Zhuhua saw the silver needle and asked sharply, "Where's the doctor we kept at home? Why didn't he come with you?" For the sake of her mother's health, Zhang Zhuhua spent a lot of money to hire a full-time family doctor. Living at home 24 hours a day is to deal with such emergencies. A salary of 200,000 a month is not enough to support a loser. Taozi trembled at her yelling and said timidly, "Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, Dr. Wang refuses to come. He said first aid is the job of Western medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine is responsible for regulating health and maintaining health, not this." Zhang Zhuo's face suddenly became so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. When this top student named Wang came to apply for the job, he boasted about himself to the skies. He said that he came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine and had been practicing medicine with his grandfather since he was a child. No medicine at the age of 3 and take pulses at the age of 5. We have extensive first aid experience for various sudden illnesses in the elderly, such as myocardial infarction, cerebral hemorrhage, and precursors of stroke, and can extend the lifespan of the elderly to the greatest extent. When something really happened, the first thing that came to mind was to pass the blame. I guess he was afraid that he would be held responsible if he failed to save the person, and that he would be sued for compensation. Good. Very good. Zhang Zhuhua had already sentenced Dr. Wang to death in her heart. If anything happens to her mother today, she will not only make this liar return all his wages, but also use all means to kill his entire family. Then, what should we do now? The ambulance won't be here for another 2 minutes. Brandon Lee, standing by, was completely confused. Apart from repeating the time for the ambulance, he couldn't come up with any idea. At the critical moment, this muscular man's brain is as useless as his muscles. Just when everyone was in despair, Gu Chen stepped forward and took the brown cowhide needle bag from Taozi. "I'll save you." "Save? How can you save?" Zhang Zhuhua subconsciously retorted, "You studied computer science in college and graduate school. How can you save people?" She had already checked Gu Chen's resume and background thoroughly, and there was no record related to practicing medicine. "Okay, stop with that Dragon King dialogue. If you keep talking nonsense, your mother will really die." Gu Chen showed no mercy to his future mother-in-law. Sher Mengling knelt on the ground, holding her grandmother's hand, and could clearly feel the warmth in her grandmother's palm fading away bit by bit,
gradually becoming cold and stiff.
By the time the ambulance arrived, it was too late. Now I can only take a gamble.
Sure, Mengling believes in her husband unconditionally.
Doesn't it also say in the scriptures that husband is the incarnation of God on earth, who is specifically here to bring blessings to married women? Husband, please.
Sure, Mengling raised her tear-stained face and pleaded.
Guchen stopped wasting time and unfolded the cowhide needle bag on the flat grass.
A row of silver needles of different lengths and thicknesses glowed coldly under the streetlights.
Grandmaster-level traditional Chinese medicine skills are activated instantly.
In Guchen's eyes, the old lady Zhang lying on the ground was no longer just an unconscious old woman.
He could clearly see into the old man's heart pulse.
A stream of turbid air and blood stasis condensed into a mass, blocking the channel for the heart yang to be released. This is the most dangerous true heart pain in traditional Chinese medicine, which is a symptom of obstruction of the heart meridians.
The disease is as serious as a sharp knife piercing the heart.
If drastic measures are not taken immediately to break up the congestion and promote the flow of heart yang, even a god cannot save the patient within 3 minutes. Guchen picked up a 3-inch acupuncture needle, rubbed it lightly between his index finger and thumb, and the end of the needle made a buzzing sound. Without any hesitation, he shook his wrist and the silver needle accurately penetrated the Naguan acupoint on the inside of Mrs. Zhang's wrist.
Next are Shimen, Shenmen, Tanzhong. Silver needles fell one by one, fast, accurate and fierce.
Each needle goes straight to the lesion, with the force being accurate to the millimeter.
Zhang Zhuhua was shocked when she saw this.
This guy's acupuncture technique is more sophisticated and steady than the national master she hired at a high price. His calm and composed demeanor doesn't seem like that of a young man in his early 20s, but rather like that of a master who has been immersed in this art for decades. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant, it turns out he is really capable. After a few injections, the purple complexion of old lady Zhang began to ease visibly. Although the person still didn't wake up, the rise and fall of his chest became much more stable.
Zhang Zhuo's heart finally settled down. It looks like my mother can at least hold on until the ambulance arrives. She lowered her posture and took the initiative to ask Guchen, "Wait, what should I do?"
Although she is the president of a group with a net worth of hundreds of billions. But at this moment, facing her mother's life and death, Zhang Zhuhua had to act according to Guchen's expression.
"Wait a moment, let the needle stay on the acupuncture point for a while," Guchen said calmly. Everyone gathered around holding their breath, silently praying that the old lady would survive. Especially the maids and servants, their faces were full of worry. Old Mrs. Zhang is a kind person and treats her servants very well, giving them bonuses every month. He is never stingy with gifts and shopping cards during festivals. The most important thing is that in this era when dolls are more expensive than gold, old lady Zhang actually paid out of her own pocket to buy one for each of the maids. It is hard to find such an employer even with a lantern. Compared to Zhang Zhuhua, who is usually serious and demanding. It's like heaven and hell. Woo woo woo. The ambulance sirens sounded from far away. Zhang Zhuhua was cheered up and immediately shouted to Bruce Lee, "Quick! Go and clear the way so they can come over quickly. Let someone pass, come here." A weak voice suddenly sounded, "Have you found a new man for me so quickly?" Everyone looked over. I saw that old Mrs. Zhang on the ground had opened her eyes at some point and her breathing was very steady. "Mom! Mom, are you awake?" Zhang Zhuo's tears burst out instantly. She hugged her mother tightly and cried like a baby, "Wow, Mom, I will never make you angry again. I was wrong. I'm going to find a man tomorrow. As long as he doesn't mind my age, I'm willing to do anything." The ecstasy of surviving the disaster made this strong woman completely drop all her disguises. Zhang Zhuhua had never been so grateful as she was at this moment, grateful that her mother was still alive. At the same time, there was a heartfelt gratitude in her eyes when she looked at Guchen. At this time, old lady Zhang's face was rosy, and she didn't look like someone who had just returned from the gates of hell. She patted her daughter on the back and said, "If you really don't want to make me angry, give all the company's shares and control to your son-in-law tomorrow. Then, you have to find me a good son-in-law." Guchen was confused. "No. Haifa Group belongs to me so soon?" Chapter 54, It's only natural for a daughter to betray her mother. "Give all the family property to my son-in-law, or I'll die in front of you. Look at the man my granddaughter found, he's reliable. You saved me from the brink of death in one go." Old Mrs. Zhang's face was flushed. She held Guchen's arm tightly with one hand, and held her mobile phone high with the other hand, smiling at the camera from ear to ear.
The words between the lines are full of satisfaction and boasting for the new son-in-law. From the moment she woke up until now, the video on her phone has never stopped. The angle of each one was carefully selected, and then it was sent to various elderly sister groups, chess and card groups, and health exchange groups without delay. At first, when the old sisters in the group saw Gu Chen's incredibly handsome face, the news tasted sour. Lao Zhang, you have to keep an eye on the family money. Don't let this pretty boy run away with it. That's right, young people nowadays are very sweet-mouthed and cunning. Your granddaughter is innocent, don't let her fool you. But when they heard that this young man was not only a good person, but also knew Chinese medicine. When it was discovered that Chinese medicine was so skilled that it could pull back a person who had one foot in the coffin, the tone of the group changed instantly. Jealousy was quickly replaced by naked desire. One by one, they quickly sent private messages with the resumes of their granddaughters and great-granddaughters, being more humble than anyone else.
Buddha Zhang. Ask your son-in-law to take some time to see my daughter. Her measurements are 88, 60, 92, so she's definitely fertile. As long as you ask, I'll transfer the riverside villa under my name directly to you. Sister Zhang, I was wrong before. Please be so generous. If you can just let Dr. Gu meet with my granddaughter, I'll transfer 30 million to you immediately. I'll also give you 5% of the shares in the military industry group. Sister Zhang. Please. My daughter, who is a doctoral student, has never touched a man's hand at the age of 28. She is very clean. As long as the son-in-law is willing, our family is willing to give her a dowry of 500 million. Many of the people above are old rivals who have been fighting openly and secretly with old lady Zhang for decades. Old Mrs. Zhang looked at them begging her humbly one by one, and she felt so relieved that her mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. Zhang Zhuhua felt mixed emotions as she watched her mother, who was happier than ever before. I remember when Haifa Group rang the bell to go public, it was such a grand occasion, but my mother just nodded faintly, and she was not as happy as she is now. Mom, please let my uncle eat. The food has been heated up twice. If you leave it any longer, it will get cold again. When Mrs. Zhang was reminded by her daughter, she remembered that she was busy showing off and had left the real person aside. She quickly pushed a plate of freshly grilled medium-rare marbled steak in front of Gu Chen. Eat quickly, sir. I'm going to send them a few more voice messages and make these old guys jealous to death. Tell them to keep talking about your mother-in-law behind her back. Old lady Zhang got angry whenever she mentioned this. She pointed her finger at Zhang Zhuo's nose and cursed, "Do you know how they stabbed me in the back when you were dumped by men? They say that if a woman is abandoned by a man nowadays, her life is over and she can never get married again." I was almost pissed off at that time. Shermangling was nibbling at her dessert when she heard her grandmother's words and subconsciously interrupted, "Grandma, the current marriage law does indeed stipulate this. If a woman's divorce is due to her husband abandoning her, the marriage bureau system will automatically blacklist her and she will be unable to register for marriage again for life. This is also to maximize the protection of men's marriage rights and interests, so that women can abide by women's virtues, cherish their marriages, and serve their husbands conscientiously. It also prevents women who are disliked by men from entering the marriage market again and affecting other men's mate selection experience." Shermangling was completely oblivious to the almost murderous look her mother was giving her. He was also seriously explaining to his grandmother the latest marriage laws for women. After hearing this, old lady Zhang was so angry that she trembled all over. She clearly remembered what happened when Zhang Zhuhua was dumped. I cried and told her that it didn't matter, as long as she paid a large fine, she could still find another man. No wonder. No wonder my daughter is so rich, but she hasn't found a man in all these years. It turns out that it's not that she has high standards, but she has been blacklisted by the Marriage Control Bureau a long time ago. Zhang Zhuhua. You lied to me again. That's not what you told me at first. Zhang Zhuhua forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Mom, please listen to my explanation. Mangling is talking about the new regulations that were recently promulgated. At that time, I could indeed pay the fine. How dare you lie to me? Seeing that her daughter was still quibbling, old lady Zhang was so angry that she picked up the rosewood cane from the side. I will beat you to death today, you unfilial daughter. She raised her crutch and strode towards Zhang Zhuhua angrily. If Gu Chen hadn't intervened, Zhang Zhuhua would have been beaten by her own mother and hospitalized today. Uncle, please get out of the way. Today I must teach you a lesson as a disappointing mother-in-law. If you don't give this kid a good beating, who knows how he'll trip you up in the future.
Before she came, she was trying to sow discord between us in the car, saying that Mengling was just a concubine after marrying you and that she felt wronged.
Bah!
Mengling being able to be with you is a blessing earned by 18 generations of our Zhang family, not just her.
How dare she have an opinion?
Old Mrs. Zhang was so angry that she grabbed the other end of the crutch with her backhand. He walked around Gu Chen and tried desperately to reach Zhang Zhuhua behind him. It looked like he would not be able to swallow this anger if he didn't beat his daughter today. Sure, Mengling was very unhappy when she heard what her grandmother said. She felt that her mother really deserved to be beaten.
How can you say these things in front of Grandma?
I don't know how happy I am to be a concubine.
I feel super satisfied every night.
Sure, Mengling deliberately went around behind her mother and blocked her retreat. His hands were still tightly holding his mother's arms to prevent her from running away.
But he was shouting insincerely, "Mom, run! Run!
It would be terrible if I got hit by Grandma's rosewood cane.
It would hurt."
Zhang Zhuhua really wanted to cry but had no tears at this moment. I have been a leader in the business world for decades, but I didn't expect that today I would be tricked by the person I gave birth to and the person who gave birth to me.
What else can I do? I can only admit defeat. Mom, I was wrong. I was wrong before. I apologize.
Zhang Zhuhua apologized to her elderly mother.
What's the use of just apologizing? You think you can get away with this just by talking a little?
Old Mrs. Zhang still refused to give in.
Sure, Mengling immediately echoed from behind, "Yes. Mom and Grandma are right. Just apologizing is really not sincere.
I made you angry before, but I ended up buying you some jewelry to appease you." Zhang Zhuhua closed her eyes and gave up resistance completely. "Shut up right there.
If you hadn't explained, this wouldn't have happened today. Mom, what do you want me to do to calm down?"
Before old lady Zhang got angry, she had already made up her mind. She wanted to hand over the family to a capable man while she still had breath.
This is the only way to ensure my granddaughter's lifelong prosperity and wealth. Women alone cannot keep the money. It is most reassuring to give the money to a man for safekeeping.
As the old saying goes, a son in the family is like a treasure. In addition, Sher Mengling's introduction to the latest laws made old lady Zhang even more determined in her idea. If Gu Qin dumps Sher Mengling in the future, her granddaughter's life will be really over.
So she had to feed Gu Chen and make him happy.
She wanted him to be inseparable from their Zhang family for the rest of his life.
Only when men are happy can women be happy too. When a man is happy, a woman will have hope in her life.
Old lady Zhang slammed her cane to the ground and said word by word, "It's easy for me to put out my anger.
You now
immediately transfer all control of Haifa Group to my son-in-law in front of me.
Otherwise, I will die in front of you. Equals 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 equals. Just drink the duck soup I cooked, and don't say a word." Chapter 55. The billionaire CEO was beaten by his own mother, and his daughter didn't help but stabbed him in the back. "Mom, we're a listed company. We can't just transfer control." Zhang Zhuhua felt her temples throbbing.
Changes in the equity of listed companies, especially the transfer of controlling stakes, require a board resolution, a shareholder meeting, and a report to the China Securities Regulatory Commission, along with a series of announcements and information disclosures. The entire process can take months at the earliest. It's not like what is shown in TV dramas, where you just sign an agreement. Zhang Zhuhua explained helplessly. Recently, Mrs. Zhang fell in love with short plays and her mind is filled with all kinds of unrealistic fantasies. It was all about the 3-year period. The Dragon King is welcome back to his throne. Old Mrs. Zhang leaned on her cane and said, "I know all this. Then give all the official seals to my son-in-law for safekeeping." Zhang Zhuhua was stunned for a moment. If the official seal is handed over, the Haifa Group will be cut off from its financial resources. In Longwa, the official seal has supreme legal effect. Without the official seal, you can't sign contracts, issue documents, access bank accounts, or even pay employees' salaries. The entire group's operations would be paralyzed in an instant. This doesn't sound like something an old lady who watches skits every day would say. Zhang Zhuhua subconsciously turned her head and saw Sher Mengling holding a cell phone. The two eye-catching characters official seal were displayed on the screen, clearly indicating the situation.
"Okay. Sher Mengling. After you and Gu Chen confirmed your relationship, you started to turn your elbow outward." Zhang Zhuhua gritted her teeth and said, "You grabbed me just now to prevent me from running away, my dear daughter. A sweet smile appeared on Shermangling's face. Mom, if we concubines don't think more about our husbands, we will be struck by lightning. You don't want your daughter to be dumped by a man at such a young age like you, do you?
After saying that, Shermangling raised her chin in the direction of the Hermes handbag, signaling to the assistant next to her. Towsy, go get the key from my mom's bag. If she remembered correctly, there was a bunch of peculiarly shaped keys inside, which were used to open the safe in the study. This bunch of keys is so precious that my mother carries it with her almost wherever she goes, which is enough to show how important the things inside are. Towsy, if you dare touch my bag, you will move out of my house tomorrow. Zhang Zhuhua immediately shouted at him. Brandon Li, if she dares to take the key from my bag, I'll hold you accountable. Brandon Li acted as if he didn't hear anything and concentrated on eating the rice in the bowl with his head down. Go against Gu Chen? He can't do it. The first time they met, he was completely conquered by the man. Brandon Li wanted to prove that he really couldn't hear. He stood up and walked towards the kitchen with his bowl of rice. As he walked, he shouted with full energy, "Wow, the moon is really bright today." Even after Brandon Li left, Towsy still didn't dare to move forward. She stood there, twisting her clothes nervously in her hands. Looking at the furious Zhang Zhuhua and then at Shermangling, who looked expectant, his face was full of embarrassment. She couldn't afford to offend anyone present. Guchen saw that Shermangling and old lady Zhang were fighting for him. If I don't do something, it would be really unreasonable. With a flash of his body, he made way for the old lady. Old Mrs. Zhang glanced at Gu Chen, her eyes full of determination. Don't worry, son-in-law, leave this matter to me, I will definitely get it done for you. She picked up the rosewood cane and walked towards Zhang Zhuhua without saying a word. Although the old lady is nearly 80 years old, she walks with great vigor at this moment, and the cane in her hand is like the green dragon crescent blade in the hand of the second master. Shermangling cooperated very well, clasped her arms together, and hugged her mother tightly from behind, fearing that she would run away. Zhang Zhuhua felt that the little cotton jacket she was wearing was leaking a super tornado. Lu Ruyan quickly pulled Wei Xiaogui back to the other side of the dining table, fearing that the blood would splash on her. Mom, even if you beat me to death today, I won't hand over the official seal. It's all my hard work. Snap. Old Mrs. Zhang swung her stick and hit Zhang Zhuhua hard on the thigh. There was a muffled sound, clearly audible. A bright red bruise instantly appeared on the thin stockings. Despite the severe pain, Zhang Zhuhua gritted her teeth and said nothing. She held back her pain and instead persuaded with a worried tone. Mom, please stop hitting me. You just came back from the brink of death and you're so angry. I'm afraid you'll have another accident. Then she turned her head and complained to her daughter Shermangling behind her. I'm so disappointed in you. Your grandma just woke up and you already instigated her and angered her. What if something happens to her again? Didn't you say you like grandma the most? Shermangling hesitated when she heard this. It is only natural to help my husband gain control of the company. But being filial to elders with profound virtues is also a natural thing to do. What if grandma really gets hurt because of me? She felt conflicted, a look of struggle on her face, and her arms around her mother loosened a little involuntarily. At this time, Gu Chen's voice sounded. Mengli, I'm here, grandma will be fine. As he spoke, he took out the cowhide needle bag from his pocket, picked up a silver needle and played with it between his fingertips. Joke. Now he has master-level skills in traditional Chinese medicine, and even the king of hell has to queue up and call his number. When Shermangling saw the silver needle flashing with cold light, she felt like she had found her backbone, and all her hesitation and worries disappeared. She hugged Zhang Zhuhua again, this time with greater force, almost strangling her mother to the point of suffocating her breath. At the same time, old lady Zhang also came up. She first spat into her palm and rubbed her hands. Then he gripped the cane even tighter. She didn't believe her daughter could withstand not only the first blow, but also the third and the 10th blow. Anyway, if it gets hurt, I still have my uncle, the miracle doctor, here. Since he can heal my old bones that are about to be buried in the ground. I believe that healing my daughter's minor skin injuries will be easy. Snap. Old Mrs. Zhang used all her strength and hit him hard with the stick again. This time, Zhang Zhuhua could no longer hold on and let out a suppressed cry of pain. Ah, it hurts. She looked down at her thigh. The second red mark intersected with the first, and the skin under the stockings had begun to turn purple, which was shocking. Mom, listen to me, our Haifa is a multi-billion-dollar company.
Even if Gu Chen wants to take over, he needs to learn for at least 2 years. Old Mrs. Zhang gasped, pointed her cane at her daughter's face and said, "Do you really think your mother is a fool?" In that short film, the male protagonist, the Dragon King, was able to put a global corporation in perfect order in less than a day. You actually told me it would take 2 years? Snap. Another hard hit. A third mark clearly appeared on Zhang Zhuohua's thigh. The pain was so severe that cold sweat broke out on her forehead and her body trembled uncontrollably. Mom, stop hitting me. I'm going back to the company to get the official seal now. Okay. The thing in my bag is not the safe key. The official seal is not at home. Zhang Zhuhua cried. Old Mrs. Zhang stopped and looked at her granddaughter, asking for her opinion with her eyes. Shi Mengling just shook her head without hesitation. Old Mrs. Zhang immediately understood that her daughter was playing tricks on her again. Well, you still dare to lie to me. If a child doesn't teach, it's the mother's fault. Today I'm not only going to beat you, I'm going to beat myself too. Chapter 56, the mother-in-law handed over the official seal in tears. She cried and complained that it was unfair that there were more women than men. Old Mrs. Zhang was also afraid that her daughter would be hurt by the beating. He simply made up his mind, threw away his crutch, raised his hand and slapped himself hard in the face. When that wrinkled palm is about to clasp your face. The flow of time seemed to be gradually slowing down. Several maids screamed and stumbled over to try to stop it. Old Mrs. Zhang waved her arms seemingly with determination, while watching her daughter's face out of the corner of her eyes, and her movements slowed down. Zhang Zhuohua's face was full of struggle, and a battle between conscience and behavior was going on in her heart. Finally, Zhang Zhuhua hardened her heart and shouted with all her strength, "I'll pay it. I'll pay it. Isn't that enough? But I have a request. Only Shi Mengling and Gu Chen can be present when the safe is opened." Old Mrs. Zhang had no idea what her daughter was up to. But since my daughter has already given in, I can't be too aggressive. Okay. Go now. I want to see the official seal on my son-in-law right away. When Lu Rian heard this, she felt happy, as if she had drunk a big sip of ice-cold honey water. Before, she was trembling with fear, thinking that after marriage she would be tortured by her boss and his daughter. I didn't expect my husband to be so powerful. On the first day he came to my house, he took control of Haifa Group. Then from now on, Haifa Group will be our own company. She went from being a financial office worker who could be fired at any time to becoming the boss lady of a multi-billion-dollar group. Then I will work harder in the future. I must help my husband protect the family business. Shi Mengling looked at the crisscrossing red marks on her mother's thighs and her heart tightened. He said to his assistant Taozi, "Go get some bandages." Zhang Zhuhua pushed her daughter's outstretched hand away, pointed at her and said, "Stop pretending to be sympathetic. If your grandma hits me, stop her." How could I do this? You've forgotten your mother because you have a man. I raised you for nothing. Shi Mengling was not annoyed when she heard this, but instead leaned close to Zhang Zhuohua's ear. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he said, "Oh, Mom, you see, I have no business acumen, I only know how to act. In the end, this family business will still be handed over to your son-in-law. Let him do it now, and our Haifa will explode sooner." These words were indeed what Zhang Zhuhua had thought about before. But she didn't want to hand over her property to Gu Chen so soon. In other words, she wanted to train Gu Chen first. After a few years of hard work, making the knife sharper, I will slowly transfer power to him. Unexpectedly, on the first day Gu Chen came to his house, his own mother and daughter joined forces and gave him a toast to release his military power. Well. Zhang Zhuhua sighed heavily in her heart. She really couldn't tell now whether Gu Chen was her nemesis or lucky star. "Mom, you can't walk now, let me carry you upstairs." Gu Chen's voice came from behind Zhang Zhuhua. Zhang Zhuhua's heart trembled. After being hit hard on the legs by 3 sticks, the burning pain made it impossible for her to move her legs, even with someone's support. But asking my son-in-law to carry me on his back might not be a good idea. Just as Zhang Zhuhua was about to refuse, Gu Chen stepped forward and picked her up steadily. As her body was lifted into the air, the 5-centimeter black high heel slipped off her foot and fell on the carpet with a click, revealing the well-maintained delicate little feet, wrapped in a thin layer of flesh-colored stockings. The material of the stockings is excellent, and they have a delicate luster under the light, but it is not that cheap and greasy. The toes are slightly together, and through the translucent stockings, you can vaguely see the fingernails painted with light pink nail polish,
which makes people can't help but imagine.
Different from Wei Xiaogui's youthful, soft, and seemingly boneless body.
Zhang Zhuo's body has a more plump and heavy charm that is unique to mature women. Zhang Zhuo's cheeks were burning hot. In order to avoid suspicion, she deliberately stuck her head out. But the whole person was like an 18-year-old girl in love, and even her breathing became cautious. No matter how powerful she is still a woman. When faced with such a strong and handsome guy, her heart will be moved and she will.
Sure, Mengling didn't think there was anything wrong.
She bent down to pick up her high heels and bag from the ground, then followed closely behind. She kept praising him. "Hubby, you're so awesome.
You're so strong. You can hold your mom without even breathing hard. You're much better than those little puppies in the entertainment industry. Those little puppies can't even lift a 90-pound stunt actress. I have to go to the hospital just to cut my nails." The three of them came to the study on the second floor. Behind the mahogany desk stood a huge army green safe. The safe is about half a person's height and is made entirely of thick steel plates. The corners are reinforced with rivets and the surface is painted with a layer of matte green paint, giving it a strong sense of age. In the center is a huge brass turntable, with two long keyholes below.
Guchen gently put Zhang Zhuhua down. Zhang Zhuhua stood barefoot on the cold floor, her legs subconsciously turned slightly inward. The short distance she was carried up the stairs was truly thrilling.
"Mengli, give me the bag."
Sure Mengling handed the Chanel bag to her mother. Zhang Zhuhua took out a bunch of peculiarly shaped keys and said to the two of them, "What's in here is my most precious thing.
I had planned to keep these secrets until the end of my life. I didn't expect something like this to happen today."
Having said that, she smiled bitterly.
"Forget it, I might as well show it to you now, as a tribute to my dead love." Zhang Zhuhua took the key and walked to the safe.
Accompanied by the click sound of gears turning. The safe door was slowly opened. The first thing that caught my eye was not the gold bars or the documents, but a neatly folded white wedding dress with dried yellow stains on the hem. Beneath the wedding dress was a thick stack of letters tied with ribbons. Below the letter were some neatly stacked gold bars and several official seals made of different materials. For sure Mengling, who was used to seeing gold, silver and jewelry, she was more curious about why her mother put a dirty wedding dress in the safe.
"Mom, this is..." Zhang Zhuhua reached out and stroked the wedding dress, smiled bitterly and said, "This is the wedding dress I asked your father to buy for me back then. We were so poor back then that we had to sell our house just to raise the 880,000 yuan betrothal gift. We had even less money left to buy a wedding dress.
But Mom has always wanted to wear a white wedding dress, so she went to discuss it with your dad. Maybe the tone of my voice wasn't very nice at the time, and it hurt your father's feelings.
A few days after I bought it, your dad ran away.
I also hate myself for being so stubborn. I ran out in this wedding dress late at night, deliberately picking those muddy puddles to step into, and really mistreating myself.
But the more I step on it, the more I feel I'm right.
It's clearly this world that's wrong.
Why are there more women than men?
Why is the whole society so unfair to us women? Why are we all human beings, but the more we women contribute, the less benefits we get?
Why can't men go out to work and still receive subsidies? Why do all the benefits belong to them? Chapter 57, I wrote a will and asked my billionaire mother-in-law to work for me.
Sure Mengling hugged Zhang Zhuhua from behind and comforted her, "Mom, you've worked hard over the years.
I used to be ignorant and always asked you for a daddy. I was wrong."
As she spoke, she couldn't help crying. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. Tears are salty and hot. My daughter's body is soft and has the unique fragrance of youth, like a white orchid that has just bloomed. My mother's body is firm and plump, exuding the fragrance of a ripe peach. Two completely different bodies are tightly pressed together, with the black hip skirt and the literary cotton and linen long skirt entangled together. One seeks comfort in crying, the other feels the fragility of blood connection in a hug. The only sound in the air was suppressed sobs.
"Son, I don't blame you. If you want to blame someone, blame your mom for not being able to speak before. Not being able to serve a man. Woo woo woo, Mom will leave the company to Guchun from now on. You should also have a good rest."
Zhang Zhuhua stopped crying when she heard this. She looked at her daughter with complicated eyes.
"You girl, in the end you are still seeking benefits for your husband." She let out a long sigh.
"Forget it, a daughter once married off is like spilled water." Zhang Zhuhua pushed Sher Mengling away and turned to look at Guchen. Son-in-law, all the important company seals are here, take them. She pointed to the seals in a brocade box in the safe. Before you get married, I will hold a shareholders meeting and gradually transfer the shares in my name to you. The transfer process for controlling stakes in listed companies is quite complicated, requiring announcements and approvals, and can take several months at the earliest. But you can take the official seals now. With them, Haifa Group is yours. After saying this, Zhang Zhuhua felt empty inside. Haifa is the business empire she built with half her life's hard work after losing her man. It is her only armor and her only pride. Now, this armor has to be handed over to someone else personally. Even if this person is your daughter's husband. He is a crown prince with outstanding abilities and can be described as perfect. But the feeling of loss still overwhelmed her like a tide. Sher Mengling looked at Gu Chen excitedly and winked at him desperately. Hurry up and agree. Husband. This is Haifa Group. It is a towering tree that can continuously draw nutrients from the global capital market. As long as my husband takes over my mother's company, his social status will soar, and my own status will naturally rise as well. What is more important is that as the president of a multi-billion-dollar group, he has to attend meetings, read reports, and sign documents that pile up every day. By then, my husband will have no time and energy to look for other women. In this way, wouldn't it be equivalent to realizing her dream of having her husband all to herself? The more Sher Mengling thought about it, the happier she became, and her eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at Gu Chen. Gu Chen looked at the official seals in the safe that symbolized supreme power, without a trace of emotion on his face. The taste of power is indeed tempting, but it also brings endless constraints. From the moment you open your eyes every day, your schedule will be full. Board meetings, shareholders' meetings, cross-border video conferences, business entertainment. By then, I will be completely tied to the giant commercial ship of Haifa and will no longer have any freedom. Besides, Zhang Zhuhua only has this one daughter, and he is her only legal heir. Why bother to do it yourself and make yourself so tired? Let the mother-in-law and wife fight in the front and make money for yourself. All I need to do is stay behind the scenes, be a hands-off boss, and enjoy a carefree life. Gu Chen refused directly. Mother-in-law, I won't take these official seals. Haifa will still be controlled by you in the future. These words stunned both the mother and daughter in the study. Zhang Zhuhua looked up in shock. What happened to my daughter, my son-in-law? What on earth does he want to do by giving up the trillion-dollar empire that is within his reach? Sher Mengling was extremely anxious and rushed to Gu Chen's side. She stretched out the back of her white hand and touched his forehead. Honey, do you have a fever? Let's go to the hospital now. Gu Chen smiled and put his arms around her slender waist, bringing her into his arms. Your husband is a miracle doctor. If I had a fever, I would have given myself acupuncture long ago. Sher Mengling smiled foolishly and said, Oh, that's right, I actually forgot that my husband is a miracle doctor. I don't need to go to the hospital when I'm sick anymore. My husband can just give me acupuncture. My husband is so great. After saying that, she always felt something was strange. Zhang Zhuhua asked dryly, If you don't want a company, then what do you want? She was afraid that Gu Chen would make more excessive demands, such as coveting her private properties and antique collections hidden around the world. Gu Chen looked at his charming mother-in-law and said frankly, As for me, I'm used to freedom. I don't want to sit in the office all day, looking at those boring reports and analyzing dense data. You are better at these than me. Besides, if I, a young man in my 20s, were suddenly parachuted into the position of president of Haifa Group within 6 months, it would inevitably cause turbulence in the capital market and lead to a drop in stock prices. So for the collective interests of our entire family, it would be most appropriate for you to continue serving as the president of Haifa. Sher Mengling sighed when she heard this. The collective interests will not be affected, but my position as the queen is nowhere in sight. Zhang Zhuhua felt mixed emotions. It was beyond her expectation that her son-in-law could think of this. Throughout the ages, for wealth and power. Aren't there enough scenes of mothers and daughters turning against each other, and siblings killing each other? Gu Chen was actually able to resist the temptation and consider the interests of the entire family. This kind of pattern and mentality are totally unlike those of a young person. There are virtuous people and there are capable people. At this moment, Zhang Zhuhua really had the idea of handing over the company completely to Gu Chen. Gu Chen continued, My request is also very simple. First, I need you to hire a lawyer immediately and write a will with the highest legal effect. All of your shares, fixed assets, cash, and securities will be designated as the heirs to Meng Ling. Second, within 2 years, you must use your authority to promote Lu Ruyan to the Haifa Group Board of Directors, making her an official group director. According to the special provisions of the inheritance law attached to the law on protection of male rights. Once the will is established, any subsequent amendments to the will must be subject to the written consent of the woman's spouse. Especially in the distribution of property, it is absolutely impossible to reduce the share of the female spouse. The law also stipulates that if a female testator has multiple sons-in-law, at least 90% of the property under her name must be divided equally among all the sons-in-law. If there is only one son-in-law, his share of inheritance shall not be less than 80% of the total estate.
Zhang Zhuhua gave Gu Chen a displeased look. Before, she thought that Gu Chen was kind-hearted, not greedy for power, had a sense of the overall situation, and was a good son-in-law worthy of trust. I didn't expect that this kid could stand directly in the atmosphere. He didn't want the official seal, nor the position of CEO, but he used a will to cut off the source of funds. Directly lock up all your assets. Now, I really have become his employee. Even if I find a way to have an illegitimate child outside in the future, the hundreds of billions of assets will still belong to him. Hiss. It seems that having a son-in-law who is too capable is not a good thing. Zhang Zhuhua stood up with a wry smile and said to her daughter Shi Mengling, "Your husband is much more capable than my husband was back then. You should control your temper and avoid ending up like me."
Shi Mengling raised her chin proudly.
Of course my husband is amazing. He fought for 8 hours without taking a breath.
Zhang Zhuhua's pupils trembled instantly. She stared at Gu Chen blankly, her face full of disbelief.
A fierce battle, for 8 hours? Is this still a human being? I also want to. Chapter 58, White Socks and Bound Feet sneak attack under the table. Gu Chen backhands and grabs it. Gu Chen simply treated the wound on Zhang Zhuhua's leg.
Then he picked her up again and walked steadily down the stairs back to the restaurant. Brandon Lee, who had just come out of the kitchen with a bowl of soup, happened to see this scene. I feel like there is a green grassland above my head, so green that it shines. If anyone else dared to hug Mr. Zhang like this. He had already rushed forward with his fists as big as casserole pots.
But the other party was Gu Chen.
He could only turn around silently, pretending not to see it, and endure the grievance in his heart to vent it later. When old lady Zhang saw Gu Chen coming down the stairs, the first thing she did was glance at his waist. I found that the place was empty and there was no official seal or stamp at all. He suddenly became furious, picked up the crutch at hand, and was about to teach Zhang Zhuhua a lesson again.
You unfilial daughter. Are you playing tricks again? Where's the official seal?
This time, Zhang Zhuhua did not dodge.
Instead, he stretched his neck. Come on, Mom, hit me here. After you kill me, I'll see who will manage the company for your precious son-in-law. Hey! You've grown so strong. You dare to talk back.
Old Mrs. Zhang was so angry that she blew her beard and glared, "I'll beat you to death." Shi Mengling quickly stopped her furious grandmother and explained what had just happened in the study.
From designating an heir, to establishing an irrevocable will, to promoting Lu Ruyan to the board of directors.
After hearing this, Mrs. Zhang's anger finally subsided. She looked at Gu Chen, and the expression on her face instantly switched from anger to deep admiration.
Our son-in-law is awesome. He's such a quick thinker. He knows being a boss is tiring and stressful, so he just becomes a hands-off boss and lets Zhuhua make the money for him. This wisdom is even more powerful than those dragon kings in the skits.
Zhang Zhuhua couldn't help rolling her eyes as she listened to her mother's unconditional flattery.
That's right.
Old Mrs. Zhang seemed to have remembered something and asked excitedly, "Son-in-law, where are you planning to hold your wedding with our Mengling? I just heard from Xiaogui that your wedding with them hasn't taken place yet."
How about this? Old lady Zhang slapped her thigh and said with great enthusiasm, "Our Zhang family will provide both the money and the labor. The 4 of you can pick a place and we can hold the wedding together. More people means more fun."
When Wei Xiaogui heard this, he immediately clapped his hands excitedly.
Great, great. I hope there will be a super big cream cake. 10 layers high. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Lu Ruyan's face. My mother has been preparing for the wedding. She told me yesterday that she had already chosen a private island in the southern hemisphere. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhang Zhuhua in a cold voice. At this time, she has regained her former dominance as a businesswoman.
Then cancel it. Your mother doesn't have much money, so she can't hold a decent event. From now on, things like this that require money can be handled by our Zhang family.
Lu Ruyan reluctantly said, "Oh."
Sure, Mengling felt that her mother spoke too forcefully and did not give Sister Ruyan any face at all.
But she didn't know how to start the conversation to help Lu Ruyan save face. I could only lower my head and stir the rice in the bowl with a spoon in embarrassment. Of course you're the ones paying for it, but the venue is already set, how can we change it? Do you think this is like buying vegetables at the market and you can just return them if you say you don't want them? Gu Chen directly confronted his mother-in-law, who was worth hundreds of billions.
Old Mrs. Zhang sensed that her son-in-law was unhappy and quickly came out to smooth things over.
She just made some filthy money and she doesn't even know her last name anymore. Sir, don't bother with her. Calm down. This is top-quality deep-sea black abalone. I asked the chef to make it especially for you. Come and try it.
Having said that, old lady Zhang stood up herself.
A high-quality abalone was scooped out from the slow-cooked thick soup.
After several hours of boiling, the soup had already turned golden and thick, like melted amber. As the steam rises, a strong and fresh aroma mixed with Genoa ham, old hen, and dried scallops hits you in the face.
In the soup, the black abalone has thick meat.
The hem of the skirt was slightly curled, giving off an alluring sheen under the light. Zhang Zhuo's face looked a little ugly. With her mother present, she couldn't just retort directly. Even though her mother is not around, her daughter's heart is with Gu Chen.
I really have no idea how to deal with this guy.
Zhang Zhuo could only sulk and poke the vegetable salad in front of her with a fork.
The atmosphere at the table was a little awkward for a moment.
Wei Xiaogui rolled his eyes and quietly hid under the table. She stretched out her little feet wearing pure white cotton socks and gently touched Gu Chen's calf. She wanted to have a private conversation with her husband.
Gu Chen felt as if some furry little animal had rubbed his calf.
He lowered his head and met Wei Xiaogui's big watery eyes. When Wei Xiaogui saw him looking at him, he quickly winked and tried his best to use expressions to indicate that he had something to say.
Gu Chen pretended not to see it and reached his big hand under the table accurately.
He grabbed the restless little foot and wanted to teach her a lesson. Wei Xiaogui's body froze instantly.
That's not a foot, it's a work of art that can be held in one hand.
It is wrapped in pure white cotton socks.
The socks are soft, but they cannot hide the perfect curves underneath. The ankles are slender and the arches of the feet are just right.
It feels particularly comfortable to touch. Wei Xiaogui's cheeks quickly heated up and his heart was pounding with nervousness. Then, Gu Chen's index finger gently stroked the sole of the foot.
Ah! Wei Xiaogui couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter, holding his stomach. Ha ha ha, husband Chan, I was wrong. Ha ha, please let me go. It's so itchy.
She was laughing so hard that her body was shaking, and she begged for mercy desperately. His body twisted and turned in the chair. The sudden movement drew everyone's attention. Zhang Zhuhua wanted to lose her temper and scold her for being inappropriate at the dinner table. But for the sake of Gu Chen's face, he suppressed his anger.
Gu Chen still held Wei Xiaogui's warm and soft feet and asked, "Why, do you want to?"
Wei Xiaogui shook her head desperately and said in a tearful voice, "No.
No, hubby. Wow, what I want to say is, my mom also wants to participate in the wedding."
Gu Chen then let go of his hand and gently patted her size 35 little feet. "In that case, let's find a time tomorrow.
Let's discuss how the wedding should be held.
When the time comes, I'll call the other two mothers-in-law over as well."
Lu Ruyan and Shi Mengling had no objection to this arrangement. Zhang Zhuhua was very unhappy. Why should I pay money and listen to other people's opinions? Chapter 59, 48-hour sequelae.
My mother-in-law was disturbed and couldn't sleep. After dinner, Gu Chen simply stayed in courtyard number 10 of Tan Palace.
No one in the villa had a good sleep that night.
At 4:30 in the morning, the sky was still pale. Old Mrs. Zhang walked into the living room with dark circles under her eyes.
I was surprised to find that the living room was full of servants.
Everyone stretched their necks and stared up at the upstairs with eyes wide open, their faces filled with amazement.
"Master, this physical strength is too scary, isn't it?"
A young maid whispered. "It's more than scary," an older housekeeper nearby lowered her voice. "I feel like our building is about to fall apart."
Exactly.
Our soundproofing materials are all imported from Germany, yet we can still hear it so clearly.
I even suspect it's an earthquake.
Our young lady and those two girls are so blessed. The servants' discussions reached old lady Zhang's ears word for word. Instead of getting angry, Mrs. Zhang smiled with satisfaction.
This is what a man is. This is what a real man is.
The son-in-law is the pillar that can make their family prosperous. Old Mrs. Zhang cleared her throat and spoke to the crowd.
Okay, stop standing here. Everyone, please be patient for now. It's a good thing for young people to be hot-tempered. When it gets light, I'll let them move to courtyard number 8 next door. Then they can play however they want.
Although Mrs. Zhang had an expression on her face that showed she was thinking about everyone, she was very happy in her heart. Zhang Zhuhua, who lived just below Guchun, was not in such a good mood. She was almost broken down by the noise. Rubbing his hair, he grabbed the pillow under him and threw it to the ground, cursing, "Does this kid have so much energy and nowhere to use it? If you have this ability, you might as well go work for Haifa Group. Staying at home every day is just torture." The next day at 3:30 p.m. Lin Xuemei and Wei Hongxia stood at the gate of the Tan Palace Villa district with nervous expressions. The autumn wind was chilly, and Wei Hongxia was so nervous that her upper and lower teeth were chattering.
You say, will the mother-in-law give us a hard time later? I heard she's a billionaire CEO. We're nothing but paupers in front of her.
Lin Xuemei feigned composure and said, "No way. He's so rich, he must be very magnanimous. He wouldn't be bothered by a small family like us." Wei Hongxia lowered her voice and leaned close to Lin Xuemei's ear. "I heard from Xiaogui that the woman my son-in-law has just married is no ordinary woman either. It said her name is Shi Mengling.
And she's a big star.
Such a famous figure has become a concubine, and her ranking is even lower than Ruyan and Xiaogui in our family.
If I were her mother, I would definitely not be willing to accept this.
Why is it that even though my family is so rich, my daughter is a famous star, but she still becomes a concubine after marrying? And she's even the third child.
Who can swallow this?" Lin Xuemei felt increasingly uneasy.
In this era where there are more women than men, the ranking order of men in the harem is based on the economic strength of the woman's family. The more dowry a family gives to the man, the higher the status of the daughter will be. Back then, her family gave birth to 5 girls in a row. I am so poor that I can't afford to spend much money. Therefore, Lin Xuemei could only rank last in her husband's family and suffered a lot from the older sisters. Now that her daughter can become the first concubine, she is already very satisfied.
Alas! Lin Xuemei sighed deeply. Stop talking.
If it's a blessing, it won't cause trouble.
If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Let's go in.
Wei Hongxia followed Lin Xuemei nervously.
I'm telling you, if that new mother-in-law really gives us a hard time, you must hold back and don't get angry, okay? Especially you. You tend to get violent when you're angry, and you don't even know how hard you hit. The bruise on my arm from when you hit me last month hasn't healed yet."
Lin Xuemei was annoyed by her nagging and turned around to glare at her. I know. When I get in, I will definitely shut up and listen to what they say.
Whatever they say is what it is.
I promise not to cause trouble for my son-in-law." Wei Hongxia was still muttering, "You haven't apologized for hitting me yet."
My arm still hurts. Apologize? Do you want to take the slap? Look, your temper is coming back.
The two of them quarreled all the way, as if they were back to the days when they were young and best friends.
Led by Tan Gong's housekeeper, the two arrived at the gate of courtyard number 10.
Wei Hongxia looked at the palace-like villa in front of her and exclaimed in the same way as her daughter Wei Xiaogui, "Oh my!
How magnificent!
Sister, how many houses do you think I have to sell to buy such a nice big house?" Lin Xuemei felt that it was too embarrassing for her to look so naive. He turned around and tapped her forehead with his finger.
Even if you sell all the houses you own, you still can't buy it. Huh? Why? Because it sold out a long time ago, you can't buy it even if you want to.
Wei Hongxia sighed, there are still too many rich people in this world. Then, the two of them walked into the living room on the first floor under the guidance of the maid. Wei Hongxia wanted to continue sighing and exclaiming, but was stopped by Lin Xuemei.
Don't act like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Lin Xuemei warned her in a low voice, think about your daughter, Wei Xiaogui. You're here to support her today. Don't lose face.
Wei Hongxia then shut her mouth obediently, but her eyes kept looking around like radar. Old Mrs. Zhang stood up from the main seat with a smile and asked the servants to bring them 2 cups of the best special dahongpo.
The decoration is still in the style of the early 21st century. It's a bit exaggerated. I'm sorry to make you two laugh at me.
The children slept late last night, so it will probably be a while before they come down.
Let's have some tea first to moisten their throats.
As she spoke, old lady Zhang called a maid behind her to come over.
In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he commanded. Go wake up Zhang Zhuhua right now, right now.
If she doesn't get up, just throw cold water on her.
How can the host be asleep when guests arrive?
The maid turned pale when she heard this and complained in her heart. You know, Mr. Zhang is famous for his bad temper when he wakes up. The last time Brandon Lee went to wake her up, his legs were almost broken. If I go there, I'm afraid I'll have to stay in bed for 3 days. 10 minutes later, there was a sound of footsteps on the stairs.
Zhang Zhuhua walked down the stairs wearing a black silk nightgown with an expressionless face.
The nightgown was made of excellent material and hung loosely on the body. The V neckline slipped down, revealing a small piece of delicate and distinct collarbone, and the skin was dazzlingly white in the sunlight. She wore a pair of black leather flat slippers, revealing her slender ankles.
Zhang Zhuhua forced herself to hold a global video conference at 8 o'clock in the morning.
The acquisition of a Hollywood film company across the ocean has been officially finalized.
The meeting ended at 11 o'clock.
She had slept for less than 2 hours when she was woken up by the maid.
Considering that it was a major event concerning her daughter's marriage, Zhang Zhuhua suppressed her immense anger and walked down. I couldn't sleep last night and was woken up just as I fell asleep. Sorry for being late.
Zhang Zhuohua's words were half a greeting and half a reproach. Lin Xueme and Wei Hongxia, the two mothers-in-law, quickly waved their hands.
Hey, go get some more sleep. We're not in a hurry. Once you've gotten enough energy, we can talk about the wedding. Yes, we can come back tomorrow, it's no problem.
Wei Hongxia followed Lin Xueme's words and looked at Zhang Zhuhua in front of her. She always felt that the person in front of her was somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere.
Searching hard in my mind.
Suddenly, Wei Hongxia was stunned as if struck by lightning.
No. It can't be, such a coincidence. Lin Xueme asked impatiently, what a coincidence. Are you talking nonsense again?
Wei Hongxia raised her hand and pointed at Zhang Zhuhua, who had just sat down.
Sister, look at her. Doesn't she look like the mistress who stole 2 of our men over 20 years ago? Chapter 60, The hatred for stealing a husband is irreconcilable. The mother-in-law and the mother-in-law get into a fight.
Lin Xueme stared at Zhang Zhuhua intently.
The time was pulled back to 26 years ago. That snowy Christmas Eve. Lin Xueme specially changed into the boy's favorite Christmas suit.
The edge of the bright red skirt is trimmed with a circle of fluffy white velvet. There was a big bow tied on her chest, with 2 small bells hanging on it that made crisp sounds. She sat in the room with the floor heating burning hot, waiting for the doorbell to ring. Waiting for the man she loves to the bone to open the door and be with her.
However, Lin Xueme waited from dusk till dawn, but the doorbell never rang.
The next day, she saw a 9-grid photo of her boyfriend on her WeChat Moments, with the caption containing 4 simple words, Merry Christmas. The one in the middle is a woman with a pretty face and outstanding temperament, lying in his arms with a happy look on her face.
Other photos show a couple's candlelight dinner.
There were 2 movie tickets with consecutive numbers and a couple's scarf wrapped around their necks. Each one was like a knife stabbing into Lin Xueme's heart.
Not long after, Lin Xueme's contact information was deleted.
Along with all the sweet past between her and that man, it was cleared out. You have to know that in that era the male-to-female ratio was as high as 1 to 500.
When you walk down the street, you won't even see a single man's hair.
I finally found one, but it was snatched away by another woman.
It took Lin Xueme 3 full years to recover from that pain. The hatred for stealing a man is irreconcilable.
Lin Xueme thought of those dark days and could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. He grabbed the heavy crystal ashtray on the coffee table and walked towards Zhang Zhuhua aggressively. Wei Hongxia followed behind, also gritting her teeth.
Although he couldn't compete with Lin Xueme back then.
But at least the man promised to give her the legitimate position of concubine. It's all because of this bitch in front of me.
It's all because she monopolized that man.
It wasn't until she was 35 that she gave birth to Wei Xiaowei. Old Mrs. Zhang didn't know what was going on and looked stunned.
Do you know Shi Guohao? Lin Xueme asked angrily, holding an ashtray. Zhang Zhuhua didn't understand why they knew her ex-husband's name, but she nodded anyway.
Of course I know him, he's my ex-husband.
That's right. Hongxia. It's her. She's the one who stole our men. I'll go first, you can do whatever you want.
After saying that, Lin Shuemei swung her arm and smashed the ashtray over. Even if she has to go to jail today, she will vent her anger.
Oh shit. Later, I suffered a lot from being single.
She was unable to get married and finally married an old man in his 50s, and then she had Lu Ruyan.
As a result, Lu Ruyan lost her father when she was a teenager. The mother and daughter depended on each other and lived a hard life for so many years. If I had married Shi Guahao at the beginning, things wouldn't have been so miserable later. At least now Lu Ruyan can have a father attend her wedding. The crystal ashtray made a sound of breaking wind and was extremely fast. Zhang Zhuhua couldn't escape by herself, having stayed up almost all night. Just as the ashtray was about to hit her in the face, a dark shadow flashed by. Brandon Lee appeared in front of Zhang Zhuhua at some point. He covered the ashtray firmly with one hand, then slowly turned back to look at Zhang Zhuhua. Is this the reason you insisted I change my name to Guahao? Yes. That's right. Zhang Zhuhua said without a trace of emotion, my ex-husband abandoned me, and I want revenge on him. So I'm going to make every male under my control change his name to Guahao. Then I will personally transfer the pain I have endured in the past onto you. Wei Hongxia, who was about to rush over and grab Zhang Zhuo's hair, was stunned for a moment. Ah? You are so rich, but you were also abandoned by brother Shi Guahao?
Now old Mrs. Zhang finally understood the whole story. It turns out that my daughter and these two in-laws were rivals in love.
They both liked the same man. What a sin.
Old Mrs. Zhang sighed. The mud-stained wedding dress and those childish love words appeared in Zhang Zhuo's eyes again. What he got in the end was Shi Guahao leaving without saying goodbye.
Oh. If I had money at the time, he might not have left.
At that time, our family raised 880,000 yuan for his dowry.
We also bought him a BMW X5. I just wanted a wedding dress and he wouldn't buy me one. What kind of man is he?
Wei Hongxia exclaimed in surprise.
That's not right.
Brother Shi Guahao isn't such a stingy person.
He often treated me to ice cream back then. He was the one who took the initiative to order milk tea for me too.
Zhang Zhuhua looked at the petite Wei Hongxia, who looked exactly like her daughter Wei Shabwei.
She leaned over and asked, "How much is a cup of milk tea?"
"It's only 10 yuan if you put together a meal and pick it up at the store."
Wei Hongxia nodded in sudden realization, that's right. Men are really scheming. I gave him the latest 5090 model.
Lin Shuemei didn't care what happened to Shi Guahao later.
She only knew that her man was taken away. Since the ashtray was blocked, Lin Shuemei rushed over directly.
The two hands grabbed Zhang Zhuo's hair accurately, and the two people started wrestling with each other in an instant.
I told you not to steal my man. I'll beat you to death. You blame me for your own incompetence? Bah! I'll beat you to death, you stinky bitch. You slutty ass. Brandon Lee didn't stop him this time. He stood there in a daze, as if his soul had been sucked out of him. It turns out that I'm just a substitute.
No wonder she treated me like that before, pouring medicated oil on me.
You bitch. Give me back my man. Lin Shuemei frantically pulled at everything she could reach. Zhang Zhuo's expensive silk nightgown was also torn into a big hole, revealing the black lace underwear inside. Ah! Let go.
Zhang Zhuhua had never suffered such injustice before, and began to fight back desperately. Wei Hongxia was caught in the middle, trying to persuade them helplessly.
Garlic bird. Stop hitting me. It's not easy for everyone. Sister, please let go first. Hey, who slapped me just now?
The living room was in chaos. Only the highly respected old lady Zhang sat firmly in the main seat and did not step forward to mediate. Fighting over a man is a matter of determining who is superior and who is inferior, and also a matter of life and death.
Just persuading them one tea do the trick.
She instructed a frightened maid next to her.
Call the police immediately. Chapter 61. My mother-in-law was seen naked. She pinched my waist and called me a little bastard. No need to call the police, let me handle this. Gu Chen came out wearing a loose nightgown. There is no concubine behind him. The reason is unknown.
When old lady Zhang saw Gu Chen, she quickly stood up from her seat.
He said to Gu Chen anxiously, "Son-in-law, don't go up there. They're fighting like crazy now."
Anyone who tries to stop them will end up in trouble. I've called the police, they'll probably be here soon.
In the living room on the first floor, Lin Xueme was riding tightly on Zhang Zhuo's lower abdomen. Her hands were like iron pliers, tightly pinching Zhang Zhuo's neck. She was still cursing. I told you to steal my man. I told you to steal my man. I'm going to strangle you to death today. That ruthlessness was exactly the same as the one Lu Ruyan showed that night when she got drunk. I have to say, this mother and daughter really don't care about their lives when they fight. Zhang Zhuo's face had turned red and her mouth was slightly open. I couldn't make a sound and was about to suffocate. If we don't save people, someone might die. Gu Chen flipped down directly from the railing on the third floor. Bang! A muffled sound. He was like Superman, his feet landing firmly on the marble floor. The maids around them half opened their mouths, each of them extremely surprised. My son-in-law was making a fuss almost the entire night last night, and his knees weren't weak at all?
He could jump from the third floor without changing his expression. If it were an ordinary man, especially one who doesn't like duck soup, let alone playing all night, even if he spent 20 minutes, his calves would tremble when he went down the stairs.
For a moment, the maids looked at Gu Chen. In addition to the original admiration, there are also some unconcealable improper thoughts. Gu Chen ignored Lin Xueme's shouting. Because he knew that people who were too angry would not listen to any advice. The only way now is to use tough measures to pull them apart. Gu Chen strode forward and stretched out his arm as if he was picking up a kindergarten child. With one hand, he lifted Lin Xueme off Zhang Zhuo's body. Lin Xueme was suddenly suspended in the air and was unable to react for a moment. She subconsciously thought it was done by Brandon Li or another bodyguard. The nails of his right hand grabbed Gu Chen's face with a sharp sound. The speed is astonishingly fast. Gu Chen couldn't help but suspect that Lin Xueme and Lu Ruyan, mother and daughter, were both cat-like women at heart. Not only is his combat power at its peak, but his agility and reaction abilities are also far beyond those of ordinary people. He easily raised his left hand to block the grabbing claw. Gu Chen asked coldly, "Mother-in-law, you haven't forgotten the house rules I set before, have you?" Lin Xueme was shocked when she heard the familiar voice. The madness in his eyes faded away instantly, and rationality gradually returned. Looking at Gu Chen in front of her, the hostility on Lin Xueme's face was replaced by guilt. "Son-in-law, I didn't mean to." Wei Hongxiao was worried that Gu Chen would really kick her good sister up because of this, so she quickly ran forward to plead for mercy. "Son-in-law, listen to your second mother-in-law. There's a feud between your eldest and third mothers-in-law." She glanced at Zhang Zhuo, who was lying on the ground in a miserable state. He took another look at Lin Xueme, who was held in Gu Chen's hand, and organized his words. "The two of them are fighting over one man. Oh, that's not right. It's the three of us who once fell in love with the same man. This." Gu Chen looked at the three mothers-in-law with different styles in front of him. A blood feud that happened decades ago instantly popped up in my mind. At the same time, they were also curious about what kind of man could make the three of them so obsessed with him. Before in the study, he could see that Zhang Zhuo was still missing the past. In this era where men are scarce, most women can only fall in love with one boy in their lifetime. Once anchored, it's for life. Therefore, the hatred of having one's husband stolen in this world is far more cruel than the hatred of having one's wife stolen in the previous life. Otherwise, Lin Xueme would not have lost her mind and hit Zhang Zhuo for no reason. Zhang Zhuo lay on the cold floor and did not get up. The tears in my eyes slid silently, soaking my temples. As the winner, so what if she's with Shi Guohao? In the end, she was dumped by that bastard Shi Guohao. To this day, I still have to bear the unfounded label of mistress and am humiliated by my former love rival. Zhang Zhuo felt very aggrieved. The more aggrieved she felt, the more she couldn't control the tears that flowed from her eyes. Gu Chen handed Lin Xueme to Wei Hongxia and turned to walk towards Zhang Zhuo. At this moment, the silk nightgown on her upper body had been torn into tattered strips. Through the cracks, you can clearly see the black lace underwear inside. I have to say that this billionaire mother-in-law is really well maintained. At least the scale is still impressive and has not shrunk with the passage of time. Get up. Don't wait for someone to pull you away, Gu Chen said as he stood beside Zhang Zhuo. When Zhang Zhuo heard his voice, she turned her head away stubbornly, as if she didn't want Gu Chen to discover her ugly appearance at the moment. "If you don't get up, you're really going to be seen naked." Gu Chen pointed at the completely exposed area on her chest. Zhang Zhuhua glared at him resentfully. Brandon Lee had left a long time ago. Except for him, everyone here is a woman. No one would be interested in that stuff at all. How can I get up if you don't pull me up?
Zhang Zhuhua saw that her daughter was not there, and suddenly these words popped up in her mind, which even scared herself. Gu Chen didn't think much about it and stretched out his big hand. Zhang Zhuhua hesitated for a moment, but still grabbed Gu Chen's hand and stood up with the help of his force. When I looked down, I realized that I was indeed revealing a little too much. You hurry upstairs and get my coat. Zhang Zhuhua ordered a frightened maid next to her. The maid nodded in agreement and hurried up the stairs. Zhang Zhuhua could only cover her upper body with her hands, feeling uncomfortable all over. She always felt that there was a burning gaze wandering over her body unscrupulously. He turned suddenly to the left and met Gu Chen's big eyes that were eager to explore. Zhang Zhuo's cheeks turned red instantly, and she felt both embarrassed and annoyed. He stretched out his hand and pinched Gu Chen's lower back hard, gritted his teeth and whispered, "Where are you looking, you little bastard? But I am you. Equals 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 equals. It's 8th on the new book list. Damn, I don't know how to thank you all. I'll add 2 chapters at 6 p.m. Brothers, I have all the rice and other things you mentioned. Do you think I look like a serious person?" Chapter 62. After the mother-in-law's quarrel, a meeting was held, and the wedding budget soared to 1 billion. Men are like gold, silver, and jewelry. They may appear to be yours for a while, but you never know who will end up with them in the end. Old Mrs. Zhang walked up to Lin Xueme, patted her on the shoulder, and spoke earnestly. A married woman is nothing more than a temporary custodian of another man's life. Alas! The old lady's words carried a sense of vicissitudes of life. Although Lin Xueme was his daughter's love rival, everything is over now. The most important thing now is how we can hold the wedding successfully and how we can serve Gu Chen well together. Tell him not to divorce your daughter and my granddaughter. Wei Hongxia nodded repeatedly and agreed, yes, a woman without a man is like a blade of grass. It will fall down at the slightest breeze. No matter how rich a woman is, without a man behind her, she will still be looked down upon in this society and won't be able to gain a foothold. After listening to the advice of the two people, Lin Xueme felt much relieved. Those dusty past events don't seem so important anymore. But Zhang Zhuo's heart was surging. What does it mean that no matter how rich you are, you will still be despised if you don't have a man? Haven't I played with enough men over the years? What do you know, a countrywoman like you? If Gu Chen hadn't been sitting next to her, she would have gone up to argue again. Zhang Zhuo glanced at Gu Chen's handsome profile and cursed in her heart. You little bastard, do you know how much I have suffered for you? The 3 mothers-in-law sat down again and discussed the marriage together. Lin Xueme spoke first. I was wrong to hit someone just now. Son-in-law, you can punish me however you want. But can you give me a few days to break up? Ruyan is only getting married once, and I want to help her make it a great wedding. Wei Hongxia also started to cry, feeling sorry for her elder sister. I finally bought a house and prepared for the wedding, but at a critical moment, I hit my family members and violated the family rules, and was even cut off from them. How pitiful. Zhang Zhuhua couldn't help but roll her eyes. Old bitch, the wicked are the first to complain. The sound was small but just loud enough to reach Gu Chen's ears. Gu Chen rubbed his temples. Having another mother-in-law really means more troubles. Now there are 3 mothers-in-law. My mother-in-law, Lin Xueme, usually looks kind and amiable, but she is very ruthless in her bones and fights for her life at critical moments. Second mother-in-law, Wei Hongxia, is exactly like Wei Xiaogui. The worse you are at playing, the more you like to play. But when it comes to a fight, you basically just get beaten. Not to mention my third mother-in-law Zhang Zhuhua, a powerful woman worth hundreds of billions, who never gives in verbally and never admits defeat in her heart. She will never bow her head no matter how hard she tries. Others say that 3 women make a play. When we got to his house, the 3 mothers-in-law set up a big martial arts arena and said, "Come on if you dare to fight me." All right. Everyone, stop talking. Gu Chen stood up, looked around, and said, "Now I'm going to repeat the family rules. Whether you're a new member or a former family member, listen carefully." He repeated the several family rules he had set earlier, word for word. This time, his attitude was even more blunt than before, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhang Zhuhua still disagreed. "I'm so rich, why would I be afraid of your family rules?
Until Gu Chen mentioned the will. Zhang Zhuo's face turned ugly in an instant.
When old Mrs. Zhang saw that her daughter was silent, she knew that her son-in-law must have her under his control. As my daughter, I have never been submissive to anyone in my life. When I was abandoned by my man, I just ran out and stepped into a puddle to vent my anger.
Now he is completely controlled by a young man in his early 20s. My son-in-law is still quite capable.
The more old lady Zhang looked at Gu Chen, the more she liked him.
Okay, let's talk about my brother-in-law's wedding.
Old Mrs. Zhang immediately came out to smooth things over and looked at Lin Xueme with a smile.
Yesterday I heard from Rian that you've already rented an island for your wedding. Could you please tell me where it is?
Zhang Zhuhua glanced at Lin Xueme with disdain. The clothes she wore were very simple, without any name-worthy brands, and she was wearing a pair of Zeligian elderly shoes.
With this level of ability, how can you rent a decent island?
I guess it's just on the coast of the East China Sea, where they find a small island of farm style to liven up the scene. Lin Xueme said a little embarrassedly, I rented a private island in Tahiti. The date has been calculated by the master. It's the 20th of next month.
What? You rented Tahiti?
Zhang Zhuhua blurted out in disbelief, her voice changing in tone.
Tahiti is the exclusive holiday paradise for the world's top wealthy people and Hollywood stars.
The seawater is clearer than sapphire, and the beach is as white and fine as milk powder. Especially those private islands that are not open to the public are synonymous with luxury and privacy. Take Nukutpipi Island for example, the rental cost for just 1 week is as high as 8 million dragon coins.
Moreover, even if you have money, you may not be able to rent it.
You need to make a reservation a year in advance, and the tenant's identity background must be verified. At most, domestic top celebrities would hold their wedding in the Maldives, and no one would dare to think about Tahiti.
This. Lu Ruyan's mother really dares to spend money. No. I can't lose out either. If this gets out, I'll be laughed to death by my peers.
Okay. Now that the venue is chosen, I'll take care of the wedding preparations, charter flights for the guests, and all other expenses. Zhang Zhuhua raised her neck and said unwillingly. Old Mrs. Zhang felt that her daughter was still a bit stingy, so she made the decision for her. It would cost a lot of money to charter a plane back and forth. I think it would be better to just buy a plane. I can think of it as a dowry and give it to my son-in-law at the same time. Now, Wei Hongxia was the only one left feeling the most embarrassed in the whole audience.
From beginning to end, she didn't spend a penny.
Just now she was thinking that she could pay for the wedding dress herself. As a result, Zhang Zhuhua took the responsibility of taking care of everything except the venue fee. Now her family is also going to buy a big plane for Gu Chen. Wei Hongxia felt that if she didn't express her gratitude, she would never be able to hold her head up in this family again. She took out her cell phone and looked at the list of more than 200 properties under her name in the memo, and finally had an idea in her mind. Then, Wei Hongxia cleared her throat and said to everyone.
Then, I'll buy the wedding car. I'll sell a house in the school district of Shanghai and customize a Rolls-Royce for my son-in-law. Sure, no problem.
Zhang Zhuhua didn't expect that Wei Hongxia was also a capable person, and she bought a customized Rolls-Royce. It seems that my rivals in love were all doing well. I don't know how that bastard Shi Guohao is doing. Wei Hongxia breathed a sigh of relief. Finally she did not embarrass her daughter. Thinking of her daughter, she couldn't help but look upstairs.
What a fool Wei Xiaogui is. It's already 6 in the afternoon.
And she still hasn't come down to help her husband brush his teeth, wash his face, and get dressed. Lin Xueme patted her on the back and said, Don't blame Xiaogui, our son-in-law is too strong.
I just overheard the servants say they haven't had any peace all night.
Wei Hongxia covered her mouth and said to Lin Xueme,
Do you think we can meet a man like this in our next life? Lin Xueme glanced at her and said, What's the next life? You won't even know what you'll be like in your next life.
If I'm going to fight, I'll fight for this lifetime.
Wei Hongxia, huh? Chapter 63, The family of the sister support demon is too scary. Can't the assistant, who earns 1,000 yuan a month, look at wedding dresses? 2 days later. Gu Chen brought his 3 concubines to a private wedding club.
There are no huge windows facing the street here, only a heavy brass door, and you need to make an appointment to enter. The interior space is tall like a small palace, and the floor is made of black and white marble. Crystal chandeliers hang from the ceiling.
Each independent exhibition room is separated by thick velvet curtains to ensure absolute privacy.
The air was filled with the mixed scent of high-quality fabrics and light fragrance. This club does not design wedding dresses itself, but its energy is beyond imagination. It is like a hub of the top fashion circle, connecting customers directly with the world's top designers. Whether it's Valentino's haute couture, Ralph Russo's intricate craftsmanship, or even the bridal queen Vera Wang and the national treasure of cherry blossoms, Katsura Yumi. As long as the customer can afford the price, the club can arrange for the designer to tailor the clothes for you. Rich people like this place because it saves them the trouble of communicating with various brands and they can enjoy the best services in the world in one place. Tauzi followed behind Shermangling, looking at the gorgeous wedding dresses in front of her, her eyes full of light. Every girl has dreamed of wearing the most beautiful wedding dress and marrying the man she loves since she was young. In the past, this might have been an achievable dream.
In this era,
wearing a wedding dress to marry a man is like a penniless college student saying that he wants to buy a house in a big city.
It is pale and powerless. Tauzi didn't even dare to touch the soft lace and satin.
I was afraid that I would accidentally dirty it and have to pay a lot of money. Tauzi's monthly salary has now been deducted by Shermangling, leaving her with only 1,000 yuan left.
Wei Xiaogui noticed Tauzi's reservedness, took her hand and said, "It's okay, you can touch it.
This wedding dress is made for people to wear."
Gu Chen turned around and joked, "What? Tauzi, you're getting married too?"
When Tauzi heard this, she was so scared that she quickly took a few steps back. He shook his hands in front of him.
No. No. I can't afford to get married."
Before she finished speaking, Shermangling turned around and glared at her.
"There's no best. If you dare to secretly get married to another man behind my back, you're done, you know that?" Tauzi nodded timidly, "I understand."
I sighed in my heart, what man would be interested in a poor girl like me? I have 3 younger sisters and 1 younger brother to support at home. Maybe the wife my brother is going to marry in the future will be wary of me, the sister-in-law, for fear that I will stay at her parents' home and not leave. Because there are more girls than boys, the kind of Voldemort who sacrificed daughters to subsidize sons has basically disappeared. On the contrary, there are more and more sisters supporting demons. Many families count on the dowry their sons will receive when they get married.
Marry your daughter off quickly.
Wei Xiaogui still felt that Shermangling was too harsh on Tauzi. She pulled Shermangling aside and whispered,
"Sister, I think you have good intentions, but you are using the wrong method.
Next time, speak to Tauzi more gently.
I believe she will understand."
Shermangling sighed, "You don't know how hateful Tauzi's family is. There are 5 people in my family, and I'm relying on Tauzi to get gold coins out there. I offered her a salary of 30,000 yuan before, but she didn't even blink, sending it all home and living on her credit card every day." Wei Xiaogui exclaimed ah and looked at Tauzi not far away in disbelief. Tauzi was pursing her lips and looking carefully at the various wedding dresses in front of her.
At this moment, a well-dressed service consultant came over and said respectfully, "Ms. Lu has changed into her wedding dress. Please follow me over here to take a look." Everyone came to the main exhibition hall.
Lu Ruyan was standing on the crystal platform in the middle, her wedding dress fitting softly on her body. The neckline is made of delicate translucent lace, which perfectly reveals her graceful shoulders, neck, and collarbone. The skirt is made up of countless layers of extremely thin silk, each layer has a soft luster, forming flowing light and shadow under the light. The most special thing is the long lace sleeves that extend from the wrists to the arms. The intricate vine patterns appear and disappear on the fair skin, like ice flowers condensed from the morning mist on the skin.
On the side of the skirt, there is a very high slit extending down along the thigh line.
As she moved slightly, the lines of her long, straight legs appeared faintly under the gauze.
The whole dress looks simple and elegant, but reveals unparalleled exquisiteness in every detail.
Lu Ruyan fiddled with the hem of her skirt shyly, then looked at Gu Chen and asked softly, "Honey, what do you think?
Does it look good?" Gu Chen didn't know if he had watched too many action movies. Now the sacredness of the wedding dress was completely out of his mind.
I only had one thought, which was to clear away these layers of obstructing things, and then. Wei Xiaogui trotted over and circled around Lu Ruyan. Her face was filled with amazement. "Oh my god.
Sister, this wedding dress suits you so well. She's simply the most dazzling bride in the world." No, I have to pick one too."
She excitedly pulled Tauzi's hand.
"Tauzi, come and help me see which one is suitable for me."
Shermangling looked at Tauzi being pulled by Wei Xiaogui and busying around, and she smiled knowingly. Then she took a wedding dress off the hanger. It was a fishtail dress made of satin, without any lace or rhinestones. There is only an asymmetrical pleated design at the waist, which looks like a piece of modern architectural art.
Mengling threw the wedding dress to the consultant beside her. I want to try this one. The consultant quickly put away the mobile phone that he had been hiding in his sleeve to take secret photos. She quickly reached out to catch the wedding dress and said with a flattering smile, "Okay." Chapter 64, You and my brother are a couple. Today I will ruin your reputation. Wei Xiaogui chose a princess dress. The skirt is made of layers of soft tulle, like a fluffy cloud. It is dotted with countless tiny crystals, sparkling like stars under the light. There is a sweetheart-shaped neckline on the chest and a huge bow with a long ribbon on the back. After putting it on, the whole person looks like he or she has walked out of a fairy tale, cute and innocent. Mengling chose a satin fishtail skirt with neat lines and no unnecessary decorations. The only highlight is at the waist, where the designer uses an asymmetrical three-dimensional pleat to outline a perfect waist-to-hip ratio. As the eldest sister, Lu Ruyan chose a wedding dress that combines aura and style. It was a classic Vera Wang piece. The three people standing together have very different styles, but each is beautiful in its own way. These are just preliminary drafts, the club's consultant said respectfully. We will make some detailed revisions based on your requests. For example, we can embroider Mr. Gu and your exclusive mark on the hem of the skirt, or inlay your favorite gemstones on the veil. The consultant's words filled the three women with anticipation. Afterwards, the group left the bridal shop happily. As soon as they left, consultant Zhang Fei, who had been wearing a professional smile, rushed into the staff-only bathroom. I locked the door, took out my cell phone impatiently, and looked through the photos in the album. In the photo, Mengling was gently wiping the sweat from Gu Chen's forehead. There is another photo in which Mengling is affectionately holding Gu Chen's arm. She almost hung on him, tilting her head back and acting coquettishly. There is even a short video of more than 10 seconds. In the video, Mengling said sweetly, "Husband, do you think this one looks good?" Any of these photos and videos, if released, would be enough to shatter Mengling's halo. There are also photos of Lu Ruyan and Wei Xiaogui in the album. Even the little assistant Taozi who was following behind was photographed several times. Zhang Fei stared at Mengling's face on the screen, her teeth chattering. I told you to try to be a couple with my brother. Today I will ruin your reputation. Mengling is currently co-starring with the popular young actor Su Lang in a TV series about survival in the wild, which is currently on air. Mengling used body doubles for all the scenes involving intimate contact in the drama. But for publicity purposes, the film crew kept editing various ambiguous scenes and deliberately hyped up the CP feeling between the two. Su Lang was also happy to see this happen. After all, he was able to be tied up with a top actress like Mengling. It has greatly helped to increase his popularity, and his team has also bought traffic for those CPs by editing videos. After a while, Su Lang's fans had already regarded Mengling as an imaginary enemy. As for why they secretly took photos and exposed Mengling after seeing that she was married. This involves the deep behavior of brain-dead fans, which cannot be understood by normal people's logic. Hey! Mengling, your star career is over. Zhang Fei edited the copy and clicked send without hesitation. In an instant, a Weibo post with the hashtag Mengling's love affair exposed hashtag appeared. It exploded like a depth charge in the peaceful online world. The high-definition candid photos, coupled with inflammatory text, instantly set off all platforms. At first, it was just a small discussion among a few fan groups. Holy crap! Is this true? Goddess Mengling has a boyfriend? Is this fake? Who's that guy next to you? I've never seen him before. Immediately afterwards, marketing accounts swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. Reposts, comments, likes, the data is growing exponentially. In just 10 minutes, the topic directly rushed to the top of the hot search list. It is followed by a deep red word. Countless netizens who were slacking off at work or in class were shocked by the news. They clicked on the photos, enlarged them, and then spread the word. The entire internet was in an uproar. Gu Chen and his group had just returned to the Tan Palace Villa and were preparing for the evening's music and singing. The phone rang one after another, just like the reminders for rewards. The first person to call was Mengling's agent Lulu. Even through the phone, you could tell she was going crazy. Mengling! Why didn't you tell me that your blind date was successful? Pictures of you and your husband are everywhere on the internet now. The company's PR phone is practically blowing up. Sure Mengling frowned. That shouldn't be the case.
I took off my mask when I was trying on wedding dresses in the store, but I wore it tightly at all other times. Gu Chen, who was standing by, concluded, it must have been a hidden camera taken by the store clerk.
Sure Mengling subconsciously retorted, no way. In a high-end club like that, the staff should have received professional confidentiality training. They should not make such a low-level mistake.
Lu Ruyan took her arm and said softly, sister, people's hearts are hidden. Besides, this world is just a makeshift place. A funny idea suddenly popped up in Gu Chen's mind. No matter who took the photos of Sure Mengling, it was just to expose her love affair.
There must be myself in that photo.
According to the latest privacy provisions of the law on the protection of men's rights in China, any business premises with the purpose of making profits shall bear all legal responsibilities if its employees secretly take pictures of and disseminate the portraits of male customers without the written consent of the male customers. The punishment is extremely severe, and not only will you face sky-high fines.
If the circumstances are serious, the legal person may even face imprisonment.
Kai Kuan was previously secretly photographed by a stalker fan and was eventually fined 30 million. With this sky-high claim case as a reference, the court's decision will only be faster.
This way, someone will rush to pay for my wedding.
Gu Chen first said to Sure Mengling and Lu Ruyan, you two, contact your respective companies' legal teams. Sure Mengling is suing on the grounds that her personal reputation and privacy rights have been violated.
Lu Ruyan is suing the other party in my name for violating men's portrait rights and privacy rights. The plaintiff is the high-end bridal shop.
As for the compensation, it must not be less than 50 million. This way, we'll have enough money for the wedding.
Then, he said to Taozi, who was standing behind him, call the police right now.
Have them go to the store and seize all the surveillance equipment to prevent them from destroying the evidence.
Lu Ruyan instantly understood what Gu Chen meant.
He immediately picked up the phone and called the legal department of Haifa Group. The legal department of Haifa Group is known as the Pizza Hut in Shanghai and has never lost a lawsuit. It is basically a foregone conclusion that this wedding shop will have to pay 50 million in compensation. Sure Mengling's agency is also run by Zhang Zhuhua, and its legal team should not be underestimated. If it really doesn't work, Sure Mengling can also mobilize the public opinion power of her fans, and one person's spit can drown the store.
Wei Xiaogui watched her husband and two sisters handling things in an orderly manner.
She had no chance to get a word in about things she didn't understand at all. I had no choice but to silently take out my cell phone and check the secretly taken photos online to see if I was in any of them. I hope that person is using a beauty camera. I hope the picture of me looks better.
Wei Xiaogui clicked on the Weibo hot search list and was instantly stunned.
All the entries above are related to Sure Mengling's love affair.
Strangely enough, there was almost no negative news. #breaking news.
Sure Mengling's rumored boyfriend is actually a very handsome guy.
Hashtag what a divine beauty. Does my brother need a maid to wash his feet? Hashtag such a handsome guy has only 4 women? Sisters, we still have a chance. Hurry and grab it. Hashtag is the little assistant behind the immortal brother the 5th one? Hashtag. Wei Xiaogui looked at these trending headlines and opened his mouth into an O shape. Why is the wind direction completely different from what I expected?
She scrolled down more than 20 entries before finally seeing an entry related to herself in an inconspicuous corner.
The hot search title is, #shocking.
While others are trying on wedding dresses, she is picking her nose.
Hashtag. The accompanying picture was taken in a bridal shop.
Because her nose was a little itchy, she subconsciously rubbed the wing of her nose with her little finger. When Wei Xiaogui saw the photo, his face turned red instantly and he stomped his feet in frustration.
But, damn it! My lifelong reputation, Wei Xiaogui, is ruined here. Chapter 65, my husband is so handsome that he was secretly photographed. I made 2.8 billion before I even had the wedding. Huangpu Police Station. Chu Xiuli just hung a banner engraved with Advanced Unit of the Year in the most conspicuous place in the office. She clapped her hands contentedly and prepared to make a cup of tea and rest for a while. The office door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A capable female police officer rushed in with a nervous look on her face, breathing heavily as she spoke. Chief. Something bad has happened. A big star was secretly photographed in our jurisdiction. Even her husband was filmed in it. Now the internet is going crazy.
When Xu Xiaoli heard this, her mouth opened wide. It seems that not only can we exceed our targets this year, but we may even be able to meet next year's targets ahead of schedule. If only this major case that attracted nationwide attention could be solved. I must become the rising star of the Dragon Country Police Force.
Ah! Which big star is it? The female police officer quickly replied, it seems her name is Mangling. The smile on Xu Xiaoli's face froze instantly. Oh shit! It seems that a family member was secretly photographed. Zhang Zhuhua, this woman, is so hateful. She didn't even inform the matchmaker after the blind date was successful.
Forget it, now is not the time to worry about this.
Oh, Xiaoli's face darkened. You!
Immediately notify all the police officers on duty in the bureau and bring the police dogs.
Everyone, get going.
Surround that bridal shop.
Remember, hurry.
If you let any suspect escape today, all of your year-end bonuses will be cancelled. When the police officers heard this, they dared not be negligent at all. This year, she is counting on the bonus to buy her husband the latest mobile phone. She turned around and shouted at the top of her lungs in the corridor.
Emergency assembly. Emergency assembly. Everyone, bring your equipment and stand by on the playground. Less than 10 minutes. More than a dozen police cars roared and surrounded the private wedding club.
The black police dog stuck out its tongue and scanned the surroundings sharply under the guidance of its trainer. The owner of the club was sitting in his office calculating this month's turnover. When they heard the noise outside, they thought some large organization was coming to hold a collective wedding and specifically asked them to make custom wedding dresses. She put on a smile and was about to open the door to welcome the guests. What greeted the store owner was a cold arrest warrant.
And oh, Xiaoli's expressionless face.
Because your store is suspected of seriously infringing upon the portrait rights and privacy rights of male citizens and causing adverse social impact, you are now being summoned for investigation in accordance with the law. The owner was stunned on the spot. He raised his hands and kept crying out for justice.
This is unfair, officer.
We have strict regulations in our store, prohibiting employees from filming customers without permission.
There must be some misunderstanding.
Xu Xiaoli was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and just waved her hand. Several technical police officers immediately rushed into the store and quickly took control of all the surveillance equipment. In less than 5 minutes, a police officer pointed at the surveillance playback screen and shouted,
"Director, we found it."
Although the picture is a bit blurry, it can still be seen clearly thanks to years of experience in handling cases.
A shop assistant named Zhang Fei took advantage of everyone's inattention.
He secretly took out his cell phone and frantically took pictures of Gu Chen, Mangling, and others.
The evidence is irrefutable.
Zhang Fei didn't expect the police to handle the case so quickly. Before he even had time to read the comments on the Weibo post he had just posted, he was caught red-handed. She was taken out of the staff lounge with no remorse on her face. Instead, she shouted with confidence.
Putting aside the facts, Mangling has done nothing wrong? Xu Xiaoli was immediately amused by this sentence. Save this for the judge. Someone, handcuff her and the shop owner and take them back to the police station.
On the other hand, Gu Chen and others found that online public opinion was almost always praising themselves and the female companions in various ways. Even though Peach was dressed sloppily, many people admired her.
Countless ordinary girls left messages under Taoxi's photos. Seeing this girl, I instantly felt that life was full of hope.
Such an ordinary girl can find such a good husband.
We should not give up our obsession with a better life. Yes. I've decided. I'll start memorizing level 4 vocabulary from today, abandon.
This incident caused a huge wave on the internet and quickly became a hot topic among the people. The elders all hope that they can have a son-in-law like Gu Chen. Girls all hope to find a husband like Gu Chen. Men long to have the best female companion like Gu Chen.
Almost everyone envied him.
Mangling's phone calls initially shifted from her agency team not knowing how to do public relations to her investment team not knowing which company to endorse. Agent Lulu's calls came in one after another, and she asked excitedly,
"Boss, Dior wants to sponsor your wedding from start to finish. They don't want anything, just their logo on the backdrop.
And then they want to record a vlog saying that you used their makeup throughout the whole thing.
Boss, Coca-Cola is also sponsoring the entire event.
They said they'll cover all the drinks at your wedding.
Boss,
the largest new energy vehicle company in China just contacted me.
They're asking if they can use their latest model as a wedding car. The endorsement fee is sky high in the industry. 300 million.
The number of fans on Shermangling's personal homepage also soared from 50 million to 70 million, and the growth rate shows no signs of slowing down. In the comments section, everyone was asking how she found such an extremely handsome guy.
Ah. Husband, what should I do?
Shermangling held her mobile phone and looked at the dense array of cooperation invitations on it, feeling overwhelmed. Cosmetics, watches, cars, sports brands, almost all the top brands want to sponsor our wedding.
I don't know which one to choose.
You know, before this, she only had a dozen top endorsements at the same time.
And there is a strict non-compete agreement between each endorsement.
For example, you cannot endorse Adidas and Nike at the same time.
But this time, the situation is completely different. Almost all brands extended olive branches to her and even expressed their willingness to accept joint promotion. Guchen smiled and touched Shermangling's head. It's just a small matter, you can handle it as you see fit.
Zhang Zhuhua, who was standing by, pulled Lu Ruyan and quickly calculated the total cost of these endorsements. As the numbers were entered one by one, the expression on Zhang Zhuhua's face changed from initial surprise to complete shock. She suddenly realized that if she took on all these endorsements, not only did this wedding not cost a penny, it even made a net profit of 2.8 billion. According to the tomato rule, the more you update your work, the less money you will earn in the end. This is why most authors choose to write 2 chapters a day, leaving extra energy for the second work. I thought about it for a long time last night, and finally decided to update 4 chapters a day. Later I will see if I can update 6 or 8 chapters a day. The main reason is that I'm really grateful to see the brothers now. Rules are cold, but the feelings between people are warm. We can't let money discourage our brothers from following the series. Also, I won't play the victim to get gifts. What I hate most is the author telling lies and playing the victim to deceive people's sympathy. I usually ask directly. He. Chapter 66, the wife of a famous star wants to quit the entertainment industry. Is it to open a concubine selection company for me? Shermangling pushed open the bedroom door and carefully stuck half of her head in.
Hubby. I have something I want to discuss with you. Guchen took off Lu Ruyan's black stockings from his neck and threw them on the ground. On the bed, Lu Ruyan and Wei Xiaogui breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. I almost got. Husband, the endorsement matters have all been finalized. The first batch of endorsement fees that arrived totaled 3.5 billion. If we include the various subsequent promotional activities, the total revenue will be around 5 billion. She handed the phone to Gu Chen, and a long string of bank card numbers appeared on the screen. I've already told the advertiser, and they'll transfer the money directly to your card. Gu Chen looked at the string of numbers without feeling much emotion. 5 billion. It does sound like a lot, almost catching up with the annual net profit of a listed company. The problem is that Guchen has no way to spend this money, he has no chance to spend it. When going out to eat, the 3 concubines rushed to pay the bill. The gas tank is always full, and Guchen almost forgot what the gas station looks like. Wanting to relax, Lu Ruyan had already applied for black gold membership cards from all the top shopping malls in Shanghai. Even the clothes she wore were matched by the 3 of them in turn and placed at the bedside every morning. He only needs to open his eyes, and the 3 concubines will rush to solve all the problems, and his life will be more comfortable than that of any emperor. In Guchen's eyes, money became a string of meaningless numbers. System Dad, can you exchange the money for something else? Detecting the host's urgent needs, hereby opening a currency exchange channel. Exchange rate, 100 dragon coins can be exchanged for 1 minute of healthy life. Do you want to start the exchange? When Guchen saw the exchange rate, his heart skipped a beat. So cheap? Could it be the price of lying in the ICU with tubes inserted all over your body? Warm tip, the lifespans exchanged are valid for ensuring the host's health and ability to move freely. The host's current bodily functions and kidney capacity will be perfectly maintained within the exchanged lifespan. In addition, the exchanged lifespan can be used freely and can be given to others. Can I give it to someone else? Guchen's eyes lit up. His personal lifespan data appeared on the system panel. Current remaining lifespan, 108 years. There is another line of small words below.
Tomato readers start at 150 years old, the guys who read my books start at 300 years old and have an endless pension, and the guys who deduct 666 have unlimited lifespans, always full of energy and enjoying the club's young models every day.
If you hesitate any longer, you're not a man. Exchange them all.
As soon as the words fell, the numbers on the system interface began to scroll wildly. The balance in the bank card was quickly cleared.
The numbers representing life expectancy began to rise continuously.
Finally, the number stopped at 118 years old.
A full 10 years. Spend 500 million in exchange for 10 years of healthy life without illness or disaster, full of vigor and vitality. This deal is a huge profit. Gu Chun withdrew his thoughts with satisfaction and looked at Sher Mengling beside him. Anything else? If not, let's go in and play some games together.
The blush on Sher Mengling's face deepened. She struggled for a while, but finally mustered up the courage to say, "Husband, I want to quit the entertainment industry." She didn't discuss this with her mother, or even tell anyone else.
The first one to know was Gu Chen. Gu Chen asked curiously, "Aren't you very popular now?"
Sher Mengling lowered her head and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. "This way I can stay by your side all the time and serve you better. I want to wash your clothes and cook for you every day, and wash your feet and massage you at night.
I think this is what we women should do after we get married. Life in the spotlight is too fake. I just want to be your concubine." Gu Chen felt a little dizzy. Why is it that the more I listen to this, the more I feel like I am getting more and more comfortable?
In the previous life, all the female stars tried their best to promote themselves as heroines and to show that they were independent and sober. At this point, the style of painting completely changed. Without waiting for Gu Chen to answer, Sher Mengling continued. "And after I retire, I can use my connections and resources to set up an idol agency." Speaking of this, Sher Mengling's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then I will personally select young ladies with beautiful looks, good figures, and gentle personalities for you, my husband.
I'm a professional.
I know how to tell if a girl has had plastic surgery, and I also know how to cultivate their talents.
I know better how to control them."
Sher Mengling felt that the situation would not require a sky-high penalty for breach of contract. Those girls would definitely rush to get close to her husband when they saw how handsome he was. Gu Chen had only heard of this kind of operation in the gossip about Korean chaebols. Open a company to select a concubine, but those top chaebols play it even more perverted, and popular female idols will. I didn't expect the third brother to be so considerate of me. It seems that she needs to be rewarded well.
Gu Chen directly picked up Sher Mengling by the waist.
Sher Mengling screamed and subconsciously put her arms around his neck.
"We'll talk about quitting the circle later. Now, we have more important things to do."
Chapter 67, I got drunk and mistook a maid for my wife. The more she explained, the more excited I became. Fatigue sometimes comes after overdrawing energy. If you want a healthy waist and kidneys, you need Shinbao. 1 bottle will refresh your mind, 2 bottles will keep you tired, 3 bottles. The 3 concubines supported each other and walked into the bathroom, which was as big as a small swimming pool.
Lu Ruyan's legs went weak and her body was almost hanging on Sher Mengling.
The rosy complexion on her face was gone, leaving only a paleness. Even her lips, which were always moist, were a little chapped at this moment. Wei Xiaogui followed behind, and his knees felt like they were being pricked by needles with every step he took. She held onto the cold wall and managed to keep herself steady and prevent herself from falling. The 3 people were like 3 flowers that had been ravaged by a violent storm. "No, if this goes on, the 3 of us will be doomed sooner or later."
Lu Ruyan leaned on the edge of the bathtub and said weakly.
The hot water flowed over her body, but it couldn't take away the fatigue that had penetrated deep into her bones.
Yes, sister is right."
Sher Mengling's hands were shaking so much that she could hardly hold the toothbrush.
"We need to hurry up and find a teammate to share the firepower."
Wei Xiaogui took off the blue and white striped over the knee socks on her legs, revealing her pink and delicate little feet, and put them into the water. The warm water made her sigh comfortably.
"How's Sister Taozi?" "I think she's doing fine."
Sher Mengling touched her chin and thought the proposal was feasible.
"Taozi has been with him for 7 years and he knows her inside and out. It's reasonable to be a dowry maid."
But she was very hesitant.
"Taozi's home is like a bottomless pit. The family treated Peaches as an ATM. If Taozi follows Gu Chen, her family will definitely become even more aggressive.
Use this as an excuse to exploit her even more."
The villa is on the basement floor. Although the guest bedroom is underground, it does not feel dark or damp at all. The decoration style is consistent with that of the upstairs, just as luxurious. Tauzi is packing her things in the room. She carefully packed a pair of sneakers given to her by Mangling and prepared to send them home for her sister to wear. Her feet are the same size 36 as her sister's. Tauzi continued to pack the clothes in the closet. Most of the items were ones Mangling wore once or twice but no longer liked. She has a similar figure and style to Mangling. So most of the clothes that Mangling discarded were given to her. Although they are second-hand, Tauzi is reluctant to wear any of them. She knew the clothes were expensive and felt she didn't deserve to wear such fine things. Therefore, Tauzi carefully kept the clothes and shoes given by Mangling and sent them all back home to her younger sisters. Vain sisters are always happy to receive these things. Wearing these famous brands at school, I pretend to be a rich girl and a little princess with no shortage of money. Because the clothes did not look fake, the classmates all believed them to be real. When she packed up the last dress in the closet, Tauzi hesitated. This is a lemon yellow dress that Mangling bought specially for her. The skirt is designed to be loose, cascading down from the waistline like a blooming flower. The neckline is a chic square neckline and the sleeves are cute puff sleeves. There is also a thin drawstring at the waist, which can be adjusted at will. Tauzi wore it only once and never wanted to wear it again. She gently stroked the smooth and soft fabric with her fingers, feeling sad. My sister recently called her to complain that she didn't have a decent skirt in her closet. Tauzi knew that she might not be able to keep the skirt. Her mouth was turned down in a wronged manner, like an inverted U shape. As the eldest child in the family, her mother taught her since she was young to help her younger siblings more and not always think about herself. Tauzi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and an idea came to her mind. Since I'll have to send it away sooner or later, I might as well wear it again. She took off her old t-shirt and put on her precious dress. When she stood in front of the mirror, she was stunned. Is the person in the mirror still yourself? The bright yellow color makes her skin look even whiter, and the square collar design reveals her slender collarbone. The loose skirt covered her slightly thin figure, but added a bit of girlish sweetness and agility. Tauzi looked at herself in the mirror and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. She took out the pair of high heels that she was going to send away from the suitcase. My little feet slid into the size 36 easily. Tick, tick, tick. She walked back and forth happily in the bedroom, the sound of her high heels hitting the ground crisp and pleasant. Tauzi felt that the bedroom was not enough space to move around. He quietly opened the door and walked out. There are usually no servants living on the basement floor. They all live outside or in the cramped nanny rooms upstairs. The entire corridor was empty, with only her there. Tauzi walked while gently swinging her skirt. She imitated the way the princess danced in the movie, standing on tiptoes and turning around gracefully. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps coming from the stairwell. Guchen felt that he had too much energy and could not use it all up. But the concubines, so they want to drink some white wine to numb their nerves so that they can get some sleep. I didn't expect that after drinking 3 bottles of Wuliangye in a row, I didn't feel drunk at all, just a little dizzy. It seems that my body has become much stronger. Guchen came to the basement floor drunk, trying to find out where the wine cellar was. As he walked down the stairs, he saw a graceful figure in a yellow dress with her back to him. Mingli, aren't you taking a shower upstairs? Why did you come downstairs? Tauzi was startled by the sudden sound and her body stiffened. When he saw it was Gu Chen, he was so nervous that he couldn't speak clearly. Gu. Mr. Gu, I'm not Sister Mengling. She saw that Gu Chen was walking unsteadily, with an abnormal blush on his face. He asked with concern, have you drunk too much? Do you want me to make you a bowl of sobering soup? As she spoke, her eyes inadvertently fell on Gu Chen's upper body. Several buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing the firm and well-defined muscles underneath. Tauzi felt her cheeks getting hot instantly. Girls are naturally unable to resist this kind of masculine body. At this time, an evil villain appeared in Tauzi's head. The little devil waved his fork and shouted in her ear. Now or never. He's drunk now. Go to bed with him. This is your only chance in this life. You must seize it. Look at his awesome 8-pack abs. Don't you really want to touch them? Tauzi was so scared that she quickly shook her head to get rid of this terrible thought. She muttered to herself. Cannot. How could I have such an idea? It's like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Peaches themselves have an 8-point beauty, the kind of beauty that is approachable and becomes more attractive the more you look at it.
At this moment, she is wearing this dress, which adds a touch of pure and charming temperament. In the eyes of the drunk Guchen, Mengling in front of him was performing a new trick for him.
Interesting, I like it. Guchen walked up to Taozi and hugged her in his arms.
Without saying anything, he held her in his arms and walked towards the bedroom. Taozi's mind went blank and her heart felt like it was about to jump out of her throat. She was hugged tightly by Guchen, and when she smelled the faint smell of alcohol and charming masculine scent on him, her whole body softened. Pursing her lips, she explained weakly, "Mr. Gu.
I'm really not Sister Mengling." The more Taozi explained, the more interesting Guchen found it. As expected of a Best Actress winner, her acting is just amazing. If you weren't wearing this outfit, I would have believed it. Get ready, I'm going to use all my strength. Chapter 68. Once you open the package, you must take responsibility. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Guchen opened his eyes. The dizziness from a hangover is almost negligible. He subconsciously reached out to the side, but found nothing. My memory of last night is a bit fuzzy. Guchen only remembered that he carried Mengling, who was wearing a dress, into the room. I forgot everything that happened afterwards. I just remember that the girl was sobbing softly from beginning to end. He kept mumbling "I'm sorry" intermittently. Guchen thought Mengling was too immersed in the role and didn't take it seriously. Sitting up, Guchen discovered a glaring red stain on the bedsheet. Like a plum blossom suddenly blooming in the snow. On the bedside table, a piece of letter was pressed by a glass. Several places on it were blurred by tears and the ink was blurry. Sister Mengling, I'm sorry. I don't have the face to see you again. I soiled your things and your home. Mr. Gu, what happened last night was caused by my own ignorance and shamelessness. Please don't blame Sister Mengling. All the mistakes are mine. Just pretend nothing happened. I'm just a dream you had when you were drunk. I'm leaving now. I will never appear before you again. I wish you happiness forever. The signature is 2 words, Peach. It turns out that the young and nervous girl last night was not Mengling. I really messed up after drinking. Master bedroom upstairs. The 3 concubines were sleeping soundly. Last night, after taking a bath, the 3 of them wanted to go back to their room to have a good rest. As soon as I lay down, I heard some noise coming from downstairs. The 3 of them were worried all night and didn't sleep well at all. Guchen pushed open the door and threw the letter directly on the bed. Wei Xiaogui rubbed his eyes sleepily and was the first to pick it up and look at it. Sister Taozi left? Why? Lu Ruyan took the letter and quickly scanned it, immediately understanding the seriousness of the matter. Her photos are everywhere on the internet now. She's become a semi-public figure. Given the situation at her home, it's too dangerous for her to run away alone without any money. Mengling looked at the familiar handwriting and her eyes instantly turned red. Tears fell down in big drops. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I should have told her earlier that she is very beautiful and well-behaved, and she has done nothing wrong. Guchen walked to the wardrobe and took out a set of casual clothes to change into. There's no point in saying this now. Mengli, please send me Taozi's home address. Lu Ruyan, go to the garage and drive out the new Rolls-Royce. Wei Xiaogui sat up straight, looked at Guchen seriously, and prepared to receive his task. Wei Xiaogui. Guchen turned around and glanced at her. You, just put on your clothes. Wei Xiaogui said in disappointment. Then she ran to the closet and took out a puffy skirt with a strawberry bear print on it and put it on slowly. 15 minutes later. A customized Rolls-Royce Phantom slid silently out of the gate of number 10 courtyard in Tan Palace. Inside the car, the atmosphere was depressing. Mengling quickly found Taozi's home address. A remote county town more than 600 kilometers away from Shanghai. Looking at the winding route on the mobile phone navigation, Mengling felt increasingly uneasy. Taozi probably doesn't have much money on her. How will she get back? Lu Ruyan held her hand and whispered comfortingly. Don't worry, I've asked the company's finance department to check it out. Taozi withdrew all the remaining 1,200 yuan in her salary card from the ATM last night. I guess she's going to take a long-distance bus. Wei Xiaogui looked at her 2 sisters who looked worried and wanted to tell a joke to liven up the atmosphere. But when the words came to my lips, I didn't know how to start.
She could only take out a bag of potato chips from her small bag and eat them quietly with a crunch, crunch sound.
Guchen held the steering wheel with one hand and looked ahead.
He had heard about Tauzi's vampire-like family. Since you have opened the original packaging yourself, you must be responsible to the end. Guchen gripped the steering wheel tightly with one hand and picked up his black box with his right hand.
The slender fingers quickly entered a database attack command on it. Search identity from alias equals Tauzi cross-reference equals social media output equals structured JSON. A high-frequency buzzing sound comes from inside the black box.
The internal program frantically crawled the entire internet for all information related to the pseudonym Tauzi.
Social media accounts, consumption records, travel information, and even the recipient's phone number for takeout orders. All fragmented information was quickly integrated.
There are all kinds of information about Tauzi on it, including the stars she chased in junior high school and the social dead circle of friends she posted.
What attracted Guchen the most was a file.
It says Morning Light Welfare Home.
Name, Wang Xinxin. Gender, female. Status, abandoned. Note, he was adopted by Zhang Fong at the age of 1.
He is now an adult and cannot be contacted at the moment. Chapter 69, I was driven crazy by the sky-high bride price, and I kicked the other party's entire family to pieces.
6 hours later, the Rolls-Royce drove into a dusty small county town.
On both sides of the road are low, dilapidated buildings with peeling walls revealing the mottled red bricks inside. The air was filled with the mixed smell of various snacks.
The navigation finally brought them to a 3-story self-built building.
The exterior walls of the small building are covered with tacky white tiles, which stands out among the surrounding gray buildings.
A brand new BMW X3 is parked at the door.
A middle-aged man wearing a tight t-shirt and revealing his beer belly was leaning against the car door smoking.
He is Tauzi's adoptive father, Tao Chang.
When Tao Chang saw the Rolls-Royce approaching, he was stunned for a moment. He then put out his cigarette and came forward with a smile on his face.
Oh my! Which big boss is coming to inspect our poor place?
As Tao Chang spoke, he greedily looked at the pure gold statue of a flying goddess on the front of the car.
If this thing were to be taken off, how much would it be worth? Guchen lowered the car window and asked calmly, "Excuse me, is this Tauzi's house?"
When the man heard the word peach, the smile on his face became even brighter.
Yes, yes, yes. I am her father. You are. The more Tao Chang looked at Guchen, the more familiar he felt.
He suddenly slapped his thigh and pointed at his nose.
Aren't you the husband of that big star? It's all going viral online. Isn't my Tauzi your little wife? Good boy. Are you here to give me a betrothal gift? Tao Chang's mind was full of calculations.
This time, the ancestors' graves are really filled with smoke. Let me tell you, my Tauzi has been well behaved and obedient since she was young.
It wasn't easy for us to raise her. Without 20 million in betrothal gifts, we won't let her marry you.
Tao Chang thought to himself, if he quoted a sky-high price first, the other party would definitely bargain.
By then, if I relax my grip, I will definitely make at least 18 million.
I have raised this girl for others for 20 years, and now it's time to reap the rewards. It's worth it that I've been feeding her with free meals for the past 20 years. When she heard the word bride price, the woman in flowered pajamas came out of the house.
How can 20 million be enough? Honey, didn't you see what kind of car he drives?
Zhang Fong put her hands on her hips and spit flew everywhere.
Let me tell you, our Tauzi is a virgin. These 20 million is just her price.
She has 2 younger sisters and a younger brother to support.
As the eldest brother-in-law, shouldn't you show some support?
You must also pay for the dowries of my 2 daughters and my son's betrothal gifts. Mangling in the car couldn't bear to listen any longer. She rolled down the window and shouted angrily, "Don't go too far.
Isn't the money Tauzi has given you enough over the years?"
When Tao Chang saw Mangling's beautiful face, his eyes widened. He rubbed his hands together, looking lecherous.
Oh, isn't this the famous star Mangling? She's even prettier in person than on TV. Hello, big star, can you sign this vest for me? Guchen looked at Tao Chang's disgusting face and could no longer suppress the anger in his heart.
He raised his leg and kicked Tao Chang in the vitals. This kick was so powerful that it was comparable to Might Guy opening 8 gates.
Ouch!
Tao Chang let out a scream that was not like a human voice, and his whole body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. He hit the front of the BMW X3 hard, rolled to the ground, and fainted from the pain while holding his lower body. The three concubines in the car were all startled. They quickly got out of the car and surrounded Gu Chen. Lu Ruyan and Shi Mangling immediately checked Gu Chen's legs, fearing that he might hurt himself by exerting too much force. Wei Xiaogui ran to Tao Chang and kicked him carefully to confirm whether he was pretending to be dead. Zhang Fong was stunned for more than 10 seconds before she realized what had happened. He sat down on the ground, started rolling around, and cried loudly while slapping his thighs. "They're beating people up. They're killing people. It's unjust. You beat my husband like this. If you don't get 50 million today, this matter will not be over." Gu Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. He walked straight up, raised his hand and slapped him. Snap. After the crisp sound, the world became quiet. Zhang Fong was slapped and flew out, rolling on the ground for several times before stopping. Half of her face swelled up rapidly, her head was buzzing, and she saw double. Zhang Fong looked at Gu Chen, who was approaching step by step, as if she saw a devil crawling out of hell. She was so scared that she used her hands and feet, kicking the ground and backing away. She was really afraid that Gu Chen would slap her again. Since you choose to adopt a child, you should treat her well. She is not a tool for you to exchange for money, nor is she a bargaining chip for you to satisfy your vanity. You treated her like an ATM, squeezing every penny of her hard-earned money to buy cars and houses for your own son and daughter. Are you worthy of being a mother? The three concubines were stunned. It turns out Taozi was adopted. Shi Mangling exclaimed in her heart, "No wonder. No wonder Taozi always works so hard and sends all her money back home." It turns out that she was not supplementing the family income, she was repaying the so-called grace of raising her. Wei Xiaogui covered his mouth, tears welling up in his eyes. "Sister Taozi, she's so pitiful." Lu Ruyan's body was trembling slightly. Not out of fear, but out of extreme anger. She turned without a word and opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce. Pull out the Rolls-Royce exclusive umbrella from the slot in the door panel. The umbrella handle is made of pure silver and the tip is sharp like a cone. Lu Ruyan held an umbrella with cold eyes and walked straight towards Zhang Fong, who was still trembling on the ground. She wants to use this umbrella to pierce this bitch's heart. If Shi Mangling and Wei Xiaogui had not reacted quickly and held her tightly on both sides, Zhang Fong would have been stabbed through by now. "You two let me go." Lu Ruyan struggled desperately, with astonishing strength. "Even if I have to go to jail, I will kill them both." This was the first time Shi Mangling saw Lu Ruyan get angry. I sighed in my heart and felt fortunate that I didn't really go against this elder sister at home. For a moment, the courtyard was in chaos. Just then, the sound of suitcase wheels rolling came from outside. The suitcase lost control and fell straight down. Taozi stood at the door, holding a crumpled long-distance bus ticket in her hand. She heard everything that happened inside just now. Taozi shed tears. "Mom, I always thought I was your most beloved daughter. It turns out, I just thought that." Chapter 70, Cutting Flesh with a Blunt Knife, I'll Make Your Life Worse Than Death. Taozi always thought that since she was the eldest daughter, she should give more. So she lived in the worst room in the house since she was a child, the storage room next to the toilet. The food they eat and the clothes they wear are the worst. Taozi thought this was her sister's responsibility. "I had no choice but to adopt you back then. I can't find a man, and I can't afford IVF. I've spent so much effort raising you. What's wrong with me asking you for some money?" Zhang Fong's voice was full of self-righteousness. Shi Mangling was so angry that she was shaking all over and could no longer bear it. "You want some? Taozi gets a salary of 30,000 yuan a month, but I only keep 1,000 yuan for myself and give the rest to you guys. She can't even afford to buy herself a new piece of clothing, but you guys drive a BMW and live in a new apartment." Lu Ruyan was even angrier than Shi Mangling. She looked back at Taozi, who was standing at the door. The cuffs of the sweatshirt, which had turned white from washing, were worn out and had holes in them. The sides of the sneakers on my feet were also coming apart. These details were like needles that pierced Lu Ruyan's heart. "I, Lu Ruyan, swear not to be a human being until this hatred is gone." Lu Ruyan used the umbrella in her hand as a javelin and threw it out with all her might. The umbrella cut through the air, making a tearing sound. It hit Zhang Fong's nose with incredible precision. "Ah!" Zhang Fong let out a scream and blood gushed out of her nose instantly. It flowed down her twisted cheeks. Zhang Fong covered her bleeding nose and sat on the ground, shouting wildly. "Hit me!
Hit me as hard as you can. You have the money anyway. The harder you hit, the better. I'm telling you, this isn't over today. I'm going to get my injuries checked and sue you until you're bankrupt. Gu Chen smiled. Let him pay money? It's a pipe dream. Why should I give you the money I earned with my own ability? Taozi's adoptive parents are indeed extremely hateful.
If you simply call the police to arrest someone and use family law to send them to jail, they will only be sentenced to 3 to 5 years at most.
It's too easy for them, it's not satisfying. In today's world, everyone is fully protected by the law.
The law is especially severe in punishing violence and abuse within the family. It's just that the law provides more protection for men. For example, a man can eat free meals 10 times a month, and the cost will be paid by the state. Men can apply for a refund without returning the goods on e-commerce platforms. For products worth less than 10,000 yuan, they don't even need to write a reason for the refund.
What are you going to do?
Zhang Fong watched Gu Chen walking towards her step by step, and the arrogance on her face was instantly replaced by fear.
Gu Chen slashed her neck with his knife.
Zhang Fong didn't even make a sound, her head tilted and she fainted completely. When Lu Ruyan saw this situation, she became worried. It doesn't matter if I go to jail. Anyway, I have already had the pleasure and know what it feels like to be a man. It would be bad if my husband was implicated.
Husband, don't do anything stupid. She quickly ran to Gu Chen and grabbed his arm. Husband, you've only just married 3 concubines. Your best life hasn't even begun yet. Don't ruin yourself for these 2 scumbags.
Gu Chen said as he took out the acupuncture leather case from his pocket.
Don't worry, I won't do anything rash at this time.
I just saw that they were badly injured, so I helped them with treatment.
By the way, give them some internal injuries that the hospital can't detect.
Gu Chen's voice was calm, but the content of his words made the 3 concubines shudder. Gu Chen first walked to the unconscious Tao Chang, and quickly inserted several silver needles into the acupuncture points on his body, stopping the severe pain in his lower body.
He took out a small porcelain bottle from his bosom and poured out some black ointment. Apply evenly on Zhang Fong's red and swollen face and bleeding nose.
After doing all this, Gu Chen took out a few thinner silver needles. But this time, the movements became extremely strange. The silver needles pierced into the bodies of the 2 people, vibrating at a very high speed with an extremely small amplitude.
This is an ancient acupuncture technique.
It can destroy the most minute meridians in the human body without leaving any traces. This hidden disease will cause their body functions to deteriorate slowly and painfully.
From then on, Taozi's adoptive parents suffered from insomnia every night and could not eat.
The slightest change in the weather will cause me to catch a cold and have a fever. Once you have a fever, your body temperature will soar to over 40 degrees. High fever can also trigger a chain of severe pain in the internal organs, and each time it feels like walking through the gates of hell.
This is the torture of cutting flesh with a blunt knife. It will accompany them day after day until the last moment of their lives.
The 3 concubines stood by and watched with horror.
If anyone is to be blamed, it has to be my husband. Taozi didn't stop.
What her mother said just now had completely chilled her heart. It turns out that the 20 years of nurturing was just a transaction with a fixed price from beginning to end. After doing all this, Gu Chen put away the silver needle and came to Taozi. When Taozi saw her lover approaching, she instinctively took 2 steps back, nervously twisting the corners of her clothes with her hands.
Yesterday. I didn't mean to take advantage of you.
Gu Chen reached out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Taozi's eyes with his fingertips.
What are you thinking about? Get in the car. We've already wasted a lot of time here. Wouldn't it be nice to use this time to play table tennis?
The 3 concubines were instantly numb. Even Taozi, who was still crying, couldn't help but smile bitterly. After seeing Gu Chen's true abilities, they realized how high the sky was and how thick the earth was. Chapter 71, even as a maid, she also has to share the firepower.
Shermangling gives Taozi a large flat as a dowry.
The Rolls-Royce Phantom cruises smoothly on the highway. Inside the car, Wei Xiaogui leaned out from behind the seat and put her 2 little hands around Gu Chen's neck.
Hubby, will you take Taozi as your concubine? The sweet aroma of strawberries lingered at the tip of Gu Chen's nose. The 3 of us sisters all like her very much. Taozi, who was hiding in the corner, shook her hands desperately when she heard this. No, I'm not worthy of being Master Gu's concubine.
Sure Mengling turned around and glared at her, saying with a look of disappointment.
Just be me if I ask you to be me, what's the matter with Moji? Now the whole internet is saying you're the fourth concubine. Even if you don't want to be one, everyone will think so.
Looking at Tauzi's timid appearance, Sure Mengling felt angry and distressed.
Why is this girl so lacking in confidence? Is she worried that her dowry is not generous enough and that her husband will look down on her? As a girl in this world, which one doesn't worry about this problem?
The amount of the dowry directly determines the status of the wife and the husband's family after marriage.
In other words, Tauzi's adoptive parents did not treat her as a human being.
They did something against the law and even wanted to ask for a dowry from Gu Chen. Sure Mengling raised her hips and moved forward, then spoke to Gu Chen.
Hubby, I'll pay for Tauzi's dowry.
When the time comes, I'll buy her a 300 square meter apartment in a prime location along the Huangpu River as a dowry.
Is that okay with you?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the car fell silent.
A large flat of 300 square meters along the Huangpu River.
That starts at least 9 figures, and even if you have money you may not be able to buy it.
Tauzi was so anxious that she was about to cry and waved her hands repeatedly. Boss, I'm not worth your money.
You've been very good to me, giving me such a spacious room and buying me so many delicious foods.
Tauzi refused to accept this dowry no matter what.
In her opinion, Sure Mengling's kindness to her has far exceeded the scope of a boss's kindness to an employee. Sure Mengling looked at her like this, feeling both relieved and helpless.
Silly girl, why do you think I deducted your salary before?
I saved all that money for you without touching a cent. It's just right that I can use this money now to buy you a decent dowry car.
Tauzi's eyes instantly became moist.
It turns out that the boss has been protecting herself in her own way. Tauzi recalled that over the years, she had lived frugally and tried her best to send every penny back home.
What I got in return was the adoptive parents' excessive demands and self-righteous attitude.
At this moment, Tauzi felt that Sure Mengling was more like her own family member, like her own sister.
Instead, I feel like the sister who was pampered and protected. The tears in Tauzi's eyes could no longer be controlled and quickly slid down her cheeks.
Tauzi choked up and said intermittently, Sister Mengling, you were so good to me. But even so, she still couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. Sure Mengling is a big star that everyone is paying attention to. Lu Ruyan is the director of Qiani Group, and Wei Xiaogui is also a wealthy girl with a considerable fortune.
The three of them are phoenixes in the sky. What about yourself? It's just a sparrow that has just crawled out of the mud. How can I be on equal footing with them? You can't forget your responsibilities just because your sisters are nice to you.
Tauzi sobbed, with a hint of cautious begging in her voice.
If Mr. Gu doesn't despise me,
I can be part of Sister Mengling's dowry and be a dowry maid. I can do anything to take care of Master Gu and the sisters every day. Peach lowered herself to the lowest position, almost to the point of being buried in the soil.
Wei Xiaogui said honestly, we will take care of my husband's daily life. Tauzi, you don't know how strict the country is with us concubines.
Before, Sister Ruyan didn't wash her husband's feet often enough, and the system detected it, so she was fined 100,000 yuan.
Tauzi was stunned. Is there such a rule?
Then I will do the laundry and clean for my sisters.
Lu Ruyan looked at Tauzi's well-behaved and pitiful appearance. He reached out and touched Tauzi's slippery thigh. Listen to my sister and be a concubine. We all like you very much, that's enough. This time when we go back, let's hold the wedding together. We'll be a family from now on.
As the first wife, she could naturally see that Gu Chun also had a good impression of Tauzi. Otherwise, with his personality, he would never drive so far to pick someone up in person. The word home is like a key that instantly opens all the doors in Tauzi's heart. For the first time in more than 20 years, she felt the warmth of family. This kind of warmth is not based on money or exploitation, but pure acceptance and care.
Tauzi couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. I kept repeating, thank you. Thank you everyone. I really. Seeing her crying so hard, Gu Chen really didn't have the courage to be his concubine. So, Gu Chen cleared his throat and came out to smooth things over. Okay, I won't let you go even if you don't become my concubine. You also have to take the initiative to bear the pressure that belongs to you, understand? A nonsensical remark instantly changed the atmosphere in the car. Lu Ruyan and Sure Mengling were stunned at first. Then he reacted and a blush appeared on his face.
Wei Xiaogui even laughed out loud.
Hubby, you are so bad. I love it so much. But, now that we have Sister Tauzi to share the pressure, we should be able to feel more comfortable in the future. Shermangling also echoed, yes, otherwise the three of us will really be scrapped. Although Tauzi was still a little confused, she roughly guessed what the so-called pressure meant and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gu Chen looked at Tauzi in the rearview mirror. She was wearing a long-sleeved sweatshirt that looked a little worn and a pair of jeans today. Although simple, it couldn't hide her delicate features. I was drunk yesterday and was busy. I didn't even have time to appreciate her figure properly. I wonder what kind of scenery is hidden under this loose sweatshirt. How about we go home and have a pool party? Gu Chen suggested to everyone. Okay. Wei Xiaogui was the first to shout excitedly. I bought a lot of cute swimsuits the other day. I can wear them to show my husband today. Chapter 72, For Women in a Drama, the innocent maid puts on a retro swimsuit. The private swimming pool of Tan Palace Villa is lit up in the evening. The starlight strips at the bottom of the pool light up, and the faint blue light shines through the clear water, illuminating the entire pool like the Milky Way. The lounge chairs by the pool were covered with thick white towels. The low table next to it was filled with iced juice and a platter of cut fruit. Gu Chen changed into his swimming trunks and leaned back on the lounge chair. Wait and enjoy the visual feast that is about to be staged. The first person to rush out of the locker room was Wei Xiaogui. She was like a happy little yellow duck, her feet making clattering sounds on the ground. She was wearing a pink two-piece swimsuit. The edges of the top and the hem of the swimming trunks are decorated with layers of ruffles, and there is a large strawberry print on the chest. She also wore a matching strawberry hairpin on her head. The whole person exudes a sweet and cloying smell of toffee. Hubby. Look at me. Am I cute? Wei Xiaogui turned around in front of Gu Chen, and the hem of her fluffy swim skirt flew up like a blooming marshmallow. The next person to come out was Shermangling. She wore a pure white bikini, which was extremely simple in style without any unnecessary decorations. The clean white cloth clung to her fair skin. Instead, it highlights a sense of purity that is otherworldly. Shermangling didn't look like she was attending a pool party, but more like a fairy under the moon who had strayed into the mortal world. Shermangling walked to Gu Chen and shyly gathered her hair with her hands. She whispered, "Honey, am I too simple in this outfit?" Gu Chen's eyes swept over her flat belly and slender waist, and he smiled and shook his head. No, just right. Simplicity leaves more room for imagination. At this time, Lu Ruyan walked out with a cat-like gait. As soon as she appeared, the air seemed to freeze. Lu Ruyan wore a black one-piece swimsuit, but the design was extremely bold. The deep V-neck design goes all the way to her navel, and the hollow straps on both sides of her waist show off her perfect waist-to-hip ratio to the fullest. The high-slit design of the swimsuit makes the pair of slender and straight thighs look even more breathtaking. Lu Ruyan is like a black mandala blooming in the middle of the night, full of deadly temptation. Hubby, you've been waiting for a long time. Lu Ruyan leaned over and spoke with her red lips almost touching Gu Chen's ear. Finally, Tauzi came out reluctantly. She was wearing a very ordinary blue one-piece swimsuit, the kind you see everywhere in swimming pools as a student. The conservative style covered her figure tightly. Only two slender arms and calves were exposed. Tauzi lowered her head, nervously clutching the corners of her clothes with both hands, not even daring to look at Gu Chen. Sister Mangling, I should go back and change my clothes. Shermangling walked over and held her hand. Change it, it looks great like this. Wei Xiaogui also ran over and looked around at Tauzi. He commented seriously, Sister, your swimsuit is so retro. It has a special feel. Gu Chen looked at Tauzi, who looked like she was about to cry, and waved at her. Come over. Tauzi hesitated for a moment, but still took small steps forward. Gu Chen pulled her into his arms and let her sit on his lap. Tauzi's body stiffened instantly, and her cheeks turned red as if blood was about to drip out. Relax a little. If you keep tensing up, I'll have to check if you're hiding any weapons. Lu Ruyan and Shermangling looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. Only Wei Xiaogui didn't understand. He tilted his head and asked curiously, Hubby, what kind of weapon could Sister Tauzi be hiding? Plop. As soon as Wei Xiaogui finished speaking, Lu Ruyan pushed him into the swimming pool. Ah! Sister, you sneak attacked me. Wei Xiaogui splashed in the water twice, wiped the water off his face, and immediately started fighting back. A melee began. The girls were playing in the water, splashing each other. The crisp laughter echoed over the villa. The swimsuits were quickly soaked with water, clinging tightly to their bodies and outlining their graceful curves. Guchen sat on the recliner, admiring the vivid scene in front of him. I feel like my life has reached its peak. After playing around for a while, Taozi was pulled away by her sisters and gradually let go. She carefully scooped up the water with her hands and splashed it on Wei Xiaogui, who was closest to her. Guchen watched Taozi playing in the water under her loose student swimsuit. The exquisite curves are vaguely visible, which is more suggestive than a direct bikini. Standing up, Guchen dived into the swimming pool. The cold pool water instantly enveloped my whole body. Guchen sneaked behind Taozi silently. Taozi was having fun with Wei Xiaogui and was completely unaware of the danger behind them. Suddenly, a pair of big hands wrapped around her waist from underwater. Ah! Taozi was startled and her body went limp. The whole person fell backwards in panic. Don't be afraid, I'll teach you how to swim, Guchen said while holding Taozi. The warm breath gave Taozi goosebumps all over her body. Taozi's mind was blank, and she could only let him hold her and slowly float in the water. Legs, relax your legs, like this. Guchen held Taozi's ankles and guided her to gently splash in the water. Lu Ruyan and Shi Mengling stopped playing, leaned against the edge of the pool, and watched the scene with smiles on their faces. Taozi is more timid than a cat. Only my husband has the heart to coax her like this. Shi Mengling picked up a cherry and put it in her mouth, with a smile in her eyes. Lu Ruyan took a sip of red wine and her eyes fell on Guchen's big hand around Taozi's waist. Good things should always be savored slowly. Looks like we can get some good sleep tonight. Wei Xiaogui emerged from the water and looked at Taozi in her husband's arms, her eyes full of envy. I also want my husband to teach me how to swim. Today is the 5th update. My body has been squeezed dry and not a drop can be squeezed out. Oars. Chapter 73, Unlimited Wedding Budget, Request to Transport Icebergs from Antarctica. The next day. A black Porsche Panamera stopped at the door of Tan Palace Villa. The car door opened and Xiao got out reluctantly. She has the rare appearance of a girl with a masculine look. The facial features are sharp and distinct. There is no trace of gentleness, the nose is high and the lips are thin. Gives people a kind of cool sexiness. Xiao Bush was wearing a well-tailored black business suit. The silk fabric wrapped around her slender legs shimmered in the sunlight, and she exuded a sense of competence from head to toe. Xiao Bush is the ace consultant of the top wedding planning company in Shanghai. She has handled the weddings of countless wealthy celebrities and has seen all kinds of top-notch scenes. Yesterday, an urgent call from the company's top management called her back from vacation. It is said that it was the wedding dress club that was sued and was almost bankrupt. In order to calm the public opinion storm, he was willing to pay out of his own pocket to hire their team to take full charge of Shi Mengling's wedding, with no upper limit on the budget. Xiao Bush was determined to get it. She has been in the industry for 10 years and has seen all kinds of clients. No matter how difficult the client is, he will be obedient to her. Joe reluctantly straightened his collar and rang the doorbell. The person who opened the door was a young girl in a black silk-made outfit. She looked pure and sweet. She bowed respectfully when she saw her. Xiao Bush sighed inwardly. The top rich man in Shanghai is really amazing. The maids in the house are all so beautiful. Xiao reluctantly followed the maid into the living room. In the living room, Guchen was lazily leaning on the huge sofa. Four stunning beauties with different styles surrounded him and served him diligently. Wei Xiaogui carefully peeled a grape and then fed the crystal flesh into Guchen's mouth. Lu Ruyan was standing behind the sofa, massaging Guchen's shoulders with her fair and slender fingers. Her strength and technique looked quite professional. Shi Mengling, a top actress who was popular all over the country, is now squatting beside Guchen's legs, massaging his legs with great concentration. Taozi half knelt on the ground and wiped the soles of Guchen's shoes. Xiao was reluctant to see these four people, and his mood became much better. Especially Guchen on the sofa, he is several times more handsome in real life than in the photos taken online. Xiao Bush quickly regained his composure and began to introduce himself. Before she finished speaking, Wei Xiaogui came over and asked, Sister, can we have a frozen theme for our wedding? I want a castle where it snows. And it has lots of twinkling lights. Xiao Bush's strong professional qualities allowed her to quickly adjust her expression. She had a standard smile on her face. Ms. Wei, your idea is very creative, but the ice and snow theme and the island summer may not be very Who says we can't?
Mengling interrupted her directly.
If we just ship an iceberg from Antarctica and deploy some professional-grade industrial refrigeration equipment, what kind of castle can't we build?
In Mengling's size, if I give you money, you have to do things well.
You can say that the money is insufficient, but you cannot say that it cannot be done. A layer of fine beads of sweat oozed out of Xiao's reluctant forehead. Transporting icebergs from Antarctica? This big star is really bold. This is no longer a question of money, it involves international conventions and losses during transportation.
Before Xiao Bush could organize his words, Lu Ruyan spoke again.
Wedding dishes should include both Chinese and Western food. For Chinese cuisine, the 8 major cuisines must be complete, and each dish must be prepared by the most authentic heirs.
As for ingredients, I need wild grouper, Australian lobster weighing over 2 kilograms, Kobe A5 Wagyu beef, and 50-year-old Maotai.
Lu Ruyan slowly and methodically put forward various requirements, each of which was top-notch.
Xiao regretted not bringing a recorder. My brain is almost not enough to remember all the ingredients in these dishes. After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, Mengling added, I'll have a few good friends in the industry coming to attend the ceremony. But they have to rush back to filming right after the ceremony, so your wedding company is responsible for arranging a special plane and providing point-to-point pickup. Arranging a special plane sounds simple, but it is a nightmare to execute.
It's not just about money.
Each star's schedule and filming location are different, which means that multiple international and domestic routes must be applied for at the same time.
Coordinate takeoff and landing times at dozens of airports, while also taking into account air traffic control and weather factors. This requires an extremely large team and countless efforts to communicate and coordinate. Any mistake in any link will lead to irreversible consequences. Zhou tried hard to make his voice sound calm enough.
Okay, I've taken note of your ideas. Gu Chen, who had been silent all this time, fixed his gaze on Xiao Bush. This woman, why does she look more and more familiar the more I look at her?
It seems like I've seen it somewhere in my previous life. Looks like an actor from Sakura country named Maple, something? The acting is pretty good.
Gu Chen was stunned for a moment before coming to his senses and stating his request.
Oh, yes, and the most important point. Xiao Bush immediately perked up his spirits.
The bed in the new room tonight must be large and firm.
It's best to have earthquake-resistant ones. The computer in Xiao's hand fell onto the thick carpet with a click. What are they doing on the bed? The bed must also be earthquake-resistant. Could it be that?
Xiao bent down hurriedly and picked up the tablet reluctantly.
Mr. Gu, I understand. I will go, immediately, and customize a new wedding plan for you. Chapter 74, Earthquake-Resistant Beds for the Wedding? The twin sisters' legs went weak after hearing this.
As night falls, the lights come on. After Xiao reluctantly parked the car in the basement, he felt like all the strength in his body had been drained. She took off her high heels and held them in her hands, stepped barefoot on the cold floor, and opened the door weakly.
Sister, I'm back.
After saying that, she casually threw her Hermes Birkin bag on the entrance. He collapsed in a big shape on the soft wool carpet in the living room, not wanting to move at all. After 10 years in the industry, Xiao Bush began to doubt his professional ability for the first time. A soft female voice came from the inner room.
Sister, why are you so tired today? A girl in a white ballet dress came out.
Her name is Xiao Yi, she is Xiao Bush's twin sister and also a host of Shanghai TV. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bush have exactly the same face, but their temperaments are completely different. If Xiao Bush is the sharp ice, then she is the warm water. Xiao Yi tied her hair into a bun, revealing her slender, white swan neck. The tight training suit on her body perfectly shows off her fat-free body.
The legs are straight and slender, with smooth and graceful muscle lines.
The knees are round and small, a perfect shape that can only be achieved through years of dance training.
The whole person is like an elegant and noble white swan, with an extraordinary temperament. Xiao Yi walked to her sister and knelt on the carpet.
She stretched out her slender fingers and gently massaged Xiao's temples.
What difficult clients have you encountered again?
It's more than difficult. Xiao Bush finally found an outlet to vent his grievances. He sat up suddenly and started complaining.
Sister, you don't know how outrageous that family is. The wedding is going to be held on an island, but the theme is frozen. One of the brides asked me to bring her an iceberg from Antarctica.
Xiao Bush became more and more angry as he spoke, and he grabbed the pillow and hit it.
And the dishes.
Heirs of the 8 major cuisines, wild grouper, 2 kilograms of Australian lobster, and 50-year-old Mautai. I almost thought I was hosting a peach banquet for the Jade Emperor. The most outrageous thing is the guests. They're all big stars, and they have to leave after the ceremony. I have to arrange a private plane for each of them to be taken to different cruise point by point. I've been running around trying to get the flight approval, but it's impossible. Xiao Yi couldn't help laughing when listening to her sister's complaints, and handed her a glass of warm water.
All right, calm down. All clients are like that. Just give us a sufficient budget.
Budget? Xiao reluctantly took a sip of water, his tone tinged with despair.
The client told me directly that there's no upper limit on the budget. I can spend whatever I want.
She paused, lowered her voice, and a hint of fear appeared on her face.
I finally understand.
That family of 4 women revolves around one man, just like an ancient emperor choosing his concubines.
I'm telling you, that guy's name is Gu Chun, and he's really handsome.
He's even more handsome than all those top-tier young stars combined.
Xiao Bush's words aroused Xiao Yi's curiosity. What kind of man is he who can be recognized as handsome by even the most discerning sister? Since he's handsome and rich, he must be a top client, right? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?
But Xiao changed the subject and gritted his teeth. He's a complete scoundrel.
Xiao Yi asked curiously, why? Did he touch you and reward you? Xiao's cheeks turned red inexplicably, and he leaned over to his sister's ear. He spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. His last request was that the bed in the bridal chamber must be earthquake resistant. After saying this, Xiao Bush felt his face getting hot. Xiao Yi was stunned. The body that could squeeze out water trembled slightly at this moment. Earthquake-resistant bed? Gu Chen's handsome face appeared in my mind uncontrollably.
There are also the 4 stunning women my sister mentioned, who have very different styles but are all willing to surround him.
An earthquake-resistant bed. How strong must a man be to make such a request?
A touching blush appeared on Xiao Yi's cheeks, and even her fair neck was stained with a light pink. She licked her dry lips, and an unfamiliar heat surged through her body.
Sister, I'm going to take a shower first. Xiao waved his hand tiredly. Okay, if you need me to rub your back, just give me a call. Xiao Yi nodded and walked towards the bathroom with some unsteady steps. The door closed with a bang.
The sound of splashing water soon began to sound.
Xiao Yi didn't go into the shower room immediately.
She leaned against the cool frosted glass door and took out her cell phone from her small bag. I took a deep breath and opened the photo album. Inside were the high-definition photos of Gu Chen that were secretly taken in the bridal shop. The light from the screen illuminated her blushing face. The man in the photo has handsome features and a tall figure. Just standing there, he exudes a strong sense of male hormones. Xiao Yi's breathing became a little rapid, and the steam in the bathroom seemed to have become warmer. She looked at the photo, her sister's words echoing over and over in her mind. An earthquake-resistant bed. The heat in my body became more and more intense. Xiao Yi bit her lower lip, her fair, slender fingers tracing along her flat, tight belly. Chapter 75, The twin sister falls in love with Gu Chen and cleans the floor late at night. Xiao Yi sat on the cold toilet seat. He leaned his head against the smooth tile wall in a daze. It's all over. Xiao Yi felt very guilty and threw her phone on the shelf next to her with disgust. After a few seconds, she couldn't help but pick up her phone again and open the photo album. On the screen, Gu Chen's handsome face appeared clearly again. Xiao Yi's fingertips gently slid across the screen. He muttered unconsciously to himself. So handsome, so tall, so nice, I really want to have it. Although Xiao Yi is the host of Shanghai TV. You have status, a fixed income, and a halo above your head. But the eligible boys recommended to her on the Fate app are always unsatisfactory. Most of them are old biddens over 50 years old, and the quota for concubines is almost full. When Xiao Yi goes in, she can only be the youngest one, and she will definitely be bullied. Maybe then I will have to take care of children for these concubines. It's a headache just thinking about it. Occasionally the system will recommend some younger men. But those people look like they came from outer space, all of them were deformed and ugly. In this society, good men have long been harvested by women with resources and abilities. For example, Zhang Zhuhua, a billionaire CEO, is never short of men around her. It's the turn of women like Xiao Yi who are neither good nor bad. Not to mention owning one, you can't even see a good quality one.
Unless the idol comes to the TV station to film a variety show.
But the foundation on those idols' faces is thicker than that on a woman like her.
No. This can't go on any longer.
Xiao Yi stood up suddenly.
Happiness is in your own hands.
If I don't take the initiative, there will never be a handsome guy lying next to me. Xiao Yi picked up the phone again and looked at Gu Chen on the screen affectionately. The steam in the bathroom seemed to become hot.
Sister. Are you okay? I need to go in and pee.
Outside the door, Xiao knocked on it reluctantly and said. She drank a lot of coffee in order to research plans for Gu Chen's wedding.
Seeing no response from inside, Xiao Bush tried to turn the doorknob. I found that the door was locked from the inside.
Strange, my sister never locked the door when she went to the bathroom before.
The two sisters are identical twins.
Even the color and position of the moles on their bodies are exactly the same.
Other places are even reproduced 1-to-1.
When two people look at each other's bodies, it's no different than looking in a mirror.
So from childhood to adulthood, there is basically no privacy between them. Sister. Are you doing something shameful in there?
Xiao reluctantly pressed his face against the door, peeking inside through the crack with a wicked smile.
I didn't. Don't talk nonsense.
Xiao Yi was in a panic and hurriedly put on the ballet training clothes she had just taken off. Xiao Bush was outside and refused to give in.
No?
Why did you close the door? Closing the door means you're guilty, and if you're guilty, there's something fishy going on.
Tell me, which male celebrity has you obsessed with? Sister, I do have some influence in the entertainment industry. Xiao Yi's face turned red with embarrassment. Twins are good in every way except this one.
The other party is too familiar with your living habits.
No matter what you do, you can't hide it from the other party's eyes. I do have a crush on someone.
Xiao was reluctant to hear her sister's honest confession and leaned against the door.
Who is it? Who is it? Whose idol is this? As long as it's not my brother, I can arrange it for you.
In fact, Brother Qiao can arrange it even if he is reluctant, but the two of them have eaten too many eggs recently, and he always feels sorry for Brother Kun.
By the way, can you open the door?
Xiao continued to knock on the door reluctantly.
Xiao Yi picked up the mop and said, "Oh, wait a minute. I'm cleaning up."
She looked down at the puddles of water on the ground and wiped them quickly with a mop. The glass door of the shower room was not sealed well and water from the shower head occasionally leaked out from the gap. Xiao reluctantly laughed wickedly outside the door, intending to continue teasing his sister.
Sister, you're having so much fun playing against the AI, why do you have to bother others? Xiao Yi was both embarrassed and annoyed by her sister's words.
She stamped her foot hard.
Xiao Bu Shi. If you make fun of me again, I'll call my mom right now.
Xiao Bush stood outside the door with his hands on his hips, looking fearless.
Let's fight, who's afraid of who?
Anyway, Mom will scold you first and then scold me. Their mother has always hoped that the two sisters could register their information on the Yuanfan app in a package. It is said that this will attract boys to stay and even take the initiative to strike up a conversation. After all, boys have an instinctive yearning for beautiful things like twins. With the sisters' looks, they can definitely find a normal, healthy man. But neither Qiao Bush nor Xiao Yi wants to use their own happiness to kidnap each other.
Therefore, no one agreed.
Xiao Yi mopped the water stains on the floor and opened the door with a somewhat weak step.
Zhou squeezed in reluctantly and took a few deep breaths at the air. That's not right. That's not right. Xiao Yi was shocked and asked, "What's wrong?" "That's not right, sister, are you?" Xiao stared at Xiao Yi's evasive eyes reluctantly and deliberately prolonged his voice. Xiao Yi was so embarrassed that tears were about to fall out.
"Oh no, I just saw water leaking out of the shower, so I mopped it."
Xiao reluctantly nodded solemnly. "Yeah, I really believe it." "Oh, what are you talking about? What do you mean I really believed it?"
The more guilty Xiao Yi felt, the more she wanted to refute. Xiao pointed at the clothes she was wearing reluctantly, his eyes narrowed with laughter.
"Sister, there's really nothing wrong with what you just said. If you weren't still wearing your training clothes, I would have believed it."
After saying that, she held her stomach and laughed out loud, making fun of her sister's obvious attempt to cover up her mistake.
Xiao Yi's cheeks turned red instantly and she pounced on him in anger. "I let you laugh at me. I let you make fun of me."
She was like an annoyed kitten, stretching out her claws to scratch the itchy spot that Zhou was reluctant to leave.
Ha 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 ha. Sister, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Xiao was reluctant and hid while laughing. The two sisters instantly started wrestling with each other and both fell onto the soft bath mat. Xiaoyi relied on her years of dance practice and her better body flexibility, and soon gained the upper hand. She asked breathlessly, straddling her sister and holding her arms with her hands. Do you still dare? Dare. Why not? Xiao Bush was still being stubborn. Xiaoyi's gaze slowly moved down and landed on her sister's smooth feet. What do you want to do? Don't touch there. Panic appeared on Xiao Bush's face. Xiaoyi's slender fingers began to dance on the soles of her sister's feet. Ahahaha, itchy. Sister. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Xiao laughed so hard that his whole body went limp, tears streamed down his face, and his body kept twisting. You really don't dare anymore? It's real. It's more real than real gold. Let me go. After the fight, Xiao collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. She tilted her head and looked at her sister seriously. Sister, who do you like? Xiaoyi didn't dare to speak directly in front of her sister. She turned around and lowered her head and said, Gu Chen. Chapter 76, The Younger Sister's Compromise, The Origin of the Twins' Names. Ah, are you serious, sister? Zhou jumped up from the bath mat reluctantly. She didn't expect her sister to be such a pragmatic person. Knowing that he is very capable, I have been keeping an eye on him. However, this is not a disadvantage. After all, girls now only have one choice. If you make the wrong choice, you can't change it in your lifetime. No one wants her husband to be a quick shooter. Xiaoyi still had her back to her sister, a faint blush on her fair cheeks, and nodded shyly. Actually, ever since he was trending on Weibo, I've been admiring him for a long time. These past few days I've been asking myself if I really like him or if I'm just attracted to him because he's handsome. Just now, I figured it out. I just like strong men like him. I just want to be with him. Such straightforward words left Xiao Bush stunned for a moment. My mind unconsciously recalled the scene I saw at the Tan Palace Villa during the day. Gu Chen leaned lazily on the sofa. He is surrounded by 4 stunningly beautiful women. This guy has quite a rich taste. The cool and beautiful queen, the pure actress, the sweet lowly, and the timid maid. Every type is covered. And there are no repetitions. The taste is also very picky, and almost all of them are the best of the same type. My sister went to the interview alone, and I guess her chances of passing are slim. If I add myself, maybe that pervert Gu Chen will really accept it. Xiao looked at her sister's slender back reluctantly and asked seriously, Sister, are you sure you really like him? Xiaoyi followed her deepest desire. Well, I like him. If possible. I want to be his woman. Xiao reluctantly took a deep breath and walked behind his sister. He stretched out his hands and gently placed them on Xiaoyi's tight waist. She smirked, resting her chin on her sister's shoulder. Then I'll help you. Xiaoyi turned around and looked at her sister's face, which was exactly the same as hers, feeling a little puzzled. Stop messing around, how are you going to help me? Xiao moved forward reluctantly and put his arms around his sister's soft waist. The tip of my nose is almost touching my sister's. The warm steam in the bathroom enveloped the two figures. A man dressed in a smart black business suit, sharp as ice. A girl wearing a white ballet training suit, as gentle as water. Xiao looked into his sister's eyes reluctantly and spoke word by word. I'm with you. The two of us will be packed together and become Gu Chen's women. In this way, he will definitely take us in. Xiaoyi looked at the seriousness in her sister's eyes and it didn't seem like she was joking. She asked with concern, what about you? Do you like him? A complicated smile appeared on Xiao's reluctant face. She already had a lover in her heart, her immediate boss. The one who always buys her coffee after she places her order. A gentleman who occasionally gives her some small gifts. In this world where there are more women than men, warm men are rarer than giant pandas. Xiao Bush originally planned to confess her love to her boss with a generous dowry after completing this big order from Gu Chen. By then, with the 8 million dowry she had saved, she would be able to get a position as a wife in her husband's family. It doesn't matter whether I like him or not. What matters is that you like him, sister. Xiao's eyes were slightly red with reluctance, and crystal tears were swirling in them. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears while forcing a smile. Anyway, I'm not at a disadvantage if I'm with him. He's so handsome and he's the nation's husband. And I heard the endorsement fees for their wedding were shockingly high. The more Xiao Bush listed Gu Chen's advantages, the more aggrieved he felt. Even though Gu Chen has so many advantages that ordinary people can't achieve, she just can't like him. She didn't like Gu Chen's arrogant and domineering attitude, which was not gentle at all. Xiao Bush still remembers the girl named Taozi kneeling on the ground to wipe the soles of his shoes. Not only did Gu Chen not stop her, he also took the initiative to tease her with grapes. If Gu Chen wasn't her client, Xiao Bush would have wanted to rush up and hit him. What's so great about you, stinky man? Isn't it just one more than us women? Relying on her gender advantage, she raised the dowry so high. Nowadays in Shanghai, even if there is a dowry of 3 million, the man won't even get out of the wedding car. I worked so hard to save so much money that I finally had the courage to confess my love to my sweetheart. By the way, sister, how much have you saved for your dowry? Xiao asked seriously. Speaking of this, Xiao Yi sighed. Alas, there aren't many people like us who get a fixed salary. I've only saved 800,000 yuan since I graduated. Most of the money here was earned by Xiao Yi from taking private jobs. She hosts weddings, birthday parties, baby showers, and all kinds of private gatherings, and she'll go as long as you pay. With the salary from the TV station alone, she couldn't even save 200,000 yuan. Ah! This is definitely not enough. I heard that the dowry for a top-notch guy like Gu Chen starts at 20 million. Xiao Yi became anxious in an instant. Then, what should we do then? Xiao bit his lip reluctantly and said, we can only sell the house. Xiao Yi's tears instantly flowed down. The house in my hometown has been sold, where will my mother live? Xiao was reluctant but gritted his teeth and said cruelly, Mom can rent a house. When the time comes, we can choose a community close to Dad's grave. She often visits the grave anyway. Their parents are the rare pure love party in this world. The two of them decided to spend their lives together since college. After graduation, he got married successfully despite his family's opposition. However, Xiao Yi's grandmother discovered that her son only loved his daughter-in-law and refused to marry or take a concubine. The family cannot live well on the dowry brought by the woman. In a fit of rage, she kicked her pregnant daughter-in-law out of the house. Xiao Yi's father was so eager to find his wife that he was hit and killed by a drunk driver when he went out. When my mother heard the bad news, she cried until she almost fainted. If she hadn't been pregnant with her two sisters, she might have gone with her father long ago. So, after they were born, their mother named them Xiao Yi and Xiao Bush. This is to express her infinite longing for her husband. Reluctant to leave, Xiao Yi held her sister's hand tightly, her vision blurred by tears. I can't sacrifice your happiness for my own, and I can't lower Mom's quality of life. My own business, I'll figure it out myself. Chapter 77, Double the Happiness with One Investment? Xiao is reluctant to make a sales pitch. Xiao Bush knows his sister better than anyone else. Xiao Yi looks gentle, like a ball of cotton without temper. But once she sets her mind on something, she is so stubborn that no one can pull her back. By then, Xiao Yi will be like a gambler who is not afraid of his life, betting everything and completely losing his mind. Xiao Bush clearly remembers the summer vacation during his senior year of high school. In order to reduce the burden on the family, my sister worked 4 jobs a day. I get up at 5 in the morning and go to the subway entrance with the heaviest traffic to distribute flyers. At noon, I worked as a waiter in a fast food restaurant and was so tired from serving dishes. In the afternoon, he rushed to tutor a junior high school student. At night, I have to work as a cashier in a convenience store, standing until midnight. During those 2 months, she slept no more than 4 hours a day. Finally, due to long-term fatigue and malnutrition, he collapsed in front of the cashier counter. When she was taken to the hospital by ambulance, Xiao Yi had a high fever of 40 degrees Celsius and was in a semi-coma. The doctor said that if he had been brought in a little later, his brain would have been burned out. Xiao was reluctant to think about how her sister had worked so hard to take on various private jobs in order to buy her a new mobile phone and brand-name cosmetics. She also quietly let go of her budding feelings for her boss. If you have to choose between love and family, Xiao Bush would choose family without hesitation. Besides, if I and my sister marry Gu Chen together, there will be someone to take care of me. If Gu Chen bullies her sister in the future, she will be the first to stand up and protect her. Sister, the method I just proposed is the best method. If we both pack together, we can contribute 1 share of the dowry. By then, our combined dowries will total at least 10 million,
which is pretty impressive in the Magic City.
Joe reluctantly pretended to be relaxed and continued to paint a blueprint for the future. This way we can still live together every day like we do now.
On the second day of the Lunar New Year, we can go back to my mother's house to see her. Maybe we'll get pregnant at the same time and our babies will be exactly the same. Xiaoyi looked at her sister, her face full of worry.
But, sister, do you like Gu Chen? Do you want to be with him as much as I do? Xiao reluctantly smiled bitterly and shook his head. No.
Without waiting for his sister to interrupt him, Xiao continued to speak reluctantly.
But now do we women have a choice?
The male-to-female ratio has dropped to 1 to 1,000. It's good enough to have a man willing to marry her, not to mention that Gu Chen is the national husband that thousands of girls dream of.
I don't know how many women dream of being with him.
Xiaoyi did not deny her sister's last words. She herself was one of those millions of women.
Just now, Xiaoyi placed an order for a life-size DIY pillow made by Gu Chen on an e-commerce platform.
I plan to use it to relieve the countless sleepless nights in the future.
And you?
Xiaoyi still felt that her sister was wronged. In order to reassure his sister, Xiao Bush walked over and opened his laptop.
Sister, instead of us fighting on our own, we will be picked and chosen by those ordinary men out there and end up with a miserable end. Why don't we sisters unite and work together to strive for the best? Even if we fail in the end, we have tried our best and have no regrets. She paused and added. Besides, we haven't even started yet. Maybe Gu Chen doesn't even think highly of us sisters. That's right. Xiaoyi thought of the women around Gu Chen in those secretly taken photos. Lu Ruiyan's cold and domineering personality, Shi Mengling's pure and beautiful personality, and Wei Xiaogui's sweetness and cuteness. Each one of them is extremely beautiful. Even the most ordinary-looking Taozi has a pitiful girl-next-door temperament. So what should we do now? Xiaoyi was completely at a loss.
Xiao patted his heaving chest reluctantly and said, "Leave it to me." As she spoke, she skillfully created a new PPT document on her computer. On the first page cover, a title was written in bold red block letters. Feasibility Analysis Report on the Acquisition of Xiao's Sisters. Then, Xiao Bush added another line of small words below as a subtitle. One investment, double the happiness, and improve your quality of life in all aspects. When Xiaoyi saw this title, her cheeks instantly turned red like ripe tomatoes. This is too shameful. This is not the pursuit of happiness. This is clearly treating oneself as a commodity on the shelf and selling oneself with a clearly marked price.
I'm reluctant to let you go. Sister, don't talk, just watch me.
At this moment, Xiao Bush has completely entered into her role as an ace wedding consultant.
He has clear thinking and rigorous logic, and exudes a professional charm.
First of all, it is our core competitiveness. She deftly inserted 2 refined artistic photos of the 2 sisters into the PPT. One photo shows herself, wearing a neat black suit, with her arms folded across her chest, exuding a strong aura. One photo shows Xiaoyi, wearing a white ballet skirt, with a gentle smile and a temperament as beautiful as orchid.
Selling point 1, scarcity.
Identical twins, both with looks and figures rated above 9 out of 10. There's no other pair like them in the entire Dragon Country. This is an absolutely rare resource, with extremely high collectible and social value.
Selling point 2, complementarity.
I'm independent and decisive, so I can be your right-hand man in your career, helping you handle all kinds of external affairs. I can even help you manage your harem to ensure there's never any trouble in your backyard. And Sister Xiaoyi, with her gentle personality and multi-talents, is the star of Shanghai TV. She can provide you with the ultimate emotional value, allowing you to get the most perfect relaxation when you are physically and mentally exhausted.
Selling point 3, value-added services. We sisters are one responsible for external affairs and the other for internal affairs. It's like you have a top-notch CEO assistant and a beauty who can talk to you at the same time. More importantly, we can also provide special services that other women can't give you. Having said that, Xiao Bush deliberately paused and winked at his sister. Xiaoyi's face was so red that it was about to bleed. She grabbed the pillow on the sofa and covered her face tightly, not daring to look at the content on the screen. What kind of vicious words are these? Xiao Bush's thoughts became clearer and clearer, and his fingers clattered on the keyboard. Finally, it's about risk assessment and return on investment. Risk, 0. We sisters have clean backgrounds, no bad habits, and no vampire family members. Marry us, and you won't have any worries. The rewards, infinite.
With us, you can not only enjoy both physical and spiritual pleasure, but also demonstrate your strong financial strength and personal charm to the outside world.
This is a dignity that no amount of money can buy. After finishing the last page of the PPT, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief.
She looked at her masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction.
Done.
She turned her head and looked at her sister, who was covering her face with a pillow.
Sister, what do you think? Is this PPT good enough to impress him?
Xiao Yi glanced at the screen secretly through her fingers, then quickly buried her head in the pillow.
I don't know. Chapter 78. My sister sheds tears while making her wedding dress and hides a red battle robe under her windbreaker. Sister, go to bed first. I'll just revise the PPT and it'll be ready soon.
Xiao Bush stared at the computer screen intently, his fingers sliding quickly on the touchpad.
Xiao Yi yawned and rubbed her sleepy eyes. No. I'll wait for you.
I'll wait until you're done so we can go to bed together.
I can't sleep well alone.
The two sisters have been sleeping in the same bed since they were young.
Even when I grow up, I can't change this habit. After sleeping for a long time, I feel empty and uncomfortable when there is no one around me. Xiao glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the computer reluctantly. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay, I've got about 15 minutes.
Sister, you can take a look at what to wear tomorrow.
Xiao Yi blinked curiously. Is there anything big happening tomorrow?
Xiao reluctantly turned to look at his sister and said seriously. I'm going to meet Gu Chen again tomorrow, and I'll show him this PPT then.
Ah? Xiao Yi exclaimed.
She thought her sister was going to send this PPT to Gu Chen's email. I didn't expect that my sister would dare to recommend herself in front of Gu Chen.
Do we really not need to get a manicure or a spa? Take good care of your skin before going. Xiao Yi wanted to show her best and most perfect self in front of Gu Chen.
Now there is a small pimple that has just appeared next to her nose.
It's too late. Xiao's tone was firm and reluctant. Thousands of women are staring at Gu Chen now. If you wait a second longer, there will be hundreds or even thousands of more competitors. Instead of sitting back and waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative. Xiao Bush has always liked to play blitzkrieg. If it's okay, it's okay. If it's not okay, it's not okay.
If Gu Chen refused, she could adjust her state and prepare for the next target. Seeing her sister so decisive, Xiao Yi stopped wasting time. Wearing flat slippers, she ran to the cloakroom.
Soon, she picked out 4 sets of clothes.
The first was a Chanel-style tweed suit in a pink and white check pattern, accessorized with a pair of white Mary Janes and flesh-colored stockings. The second set is a gentle Jiangnan Watertown style, a water blue modified cheongsam with a low slit, paired with a pair of beige stilettos and glass stockings of the same color. The third set is a sweet, cool, and hot girl style, a short belly exposed sweatshirt, paired with a pair of high-waisted overalls, and a pair of black marten boots and fishnet stockings on the feet.
The last one is the professional suit she often wears when hosting a show on TV. A well-tailored white blazer with a silk V-neck base shirt underneath.
She wore a matching black hip-hugging miniskirt, with a pair of 5cm black high heels and a pair of ultra-thin black stockings next to it.
Xiao Yi tried on all 4 sets of clothes. Every time after trying it out, I would ask Xiao with anticipation if he was willing to leave. Sister, does this suit look good? How is it?
While revising the PPT, Xiao Bush took the time to look up and then gave his comments. The first set was too sweet, like a college student who hadn't graduated yet.
The second set is too plain, it's just like everyone else.
The third set is too wild. Gu Chen has no shortage of wild and hot girls like this in nightclubs.
The first 3 sets were all rejected by Xiao Bush. Everyone dressed like this, and it couldn't attract Gu Chen's attention at all. When Xiao Yi put on the last set of host work clothes, Xiao's reluctant eyes lit up. That's it. The white suit jacket makes her look smart and capable. The black skirt perfectly shows off her curvy hips.
The pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings appear straight and slender.
Pure and sexy.
Xiao Yi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she pinched the corner of her clothes shyly.
Would it be too formal to wear this? Xiao gave a reluctant smirk. Oh, sister, don't worry, Gu Chen is a pervert. Maybe the more formal you dress, the more people will want to tease you.
Xiao Yi raised her head, with a hint of curiosity in her watery eyes.
Really? Then he's pretty bad.
Xiao Bush complained silently in his heart.
It is true that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. My sister actually used the word bad to describe this pervert Gu Chen. It seems that my sister is really trapped. Well, then I will help my sister. Xiao Bush had already thought about what to wear tomorrow. She planned to wear a long khaki trench coat. Under the windbreaker is a burgundy silk suspender nightgown. The hem of the skirt only reaches the thighs, and is paired with a pair of lace stockings in the same color. When she finally introduced the sales PPT to Gu Chen, she took off her windbreaker in front of him and showed herself. One is abstinent and intellectual, the other is passionate and unrestrained. She just didn't believe that such a powerful combination couldn't defeat Gu Chen. When I finished revising the PPT, it was already 1:40 in the morning. Xiao stretched reluctantly, only to find that her sister had fallen asleep curled up on the sofa without her knowing. Xiao Yi was still wearing her white ballet training suit. The whole person was like a well-behaved kitten, lying on the sofa on his side. Two rosy white legs were put together. The pair of pink cotton socks on her feet have round toes, which makes her look particularly cute. Xiao looked at his sister's peaceful sleeping face reluctantly, a relieved smile on his face. She walked over lightly, bent down, and kissed her sister gently on her smooth forehead. You've protected me for the past 20 years, let me protect you from now on. Xiao was reluctant to see that her sister's phone was still on the sofa. I reached out and picked it up, intending to help her turn it off so that she wouldn't have to charge it the next day when it ran out of power. The screen was still showing Gu Chen has secretly taken photos. It's just I don't know what is wrong with this phone. There is always a strange smell on it. Chapter 79, Sister secretly photographs Gu Chen and dies on the spot. Early the next morning, Xiao Yi was awakened by the aroma of food. When I opened my eyes, I saw my sister standing by the bed with a tray and a smile on her face. On the plate was a perfectly fried egg, 2 slices of golden toast and a cup of steaming milk. Sister, get up and have breakfast. After you're full, we'll go to Tan Palace. Xiao said reluctantly and a little tiredly. Xiao Yi looked at the dark circles under her eyes and asked distressfully, "What time did you go to bed last night? You have dark circles under your eyes. Why don't we go another day?" Xiao Yi was still a little scared, worried that she would not perform well when she saw Gu Chen. Xiao yawned reluctantly and said nonchalantly, "It's not much, just 3 o'clock. Sister, hurry up and finish eating and get dressed. I'm going to put on makeup." Xiao reluctantly walked into the bathroom, first picked up the garbage bag in the corner, tied it tightly, and then tied a knot on it. The bag contains not only her sister's things but also her little secrets, which must not be seen by anyone else. After doing all this, Xiao reluctantly started to face the mirror and put on makeup. She first carefully applied orange concealer to the areas where her dark circles were heaviest, then gently patted it open with a beauty sponge. Then, Xiao reluctantly changed to a lighter concealer for a second brightening. I chose the lightest foundation just to even out my skin tone. For today's eye makeup, she gave up her usual capable earth tones. I chose a gentle peach pink to make myself more feminine. After finishing her makeup, Xiao reluctantly returned to her room. He took out the battle suit he had prepared last night from the closet. Joe was reluctant to take off his pajamas and first picked up the burgundy lace stockings. Sitting on the edge of the bed, slightly arching your feet, you roll up the silky fabric little by little. Then carefully put it on your toes and slowly pull it up. The stockings cling to her calves and extend all the way to her thighs, making the whole picture beautiful. Finally, Xiao reluctantly put on the silk suspender nightgown of the same color and put on a windbreaker. Look in the mirror and put on a bright red lipstick. The whole person's temperament instantly became very seductive. The car was driving steadily on the road. Xiao Yi was sitting in the passenger seat, putting on makeup in front of a small mirror. She was holding a powder puff and carefully pressing it on both sides of her nose, trying to make the makeup more adherent. Suddenly, Xiao reluctantly stepped on the brakes and the car stopped slightly. Xiao Yi's hand trembled, and the powder puff rubbed her nose several times, leaving an obvious white mark. Oops. Xiao Yi glared at her sister complainingly, then picked up the mirror again. He continued to use his fingertips to carefully blur out the white mark, with an extremely serious attitude. Xiao looked at her sister's nervous expression and couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't see you this nervous during the college entrance examination." Without even looking up, Xiao Yi said, "Of course. If you don't do well on the college entrance exam, you can always repeat it. There's no chance to repeat this. If you fail once, you really can't do it." The car quickly drove into the gate of the Tan Palace Villa area.
Xiao reluctantly took out a black card from the armrest box and handed it to the security guard. This is the visitor pass for Tan Palace, and can only be issued with the personal authorization of the owner. The security measures in this top-level villa area are not only for safety, but also to isolate the outside world from prying eyes and provide the owners with an absolutely private space. The security guard took the pass and swiped it on the machine. After confirming that everything was correct, he showed a standard smile on his face and saluted the two people in the car.
Welcome to the Tan Palace.
Even the service staff in high-end residential areas are well-trained, and there is a sense of class everywhere that ordinary people cannot achieve. Xiao reluctantly smiled and nodded in response, then stepped on the accelerator and drove towards yard number 8.
Because Gu Chen was too strong and energetic, he made the entire building in yard 10 sleepless.
Old Mrs. Zhang asked Gu Chen to take his 4 women and move from courtyard number 10 to the equally luxurious courtyard number 8 next door.
10 o'clock in the morning, on the lawn of yard number 8. Gu Chen was doing warm-up exercises with Wei Xiaogui and Taozi.
Wei Xiaogui was wearing a set of anime-style sportswear, with white socks wrapped around his calves and blue sports shorts.
While she was doing chest expansion exercises, she made cute hey sounds with her mouth.
Taozi was wearing the pink tight yoga pants given by Shi Mangling, and the sports suspenders given by Lu Ruyan on her upper body, the color of which matched the pink pants perfectly. Perhaps she was not used to wearing such tight clothes, so her movements seemed a little restrained.
Gu Chen looked at the two of them and lamented that the two girls' physical strength was still too poor.
Every time they reached the 5th round, they both raised their hands to surrender, which seriously affects the experience.
We must help them build up more physical strength so that they can get up before noon. Inside the Panamera, Xiao looked at the scene on the lawn with reluctance and said to his sister.
Gu Chen dragged 2 little girls to do this kind of exercise on the lawn in broad daylight.
It must not be just for exercise. There must be other purposes.
After talking for a long time, Xiao Bush didn't hear any response from her sister and turned her head away in confusion. I saw Xiao Yi holding a mobile phone with the camera facing Gu Chen on the lawn. The word 20x zoom was displayed on the phone screen, and the lens was fixed on Gu Chen's lower body, constantly adjusting the angle. As she took the photo, a happy smile played on her lips.
She is completely different from the dignified and elegant host she usually appears on TV.
Gu Chen lying on the lawn always felt something was wrong with his body, as if countless ants were crawling on his body. He stopped, raised his head, and locked his gaze precisely on the Panamera in front of him. In the passenger seat, a woman in a formal suit was openly taking a secret photo of herself with her cell phone.
The flash in the upper left corner is not turned off, it flashes. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and walked straight towards the car. Xiao Yi was a little excited at first, thinking that she could take more detailed pictures now.
But when she found Gu Chen walking straight towards her, her mind went blank. In panic, he pressed the button to lower the seat and fell flat on his back in the car.
Hurry! Drive! Drive, sister! I beg you to drive quickly.
Xiao Yi covered her face tightly with her hands, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bush not only did not leave, but instead lowered the car window. Gu Chen walked to the side of the car and casually placed his hands on the window. He looked with interest at the woman lying on the chair, her hands covering her face, her legs trembling slightly uncontrollably. The pair of legs wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings and the fair skin were even a little dazzling in the sun.
Gu Chen's gaze stayed on Xiao Yi's legs for 2 seconds.
Then he said with a wicked smile.
Chapter 80 video played outside, Xiao Yi's second round of social death. Miss, there is a fee for taking secret photos. But since your legs are so beautiful, I can give you a 20% discount. Gu Chen said with a wicked smile.
Xiao Yi, who was lying in the passenger seat, suddenly stiffened.
It's over. It's all over.
This wasn't just social death, he was cremated on the spot, and his ashes were scattered. Now Xiao Yi just wants to die on the spot, or let the aliens take her away and never return to this sad earth. Especially the sentence, your legs are so beautiful, made her so ashamed that her toes curled up, and she wished she could dig out a villa on the spot.
Joe in the driver's seat reluctantly unbuckled his seatbelt.
She opened the car door and walked down gracefully in her high heels.
The more times like this happen, the calmer you need to be.
Xiao Bush calmed down and explained with a smile, Mr. Gu is joking.
My sister is a TV host, and as a professional habit she likes to capture details.
She might just want to study how your muscles work when you exercise. To be honest, she herself didn't believe this reason.
Not to mention Gu Chen. Gu Chen took a step forward and approached Xiao Bush.
The tall figure instantly loomed over, bringing a strong sense of oppression.
Oh? Really? Then why don't you ask your sister to get out of the car so I can let her study it up close?
This woman is so beautiful, her sister must be no less beautiful.
Twin? Quite interesting. Gu Chen already had an idea in his mind. There was no more room for Xiaoyi in the car.
If her sister continues to talk nonsense like this, she will never be able to leave the gate of Tan Palace today. Xiaoyi tidied up her messy clothes and hair, then pushed open the car door with gritted teeth. When she stood up straight and saw Gu Chen so close to her, her brain froze again. The real person is 100 times more handsome than in the photos and videos, and is impeccably perfect. However, compared with the big guys who read my books, Gu Chen is still a little behind.
Mr. Gu, I'm sorry.
Xiaoyi was so nervous that her palms were sweating and her cheeks were as red as ripe apples.
I'll delete the photo right now. I promise. I swear.
She hurriedly took out her cell phone and wanted to delete the evidence in front of Gu Chen.
But the more anxious I was, the more my fingers became unresponsive. My finger slid several times to open the album, and finally I accidentally clicked the play button.
A high-definition video suddenly played on the screen.
Although the camera was shaking violently, the focus was always firmly locked on Gu Chen's lower body.
The video was accompanied by Xiao Yi's uncontrollable panting.
So handsome, a lower angle.
Time seemed to have been paused. The air completely froze at this moment. Wei Xiaogui and Taozi behind Gu Chen were so shocked that their mouths opened wide and their eyes were as big as copper bells.
Xiao held his forehead reluctantly, feeling his blood pressure soaring. Was this sister sent by God to punish her? Xiao Yi looked at the disgusting scene on the phone screen. Listening to my own extremely embarrassing recording.
My eyes went dark, my body swayed, and I almost fainted.
Xiao Yi was now too embarrassed to face anyone.
She had never been so embarrassed in her life.
Gu Chen looked at the phone on the ground that was still playing a video.
He looked again at the woman who was squatting on the ground, huddled in a ball, her shoulders shaking.
I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. This woman is simply a living treasure. Interesting. Quite interesting. I have to tease him again. See if she's a troublemaker.
Just as Gu Chen was about to say a few more words to embarrass her, he suddenly felt something was wrong.
Etc. How come she looks exactly like Xiao Bush? Gu Chen pointed at the socially dejected Xiao Yi lying on the ground and said to Xiao Bush, You two twins? Xiao nodded reluctantly, yes, we are twins.
Now Xiao Bush is also feeling embarrassed. After all, the twins have a close relationship and can truly empathize with each other. This is also why big guys prefer twins. Every time my sister trembled, it seemed as if it was happening to her.
Really? Honey, they are both so beautiful.
Wei Xiaogui poked his little head out from behind Gu Chen, his eyes full of surprise.
Taozi also nodded in surprise. But her attention quickly returned to Gu Chen. Taozi saw beads of sweat on Gu Chen's forehead and back.
I quickly ran back to the villa to get iced mineral water and a small handheld fan.
Gu Chen became more certain of his thoughts. He has decided to take in the twins. My sister looks quiet and dignified, wearing a professional suit, but she is actually a LSP. My sister is wearing a windbreaker and looks capable.
But when he just got off the car, the burgundy color that was inadvertently revealed at the bottom of his windbreaker was also very tempting. At that time, let the elder sister wear white stockings and the younger sister wear black stockings.
One on the left and one on the right. ISNT this life happy.
Chapter 81, the windbreaker is taken off, and the whole audience is shocked.
The sisters are having too much fun. Xiao looked at the smile on Gu Chen's face reluctantly, knowing that the opportunity had come.
He decisively walked to his sister and pulled her up from the ground. Xiao Yi was still in a daze, her body felt weak, and she was almost being dragged away by her sister. Xiao Bush pulled her without saying anything and stood in front of Gu Chen.
Mr. Gu, since things have come to this point, we two sisters will no longer hide it.
Xiao Bush straightened his back, his tone filled with determination to go all out.
We're not here today to take secret photos.
We're here to recommend ourselves.
We want to be your women.
Wei Xiaogui and Taozi, who had just come back with something, both opened their mouths so wide that an egg could fit in.
Are the ways to snatch men so direct now? No need for even an opening remark, just get straight to the point?
Gu Chen has seen people throwing themselves at others' expense, people trying to get money from others, and people using power to pressure others. But this was the first time he had seen two sisters come to his house together and act like they were applying for a job.
Oh. Gu Chen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart.
He originally thought that he should send out a signal first and then guide slowly. I didn't expect that this pair of twin sisters would come to me on their own initiative. Although he is now very popular on the internet and is the male god that countless women dream of. But this kind of good thing that fell from the sky still made him a little more cautious. Free things are often the most expensive. Now the number of people who want to be my woman can be lined up from here to Paris.
What's special about you? Gu Chen asked.
This was the sentence Xiao Bush was waiting for. She pulled Xiaoyi, who was still petrified, and walked directly into the living room of the villa.
In the living room, Lu Ruyan and Shi Mengling were wearing silk pajamas. One person was wearing a facial mask and leaning on the huge L-shaped sofa. Sister Ruyan, you worked so hard last night. Shi Mengling said weakly. Lu Ruyan closed her eyes and enjoyed the cool feeling brought by the mask.
I can't help it, my husband is so awesome.
Shi Mengling sighed.
We too were almost killed in the first half of the night. Those two little girls, Taozi and Xiaogui, are probably in an even worse situation.
Yeah, those two little ones were shaking when they walked this morning.
As they were talking, they saw Gu Chen walking in with two strange beautiful women.
Honey, who are these two? Lu Ruyan took off her mask and asked elegantly. Shi Mengling looked back and forth between the Qiao sisters. The same face, but completely different temperament. Twin? My husband's taste is really wide. After Qiao reluctantly said hello,
she took out her laptop from her Hermes bag. He skillfully used a data cable to connect to the huge 100-inch LCD TV in the living room.
The next second, a beautifully crafted PPT appeared in front of everyone.
On the cover, a line of bold red characters caught the eyes of everyone present.
Feasibility analysis report on the acquisition of Qiao's sisters. There is another line of small words below.
One investment, double the happiness, and improve your quality of life in all aspects.
Lu Ruyan and Shi Mengling's jaws almost dropped in shock. What is this operation? Sell yourself door to door? And also made a business investment report? Have women now become so involved in the pursuit of marriage?
Xiao reluctantly picked up the TV remote control on the coffee table and started his roadshow.
She exudes a professional and capable aura.
Mr. Gu, and ladies, please allow me to take 5 minutes to explain to you the core value of this investment. Xiao reluctantly pressed the page-turning button, and a refined artistic photo of her and her sister Qiao appeared on the PPT.
Selling point 1, scarcity.
We are identical twins, with a genetic similarity of 99.9%. This combination is unique in the entire marriage market and has extremely high collection value. Xiao Bush was full of confidence and pressed the page-turning button again.
Selling point 2, professionalism. I am.
The living room was silent. Lu Ruyan and Shi Mengling were both stunned.
How can she be a concubine? This level of professionalism would be believed even by those applying for a CEO position.
Xiao's reluctant gaze swept across everyone, finally landing on Gu Chen's face, and his tone became mysterious. Of course, all of the above are just added value.
The most important point.
We two sisters grew up together, we are very close and have a great understanding.
We can offer you special services that no other woman can provide. Having said that, she deliberately paused and gave Gu Chen a look that said, you know what I mean? Then in everyone's shocked eyes,
Xiao reluctantly raised his hand and untied the belt of his windbreaker. The khaki windbreaker slid down his shoulders and fell onto the carpet. Under the windbreaker was a burgundy silk suspender nightgown. The thin fabric clung tightly to her curvaceous body. The skirt is extremely short, only reaching the top of the thighs. The pair of straight and slender legs below are wrapped in lace stockings of the same color.
Just show it to everyone without reservation.
Xiao took a step forward reluctantly, and the face of his beloved suddenly flashed through his mind.
Maybe, this is fate. Alas, it's not up to us at all.
Xiao Bush opened her red lips slightly and spoke to Gu Chen seductively.
Mr. Gu, are you satisfied with our investment now?
Chapter 82, the elder sister demonstrates her unique tea art skills, while the younger sister prepares her wedding dress in tears. Xiao Bushi was wearing a burgundy silk nightgown and matching stockings.
It almost hits the spot exactly on what men like. But Gu Chen could see some reluctance in Xiao's reluctant expression. It felt like she was on a mission.
Then look at Xiao Yi next to her. She was so embarrassed that she almost buried her head in her chest and her body was trembling slightly. But those watery eyes would secretly glance at him from time to time. There was nervousness and shyness in her eyes, but more of it was an undisguised desire and admiration. It's very simple to tell whether a woman likes a man or not. Just see if there is light in her eyes. If there is no light, then it is most likely for the dowry, for life, and to complete the task.
The chow bush in front of me is the kind without light. She looks very similar to the foot washerwoman in her previous life. They are all done out of some kind of responsibility or belief. As the eldest wife, Lu Ruyan asked cautiously. You two sisters are so well off, and you're twins. Logically, there's no shortage of men, so why are you rushing to promote yourself? And in this way. Lu Ruyan's implication was obvious. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong.
Xiao Bush had expected this question and answered it neither humbly nor arrogantly.
Boss Lu, it's precisely because we two sisters have good conditions that we have to choose the best. Mr. Gu is the national husband, the partner every woman dreams of. We two sisters don't want to settle for anything, rather than passively waiting for the random assignment of the fate app. It's better to take the initiative and strive for the best result for yourself. This answer not only expressed their admiration for Gu Chen, but also demonstrated their confidence and courage. Sounds perfect. Xiao Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I brought my sister with me today. If she faced a strong woman like Lu Ruyan who had her own aura alone, she probably wouldn't be able to say a word. After Chow reluctantly answered, his gaze fell on Gu Chen again. But I already started cursing in my heart. This stinky man, do you agree or not? Why don't you give me some words and an explanation? Why are you acting so cool and arrogant now? What are you doing? Do you think you're great just because you're handsome? If it weren't for my sister, I wouldn't bother to take off my clothes in front of you.
Shermangling looked at Gu Chun for a long time without any reaction, thinking that her husband was not interested in the twins.
We appreciate your kindness. But for now, our family has no plans to add any new members. Please go back. Xiao Bush heard this without any dismay. She was already used to being rejected. Xiao reluctantly bent down to pick up the windbreaker on the ground, put it on again, and bowed slightly to everyone. Excuse me. But Xiao Yi beside her had a completely different reaction. When Xiao Yi heard Shermangling's rejection, she felt her heart was broken. She had never felt so lost. It felt like all the strength had been drained from my body, and I could barely stand. Although I have never been in love, this feeling should be the legendary heartbreak. If I missed it today, I may never have the chance to see Gu Chen so closely again. Xiao Yi plucked up her courage and looked up at Gu Chen's face. I used all my strength to engrave his appearance in my heart and mind. From then on, I spent countless lonely nights relying on memories. The more Xiao Yi looked, the more reluctant she felt. The more I look at it, the more I feel that I can't just give up like this. Since my sister bravely recommended herself for me, I have to show my appreciation to my sweetheart. Xiao Yi stammered. But, maybe words are not enough. I'll show you the latest tea art I've learned. Without waiting for Gu Chen's consent, she quickly walked to the coffee table and picked up the teapot on it. Seeing that she was a little flustered, Taozi hurried forward to help. Sister, let me help you. Soon, a set of exquisite purple clay tea sets, a can of fine Westlake Longjing tea, and an electric kettle with boiling water were all neatly arranged. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yi began to perform tea art. Warm the cups, put in the tea, brew, seal the pot, and serve the tea. Every movement is smooth and elegant. The white and slender arms drew a graceful arc in the air. With a turn of his wrist, a fresh scent of tea instantly filled the entire living room. Everyone present was fascinated by the scene. Only Xiao Bush felt sorry for her sister, and then she cursed Gu Chen 1,000 times in her heart. My sister is so outstanding, so beautiful, and so talented. You still look down on it. Are your eyes on your butt? Shallow stinky man. Soon, the first cup of tea was ready. Xiao Yi carefully poured the golden and translucent tea into the teacup. Xiao Yi held the teacup in both hands and walked shyly in front of Gu Chen. Because of being too nervous, the surface of the water in the teacup was fluctuating slightly. You have tea. When Gu Chen took the teacup, he deliberately touched Xiao Yi's soft and boneless little hand. The touch is warm and delicate like the finest silk. Xiao Yi's body trembled violently. An electric current instantly ran through my body from my fingertips. Gu-chan, he is touching me. This is what it feels like to be touched by a man. So strange. I like it very much. I really want to do that with him right now. But Xiao Yi's sister doesn't think so. Xiao Bush was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Don't touch it if you don't buy it. Do you think you're great just because you're a man? Men can do whatever they want, right? Guchen picked up the teacup and took a sip. The refreshing tea aroma instantly spreads in your mouth. The tea tastes mellow and sweet, leaving a long aftertaste. The tea that Xiao Yi pours is far better than that of professional technicians. Guchen took another look at Xiao Yi's formal host suit. Normal men all have a habit, that is, the more holy and formal the clothes are, the more they want to pull them down from the altar and do it hard. After Xiao Yi poured tea for Guchen, she poured tea for Lu Ruyan, Wei Xiaogui and Taozi in turn. Finally it was Shi Mengling's turn. Shi Mengling was sitting on the inside of the sofa, with Guchen blocking her way. Xiao Yi held the tea and spoke with some embarrassment. Mr. Gu, can you move aside for a moment? Guchen obviously wouldn't let her go like this. He simply crossed his legs and said with a wicked smile. Call me husband and I'll let you pass. Xiao Yi's face suddenly turned red. I stood there holding the teacup, not knowing what to say. The scene of Yi Gone loving dragons appeared in the past. Seeing this, Shi Mengling hurriedly coughed twice and made crazy hints. Silly woman, my husband is giving you a way out, get off it quickly. Shi Mengling's concubine assessment is coming soon. If the time comes, let the people from the Boys' Care Association know about it. After Guchen took her in, he never took in any other woman. He would definitely be scolded for being narrow-minded and wanting to monopolize men. He might even have to pay a sky-high fine for anti-monopoly on men. Xiao Bush had no idea what was going on. She thought Guchen was deliberately humiliating her sister and exploded on the spot. Boss Gu, we understand that you look down on us sisters. But there's no need for you to humiliate us in this way. My sister. Even Wei Xiaogui couldn't stand Xiao Bush's straightforwardness. Sister, my husband is clearly giving you a chance. Just call me, and we'll be a family from now on. Then you will be the fifth and she will be the sixth. Taozi gently tugged at Wei Xiaogui's clothes and whispered that she was not worthy of being the fourth child. They should be the fourth and fifth children. Wei Xiaogui imitated the adults and touched Taozi's head. Don't worry, Taozi, I'll take you flying. After being enlightened by Wei Xiaogui, Xiao Bush finally realized that he seemed to have done something bad with good intentions. She apologized to Gu Chen awkwardly. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I've never been in a relationship, and I don't have much contact with men. I don't quite understand. You guys' thoughts, don't take them to heart. After all, it concerns his sister's lifelong event, so Xiao is unwilling to admit his mistake. Gu Chen stood up from the sofa. He put his left hand around Xiao Yi's slender waist, and his right hand went directly to Xiao Bush's waist. Xiao Bush subconsciously wanted to avoid it. Gu Chen made a low nasal sound. Xiao could only reluctantly let the big hand fall on his waist. At this time, Xiao Yi had already softened in Gu Chen's arms, and called out softly and obediently. Husband. Gu Chen kissed her on the cheek with satisfaction. Then he turned and looked at Xiao reluctantly. Come on, give me a kiss. After struggling for a long time, Xiao said. Chapter 83, you agreed to sell your art but not your body, why did you resort to violence? Xiao struggled for a long time and politely refused. Mr. Gu, let's talk about the wedding first. I already have a perfect solution to the iceberg problem. Wei Xiaogui, who was eating dessert, asked curiously, Iceberg? What iceberg? You said yesterday that you would hold the wedding on your wedding day. Xiao reluctantly explained patiently. Oh, I see. Okay then, let's build an ice castle. After Wei Xiaogui finished speaking, he put a whole piece of mango pudding into his mouth. Her eyes were filled with desire for dessert, and there was no trace of longing for the wedding. Are you trying to change the subject? Gu Chen increased the strength in his hands, forcing Xiao Bush to move closer to him. Xiao said reluctantly and awkwardly, no. It's not. I just want to get the job done quickly, and then. Xiao Bush couldn't bring himself to say the following words. Gu Chen increased the strength of his hands again, and his fingers pressed so hard that the skin on her waist was indented. And what?
Xiao twisted his head reluctantly, refusing to utter the word serve.
If you don't tell me, then there's nothing to talk about. Gu Chen was the first to release his hand from Xiao Yi's waist. He wanted to see if it was what he thought. My elder sister really likes me, but my younger sister doesn't have any feelings for me.
In order to help her elder sister, the younger sister packed herself in and offered a buy one get one free deal.
Xiao was reluctant to see the instant disappointment on her sister's face after she let go.
That tearful look pierced her heart. Xiao gritted his teeth reluctantly and compromised, saying, I want to serve you.
That's right. Gu Chen's big hand clasped Xiao Yi's waist again.
The waist under the palm of my hand was slender and soft, as if it would break with the slightest force.
Xiao Yi felt that Gu Chen was really bad.
He lied to her and deliberately made his sister say such embarrassing words. But the worse Gu Chen is, the more he likes her.
Xiao Yi's delicate body involuntarily moved closer to Gu Chen's strong chest.
Her nose greedily breathed in the man's scent.
There are so many women nowadays who don't even know what men's sweat smells like.
I naively thought it was as smelly as what was written in the book. The more Xiao Yi smelled it, the more excited she became. Her little hands restlessly hugged Gu Chen's waist.
Seeing that she was so understanding, Gu Chen rewarded her with another kiss. Wait, let's do OQ together. Xiao Yi nodded shyly.
She had already simulated double row and other things countless times in her dreams and in the bathroom.
Now that the actual combat is finally about to begin, I feel a little nervous and... Isn't this too fast? Xiao felt reluctant that Gu Chen hadn't even given her and her sister a legitimate status. It would be too hasty to expect things to mature now.
If Gu Chen puts on his pants and refuses to admit it, she and her sister will lose everything.
Gu Chen was a little annoyed by Xiao Bush's procrastination.
If this woman were to live in her previous life, she would be the type who would constantly flirt with you and ask for gifts. But if the relationship really wants to reach a substantive stage, she will start to put forward new conditions. When faced with such a woman, we must suppress her vigorously.
Gu Chen picked up Xiao Bush and carried him sideways, striding towards the second floor.
Lu Ruyan and Shi Mangling exchanged a glance, then both said in unison, the show is about to begin. Wei Xiaogui pushed Xiao Yi's butt and urged, Sister, hurry up and get on too.
Xiao Yi asked shyly, Excuse me, where is the bathroom? I want to go to the bathroom first.
Gu Chen turned around and said, Come with me, it's upstairs. Xiao Bush, who was held in his arms, finally revealed his true face.
Put me down, you filthy bastard. If you take me to play in the Canyon of Kings today, I will not let you go.
Gu Chen looked down at Xiao, who was struggling fiercely in his arms, unwilling to let go. Sister, you took the initiative to come here to promote yourself, why are you trying to turn the tables on me now? According to Article 36 of the Law on the Protection of Men's Rights and Interests, if a woman actively promotes herself for the purpose of marriage and then regrets it, the man can enforce the right of initial matching, and all consequences will be borne by the woman.
Look at the clothes you are wearing now.
It was indeed as Gu Chen said, he was wrong first. The silk nightgown and burgundy stockings she was wearing were the best physical evidence.
When the trial begins, not only will you have to pay compensation, you might even have to go to jail.
Now all key positions such as judges are held by men. The right to interpret, exercise, and speak on the rules lies in their hands.
I am a weak woman and there is no chance for me to have fun.
Xiao Bush was unable to utter a word of rebuttal and silently shed tears like a mute bride. Tears streamed down her face and fell on Gu Chen.
Warm, regretful, reluctant.
It was the first time that Gu Chen saw someone crying first, and the fire in his heart was burning fiercely.
It's like I'm the one who's wrong.
I helped you get higher scores, but you still feel wronged.
I'm telling you to be wronged.
Gu Chen kicked open the door of the master bedroom and threw Xiao Bush directly onto the bed. The mattress was very elastic, and it bounced Xiao Bush high up and then dropped him gently.
Xiao Yi followed behind and was stunned when she saw this scene. Is this the legendary boyfriend power?
She also wanted to experience the feeling of being thrown and...
No. Xiao Yi's legs suddenly tightened.
I have to go to the bathroom quickly.
How could there be so many?
Chapter 84. My elder sister is completely captivated, and my younger sister works like a slave for me with tears in her eyes.
Xiao Yi didn't expect there would be so many raincoats in the trash can.
It's so crowded, I don't know if this is just one day or...
In addition, the bathtub here is also exaggeratedly large.
Judging from the appearance, it is large enough to accommodate more than a dozen people taking a bath together.
Wait, Why is the waterbed here? Xiao Yi reached out her hand curiously and gently pressed the mattress.
The mattress sank as she exerted force, then gently wrapped around her hand, sending a strange wave of sensation.
If you lie on it, you will definitely be completely wrapped up, just like floating on the water. If there's one more person. Xiao Yi's cheeks were burning uncontrollably.
Then I saw a half-person high laundry basket on the ground, filled with used stockings. Black, white, flesh-colored, fishnet, lace, there are even a few pairs of cute stockings with cartoon patterns.
Every pair looks like they just came back from the battlefield.
Some stockings were worn to the point of being torn at the toes. Some of the knees had several holes hooked in them, and the threads were messy. There were a few that were even worse, with an exaggerated gash at the base of the thigh.
Xiao Yi could even imagine Lu Ruyan wearing those sexy black stockings, with her slender legs tightly wrapped around.
One can also imagine Wei Xiaogui wearing those cartoon socks and curling up in Gu Chen's arms, acting coquettishly.
The competition here is so fierce.
At this moment, my sister's begging for mercy suddenly came from the bedroom.
I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please let me go. Xiao Yi's heart suddenly tightened and she ran over in panic. My sister never liked Gu Chen. Now that they were alone in the bedroom, they might.
Xiao Yi pushed open the bedroom door, but what she saw was not what she had imagined.
Gu Chen was sitting on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, looking at the bed with interest.
My sister Qiao was lying on the soft big bed with her clothes intact, with her laptop in front of her.
The talent almost fits on the keyboard. It turns out, I misunderstood. Gu Chen saw Xiao Yi and raised his chin towards her. You've come just in time, let's listen together.
Then he turned his gaze back to Qiao Bush.
Aren't you going to introduce the wedding plan? Come on, introduce it to me now. Gu Chen took a sip of red wine and added.
Remember, your introduction must be charming and sexy, just like when you were selling yourself just now.
Xiao lay on the bed reluctantly, tears of humiliation welling up in his eyes. This is not even a work report.
It was obvious that they were treating him like a chosen princess in a nightclub, showing off their talents to the guests. But she had no choice. For her sister, she could only endure it. Xiao reluctantly wore her sexy silk nightgown and forced herself to smile.
Mr. Gu.
Regarding the iceberg for your wedding, I have contacted the country's top ice sculpture team. They can use dry ice and special refrigeration technology to build a 1-to-1 replica of an ice castle for you on the island.
The effect is absolutely realistic and it is also environmentally friendly.
As for the dishes, I've contacted the intangible cultural heritage inheritors of the 8 major cuisines.
They're all happy to host your wedding.
As Qiao Bush spoke, he forced himself to strike various seductive poses as Gu Chen requested. Sometimes she lay on her side, supporting her head with one hand, letting the straps of her nightgown slip down inadvertently, revealing her round shoulders. Sometimes she would kneel on the bed, deliberately facing her perky buttocks towards Gu Chen, and gently swaying with the rhythm of her speech.
Xiao Yi stood at the door, feeling a little sorry for her sister. But which woman isn't like this now? Don't do anything to please a man. I wonder how many women want to be humiliated like this but never have the chance. The half-hour report is over.
Xiao Bush felt that all his strength had been drained from his body and he was almost exhausted.
Gu Chen put down his wine glass and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Yes, the plan is perfect. I am very satisfied.
After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the bed step by step. Xiao looked at Gu Chen, who was approaching reluctantly, with fear written all over his face.
What are you going to do? Gu Chen stood in front of her with a wicked smile on his face. I didn't expect you to be so smart and answer the question quickly. Chapter 85, The house rules are too shameful. Xiao refuses to sign on the spot. Downstairs living room.
Lu Ruyan, Mangling, and Wei Xiaogui sat on the sofa. On the coffee table, there is a portable printer. Next to it was a document that had just been printed and was still warm.
Sister Ruyan, aren't these terms too harsh?
Mangling picked up the document, looked at the contents on it, and frowned slightly.
The content here is even more excessive than what she asked of her interns.
It doesn't feel like a constraint, but more like a contract of sale.
Lu Ruyan picked up the bone china teacup and gently blew on the floating tea leaves. If we are not strict, how can we ensure that there will not be a fire in the backyard? You and I both know what kind of person my husband is. He likes novelty and excitement. In the future, there will be more and more new people in our family.
If we don't set rules from the beginning and use the strictest means to enforce them, this family will sooner or later become a mess. Wei Xiaogui munched on an apple and mumbled, "That's right.
Big sister is right.
We're helping our husband share his worries." She pointed to a certain item on the document and added excitedly,
Especially this one. I think it's amazing. We'll have a business capability assessment every week, and the lowest ranked performers will be assigned to clean the swimming pool. This way, everyone will be motivated to improve. Shermengling's cheeks burned as she listened, muttering softly, "What business ability? It sounds so harsh." Just then, footsteps were heard on the stairs. The three of them raised their heads at the same time. I saw Xiao Yi and Xiao Bush walking down from upstairs one after another. The status of the two people can be said to be completely different. Xiao Yi, who was walking in front, had a rosy face, like a ripe peach, plump and juicy. The white professional suit she was wearing was a little messy, with 2 buttons on the collar undone, revealing her delicate collarbone and a touch of moving white. The pair of slender legs wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings were trembling slightly at this moment. His walking posture was also a little unnatural, and every step seemed a little shaky. There was an unconcealable sweet smile on Xiao Yi's lips. But Xiao Bush, who was following behind her, was a completely different picture. Her face was pale, and her beautiful eyes were red and swollen, obviously she had just cried bitterly. He wrapped his khaki windbreaker tightly around himself, as if he didn't want anyone to see what was underneath. Xiao lowered his head reluctantly, his steps heavy, and his whole body looked like an eggplant hit by frost, with his head drooping. Lu Ruyan only took a glance and understood.
One is willing, the other is forced to do business. She put down her teacup, picked up the document, and waved it towards the sisters.
Come down. Since my husband has approved of you, there are some rules that you need to understand in advance and sign to confirm.
At this moment, Xiao Yi was still immersed in the ultimate experience she had just had.
My mind was blank and I felt dizzy. I couldn't hear what Lu Ruyan was saying at all. She just nodded subconsciously and said him obediently.
Xiao Bush suddenly raised his head and looked at the document in Lu Ruyan's hand warily.
What rules?
Here, take a look for yourself.
Lu Ruyan threw the document on the coffee table. Xiao walked forward reluctantly and grabbed the document.
On the cover, several bold black words catch the eye.
Internal House Rules of Courtyard Number 8, Tangong Trial Version.
She frowned and turned to the first page. General Guidelines, Mr. Gu is the absolute core of this family. All his instructions, requests, and wishes are supreme instructions.
All family members must obey unconditionally without any objection, questioning, or resistance.
Xiao's breathing stagnated reluctantly. This is not a family rule at all, this is clearly a one-man show. She suppressed her anger and continued reading.
Article 2, Family members will be ranked. Lu Ruyan is number 1, Shermengling is number 2, Wei Xiaogui is number 3, and Taozi is number 4.
New members Xiao Yi and Xiao Bush are tentatively designated as number 5 and 6. Rank determines monthly allowance, luxury goods quota, room selection, and priority for sleeping with the family.
Article 3, all members must strictly adhere to the dress code.
While at home, you must wear stockings, skirts, or other themed clothing designated by your husband. Long pants are tightly wrapped, conservative clothing is strictly prohibited.
Article 4, promote a harmonious and friendly family atmosphere.
Verbal or physical conflicts due to jealousy are strictly prohibited. Violators will be punished, depending on the severity of the offense, by having their pocket money deducted, being grounded, or having to clean the villa. Article 5, all members are obligated to meet their husband's physical and psychological needs. A rotating system of sleeping with the husband will be implemented, with the specific schedule established by member number 1, Lu Ruyan. Under special circumstances, members must unconditionally cooperate with their husband's suggestions for role-playing and other fun activities to enhance the relationship.
One by one, one by one.
The more Xiao looked down, the more his hands shook.
This is no longer a humiliation. This is blatantly treating them as playthings without dignity and personality. Bang!
Unable to bear it any longer, Xiao threw the document hard on the coffee table, his chest heaving violently.
We are human beings, not your pets. I will never sign something like this.
Xiao Bush's voice trembled with anger, and his eyes were filled with tears of humiliation again.
The atmosphere in the living room instantly dropped to freezing point.
Lu Ruyan and Shermengling's faces darkened. At this moment, a lazy voice came from the stairs.
Gu Chen had changed into a comfortable home outfit without knowing when.
He was leaning against the handrail of the stairs, holding a glass of red wine in his hand.
Don't want to sign?
He gently swirled the wineglass, and the scarlet liquid rose and fell on the wall of the glass.
Sure, the door is over there. You can go now.
Anyway, I had a lot of fun this afternoon, so this wave is not a loss.
Not bad. Having fun.
These words were like a loud slap in the face of Chow Bush. She sacrificed herself in tears for her sister's happiness. Put aside all dignity and pride, put on a smile in front of him, and try to please him in every way. But to him, it is just a happy game in which there is no loss.
Wow.
Chow Bush couldn't hold on any longer, his mental defenses completely collapsed, and he squatted on the ground and burst into tears.
I can't bear to leave. Don't cry if you can't bear to leave.
Xiao Yi felt extremely heartbroken when she saw her sister crying so sadly. She quickly squatted down and hugged her sister's trembling shoulders. Xiao Yi clumsily wiped her sister's tears while anxiously whispering advice.
Think about what you said before. Being able to stay with Gu Qin is already luckier than thousands of women out there, isn't it? My husband, he's so handsome and awesome, we won't suffer any loss. Besides, since we two sisters are together, we can always look after each other. If another woman bullies us in the future, we can deal with her together. Xiao Yi has been completely trapped. From body to soul, Gu Chen's mark is deeply imprinted on her. Leaving Gu Chen is more painful than killing her. Xiao reluctantly raised his tearful face. What else can she say? What else could she do? From the moment she decided to sacrifice herself for her sister's happiness, there was no turning back. A long time. Xiao sniffed reluctantly and uttered a word in a hoarse voice. Good. Xiao stood up from the ground trembling reluctantly, walked to the coffee table like a puppet with its soul taken away, and picked up the cold pen. When Xiao Yi saw that her sister was finally willing to sign, a smile appeared on her face. He picked up the pen first without even looking at the content. He casually wrote his name Xiao Yi in the signature space. The handwriting is elegant and hurried, and looks very anxious. Xiao looked at the name signed by his sister reluctantly, then looked at the indifferent hooligan at the stairs and closed his eyes. A tear slid down her cheek. Xiao Bush reluctantly wrote down his name Xiao Bush. Lu Ruyan took back the signed document with satisfaction. He stood up and walked over to the two sisters. Welcome two sisters to join us. From today on, Xiao Yi is number 5. Xiao Bush is number 6. Sister Taozi, take them to the 3rd floor to familiarize themselves with the rooms. Chapter 86, forced to wipe the floor in black silk stockings, extremely embarrassing. Taozi led the way respectfully in front, her voice soft and thin. Sisters, please come this way. The rooms on the 3rd floor are all empty. You can choose anyone you like. The sisters followed Taozi up the spiral staircase. The layout of the 3rd floor is similar to that of the 2nd floor, but it is quieter and more private. Taozi pushed open the door of a room at the end of the corridor. This is the best room, with the best orientation and a huge balcony with a view. The luxury of the room was beyond Xiao Yi's imagination. The bedroom alone was larger than the entire apartment the two sisters had lived in before. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlook the manicured garden and swimming pool. In the center of the room is an extra-large round bed large enough for 7 or 8 people to lie down, with fresh flowers placed on the bedside table. On the other side is a walk-in closet, where the wardrobes have been carefully classified. It is filled with the latest luxury women's clothing of the season, ranging from everyday wear to evening gowns. There is also a special cabinet in the corner of the cloakroom. There are hundreds of pairs of various stockings neatly arranged inside, with colors, materials and styles that are dazzling. There was a glint of excitement in Xiao Yi's eyes. She felt like a little squirrel that had fallen into a nut barn, and was so happy that she almost fainted. Xiao Bush was like an emotionless puppet, scanning everything with empty eyes. These material luxuries had no appeal to her. Instead, it was like a gorgeous cage, making her feel suffocated. Thank you, Sister Taozi, we will stay in this room. Xiao Yi said sweetly. After Taozi left, Xiao Yi could no longer contain her excitement. Like a happy little bird, flying around the huge room. Xiao Yi rushed into the cloakroom, picked up a pink pleated skirt and tried it on, and also picked out a pair of cute white lace stockings. Sister, do you think I look good in this? Will my husband like it? Xiao reluctantly did not answer. She walked to the window and looked at the scenery outside with an expressionless face.
From this day on, the two sisters' life in courtyard number 8, Tangong, officially began. Although they both live in the same villa, their situations are very different.
Xiao Yi has completely become the person that all women envy.
I get up early every morning and carefully choose a battle suit from my wardrobe that best shows my charm. Sometimes it's a pure student uniform with white stockings. Sometimes it's a sexy bunny suit with fishnet stockings. Xiao Yi will prepare breakfast for Gu-chan at 5 in the morning. The fried eggs are all heart-shaped. When Gu-chan was doing morning exercises, Xiao Yi would stand by and cheer him on like a little fangirl, handing him water and wiping his sweat.
Taozi suddenly became invisible. Gu-chan also dotes on Xiao Yi.
In front of everyone, he would hold Xiao Yi on his lap and reward her. Of course, most of the rewards are invisible to others. For example, two people play games together. Xiao Yi doesn't want to go to work every day, she just wants to act coquettishly in Gu-chan's arms. And her younger sister Xiao Bush became the most humble person in the family.
She tries to push the boundaries of family rules every day. Family rules required her to wear skirts, so she specifically chose those that were almost knee-length. House rules required her to wear stockings, so she specifically chose the darkest and most opaque black ones to wrap herself tightly. Xiao Bush tried his best to avoid any direct contact with Gu-chan. How could this little thought escape Gu-chan's eyes? Instead of ignoring her, Gu-chan found various ways to suppress and torment her. Number 6, I think the floor is dirty today.
You're wearing black stockings, which makes it easy to check for dust.
Go and mop the entire first floor.
Gu-chan leaned against the sofa, enjoying Xiao Yi's feeding while speaking in a commanding tone. Remember to wipe it with your hands, kneel on the ground, and wipe it clean bit by bit. Xiao Yi looked at her sister with pity and wanted to plead for mercy, but was stopped by Gu-chan with a look. Xiao reluctantly said nothing and silently took out a rag and bucket from the storage room.
Kneeling on the cold marble floor, she performed her duty in humiliation.
She was wearing a miniskirt and black stockings, kneeling on the ground, her body curves clearly visible. Gu-chan's eyes wandered over her, as if he was admiring a trophy that belonged to him.
Such humiliation happens almost every day. Sometimes she was asked to clean the swimming pool. Sometimes she is responsible for trimming the flowers and plants in the entire yard. There was even one time when Gu-chan asked her to kneel on the ground and use a toothpick to clean the gaps in the carpet. That night, Xiao Yi was defeated in the double row again and collapsed in Gu-chan's arms, her whole body limp. She rested her head on Gu-chan's strong arms, smelling his pleasant masculine scent, but her heart was always thinking about her sister.
Husband. She hesitated for a long time, and finally spoke in a low voice. My sister, she's just a little stubborn, but she's actually not a bad person.
Can you please stop treating her like that?
Seeing her get punished by you every day, I feel so sad.
Gu-chan's fingertips gently stroked Xiao Yi's cheek. You're different from her.
You're here because your heart is here. Her eyes were empty, full of resistance and unwillingness.
She stayed here and endured all this for you.
A disobedient wild cat always needs to have its claws sharpened before it can stay at home. I'm helping her adapt to life here as quickly as possible.
Xiao Yi nodded, not quite understanding.
Although she felt that her husband's words made sense, her heart still ached as if being pricked by needles when she thought of her sister's increasingly haggard face. After coming out of Gu-chan's room, Xiao Yi tiptoed back to her and her sister's bedroom.
There was only a dim wall lamp on in the bedroom.
Xiao Bush was sitting alone on the carpet with his back to the door. His slender arms hugged his knees, and his thin shoulders shrugged slightly. Hearing the door open, Xiao Bush quickly raised her hand to wipe her face, but her red eyes still betrayed her.
I'm reluctant to leave. Xiao Yi walked over with a distressed look and sat down beside her. Don't be like this, my husband, he actually doesn't mean any harm. He just wants you to integrate into this family as soon as possible.
Xiao raised his head reluctantly and looked at his sister with tears in his eyes. Sister, stop speaking for him.
If he was doing this for my own good, he wouldn't have humiliated me like this. I really can't stand the way he treats everyone as his toys. He has no respect for anyone at all.
It's not that I can't see it, I just simply hate him. I hate his frivolous attitude, as if the whole world should revolve around him.
Xiao Yi clumsily wiped her tears, not knowing how to comfort her.
At this moment, the door that was originally ajar was pushed open with a creak.
Gu-chan was wearing a black silk nightgown and leaning lazily against the doorframe. Oh? So in your heart, I'm just an indecent man?
Xiao was so reluctant that his body was as stiff as a statue.
She was caught talking bad about someone behind their back. I didn't mean that.
Xiao Bush stood up from the ground in a panic and explained hurriedly.
I'm just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Gu Chen walked slowly into the room and approached her step by step.
The strong sense of oppression made it difficult for Zhou to breathe.
It's okay, I accept your evaluation. Since you think I'm not serious enough with you, then from today on, I'll let you see what I look like when I'm serious.
Gu Chen grabbed Xiao Bush's wrist with such force that he could not resist.
I think the punishments you received before were too light. I've decided to tailor a brand new punishment just for you. My punishment is:
wear that bikini you hate the most and clean the toilet for me.
When I can capture your tear-stained face, that's when it's over. Chapter 87, The Golden Planner becomes a social slave, and the exploitation is outrageous. Did you hear that? Gu Chen said without emotion. I heard it. Zhou nodded reluctantly, feeling humiliated. Xiao Yi was pulling Gu Chen's arm and pleading softly, Husband, don't do this. My sister knows she's wrong.
Gu Chen still said firmly, this is her own fault, so she has to bear the consequences herself.
Go to the cloakroom and pick out the bikini you think is the best for her. Xiao Yi didn't dare to disobey and could only walk towards the cloakroom, looking back every few steps. Soon, she came out with a pink bikini that had very little fabric. This bikini was originally something Xiao Yi planned to wear as a surprise for Gu Chen on a special day. I didn't expect that the first time it would be used was on my sister, in such a humiliating way. Put it on. Gu Chen ordered Xiao Bush. Xiao took off her clothes one by one with trembling hands and put on the sexy pink bikini. Holding the toilet brush and cleaner, I walked into the bathroom step by step. The marble floor in the bathroom was freezing cold. Xiao knelt in front of the toilet reluctantly, unable to control his tears any longer. Big drops of water hit the ground, splashing small splashes of water. Zhou reluctantly squeezed the cleaner into the inner wall of the toilet, then picked up the brush and began to scrub it mechanically. Crash, crash. The sound of the brush rubbing against ceramic was particularly harsh in the empty bathroom. Gu Chen leaned on the doorframe of the bathroom, admiring the sexy beauty brushing the toilet. Xiao buried his head reluctantly and brushed desperately. She just wanted it all to be over quickly. Raise your head. Gu Chen's voice sounded again. Xiao's body froze in reluctance. I asked you to look up at the water in the toilet. Xiao reluctantly raised his head slowly and looked at the pool of clear water in the toilet that was foaming due to stirring. The water surface reflected her current appearance. Her hair was disheveled, tears lingered on her face, and her eyes were red and swollen like walnuts. That tear-stained face looked miserable and pitiful. Did you see clearly? This is what happens when you don't obey. Xiao's shoulders shook violently and he let out suppressed sobs. After an unknown amount of time, this long torture finally ended. Xiao returned to his room in a daze, threw himself heavily on the bed and covered his head with the quilt. She wanted to sleep, escape into her dreams and forget everything that happened today. But at this moment, a strange sound was faintly heard from the next room. Husband, you are so bad. Well, I don't want to play games anymore. I have to go to work tomorrow. The extremely loud noise penetrated the thick walls and came clearly. Xiao curled up in the quilt reluctantly, covering his ears in pain. My sister found her happiness. You should be happy. But why does her heart hurt so much? Why can't I stop the tears of grievance from flowing? Just when Xiao felt like he was about to suffocate, the phone next to my pillow suddenly vibrated. Xiao reluctantly stretched out his hand from under the quilt and fumbled to pick up the phone. It was a message from her boss, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. Are you busy? After seeing this message, Xiao wiped away his tears reluctantly and replied quickly. Xiao Bush, Mr. Wang, I'm here. Mr. Wang, Mr. Gu's wedding is in 20 days. How's the coordination going on your end? Have you encountered any difficulties? Seeing the word wedding, Xiao's reluctant heart was hurt again. Taking a deep breath, Xiao reluctantly suppressed all his emotions and switched back to his role as a gold medal wedding consultant. Xiao Bush, don't worry, Mr. Wang, everything is going according to plan. The ice castle design has been confirmed with the construction company, the wedding menu has been finalized with the heirs of the 8 major cuisines, media invitations have been sent out, and 3 backup security plans have been prepared for the site. There will be no problems. After the message was sent, there was a reply soon. Mr. Wang, thank you for your hard work. I knew I could trust you with this matter.
I'm so sad to leave you, but I have one last piece of advice for you. No matter how busy you are, take care of your health and don't overwork yourself. Looking at the lines of caring words on the screen, Xiao's eyes instantly turned red with reluctance. This was the warmth she felt in this cage that suffocated her. It turns out that there are still people who care about her.
Xiao Bush, thank you, Mr. Wang. I will. She put down her phone and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. What Xiao Bush didn't know was, in a private club on the other side of the city, a different scene was unfolding. Beside the huge open-air swimming pool, there are bright lights, wine and women, and loud music. Dozens of young models in cool swimsuits were walking around, laughing and playing, creating an endless spring scene. Mr. Wang was half lying on a beach chair with a huge beer belly. A hot young model was lying next to him. Some women are good at modeling, but because they cannot afford a dowry, they simply give up and become models in clubs. Purely experience the joy of having a man. The difference is that these young models are paid to work. You need to pay the man and the company money out of your own pocket. Only in this way will customers come to pamper you. Brother Wang, who are you messaging? You seem to be having such a good time chatting.
The young model asked in a delicate voice, her fingers drawing circles on his chest dishonestly.
Mr. Wang shook his phone proudly. Give me a cow and a horse. She's my most capable employee and can earn me 3 or 4 million a year. Wow, so amazing?
The young model's eyes lit up.
Then why don't you marry her, Brother Wang? Such a capable woman must be very lucky for her husband, right? Marry her?
Mr. Wang sneered as if he had heard a huge joke.
Why should I marry her? What if after marrying me, she is no longer willing to work so hard to make money for me like she does now? I'm counting on her to earn enough to buy me another supercar next year.
The young model giggled and pressed her body closer to his.
Brother Wang, so that's what you think? It's just a supercar, no need to go through so much trouble. I'll buy it for you. I've made a lot of money from stock trading recently.
Mr. Wang pinched her face and said contemptuously.
A poor bastard like you can't even afford a wheel on a supercar.
Chapter 88. Xiao Bush cosplays Tasaka Rin with tears in her eyes, and her tsundere twin ponytails are killing it.
The room was too stuffy. Joe reluctantly put on a coat and went out to get some fresh air. Late at night, the Tan Palace Villa district was completely silent. Only the occasional sizzling sound of electricity could be heard from the patrolling security guard's intercom. Joe walked aimlessly on the cobblestone path reluctantly. She walked behind a rockery and let the cold night wind blow on her hot cheeks. Just then, the sound of 2 female security guards talking came from not far away. Hey, have you heard?
Mr. Gu from Yard 8 has transferred a large sum of money to our property management again, said a slightly younger voice.
I've heard of it. How could I not have heard of it? He spent 8 figures without blinking an eye. How generous, another older voice exclaimed. You think these rich people are really weird? They spend so much money just to build a community for the stray cats and dogs in our neighborhood? You don't understand. This is called scientific rescue.
Mr. Gu said that all the stray cats and dogs in the community should be rounded up, sterilized, vaccinated, and dewormed, and then special catteras and dog kennels should be built for them.
This is called TNR, do you understand?
Oh, it's that internationally accepted practice of catch, sterilize, and release.
Oh my God. This is so thoughtful. Who says it's not?
Mr. Gu said that since they live in Tan Palace, even if they are stray cats, they must be treated with respect by the Tan Palace. He doesn't want to see them starving or freezing, or fighting because of estrus.
Behind the rockery, Xiao Bush's face was filled with shock. Gu Chen?
The perverted man who took pleasure in humiliating her and forced her to scrub the toilet in a bikini.
How could they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to do these things for a group of stray cats and dogs? It's not like Xiao Bush hasn't seen rich people doing charity before, but most of them did it for fame and to show off. Gu Chen did this so low-key that even his concubine at home didn't know about it.
For the first time, the image of the man who was labeled as a devil, pervert, and bastard in her mind began to crack.
Gu Chen seems not as bad as I imagined.
At least, he retains the purest kindness towards those weak and helpless lives.
That night, Xiao Bush couldn't sleep. The next day, when Xiao Yi came out of Gu Chen's room. When I was about to go downstairs, I ran into my sister in the corridor, who was already dressed. Then, Xiao Yi was completely stunned. Today's Xiao is reluctant to leave, and it is different from any other time in the past. She was wearing a well-made costume.
A red turtleneck long sleeve top and a black pleated skirt. The over-the-knee black stockings perfectly wrapped her straight and slender legs, and on her feet were a pair of brown British-style leather shoes. Her long black hair was tied into two high ponytails, drawing playful arcs in the air as she moved.
This is the outfit of the classic character in the anime series Fate Rin Tasaka. No, reluctant? What are you doing? Xiao Yi was so surprised that she was speechless.
There was no expression on Xiao's reluctant face, and his tone was as cold as usual. Today it's my turn to report to Mr. Gu on the progress of the wedding media promotion.
I think since it's a work report, I should dress professionally. Be more professional? Does this outfit have anything to do with the word professional? This is clearly an active show of goodwill.
Xiao Yi looked at her sister's face, which was pretending to be calm, and felt relieved.
My sister finally got it.
The two sisters went downstairs together. In the living room, Wei Xiaogui was holding a family-sized bucket of ice cream, enjoying it while watching anime. When she saw Xiao's reluctant outfit, her eyes lit up instantly and she forgot to swallow the ice cream in her mouth.
Wow, Rin! It's the living Tasaka Rin!
Wei Xiaogui threw down the ice cream bucket, rushed at Xiao Bush, and circled around her with shining eyes.
Oh my god! Sister, your cosplay is so similar.
This aura is like it just stepped out of the screen.
Perfect reproduction.
Being praised like this by a professional 2D girl.
Even though Xiao was reluctant, an unnatural blush appeared on her face.
Gu Chen walked out of the restaurant with a cup of coffee in his hand. He glanced at Xiao Bunch's outfit, his face expressionless, as if he was just seeing an ordinary passerby.
Xiao's reluctant heart sank inexplicably.
Then he took out his notebook and began his report. Mr. Gu, regarding the media promotion of the wedding, I have already drawn up 3 plans. Zhou reluctantly forced himself to get into work mode. But her eyes kept glancing uncontrollably in the direction of Gu Chen. The man was sitting leisurely on the sofa. He drank his coffee slowly, occasionally reaching out to pinch Xiao Yi's face, or feeding her a piece of fruit.
Wei Xiaogui acted cute and coquettishly on him and said, I want one too.
From beginning to end, Gu Chen never looked at her again. Everyone in the living room praised her stunning outfit today. Wei Xiaogui said she was cute.
Xiao Yi said she was beautiful. Even the usually cold Lu Ruyan rarely said, it suits you very well. Why? Why don't you react at all, you bastard? Am I really not worthy of your second glance?
An inexplicable feeling of grievance and unwillingness surged in my heart. Xiao reluctantly felt his nose getting a little sour.
The final report also carried a subtle tremor. The above is the entire content of the plan. After the report, the living room fell silent.
Xiao closed the computer reluctantly, having cursed Gu Chen 1,000 times in his heart.
What a stinky man! What a rotten man! What a blind man!
Just when she thought that today's humiliation was over, Gu Chen finally put down the coffee cup. If Plan A is too conservative and Plan C exceeds the budget, then use Plan B. Xiao Bush felt even colder in his heart and responded sullenly.
Oh. Gu Chen then calmly commented on Xiao Bunch's outfit. Your outfit looks okay today.
Xiao Bush suddenly raised his head, a little unable to believe his ears.
Gu Chen continued.
It's much better than those old-fashioned clothes you usually wear.
Next time, let's switch to sabers. Ah.
Xiao Bush was completely stunned and couldn't wrap his mind around it for a while. A strange feeling came over me, as if I was recognized, but also as if I was assigned a new task.
New. Xiao was reluctant and his voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum.
Holding the laptop, he turned around and wanted to escape back upstairs.
Finally, I passed today.
To others, the relationship between the two seemed to have eased a lot. Xiao Bush thought that Gu Chen would be gentler to her, at least not cause trouble today. But she had just taken 2 steps when her wrist was grabbed from behind.
After reporting, you want to run away?
Before Xiao Bush could resist, a huge force came from his lower abdomen. She lost her balance, screamed, and fell straight onto the sofa. Xiao Bush did not fall on the soft sofa, but sat right on Gu Chen's thighs.
You!
Xiao was reluctant, embarrassed, and afraid. The pleated skirt she was wearing was shortened to the extreme because of her awkward posture. The thighs wrapped in black stockings were boldly exposed to the air and to the sight of everyone in the living room.
Shame instantly overwhelmed her. Gu Chen lowered his head and said playfully. The work is done. Now, it's time to do something other than work.